Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
After crossing over to this new world, I gained supernatural abilities. But fate has a twisted sense of humor. My family was poor, and to pursue my education in Neon, I had to live in the home of a distant cousin of my cousin. Yeah, go figure. The so-called engagement between me and Momo Yaoyorozu? A relic of a half-baked agreement between two families that aren't even really related by blood. Just a strong personal friendship, and maybe a drunken promise.
3 days.
That's all it took for reality to punch me in the gut. As for how I got here, let's just say I was watching Journey to the West reruns, spilled some water on a socket, and next thing I know, bam. Superpowers and a fiancé.
Love? Not in this life.
Dragging my suitcase to the massive estate, I took a deep breath and tried to mentally prepare myself. Instead, all I felt was emotional whiplash. You must be Master Ye Qiu.
Welcome.
It's an honor to meet you, said the butler at the gate, bowing slightly.
I blinked.
The mansion loomed above me, and the butler's words only made this feel even more surreal. Compared to the average Neon student, I was taller and a bit leaner. I wasn't sure if that made me look foreign or just awkward.
Inside the villa. That's your fiancé, Momo.
Don't be so shy. Her mother's voice rang out.
Mom.
Why do I have a fiancé? Momo's voice was filled with panic. They hadn't even noticed I was already standing right outside the door. Please don't mind Miss Momo's words, the butler said with an apologetic smile. You'll be the head of the Yaoyorozu family one day. I let out a bitter laugh. Isn't it too early to talk about becoming the head of a noble family? I might become a powerful hero, you know.
Hero? Sure, Ye Qiu. Dream on.
Apparently, the word was that my quirk was similar to Momo's, and while she was a top student, no one seriously believed she had what it took to break into the hero rankings.
And then she arrived.
Ye Qiu, you're finally here. I've already sorted out your school admission. I'll leave the rest to you. Momo's mother, Yaoyorozu Qiuhui, greeted me with a warm smile and a steaming cup of black tea. Aunt Qiuhui, you're too kind, I said awkwardly, accepting the cup. Across the room, Momo sat stiffly on the sofa, looking everywhere but at me.
She was cute, honestly.
A little awkward, sure, but not unpleasant. Well then, I won't intrude any longer. Momo, show Ye Qiu to his room, and make sure to be a good host, Aunt Qiuhui said as she exited.
Momo
fidgeted nervously with her fingers. She was only 14, of course she wasn't ready for something like this.
I shrugged casually. Relax, cousin.
It's not the 1800s. This engagement? It's symbolic at best. If you like someone in the future, I won't stand in your way. Wait. Did I say something wrong?
Her eyes welled up. Crap.
Do you dislike me?
What? No.
I raised my hands defensively. You're pretty smart, and let's be real, definitely out of my league. I just don't want you to feel obligated because of my situation. Tears threatened to fall. She sniffed, then stood tall, eyes full of determination. No matter what happens to your family when I grow up, I'll do my best as your wife. My jaw nearly hit the floor. Another fiancé. What kind of world is this? Still trying to wrap my head around all this, I followed her upstairs.
So, your quirk is creation, right? Momo nodded. Yes.
I can create any non-living object from my body fat. But it's not exactly powerful. I mean, I got into UA High through a recommendation, but I'm not confident.
I see.
Mine's similar, actually.
Her eyes lit up. Really?
Can I see it? I rubbed the back of my head. Well, I haven't fully tested it out, but sure. I call it the 72 transformations. Momo's curiosity intensified. That sounds powerful. Not quite the same as the Monkey King's version, I chuckled. My quirk lets me create known objects, through my hair.
She blinked.
Your hair?
Yep. Plucking out a strand, I winced. Ow.
Why are you pulling out your hair?
Watch.
I blew on the strand and poof. A steaming bowl of 6 yuan malatang appeared in my hands.
Here, try it.
It's good when it's hot. Momo stared, mouth slightly open. That's amazing. But what if you run out of hair? Then I guess I'll have to become a bald hero, I sighed. She stared at me, visibly concerned. Not about the quirk, about my hairline. Future wife or not, at least someone cared about me, even if it's just about me going bald. Don't look at me like that. I'm not going to go bald, alright? Ye Qiu's cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and frustration. But Bai just covered her mouth and giggled, finding his flustered expression kind of cute. For a brief moment, he seemed less like a strange fiancé and more like a regular teenager her age. Ye Qiu, can your quirk only make food? She asked curiously. Of course not, Ye Qiu replied with a confident grin. That was just for demonstration. Your quirk is actually really powerful too, but you're limited by your mindset. You're a top student, too logical, too grounded. Creation-based quirks need imagination more than anything. He spoke with unexpected authority, as if he'd been thinking about this for a long time. Bai crossed her arms, unconvinced. You're saying all I need is imagination? Creating powerful weapons takes time, energy, and stamina. I can't just conjure a cannon in the middle of a battle. And against a real threat, top-tier heroes or villains, I'd be crushed in seconds. Who told you to create things during battle? Ye Qiu asked sharply. Our strength is in preparation. You could make hundreds of grenades in advance and stash them in a backpack. When the fight starts, just pull and throw. That's strategy. Bai blinked. That made a disturbing amount of sense. As for me, Ye Qiu continued, I don't waste time making lunch. Watch closely, now you'll see why the first quirk like mine awakened in Daxia, not here. With a flick of his fingers, Ye Qiu pulled another strand of hair. A sharp glint of silver flashed, and in the next instant, a thin, worn-looking book materialized in his hand. Bai leaned forward. A book? Seriously? Ye Qiu staggered slightly. His face had gone pale, his energy clearly drained. Bai's expression shifted from confusion to concern. Ye Qiu, are you okay? You're pushing yourself too hard. Even if we can't be powerful frontline heroes, we can still be great support types. There are all kinds of heroes in this world. Ye Qiu didn't respond at first. He looked down at the book in his hands, then back at her with burning determination in his eyes. Heh. Who said I want to be a support hero? I came here to climb to the top. The title of Hero No.1, that belongs to me. It wasn't arrogance. It was belief. The book in his hand? The first level of the 9 Yong divine art. It worked. His theory was right. He didn't have some overpowered cheat or a glowing system interface. But he did have a quirk that allowed him to bring things into existence, anything he truly understood. And that was more than enough. Bai, have you ever heard of Chinese martial arts? He asked suddenly. Sure. Old kung fu movies, right? Kicks and punches and maybe some flying around. Pretty outdated compared to quirks. Ye Qiu smiled and held up the book. This isn't kung fu. This is martial cultivation. A secret technique. With it, I'll break the limits of the human body and rise to the peak. Bai frowned, confused. Ye Qiu, you just created a book. That doesn't mean it works. Anyone can imagine a secret technique, but that doesn't make it real. That's the difference between you and me, he said softly. You still don't believe imagination has power. Then, with calm conviction, he added, give me 1 month. I'll show you the power of my quirk. And when I do, promise me you'll train with me. Right now, you're too cautious, too unsure of yourself. A hero has to believe, not just in their quirk, but in their will. Bai stared at him, stunned. He was serious. For the first time, she wondered if maybe she was too safe, too careful. Maybe she had been holding herself back. Meanwhile, Ye Qiu silently clenched the book in his hands. This was just the beginning. The 9 Yong divine art, a supreme martial technique from legends, enhanced the body, defended against attacks, neutralized poison, and amplified physical power. It wasn't just about strength, it was about mastery over self. And if this was only the first level, then he was ready to create the second, third, and beyond. The next morning, 6 a.m. Ye Qiu, breakfast is ready. We should get going soon, Bai called through the door. Inside, Ye Qiu's voice rang out, alert, focused, and energized. No need. Let Aunt Qiuhui know I'm not going to school until the graduation exam. Also, I'll need some nutritional tonics. I'll pay for them, I promise. Bai paused, surprised. There was no trace of sleepiness in his voice. No hesitation. He had spent the night cultivating, And it worked. His body ached, but deep inside, he felt a warm current, flowing through his limbs and settling in his core.
He had qi.
Not imaginary power, not symbolic belief, real internal energy. He hadn't wasted that hair. He hadn't wasted anything. And from here on out, there was only one direction for Ye Qiu to go. Up.
The successful experiment allowed Ye Qiu to confirm one thing, that is, allophone was nothing to him until his hair fell out and he became a Saitama-like powerhouse. Bai persuaded Ye Qiu several times, but this guy didn't look strong on the surface, but he was stubborn and tight in his bones, and he didn't want to go to school at all. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In desperation, Bai finally gave up persuading Ye Qiu. 10 days later, the almost invisible Juyang infuriating energy in Ye Qiu's body finally became as thick as hair, and he was able to carry out a week-long transportation every day. Speaking of medicinal materials in this era, it is really not expensive, and the reason is simple. There are so many quirks that can be used as treatment, and everyone does not need to use medicinal materials anymore. The precious medicinal materials everywhere are already the price of fuchsia cabbage. Qi and blood have returned to their peak, and they are even more powerful than before, and their physical fitness has also improved significantly. It is not a problem to work behind closed doors. It is time to go out and take a good look at the world. Ye Qiu slowly opened his eyes from the state of sitting cross-legged, and a restrained charm flashed in his dark pupils. Uncle housekeeper, I'm going out for a walk. You don't have to wait for me to eat at night. Ye Qiu said hello and left Yaoyorozu Wanjia's mansion. For the strange behavior of this future uncle, the uncle butler is not surprised. Blood is surging, it's time to start practicing moves. But what are you going to redeem this time? Ye Qiu, who was pondering on the road, began to think about this question. Cultivation moves that tend to increase physical strength must be his current first choice. Shaolin's 72 stunts, Marine 6 style, 8-door dunjia, etc., are considered ideal strengthening directions in my heart, etc. The strongest external power of the Jin system seems to be the 18 palms of subduing the dragon, right? As for those that he knew, such as Naruto's sealed book and Pirate's devil fruit, Ye Qiu did not intend to exchange them. Something that is too strong may die from exhaustion of qi and blood. It is better to wait until the cultivation of Juyang divine art is more advanced, and then consider stronger items. In general, the fighting in my British world is not so scary. Except for some guys who have different ideas and abuse quirks, it is much safer than the one-punch world that is also full of hero, es. I want to be stronger. You must learn to save your life first. After repeated mental struggles, Ye Qiu finally had a choice. It's not the gold element, nor is it the ability in the anime. What he wants to consume blood energy to exchange is the Fengshen leg. In terms of melee combat, the degree of tyranny of Fengshen's legs is no less than the destructive power of the gold-based exercises, and it also has a unique speed in terms of movement. Attack and retreat? At present, it seems that it is the perfect fighting technique. Moreover, the god of the wind is dashing and worthy of the hero, es, name that he wants in the future. Create it? After finding a private room in a coffee shop with no one, Ye Qiu directly created the secret recipe of Fengshen's legs. Ha, ha, ha. The Aeolus leg is worthy of being a martial art in the wind and clouds. 90% of my body's qi and blood, plus the first level internal strength of the 9 Yang divine art, have been exhausted. It's really scary. After 10 days of supplementation, Ye Qiu's Juyang Genkai has nearly 10 years of power. Just to create a secret book of Fengshen legs, it will consume all the inner strength, plus 90% the blood of the blood. I almost died. With a pale face, Ye Qiu quickly ran Juyang Shengong's exercises. Compared with other internal methods, Juyang Shengong's qi recovery speed was definitely top-notch. In just 1 hour, Ye Qiu's internal force recovered to the capacity of about a year. Under the nourishment of that fiery and warm internal force, the qi and blood in the body was also recovering at an extremely fast speed. Aeolus legs? It's really a magical exercise, but unfortunately it's not the best Juyang divine exercise. Ye Qiu flipped through Fengshen's legs, and already remembered all the contents in his heart. Juyang divine art can instantly and quickly comprehend martial arts that have not been studied before. The fundamental reason is that the wisp of Juyang infuriating energy strengthens people's spiritual power, allowing practitioners to greatly improve their comprehension and memory. As far as Quirks was concerned, Ye Qiu felt that Tianshuang Fist must be the best choice. It's just that Juyang Shengong is a yin attribute exercise, and Tianshuangkan is a cold attribute exercise, which seems a little out of place for the time being. Ye Qiu thought about it for a while, and decided to create a devil fruit from Logia that could match the 9 Suns' magical power after his qi and blood became strong. Fist Vine Dojo. Zhengzhou couldn't find a place to practice his hands. Ye Qiu, who was about to find out if there was an underground black boxing place, found a dilapidated gym on the corner of the street. The brand of the gymnasium, which was supposed to show domineering aura, is already crumbling because of its long years of disrepair. If it is not dealt with, it will hurt people sooner or later. Uncle, stop insisting. Compared with the dojo, the office is the king of the development of this era. With the strength of the uncle, become a hero, es, and help more people, isn't it good? In the dilapidated dojo, there was a slightly helpless young voice. Yujia, you don't understand. For warriors, the dojo is the foundation of inheritance. No matter whether the Quirks are strong or weak, I will not let the things of our ancestors be completely broken. When we become the owners of Quirks, we surpass ordinary people. So much has been lost since its existence. But, uncle, why not become a famous hero, and use your influence to bring the dojo back to life? The practice of martial arts is never for utility. Yujia, while your uncle is still young, come and inherit the dojo. No, I'm going to be a qualified hero, You child. Ye Qiu felt that he might be a little presumptuous, so he knocked on the door anyway. Boom, boom, boom. Did you come to apprentice? Before Ye Qiu could speak, an excited middle-aged man in a white Taoist uniform with severely bald hair in front grabbed Ye Qiu's arm. Forehead. Ye Qiu was a little helpless. It seems that something went wrong? Young man, I see that you have strong limbs and well-proportioned muscles. Although your body is a little slender, there is a restrained charm hidden in your body. Your quirks should be related to strengthening your body. The bald middle-aged man looked at Ye Qiu's eyes, as if an uncle saw a loli he liked. How about it? Do you want to join our Kento dojo? Joining our dojo can not only learn the origins of the ancient martial arts. If you really achieve something in the future, it may be that you can't inherit my Kento dojo. When the time comes, my niece, no, it's yours. After all, he didn't forget to push Ye Qiu with his arm. How about it? As a 14-year-old girl, her figure has grown so well, she will definitely be able to give birth to a boy in the future. You've made a lot of money. Kento Kazuka, who was kneeling on the ground, couldn't stand his unwieldy uncle. Bump! An iron fist of justice smashed hard on Kento Tiger Bear's head. Ouch! Killing, shameless niece, trying to kill uncle to steal property. Why am I so pitiful? Bump! Another punch. Ye Qiu swallowed, and now he finally remembered who this girl is. Isn't she the eldest sister, Dequantio Kazuka, who will be in Class B of Seongying High School in the future? Well, looking at the size of the fist, it definitely has the real material to be the Pirate King. I think there is some misunderstanding. Ye Qiu touched his nose awkwardly. Misunderstanding? Could there be any misunderstanding? Do you mean that my niece is not beautiful? Kento Tiger Bear covered his head and stared at Ye Qiu with a dignified expression. Although he and Ye Qiu didn't know each other, Kento Kazuka also expressed disapproval of Kento Tiger Bear's BD words just now, but Kento Kazuka was still very concerned about the answer of this unfamiliar man of the same age. After all, she is also a woman. Child. Sorry. I have a fiancé. Ye Qiu apologized. Kento Tiger Bear was dismissive. Boy, are you really stupid? Although everyone is monogamous, look at Hung Yinsi, who is the second hero, leader in your mouth. Men, haven't found a bunch of wives yet. If you want me to say, the identity of hero, is simply a symbol of privilege, how can it be so open and above board? This seems to make sense. Corruption is everywhere, and if hero, were all clean, there would be no hero, killers. I'm sorry, I'm not ready to become someone like Endeavor for the time being, and I'm sorry about joining the Kendo dojo. Ye Qiu still politely refused. I only have one thing here. I hope to have a friendly exchange of martial arts. By the way, if I can find out the location of the underground boxing ring in the city, that would be great. Martial arts exchange? Kento Tiger Bear's eyes narrowed slightly. What he said was the communication of martial arts, and what he said was bad. This kid is here to smash the game. Although it still looks pleasing to the eye, and is worthy of the identity of his niece-in-law, but those who dare to come to the Kento dojo to play in the gym, no matter whether they are pleasing to the eye or not, they will always be taught a lesson first. Young people just don't know how high the sky is? Crack. Kick. Kento Tiger Bear twisted his neck, the bones on his body made a burst of crisp sounds, his eyes flickered, and there was no image of the wretched uncle before. Let's make a move. I practice Aikido at the Kento dojo, and my quirks are very compatible with Aikido, so I'll give you 3 moves first. Who? This shameless middle-aged and wretched uncle, when I don't know that Aikido is a genre that tends to be defensive. Although it is not as powerful as Tai Chi, the opponent's initiative to attack the situation is more beneficial to them. What? Time has become Jean. Uncle, you have to be careful. I am using Huxia martial arts, Aikido, but boy, I'm really angry. I can only promise not to kill you later. For medical expenses, you pay for yourself. There was a faint trace of blood red on Kento Tiger Bear's body. The blood is surging. This is the quirks of Kento Tiger Bear, which can control the surging of chi and blood during battle to strengthen their physical fitness, and can be said to be a humanoid Tyrannosaurus with the origin of ancient martial arts. It's a pity, according to Kento Kazuka's idea, if Kento Taruma is willing to become hero, he definitely has the potential to become a top 10. The only regret is that the surging of blood can't strengthen the physical defense too much, otherwise Kento Tiger Bear will really not be afraid of those strange quirks. So strong? Ye Qiu's eyes lit up the moment his chi and blood erupted. He knew that Kento Tiger Bear would definitely not let him down today. The second style of Fengshen legs, strong grass in the wind. Ye Qiu's leg smashed at Fist Fuji Tiger Bear at a very fast speed. The move was not that skilled, but this leg was mixed with the pure yang breath of Juyang True Chi, showing the tyranny of Rakido all over his body. What a strong leg. Is this kid also the owner of quirks in terms of physical enhancement? Kento Tiger Bear's heart shuddered, and his hands that turned crimson with blood surging, instantly blocked the right leg that Ye Qiu whipped. Boom! The first level of Juyang Shengong did not have the ability to achieve perfection. Even if the power method with Fengshen legs was added, it was still blasted out by Kento Tiger Bear with Aikido. Catch the wind? Ye Qiu, who was flying upside down in the air, panicked for a moment, then quickly calmed down, using catching the wind and capturing the shadows to stabilize his body at an extremely fast speed. Can't fight hard. This wretched uncle is too strong? Yo, it's really good, the moves are very strong, and the time to study should not be strong. After practicing for more than 10 or 20 years, I'm afraid that an old guy like me is really no match for you. Unfortunately, today I have to fall in my Quantang dojo, your niece-in-law, disciple, my Quantang Tiger Bear has taken it. Uncle, whoever loses and who wins? Come again. In Ye Qiu's heart, there was a stubbornness that would not admit defeat. Since we can't fight recklessly, we will take catching the wind as the main attack option. Ye Qiu is also a little helpless. The power method of the Fengshen legs is still relatively complicated. He has only accumulated a little internal strength in the practice of the Nine Yang Divine Art. Meeting. Asterisk. So fast? Why is this kid so fast? Kento Tiger Bear has practiced Aikido for decades, and coupled with his own blood quirks, it is relatively easy to face Ye Qiu, a fledgling boy. But what he didn't expect at all was that Ye Qiu was not as vulnerable as he thought. As far as moves are concerned, Ye Qiu's repeated moves are just 3 moves, but 2 of them are extremely tyrannical, and the speed of one move is astonishing. Guerrilla tactics? Ye Qiu's tactics were learned from the great leader, Grandpa Mao. Since the strength and proficiency of moves are not dominant, let's use the absolute speed of chasing the wind to decide the outcome. Boy, are you underestimating me too much? After being kicked by Ye Qiu dozens of times at the speed of chasing the wind, Kento Taruma also felt very ashamed. To deal with a little devil like you, it really makes me feel ashamed, but I don't want to lose my uncle's face in front of cute little Yujia. After all, the chi and blood on Kento Tiger Bear's body surged, and because of the rapid operation of the chi and blood, there was a trace of white steam on the skin. Hiss! Are you sure this Kento family has nothing to do with Luffy? The fist can get bigger, and the chi and blood are surging like a second block. Ye Qiu feels his toothache. Pick a guy who practices hands, and you can meet someone so strong. It seems that my British world is not as simple as I imagined. Whoosh! Ye Qiu turned to catch the wind and catch the shadows, and his body was like a breeze again, and he quickly floated towards Kento Tiger Bear's side. Boom! One kick. Kento Tiger Bear took advantage of Ye Qiu's shift, and his legs exploded with incomparably powerful air waves, which directly moved to the route that Ye Qiu was about to appear on. Repay him in his way? He was kicked so many times by this stinky boy Ye Qiu before, but Kento Tiger Bear didn't come back without revenge. Puff. Ye Qiu, who smashed hard on the dojo wall, couldn't help spitting on the ground with a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough. He coughed a few times with his chest rising and falling. Uncle, it's a bit too much. Kento Kezuka couldn't see how strong someone like Ye Qiu who seemed to be physically strengthening Quirks was, but seeing that he was kicked out of blood by his uncle, he couldn't help but glared at Kento Tiger Bear. Kento Tiger Bear rolled his eyes and returned to his normal state. Cut. This niece of my family really thinks that kid is too simple, and layman just can't see the power of the ancient martial arts. For a normal hero, yes, he would definitely be the opponent of that kid, and judging from the unfamiliarity of his moves, he must have just started practicing. Although there are only 3 moves, but when those 3 moves are completely strong, he will definitely become a prominent figure in the hero, world. If his niece does not inherit his powerful Aikido mantle, there is absolutely no future for that kid. Ye Qiu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I've been taught. The Quantang dojo is well deserved, but I don't understand a little bit. With uncle's ability, it should be an easy thing to open and accept apprentices. If he remembered correctly, there are indeed hero, who run a place like a dojo in my world. Kento Tiger Bear curled his lips. Che people today only think about how to develop their quirks to the extreme. There are very few schools that pay attention to the training of basic physique. If I say, this kind of thinking is simply too stupid. Without a good body, it is impossible to support powerful quirks. The stronger the ancient martial arts of our kind, the reaction speed during battle and the durability of dealing with battles are better than ordinary ones. Hero, are much stronger. You are absolutely right. Ye Qiu agreed with Kento Tiger Bear's statement, which is why he first created a secret book to strengthen his body as much as possible. No matter how powerful the power is, you must have a matching body to be able to exert the absolute power of terror. Uncle, you should still be hero, If you are not hero, there is no way to change everyone's misunderstanding about quirks. Ye Qiu got up again and looked at Kento Tiger Bear seriously. The upcoming hero, Killer Stain is, to say quirks, not that powerful, but his physical skills are close to invincibility. So many mighty hero, even mighty quirks, couldn't keep their lives under Stain's hands. Physical art, is still not taken seriously. Kento Tiger Bear's eyes flickered for a moment, and finally returned to his cynical uncle state. He directly sat down with his own knees and held a cup of green tea that he had brewed earlier in his hand. When hero, is good, I'm so old, and I'm still going to take the hero, qualifications with those little devils. You don't feel ashamed, I feel ashamed. Forget it. Next the era belongs to you young people. I think that with you around, sooner or later the people who are about to become hero, in this world will notice the importance of taijutsu. Kento Kazuka snatched the tea from his uncle's hand in dissatisfaction. Drink, you know how to drink, can you find me an ant? Kento Tiger Bear looked helpless. Middle-aged bald? Bald? The blood chi burst is powerful, but his blood chi burst is too strong, and he will lose his hair? Thinking of him, Kento Tiger Bear, he was also a well-known handsome guy in the community when he was young. I don't know how many girls pursued him, and even the well-known hero, fell under his genes again. But when he is middle-aged, and there are quirks who are detrimental to his appearance, what can he do? There are still outsiders. Yujiya will give face to his uncle. Before the end of this year, I promise to find you a beautiful ant. Kento Tiger Bear licked his face and smiled. There is no way, Kento Yujiya is the treasure in the palm of their Kento family, this little ant he can't afford to offend. I'll trust you for the last time? Before I get into Seongying High School, you must get married, or you know the consequences. Kento Kazuka squeezed his fist, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. Women, terrifying? That. I'll go first? What kind of underground black fists? I don't understand. Let's meet by fate. Ye Qiu said very seriously. Kid, don't think about fighting black boxing to improve your strength. Do you think the hero, will allow such ancient and dark things to exist? Kento Tiger Bear said lazily, by the way, come to the dojo from tomorrow. Don't be in a hurry to refuse, our kendo dojo is not a hero, office, and there are not many rules. If you want to learn from each other, I can satisfy you. Ye Qiu pondered for a while, and said before leaving, before the college entrance examination, please ask my uncle. My name is Ye Qiu, and I come from Huaxia. Of course, if there is a side, your niece can also practice together. Quirks really does not decide hero, is a necessary condition for strength and weakness. After all, Ye Qiu didn't give the stunned Kento Yujiya a chance to speak, and left the Kento dojo without looking back. Although he didn't find a place to hone his underground black boxing, Ye Qiu had already gained enough things today. Yujiya, this boy from Daxia will definitely become an amazing existence in the future. Kento Tiger Bear stared at Ye Qiu's back. Hey, I'll help you find an auntie, you have to hurry up and find me a niece-in-law. Seriously, uncle, think about that kid just now, if he's on the hero, list, you can buy a bag if you don't. Bag, why don't you buy cosmetics or something? Bump. Kento Kazuka was not polite at all, and directly sent a hand knife to Kento Tiger Bear's head. Uncle, someone else has a fiancé, please don't make such jokes in the future. Also, the utility bill will be paid in half a month, remember to pay the tuition. I will. Kento Kazuka thought for a while, forget it, I'll take a look, there shouldn't be a big problem with the college entrance examination. Kento Tiger Bear holding his head, his eyes are full of resentment. His own stupid niece also learns some basic knowledge in school. In his dojo, there is a boy with a perverted body. Before the college entrance examination, her strength will not be better. Floor, not coming is the biggest loss. Leaving the Quantang dojo, Ye Qiu found a remote park and meditated cross-legged for a while before the stagnant chi and blood in his body were cleared. That wretched uncle is a little too heavy. When my strength is stronger, I must press him to the ground and rub it. Hey, Stinky, lend me your notebook. Xiaoshang, your grades are so good, don't look at my notes. In the corner of the park, there was a discordant voice. Smelly Jew, didn't you hear what I said? Of course your grades are not better than mine. I just want to see what a rare thing you have in your precious notebook every day. Hey, Green Valley, the boss said to look at your notebook, don't go against the boss's will. That's right, the boss wants to be an excellent student of Seongying High School in the future, you are not allowed to refuse. Bakugo Katsuki raised his chin even higher when he heard the words of the two younger brothers. What an idiot! These guys are not as good as elementary school students, aren't they? Teachers in this world have bad brains. Students who are strong in quirks should be regarded as human beings, and those who are not strong in quirks don't care whether they live or die. School bullying can be seen everywhere in a world full of hero, and justice. Isn't this an irony? Ye Qiu frowned. Can't beat a lucrative man like Kento Tiger Bear, can't he beat those hairy little devils? Hey, you rude little bastards don't know how to disturb others' rest, right? Is the park yours? Ye Qiu fell directly from the tree where he was sitting cross-legged. Because of his height and temperament, Ye Qiu is very likely to be 2 or 3 years older than Bakugo Katsuki in terms of age. The two younger brothers of Bakugo Katsuki shrank their necks unconsciously when they saw Ye Qiu fall. Does it have anything to do with you, idiot? Bakugo Katsuki's quirks is indeed as bad as it is, and it doesn't give Ye Qiu any face at all. Ye Qiu narrowed his eyes. A person can have a rebellious period, but please don't let yourself be hated by me during the rebellious period, or I will beat you up. So what? You hate me? Bakugo Katsuki smirked in anger, sparks already appeared on his fist. Ye Qiu nodded. Yes, you're right, I hate you, so, I'm going to beat you up. Remember this world, if you are better than others, you can play school bullying, I'm better than you. Strong, so I'm going to beat you. Xiaoshang, don't be angry, I can give you the notebook. Midoriya Izuku, who fell to the ground, was about to cry. Ye Qiu frowned again. Are you also an idiot? Resist? If you don't have quirks, wouldn't you resist? You don't have a good mind? Don't you know the police? Find the Hero office and solve this guy, don't you know? Really? The only thing is to obey. Do you have no self-esteem as a boy at all? Resist, even if you can't beat him, you have to bite him. Does he dare to kill you? Does he dare? Madman? In anger, Bakugo Katsuki found out that Ye Qiu on the opposite side was definitely a lunatic, and actually encouraged Xiaoju to resist him. Don't dare to kill. What if you dare not kill? The disgusting existence of smelling Ju is to be bullied year after year to let him know that a cockroach like himself in the sewer is never worthy to stand beside a genius like him. Even if his Bakugo Katsuki is so radiant, he can't stop Shiju exuding that disgusting temperament around him that can never be driven away. Now, there is another person that he hates very much, that is Ye Qiu, who is standing there, lecturing as if he is the strongest. Boom. Bakugo Katsuki, who was so angry, didn't care about the rules of Quirks before he became Hero, and threw a punch directly at Ye Qiu. Green Valley Izuku, who was stunned by what Ye Qiu said, only had time to shout, "Be careful. So weak? Are you embarrassed to play bullying?" Ye Qiu's chasing the wind and the shadows even took a lot of effort to stop the fist, the tiger and the bear. A guy like Bakugo Katsuki, who is not a hero, can beat him? When? Bakugo Katsuki is not stupid, on the contrary his fighting intelligence is definitely not low when he is calm. The third style of Fengshen's legs, Violent Storm? Ye Qiu didn't give Bakugo Katsuki time to react at all, his legs poured like a torrential rain, his legs were as violent as a gust of wind, and they landed on Bakugo Katsuki's back. Suppressed? Because of the severe pain coming from his back, Bakugo Katsuki couldn't concentrate at all and used his quirks to fight back. How about it? I haven't tried the feeling of being beaten. When you hit someone, that's how they feel. Remember this feeling, next time you meet, you'd better be more disciplined, otherwise I don't mind making you unforgettable. Ye Qiu retracted his legs and stood calmly behind Bakugo Katsuki. Vulnerable? In the face of absolute speed, this little devil has no fighting skills at all, so what about quirks? No use at all. That's why he becomes the saved person again and again. Asterisk. Damn, I want to surpass All Might, my quirks are the strongest, you are nothing. In a fit of rage, Bakugo Katsuki's back had accumulated explosive power and blasted it directly towards Ye Qiu's chest. The air was filled with the frowning smell of gunpowder. Even with the speed of catching wind and shadows, Ye Qiu had no time to react at such a close distance. He could only use the Juyang Divine Art's internal force to the extreme, with his arms blocking it. On the chest, ready to resist the blow. Quirks who didn't hit with their fists, just blasted themselves? Ye Qiu's arms were aching, but the huge damage he imagined did not appear. Juyang Shengong completed the body protection at the moment when he felt the danger. The domineering and masculine attribute of Juyang Genkai was actually immune to fire damage, which brought some unexpected joy to Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu, who put his arms down, really saw a bunch of small scalded blisters on the outside of his arms. No way, the power of Juyang True Qi is still too low. Ye Qiu's eyes narrowed slightly. In my world, the fire element's power is definitely the top. If Juyang Divine Art has a certain immunity to the fire element, he can also consider it and develop it in the direction of the fire element. Fire by the wind. The ability of the fire element, combined with the leg of the wind god, is also a good choice. I was going to teach you a lesson, at least I would break your legs and lie down for 10 days and a half months, but since you gave me a lot of inspiration, I am too lazy to teach you today. Ye Qiu shook his arm. Weak. At the moment of the shot, Bakugo Katsuki regretted it a little. He was really worried that he used quirks and accidentally killed Ye Qiu. Weak? Only I can surpass All Might, that black-haired idiot dares to call me weak? Bakugo Katsuki, who was so angry, almost shot again, but after seeing the indifference and disdain in Ye Qiu's eyes, he calmed down instead. Next time I see you, I'll break your limbs. Go away with the smell. Bakugo Katsuki said rudely. Ye Qiu chuckled, idiot? You really don't know, he is very strong. If you can agree with him, you will only become stronger. After Bakugo Katsuki heard Ye Qiu's words, he became even more angry. Go away? Don't think you can irritate me with words like this? Smelly is just smelly, forever just a quirkless waste. After all, Bakugo Katsuki kicked the stone and walked away with unwillingness and without turning his head. As for the two younger brothers who fell to the ground, they also kept up with the pace of their boss. Hehe, looking down on ordinary people, what kind of hero, do you choose to be hero, just to be brave and make yourself look more powerful? If a kid like Bakugo Katsuki saw allophone instead of onoful when he was a child, he would have been a good helper for Deadwood Handle long ago. Severely mentally ill? Ye Qiu is not a saint, so he is too lazy to train such a morbid hero, brat. It will be good to hit him once in the future. On the other hand, Green Valley Izuku was in a panic, and Ye Qiu picked up the notebook that fell to the ground with fright, patted the dust, and carefully flipped through a few pages. Hiss! Green Valley Izuku, this boy, the surprise for him is even bigger than what this guy Bakugo Katsuki brought. On the notebook, the news records the characteristics of countless hero, quirks, and even Green Valley Izuku's own analysis on the strength of hero, quirks. That's not random analysis. Ye Qiu can be sure that if these notebooks from Izuku Green Valley end up on the Dead Wood Handle, they will definitely become a great weapon against the hero, and help him make more plans. There is an old saying in Daxia, if you know yourself and your enemy, you will never be in danger in 100 battles. Ye Qiu completely believes in one thing, that even if Izuku Green Valley does not become the successor of Onoful, does not get the power of All Might, and is always a quirkless person, he will become a dazzling person in the Hero world. Green Valley Izuku itself is an existence of great value, but even he himself has not discovered his own advantages, and affirmed these advantages. Even the later All Might, or everyone who taught him, did not magnify his merits infinitely, and wasted his talents in vain. Starting from tomorrow, you help me become stronger. As for whether you can become stronger yourself, let's see. Ye Qiu calmly returned the notebook to Green Valley Izuku. I don't have quirks. Green Valley lowered his head aggrievedly, clutching his notebook tightly. Thank you for helping me today. In fact, Xiaosheng won't bully me like that. Ye Qiu frowned. Don't. I hate that guy named Bakugo Katsuki, but that doesn't mean I like people like you. Cowardly and kind makes people feel hypocritical and succumb to fate. It's really useless. If it weren't for you, there would be some advantages. I am afraid that it has nothing to do with Hero in this life. Kind of dislike it. A quirks like Green Valley Izuku is a bit too virgin. If Hero is always so kind, few people will be able to live well. My name is Ye Qiu. After school tomorrow, go to Sanmishim Kento Dojo to find me. I looked at the name and school on your notebook. If you don't go to me, I can't guarantee that I will be better than Bakugo Katsuki. Excessive. Ye Qiu said nonchalantly. Green Valley Izuku was stimulated by the indifferent tone to straighten his body again. He originally thought Ye Qiu was a good person. How could he feel that he had left the wolf's den and entered the tiger's den? For Ye Qiu, forcing Green Valley Izuku to come, on the one hand, his talent for analysis can completely help him improve the shortcomings of his moves, and on the other hand, he has another idea. If this frail guy started physical training before he met All Might, would Onoful be so uncontrollable when he entered the Hero? This is an opportunity. It is an opportunity for Ye Qiu, and it is also an opportunity for Izuku in Green Valley. Can I grasp it? I still see Izuku in Green Valley. Ye Qiu is too lazy to go to their school to play bullying. It is too troublesome. Let's go back and think about it. You are about to be 15 years old. Many outstanding Hero have been taken care of by the firm at this age. Men, don't be so irresponsible, don't be so looked down upon. Ye Qiu waved his hand without looking back. Asterisk. Ye Qiu, you went out for a day, and you've been tossing like this. In Ye Qiu's room, Bai looked helpless while helping him with medicine, like a newly married little daughter-in-law. There was a large bruise on his chest that was slowly starting to dissipate, and all his arms were scalded blisters. Although the trace of blood on the corner of his mouth had been wiped off, the trace of dried blood still betrayed him. Man, what's the point of leaving some blood? Ye Qiu didn't seem to care about this injury on his body. They were all minor injuries, and they could basically recover after cultivating the 9 Yang divine art for one night. Can you take care of yourself a little bit? You don't care, others will worry. Bai looked at Ye Qiu seriously, without the slightest bit of shyness. From the moment she accepted Ye Qiu's fiancé status, she knew that there was another person in her life that she really needed to care about. Family, at least Bai has truly regarded Ye Qiu as family. Ye Qiu's eyes fluctuated a bit. In fact, he didn't come to this world for a long time. Whether it was this world or his new family, he didn't have much sense of identity. But now, Bai's seriousness and concern still touched him. Well, I'll pay attention later. Ye Qiu replied flatly. Bai took care of Ye Qiu's wounds earnestly, and understood a little in his heart. Maybe this is what his mother said. Men always like to be competitive. The matter of the college entrance examination. Don't worry, I have read all the knowledge points of the college entrance examination. Things like the exam cannot be difficult for my students in Doixia. Ye Qiu believes in himself. Actually, I have a lot of ideas about creating this quirks. I also found a suitable helper to improve my quirks today. Bai, I think you should also face up to your quirks. I know that you recommended Xiongying High School. If you are free, you can still practice with me for a while. The movements in Beishao stagnated slightly, and he raised his head to look at Ye Xingqiu who was close at hand, showing a faint smile. It's okay, I used to want to be a powerful hero, because only I can protect myself, parents can be protected, and more people who need protection can be protected. But now, isn't there Ye Qiu with you? Yes, there is me. Ye Qiu's eyes gradually softened, and he looked at the girl in front of him seriously. It was because of her that his sense of identification with this world became stronger. There are people in need of protection, and I have to become stronger. Give me the phone, and call me directly if something happens. Ye Qiu couldn't tell the difference. He entered his own number on Bai's mobile phone and set it as a shortcut key. After hundreds of Qiaolian, in a bright ceiling lamp, emerged out of tightly flushed red, handle Ye Qiu wounds, escape also like to leave his room. Hundreds, how dare you? Why and Ye Qiu say something like, you've got to be Britain's top students walked male, how can you think of a man hiding in the arms of it? But, Ye Qiu's figure really makes me feel safe? What? I'm really crazy, thinking about what to do at night. After Bai returned to the room, he buried his face in the pillow, and his slender thighs kept kicking against the soft and comfortable big bed. In the early morning of the next day, Ye Qiu went out early. After the practice at night, Ye Qiu had completely recovered from his injuries. Yo, it's very early. It seems that you are really interested in my niece. I know that a beauty like you, Jia, how could there be a man who can't look down on her? As a member of the ancient martial arts, Kento Tiger Bear lives with unparalleled self-discipline every day, and his baldness is only because of the Quirks problem? Well, definitely so. This is definitely not a midlife crisis. Kento Kezuka, who had changed into the dojo costume, showed his body better than his peers, and even Ye Qiu couldn't help but take a second glance. Give the money. Kento Kezuka rolled his eyes, too lazy to teach his eloquent uncle again. What money? Ye Qiu looked at the outstretched hand and was stunned. Tuition fee? Venue fee? Sparring fee? Our Quantang Dojo is not a charity organization. If you want to practice here, you must be charged. Kento Kezuka said rudely. The reason why Hero No.1 has an office is not only to facilitate the gathering of stronger forces, but also to increase income. The poor and the rich? If you want to be a powerful Hero No.1, you can't do it without money. Ye Qiu touched his nose in embarrassment. Aunt Kyohui did give him money for food when he went out, but it was obviously not enough from the look of Kento Ichika. Cough, cough, my friend will come over later, and he will pay for me. I'm sorry, Green Valley, as a little angel, you will definitely be in a hurry when your friends are in trouble. Green Valley Izuka, who was on his way to school, couldn't help but sneezed. He seemed to remember the fear dominated by Ye Qiu's indifferent expression yesterday. That is a man more terrifying than Xiaosheng? No money? Well, people can't run away anyway. If that so-called friend didn't come over at night, Ye Qiu would just wait to bear the wrath of her Kento Kezuka. Anyway, this kid can't beat his uncle for the time being. Ye Qiu and Kento Tiger Bear were both willing to fight directly. There was not much time in the dojo, and there was a sound of fist-to-meet collision. As for Kento Kezuka, although he didn't want to come, he still watched Ye Qiu's battle with his uncle seriously. Her quirks is a huge body part, and in general, most of the time, it still needs to fight through the body. She didn't really want to learn Kento Tiger Bear's Aikido, but the battle between the two still brought a lot of inspiration to Kento Kezuka, who had no actual combat experience. For example, how to deal with the fast villain, how to deal with the fleshly strengthened villain, You, don't come here. Sejo Teragawa, is the younger brother of Boss Sakamoto. Don't go too far, you guys. An inexplicable terrified voice outside the dojo interrupted the fight between Ye Qiu and Kento Taruma. Ye Qiu was panting. His brows were almost knit together. He had found out that even though Ying is not as dangerous as the one-punch world, troublesome things happen every day and anytime. Otherwise there is no way to support so many Hero No.1s. Don't make trouble. This kind of situation is very common recently. A lot of gangsters on the street have disappeared, and there have been fewer complaints from the neighbors. Kento Tiger Bear took the towel in Kento Kezuka's hand and wiped his sweat. Actually, this is also a good thing. Those guys have done all their bad things, and we can't do anything about them. If they disappear, they will disappear. It's better than staying here and continuing to do harm. Hero No.1 and the police are also very good for this kind of guy. There's not much you can do. Uncle, how can you say that? I'm going to be a Hero No.1 in the future? The existence of gangsters is indeed disgusting, but I still have to take care of this kind of thing. Kento Kezuka said in front of Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu spread his hands helplessly. Uncle Tiger Bear, it's not that I want to be nosy. You niece can't be idle. Do you really want to be a Hero No.1? Why don't you have any ideology at all? I wondered why my uncle thought you were something that could be made. Now it seems that you and him are really the same kind of person. Kento Kezuka straightened his face. The blood of Hero No.1 is really a headache. Originally, Ye Qiu didn't intend to take care of this kind of thing. He wasn't a policeman, so how could he manage so many things? Hey, Miss Yujia, have you forgotten one thing? You can't use quirks casually until you become Hero No.1. If you still want to be Hero No.1, you'd better not act rashly later. Ye Qiu said helplessly. Kento Kezuka was very unconvinced. You haven't become a Hero No.1 either. Are you stupid? Who said I'm using quirks? The physical skills you think I know are my quirks. Haha. Quirks? His quirks are the strongest quirks, but they are never used for direct combat, and their physical skills are powerful enough to face many quirks. Kento Tiger Bear reluctantly nodded at Kento Yujia. After fighting for such a long time, if he hadn't found out that Ye Qiu was not the owner of quirks in the direction of physical enhancement, then he was really blind and so powerful. Strength. Still hiding quirks? At this moment, Kento Kezuka realized how powerful Ye Qiu was. Ye Qiu, as a peer, was already so powerful without revealing his quirks, which made people feel powerless in an instant. Be careful yourself, I don't want to meet those guys. Kento Tiger Bear pouted. Ye Qiu, protect my niece. If you really let me do it, I'm afraid I'll be arrested directly in the police station. Then I won't be able to fulfill my niece's wish, and you don't want it either. No, I really want you to live on your hands all your life. Ye Qiu ruthlessly complained, and then walked outside the dojo. A hole? This BD boy will definitely lose all his hair like me in the future. Ye Qiu felt the strong and incomparable maliciousness from Kento Toroxium behind him, and he became more determined to make sure that guy can't find a girlfriend. Boom. Ye Qiu and Kento Kezuka had just walked out of the dojo, when a BD with dyed yellow hair flew upside down into the garbage pile beside him. It looks a little ugly. Standing opposite the gangster was a guy with a rock head. Little devil, do you want to die? An incomparably cold voice came from the head of the stone. The above order is to take away all those gangsters who have no relatives and no reason without disturbing anyone as much as possible. Trouble? If you call the police, it will be difficult to deal with such stinky little devils, but if you kill them, the boss's task may also be detected, and then the unlucky person will be yourself. Are you trying to kill someone? Ye Qiu looked at the stone head calmly. I'll give you a reason to do it. If you don't do it, I'll call the police directly. Presumably with the speed at which Hero No.1 is dispatched today, someone will come over soon. On Ye Qiu's phone screen, a number had already appeared, and it was the alarm number that everyone knew. Stinky brat, are you in such a hurry to die? Stone's head showed a fierce light, and stones had begun to condense on the hands with exploding muscles. Ye Qiu, are you out of your mind? If you meet this guy who uses quirks to do evil, just call the police. Why do you want to provoke him? Go crazy. Kento Kazuka didn't understand why Ye Qiu wanted to provoke the other party. Ye Qiu narrowed his eyes. I want to confirm one thing, and I don't want the police to know about it for now. Of course, even if he is caught, the group of police won't be able to learn anything from him. I have to ask myself. Catch gangsters? It seems to be a common thing, but Ye Qiu suddenly thought of a possibility, that is League of Villains? Counting the time, it is almost at this time that AFO has already started to prepare a large number of Nomu to deal with All Might's Ofa. I just don't know if the stupid-looking Stonehead on the other side is from League of Villains. Stonehead watched the surrounding environment with great vigilance. Except for the two little ghosts who didn't know the sky and the earth, he didn't find any problems. Forget it, at this point, it doesn't matter if it's wrong to use quirks. Kento Kazuka's heart skipped a beat. The Stonehead felt that no one saw it, so he silenced him. In Kento Kazuka's opinion, it was also very convenient for them to use quirks. In an instant, before Ye Qiu even started to attack, Kazuka Kento's fist, which became bigger, slammed directly on the Stonehead. Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. After this punch, Kento Kazuka suddenly had a face full of grievances. It hurts? That guy's body is really as hard as a rock? Ye Qiu's face was speechless. Aren't you stupid? That guy's quirks is clearly related to stones. A stupid woman like you who doesn't even practice Aikido, do you really think you can beat stones? On the fist, the skin was already frayed, and there were serious abrasions and redness. In addition to being hard, the properties of stone also have a certain roughness. Kento Kazuka was at a loss for words. If you can, then you will defeat that guy. If you defeat him, what are you? Ye Qiu asked curiously. I won't charge any more. Kento Kazuka said with great difficulty, this is already an extremely important commitment. Two stinky brats, do you really think this uncle is the heir? When death is imminent, you are still flirting in front of the uncle. Courting death. Asterisk. Your understanding of quirks is really mentally retarded. If League of Villains is an idiot like you, it will really make me lose my motivation to become stronger. Ye Qiu said coldly, facing the stone head coming from his face, without the slightest fear. Compared to Kento Tiger Bear, a violent madman with blood and blood, who simply wraps his body in a stone, he is not a threat at all. League of Villains? This guy actually knows League of Villains? Ye Qiu's words made Stonehead even more determined to kill him. Unless it was the boss's plan, the existence of the League of Villains must not be exposed in advance, otherwise he would realize that life is better than death. Bump? Ye Qiu didn't even bother to use Fengshen's legs. Although his physical strength was not comparable to that of the perverted Uncle Kento Tiger Bear, he was not comparable to anyone. Zhu Yang's fist wrapped in infuriating chi collided with the stone fist. Click, click. The trembling voice directly made Kento Kazuka want to call the police. She no longer dared to be brave. Ye Qiu's arm seemed to be broken. I originally thought that this handsome guy had a brain and knew how to use his absolute speed to deal with that clumsy stone head, but it seemed that she was thinking too much. Hit hard? Did that guy read too many hot-blooded comics, and there was something in his head? Why did he think of going head-to-head with the guy whose quirks are rocks? Fell off? Kento Kazuka's cell phone was about to call the police station, but the stone that was quickly wrapped around the stone head and arm was directly cracked with countless traces, and fell off at an extremely fast speed. Soon, the arm wrapped around the stone revealed a hand. Your quirks. The stone head was full of disbelief. In addition to those quirks perverted flesh enhancers, people like him who have stone quirks are not afraid of many elemental quirks. This guy's arm doesn't seem to be that strong at all. How did he smash all the stones wrapped around his arm in an instant? Waste. In the process of recovering Juyang Qi last night and using Juyang Qi to heal wounds, Ye Qiu was surprised to find that his Juyang Qi was growing at least 1.5 times faster than usual. This kind of cultivation efficiency is only for one night, and the large amount of medicinal power accumulated in the body is directly transformed into the purest 9 Yang True Qi. The reason why Kento Tiger Bear didn't even bother to show up is because in the process of fighting just now, he discovered the monster Ye Qiu, and in one night, that strange power has increased terribly. Worried? It's good that this little monster doesn't fight others. Unless it's a hero, with a name or a surname, or a hero, with absolute speed, it's impossible to win this kid in a short period of time. So strong? Kento Kazuka was stunned, and his little hand covered his mouth. The fight between Ye Qiu and Kento Tiger Bear seemed to be a fight between two men. The moves are a bit subtle, but how much power is between each move, just by looking at it with the naked eye, it is still very hard to see. Until this moment, Kento Kazuka didn't know how strong Ye Qiu was. Terrible? The incomparably hard rock was shattered with a single punch. Physique? Is it really that great? For the first time, Kento Kazuka had a plan to learn physical art in his heart. Snort? It's all my uncle's fault. Even though he has such a strong strength, he still pretends to be weak every day. When he goes back, he must teach him a lesson? Kento Kazuka seems to have forgotten that the reason why Kento Tiger Bear couldn't raise his head in front of her, on the one hand, is because Quirks is at ease, and on the other hand, it is entirely because this is the little princess of the Kento family and offends the little princess. He still doesn't know how many people he will be defeated, and he himself is not good for Yujiya, which is also a treasure from the elders' hearts. Ye Qiu waved his hand. It's just an ordinary stone. Long ago in Daxia, there were many martial arts practitioners who used external skills to directly chop stones into pieces. Your quirks are stones, and it seems that they didn't practice properly at all. What condensed out was just an ordinary stone. Vulnerable villain, S. Damn, I haven't lost yet. You don't even want to know any news from me. The stonehead's tone was extremely fierce. What an idiot. So, isn't that just admitting that he is a member of the League of Villains? It seems that the quirks of the stone turned his head into a stone, completely losing the ability to think normally. Okay, you've lost the value of use. It's impossible for a little guy like you to know any useful news. Ye Qiu's tone was stewed. Even if it's a bar hanging from a dead wooden handle, you don't know the address, right? Who is this person? Why do you even know the name of the little boss? Did the hero, ES, have already discovered our plan? No, I have to go back and report this news to the boss as soon as possible. Shita still wanted to use his ability to grind this guy Ye Qiu to death, but now it seems that he has to go first and clean up this stinky boy who dares to look down on him another day. Want to run? Am I allowed? Ye Qiu sneered. Those rubble that flew towards him were directly turned into dust by his use of Fengshen's legs, but his legs were more destructive than fists. Because of quirks, the stonehead was originally clumsy, and the speed was not fast at all. The moment he rushed out of the trail, Ye Qiu had already moved in front of him by catching the wind. Gee. It was originally just to avoid that damn woman, but I didn't expect to catch a big fish. Even stones can be easily shattered. Your body will definitely comply with the boss's request. With one missing eye, he looks a bit like that stinky kid from Bakugo Katsuki. Damn it! It's the wicked wanted criminal of Muscle Man. Seeing that guy's grinning smile so close, almost all the nerves in Ye Qiu's body tense up. It's too dangerous. Run away. Must escape. Although he knew what to do now, Ye Qiu's body didn't move. Kento Kazuka in the alley is also the owner of the physical enhancement quirks. He agrees with the AFO guy's idea of making Nomu. He can escape immediately, but he can't complete the agreement with Kento Tiger Bear. This battle is inevitable, and men will never leave women hiding behind them in danger. Only fight. Asterisk. Who are you? Ye Qiu naturally knew a guy with a unique appearance, a muscular man, but he asked without a trace, just to make his hair-pulling action not too abrupt. The muscular man grinned and twisted his neck. Boy, don't play tricks in front of me. I'm not an idiot like Stone. Under the condition of not hurting your life, I will slowly remove all your limbs and bones. Crumb. Kento Kazuka, who was in the alley, did not dare to make any noise at this time. Wanted criminal? Kazuka Kento, who has always dreamed of becoming an excellent hero, ES, is naturally very concerned about things in the hero, ES, world. The muscular guy can definitely be called vicious. He has a lot of lives in his hands. The key is that there are already countless hero, ES, who have taken over the characters to hunt down this guy, but as far as the current situation is concerned, it is not well done. The distance from the alley to the Kento dojo was only 200 or 300 meters, separated by a street, but Kento Kazuka was completely unable to ask his uncle for help at this time. To speak out is to die? As long as the muscular man dragged Ye Qiu, that stonehead is not something she can deal with now. Her quirks can't even break the stonehead's defense. The pale-faced Kento Kazuka can only put all his hopes on Ye Qiu, hoping that he can think of a strategy to get the two out of trouble. There should be 10 minutes before that woman discovers me and chases after me. I will use 5 minutes to let you experience what it means to be truly desperate. The muscular man was not afraid of Ye Qiu running away. He knows better than anyone what kind of weakness lies in the hearts of those who want to be hero, ES, but behind Ye Qiu, there is a reason why he cannot escape. The muscular man didn't waste time with Ye Qiu, he used his quirks bluntly. Numerous muscle fibers popped out of his arms, covering the entire arm, which was more than twice as thick as Ye Qiu. The arms have become more sturdy and terrifying. Damn, this guy not only has a defense comparable to a monster like Nomu, but his attack power after strengthening his muscles is even more amazing. If he hits him once, it will be useless. Catch the wind? Ye Qiu escaped this terrifying blow by the millimeter, and the sturdy arm that slammed into the wall directly punched a huge hole in the thick wall. Hehe, the speed is quite fast. The muscular man rushed towards Ye Qiu again without caring. If you dare to hide, I will let the little girl inside experience what it means to be alive rather than dead. You know, her figure is still very good, and it is already very good for a teenage girl to develop like this, said maybe she and my next generation will become the strongest hero, ES. The disgusting and playful voice of the muscular man directly made Ye Qiu's face sink into water. Some bottom lines cannot be touched. I can't kill you today, but I will kill you tomorrow. I don't follow the hero, rules, I just want to kill. Ye Qiu said bitterly. I hope you regret it. Fight? At such a long distance, Kento Tiger Bear couldn't hear the battle here and rushed over. Even if he rushed over to take a shot, he would still put himself in the end, and no one could use his quirks at will. Create? The hair hidden in Ye Qiu's palm was finally aroused by him. The jet black hair was turning white from the roots at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the incomparably abundant 9 yang true qi in the body was also rapidly being consumed, and it disappeared completely within a moment. Is this using quirks? Abba, I thought you were a powerful physical quirks owner, but now it seems that I think highly of you. What rubbish quirks, the body will actually become weaker. The muscular man spit out a mouthful of saliva, his eyes full of disdain. Ye Qiu's breath was like a candle in the wind in an instant, as if it would go out at any time. After a burst of light, Ye Qiu, who struggled to open his eyes, saw an orange-red spherical fruit with a spiral pattern on the top. The unremarkable quirky fruit? Oh, the quirks who eat to replenish their strength? What a useless quirks, that good body wasted in vain? Since you have lost the value of use, I can only beat you to death and take that little girl away. The muscular man glanced at Kento Kazuka, who was curled up in the alley. With such a good figure and such a beautiful face, perhaps before giving it to the boss, he should enjoy it. It's not certain who will die. I was going to get stronger step by step, but you idiot broke my plan. At least 20 years of my life was cut off, and I almost died. Ye Qiu's voice was extremely weak. His lowered eyes stared at the muscular man. His right hand tremblingly handed the fruit to his mouth. His dry lips parted, revealing his white teeth, exhausting his last with strength. He took a bite on it. It's unpalatable? It's really unpalatable? The most unpalatable thing in the world. After taking a bite, Ye Qiu threw the fruit on the ground, and the fruit that fell on the ground disappeared instantly, but his breath continued to soar at an extremely fast speed. Interesting quirks, recovered so quickly. The muscular man froze for a moment. Your body may be useless, but your quirks boss may be interested. Kid, you have won another chance to live for yourself. Well, I came out of hell, and this is my life-altering chance. So, are you ready to whine? Ye Qiu moved his neck. Zhu Yang's true qi was recovering at an extremely fast speed, constantly scouring his meridians that had shrunk after losing a huge amount of qi and blood. The new power seems to be highly compatible with Zhu Yang true qi. However, among this power, there was a demon who was roaring constantly. If it wasn't for the fact that he had cultivated the 9 yang divine art and reached the level of inward vision, Ye Qiu would not have been able to discover this demon. Devil of the sea? Don't worry, with me, you will never have a bright future. The power of burning fruit will bloom in my hands. Burn the sin in front of me, burn the resentment in my heart. Despair? Only my villain, rub? Ye Qiu's legs instantly turned into incomparably hot flames the moment the muscular man approached. Asterisk. Elemental quirks? In the only remaining eye of the muscular man, there was a flickering light of surprise, and now he couldn't figure out what Ye Qiu's quirks were. Made food out of thin air, with a body stronger than a stone head, and this sudden flame. What the hell are quirks? Damn, what the hell, I just want to avoid that black-bellied woman. How did I meet such a strange person? The muscular man also cursed in his heart. Whether it's food, or physical enhanced quirks, there is no threat to him. In this world, he is definitely one of the strongest physical quirks. Muscle strengthening may not be a powerful quirks, but he has polished this quirks to an incomparably powerful level. All Might? The muscle man knew that he would be defeated when he met the #1 hero, leader, but even so, he firmly believed that he could hold on to the time others couldn't hold on in the hands of All Might. Elements? To say the hero, that muscular men fear most, it is definitely not the first All Might, but the second endeavor. Horrible? It's so scary. For a physical quirks like him, that kind of flame has no way to get close. The strength of the muscle fibers is that it can defend against any heavy blows, and the damage of the element system is unavoidable. Moreover, the existence of Endeavor's level, a shot can use a terrifying flame to directly swallow him into the invisible, and the recovery ability of the muscles is probably not as fast as Endeavor's flame destruction speed. It is fire. It is fire. The muscular man also knew very well in his heart that, given Ye Qiu's current age, it was naturally impossible for him to have the strength at the top of the hero, rankings, and it couldn't be compared with Endeavor at all. But only 10 minutes. No, there are only 9 minutes left. He only had 10 minutes, and Ye Qiu possessed the power of fire at this time, which meant that he possessed the capital that could hurt himself. Damn stinky brat, I have worked hard to become stronger now, not to train a stinky brat like you. The muscular man roared. He knew he had to hurry up. Ye Qiu's breath is not stable yet. Maybe now he can still withstand the damage of Ye Qiu's flames. If it's a little later, I'm afraid things will change. Stone, put it on with me. The stone's head shuddered, his kind of stone that Ye Qiu could easily crush with his hand. Could it really stop the flames? Although he was uneasy in his heart, the stone head did not dare to disobey the muscular man at all. In the League of Villains, the muscular man's strength is not known to be much stronger than him. If he does not listen to this guy, he is afraid that he will be killed directly. Facing the villain, who were attacking from both sides, Ye Qiu's expression was very calm, without the slightest panic. Too slow, too slow, too slow, catch the wind? Wind borrows fire? Ye Qiu got the power to burn the fruit, but he couldn't use it like Ace or Sabo. He had his own understanding of the burning fruit. The feet that turned into flames, when using Fengshen's legs, produced an incomparably strong air wave, which instantly pushed Ye Qiu's speed to normal again. So fast? The muscular man and the stone head only felt a flash in front of them, and Ye Qiu's figure flashed out from the gap surrounded by them. When I was weak, I never complained about the injustice of my strength. Because I will try my best to make myself stronger and let you all resent my strength. Vulcan-style Tempest? Ace's trick was called Emperor Yan, and Ye Qiu felt that since the title of Emperor Yan had been taken away by others, he would have won the title of Vulcan. Fengshen leg revision, Vulcan-style? The storm-like shadows of the legs fell madly towards the bodies of the muscular man and the stone head. Flame? The shadow of the flames in the sky made the air scorching hot, and the swift attack caused the air to explode. Damn it! The muscular man and the stone head, who were unable to attack again, could only wrap their bodies with muscles and stones at the fastest speed. Can you stop it? Can't stop? Although Ye Qiu had just obtained the power to burn the fruit, he was not able to use the power of the flame to the extreme. But the burning fruit and Fengshen legs can be said to complement each other, and the characteristics are combined, not just as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Boom, boom, boom. The legs of the incarnation of the flames kicked the head of the stone fiercely. At the same time that the gravel that filled the sky was blown apart, it was instantly melted into the invisible by the flame. Muscle Man's muscles are reborn again and again. Suppressed? The terrifying incomparable heat directly suppressed him completely, and the speed of muscle regeneration was only barely keeping up with Ye Qiu's violent legs. Why, so strong? Kento Kezuka in the alley was stunned. She had also guessed what Ye Qiu's quirks were, but she never thought that it would be related to flames. When a person's physical skills are as strong as Ye Qiu's level, and he has the same terrifying ability as Mr. Endeavor, could my uncle have already seen it? Kento Kezuka's pale face finally regained a little blood. It hurts. Quirks with a stone head is not as strong as a muscular man. After Ye Qiu made a move, his arm was already severely burned. Because of the burning of the flame, Rakido of Fengshen's leg kicked his arm off. The muscle man was fine. After consuming a little strength, he used quirks to recover completely. Boy, if you were Endeavor, I might still be afraid of you. With a flame as weak as you that can be blown out at any time, even Endeavor's son is inferior. The muscular man moved his body. Looking at Ye Qiu, who was panting, he knew that this kid's mastery of quirks was not at all proficient. You can try, will you die? Ye Qiu's indifference did not seem to match the burning fruit at all, but he used the Juyang divine art which had just recovered a little as fuel, and the flames above his legs that had already subsided, burned even more fiercely. Step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Ye Qiu did not retreat, but stepped on the black footprints one after another, approaching the muscular man and the stone head actively. It doesn't take long for Juyang True Qi to recover, and it only takes about 1 minute to amplify the power of the burning fruit. This minute is the key to decide whether he can survive or not. Asterisk. You can't hurt me, Ye Qiu said flatly. Haha, really? The muscular man grinned, and the stone head lost most of his abilities, but there was still a little benefit, and that was to act as a meat shield for him. When Ye Qiu performed the Vulcan style, the strong grass in the wind, the muscular man directly turned the stone head around him that was already hot and dizzy. Ye Qiu frowned slightly, and when his foot was about to hit the head of the stone, he changed his angle a little and kicked in a non-vital part. Kill? Ye Qiu is not afraid, but if he kills this stone head, let alone become a hero, he will not know when he will stay in the police station. It's a little troublesome. The rules of my English world are not as simple and direct as the one-punch world. Boy, I said, people like you who want to be hero, can never beat me. Because you are not cruel enough, you need to follow the so-called law, and I don't need it, so I am strong enough, I can use quirks at will, and I will kill you directly. The muscular man disdainfully threw the stone-headed body aside. As for whether he died or not, it was not important to the muscular man at all. One punch. Ye Qiu's old strength was old, and before his new strength was born, the muscular man took advantage of the emptiness to punch in, and it was already savagely thrown out. At such a close distance, there is no room for dodging at all. As I said, you can't hurt me. Hit? But why is there a feeling of hitting in the air? Why is my hand so hot? The muscular man who lowered his head and sneered, when he reacted and raised his head, was horrified to find that Ye Qiu's body actually turned into flames in an instant. How is it possible? Even Endeavor, the man known as the strongest quirks of the fire element, has no way to make his body directly into an element, right? Do you think I'm joking? Ye Qiu stared at the muscular man indifferently. I don't like other people's hands going through my body. So get out of here. Vulcan-style grass in the wind? Bump? Without a stone head as a shield, the muscular man directly suffered Ye Qiu's tyrannical blow, and his body was burned to pitch black for a long time. It hurts. The muscular man grinned and sucked in his teeth, still staring at Ye Qiu fiercely. Whoosh! In his left hand, a knife quickly appeared, which he specially prepared to deal with the hero, of the total element system. Cut the meat? Without any anesthesia, the muscular man quickly cut out the scorched rotten flesh piece by piece in front of Ye Qiu. Even Ye Qiu, who thought he was mentally strong, would use such an extreme method to make Quirk's recovery ability work again when he saw this vicious guy. With charred rotten flesh, it is absolutely impossible for a muscular man to use his regeneration ability to grow new muscles. To be able to get rid of Hero, yes, for a long time, this guy is indeed a very extreme person to himself. Come again? Boy, your quirks are very interesting. I admit that if you grow up, it will definitely pose a huge threat to us in the future. Elementalization, that is the ability to be immune to all physical attacks. No, not physical attacks, you elementalized body, I am afraid it can also be directly immune. The muscular man stuck out his tongue and licked the corners of his parched mouth. Your specimen, the boss will definitely be interested. Be proud, you will be written in my record. Rushed over, the muscular man didn't have the slightest fear because of Ye Qiu's elementalization. As a hot and wanted criminal, he knew better than anyone that Ye Qiu's seemingly powerful quirks had not been developed at all. Jerky? Even at the moment when he was kicked away, he could clearly feel that Ye Qiu's body was recovering from a state of flame to a mortal body at a speed visible to the naked eye. That is to say, the current Ye Qiu is simply unable to control this terrifying power. That stinky brat is not as far away as he imagined. The sturdy arms like the Hulk can be regarded as a muscular man who has used quirks to the extreme, wrapping at least 4 layers of muscle fibers. Punch to? Ye Qiu responded directly to the Vulcan style. Boom, fist to toe. The muscular man's body paused for a moment, but he stabilized his body, and Ye Qiu, even if his feet turned into flames, flew upside down for more than 10 meters under the impact of that terrifying force before he stabilized his body and landed again. On the ground. Come again. With his throat rolling, Ye Qiu, who let out a low growl, charged forward again. Hot-blooded idiot? The muscular man sneered, thinking he had seen through the indifferent boy Ye Qiu. He felt that the so-called indifference was just a pretense. Ye Qiu should have a person who wants to be a good hero, in his bones. Funny idea. 1, 2, 3, 4. The gap is not shrinking, the distance that Ye Qiu is blasted out has instead become farther. Zhu Yang's true qi is about to run out. The burning fruit without fuel can no longer burn as recklessly as before. Do you still have the means? Kid, what's the use of doing so much? It's not in vain, your body, your quirks, is destined to become part of the boss. The muscular man sneered and approached Ye Qiu, whose flames were almost disappearing on his feet. Hey, woman. If I don't come out, I really won't be able to hold on. Is that how you help ordinary people when you are hero? Yes. Ye Qiu shouted pointedly. Giggle, what a smart little guy. Let me introduce myself, I'm MT. Lady who entered the Hero, chart shortly after my debut. I thought that a kid who didn't even go to high school is this idiot. It won't last long, and now it seems that when you become Hero, you will become a direct competitor of my tax payment. MT lady, wearing a one-piece Hero, costume, jumped from the top of the building. Oops, time? This kid is fine from the beginning, but I actually forgot the time. The use of quirks is not indiscriminate. When Ye Qiu was fighting, he recklessly released the power of burning the fruit. It was true that he could not defeat the muscular man, but it made his muscle fibers regenerate again and again. Details, a small detail, can often determine a person's fate. Asterisk. Hot blood? I'm sorry, Ye Qiu really doesn't have that kind of thing. He's not a real 14-year-old kid, but he was only 10 years younger when he crossed over. The black-bellied MT lady who smiled and saw herself as a threat to her tax bill was not as old as Ye Qiu was before. Ye Qiu, who has long had a mature world outlook and values, would not put himself in danger because of his inexplicable blood during the battle. Muscle man, do you think you can escape now? MT lady did not continue talking to Ye Qiu, but stood in front of Ye Qiu without a trace. Speaking of which, it was only with the cooperation of her teammates that she could suppress this vicious guy, and she was only responsible for tracking it. If it wasn't for the fact that Ye Qiu, a young boy with inexplicably powerful quirks, made the muscular man consume the strength to look at quirks, she would not have appeared at this time. The muscular man spit. Little girl, how long have you been Hero? Do you really think your quirks can do anything to me? This is a residential area. Do you dare to use your quirks at will? Sanmishim Street is only about 2 meters wide at its widest. MT lady's quirks are huge, and they can be tens or even hundreds of times the size of a normal person. This kind of quirks is indeed very destructive, but for a muscular man, in such a small space, the space where MT lady can be huge is also very limited, so he doesn't have to worry at all. Recover as soon as possible, I will hold him back. MT lady turned her back to Ye Qiu and whispered something. In terms of destructive power, even if it is huge, MT lady clearly knows that it is difficult for her to effectively destroy the muscular body of the muscular man. Gigantic? Here she can only make herself a little bigger than normal. Ye Qiu, hurry up and inform uncle. MT lady is here, uncle will definitely be able to deal with that wanted criminal. Kento Kazuka, who had calmed down a lot, hurriedly shouted to Ye Qiu. The muscular man blocked the alley, just to make her and the gangster who fell on the ground become the scruples of MT lady's shot. Of course, with MT lady around, Kento Kazuka didn't believe he would be hurt. Ye Qiu's eyelids moved. I can't inform the uncle. With his temperament, if he sees this guy using you as a threat, he will definitely kill him with his quirks. If you don't want your uncle to stay forever in prison, it's best not to think about it. But Kento Kazuka's tone was a little helpless. Ye Qiu interrupted him directly. That guy is my prey, I will kill him myself. After all, Ye Qiu sat on the ground with his knees crossed. Zhu Yang Shengong's recovery speed is very fast. He doesn't believe that MT Lady, a hero, ES, who has already emerged on the hero, ES, rankings, will last shorter than himself against this muscular guy. What a wayward kid. The black-bellied MT Lady is a little speechless. She is not a rigid hero, ES, not a hero, ES, as long as she has strength. Anyway, this place is so remote, and there are no other people. The reward for the task is counted on her alone, not on the body. Now the little devil is really not cute at all. MT Lady silently complained in her heart. Huge. Tuko returns to Tuko. A wanted criminal of this level of muscle man still needs her professional hero, ES, to deal with it. Kid. Oh, it just doesn't work. The MT Lady of normal height instantly turned into a little giant with a height of more than 3 meters, and the long legs were unceremoniously pushed towards the muscular man. Hee, woman, you are really stupid. Being huge does not mean that your strength and defense will be greatly improved. At least the strength and defense of your figure are far below mine. Too weak, it's gone. The muscle man doesn't care about MT Lady's tracking. What he really worries about is MT Lady's teammate, the jungle god, who is extremely fast and has great restraint on him. But since the god of the jungle is not there, MT Lady alone can't use quirks to suppress him at all. Sure enough, the long legs kicked by MT Lady were easily caught by the muscular man. This guy with other meanings in his eyes did not forget to squeeze the tight muscles on MT Lady's legs with his hands. Not bad, delicious, I like it. Muscular man grinned penetratingly. Roll. MT Lady is a little dark-bellied and a little greedy for money, but she will never be allowed to MT her by such a BD. How could the flesh-based quirks not learn a little physique? After they became hero, ES, they fully realized this. Taking advantage of her strength, MT Lady used her incomparable flexibility and her right foot, which was caught by the muscular man, and instantly threw her body in the air with her left foot on the ground. She suddenly twisted and pulled her left foot towards the muscular man. Brain. If this kick is really kicked, no one will be better. I've said it all, your current size is too petite to cause any harm to me at all. There are muscles all over the body. Muscle men's muscle regeneration and even rapid growth, directly covering the face with a thick layer of muscle. That layer of bright red muscle was dented by the direct kick of MT Lady. Enough? Come again. The quirks of muscular man is also recovering. MT Lady's lack of strength gives him enough time to recover. Only Ye Qiu's quirks will give him a devastating blow. Of course, what the muscular man didn't know was that he felt that if he continued to fight like this, Ye Qiu would recover faster. After all, Ye Qiu's face was extremely pale, and he must have paid a terrible price for using such a powerful quirks. It's a pity, the muscular man doesn't know what kind of qualitative changes will happen after Juyang Divine Art and Burning Fruit are together. Even Ye Qiu himself did not expect that after the overbearing power transformation of the Burning Fruit, he can now be regarded as an innate body of pure yang. If the original growth rate of Juyang Genkai was shared bicycles, then the current Juyang Genkai is Ferrari's top luxury car in the F1 formula. In less than 10 minutes, Ye Qiu had cultivated the first stage of Juyang Divine Art to the realm of Dachan. After opening his eyes, the divine light was as dazzling as the sun in the sky. Clenching his fist, Ye Qiu already felt the terrifying power that was different from Shifen before. Asterisk. After moving his neck, Ye Qiu looked at the muscular man opposite who had completely suppressed MT Lady, and couldn't help sneering at the corner of his mouth. Although he really didn't want to say that, he still wanted to say that in the 30 years of Hedong and the 30 years of Hexi, the young man also became stronger. Sister, let me do it. I'll take care of him. The first major achievement of Juyang Divine Art, the storage of Juyang True Qi, when enhancing the power of Burning Fruit, is not just as simple as a minute. Thanks to the muscular man, people can unleash their greatest potential when they die. What Ye Qiu has at this time is not only the most important achievement of Juyang Divine Art, but the most important thing for him is the skyrocketing Qi and blood. It is enough to exchange for the second level of Juyang. Miss, little brother, sometimes if you say the wrong thing, something big will happen. MT Lady stepped back quickly. Although she had a smiling face, anyone could see a hint of coldness in her smiling face. Ye Qiu replied flatly again, I know, eldest sister, I will solve this guy as soon as possible. He will be included in your credit. You shouldn't let me get into unnecessary trouble, right? The setting sun has already begun to make the sky appear orange halo. If you don't get rid of the muscle man quickly, the quirkless boy from Green Valley will come over later, and things will become more troublesome. Boy, you shouldn't stand up at this time. It's only less than 10 minutes. How much do you think your quirk's strength has recovered? As the muscular man spoke, he rushed towards MT Lady and Ye Qiu. Gotta get this tough BCH back today, along with this weird quirky kid from the Quirks. Vulcan-style wind scroll building remnant? Ye Qiu was too lazy to talk to the idiot of the muscle man. He directly used the power of burning Juyang magic, and used the power of burning the fruit to display the fifth pose of Fengshen legs. In addition to the last pose, the 9 Yang Divine Art, the first major achievement, was enough to support the first 5 poses of his Fengshen legs. With the strength of his legs, Ye Qiu, who was driving his body to rotate rapidly, suddenly formed a terrifying tornado of flames under his feet, and the humidity in the surrounding air was instantly pumped out. Damn, what kind of monster is this kid? How can he restore so much of the power of quirks that has been consumed in a short period of time? After MT Lady's transformation, her figure was almost 3 meters long. At this time, the tornado under Ye Qiu's legs was almost 3 meters long. The muscular man was stunned by this move. Everything happened so fast that it was too late for him to react. Such a terrifying greeting. I am afraid that only the bloodline of Endeavor can be used. Could it be that this kid is the illegitimate son of Endeavor? With so many thoughts, the muscular man used himself to recover a lot of quirks at the last moment, and directly grew countless muscles, wrapping his body tightly in it. Boom! The explosion came, and the quiet Sanmishim street directly burst into a pillar of fire that reached the sky. When the strength is in full swing, how many tricks does it take to kill the muscular man? Ye Qiu's answer was this move, Vulcan-style Fengjinlu? Lying quietly in the big pit on the ground at this moment, the muscular man who had turned into a charred black, and the air intake was much less than the air out, could no longer recognize the original face. What's wrong? What's wrong? What happened? Why is there such a big movement? Ye Qiu made such a terrifying movement, which directly alerted Kento Tiger Bear in the dojo. He didn't even have time to put on his shoes, so he ran out. There is still a scorching energy in the air that is too late to disperse, and in the black deep pit sunken on the ground, you can still see the sparks that have not been burned out. Good guy, this commotion is not ordinary. Is that kid Ye Qiu? The hair is all white. Poor child, this little whitehead will definitely have less hair than me in the future. I don't know why, but after Kento Tiger Bear sighed in his heart, he felt a little more fortunate. Thinking about it carefully, he felt that in 20 years, perhaps the most handsome man in the Kento dojo would be his Kento Tiger Bear again. Little Yujiya, are you alright? Kento Tiger Bear waved to Kento Yujiya in the alley. The end of the matter was too sudden. Kento Kazuka saw his uncle with a familiar and wretched smile, suddenly lost his strength, and slumped directly on the ground. It seems that something extraordinary happened just now, but this kid is still reliable. There is nothing wrong with my beloved little Yujiya. It seems that I can safely leave Yujiya to this kid to take care of him. Excuse me, are you MT lady? Hearing the movement, some of the citizens of Mimachime came from all directions, and some people recognized the new topic hero, yes. Before waiting for MT lady to reply, Ye Qiu answered for her, yes. This is the famous MT lady. There was such a big movement just now because she was here to hunt down the wanted Muscle Man. I can testify, MT lady was absolutely alone, defeating Muscle Man and his accomplices, and a gangster who tried to rob a girl. It's amazing. As expected of MT lady. MT lady, we are all your fans. Please do your best in the future and strive to become the top 10 in the Hero ES rankings. After Ye Qiu finished speaking, the young otaku fans who secretly kept MT lady posters cheered loudly. The cost of compensation, you will settle it yourself. If you take credit, I will not want it. When Ye Qiu and MT lady passed by, they used Juyang divine art to condense their voices into one line and said, compensation? Damn it! This BD almost ruined this street, and the disgusting muscular man was about to be beaten to death by him, and the medical expenses were also a lot of money. Want me all out? MT lady was just going to earn a bounty on her own. She never thought that someone as shrewd as herself would get a lot of money in vain. Damn, what a nasty boy, I remember you? Ye Qiu's last move, the muscular man who seemed to be easily defeated, actually burned out a great achievement of Juyang's true qi, which was the necessary amount of true qi to use Fengshen's legs. Winning is not easy. Ever since the muscular man lost to Lugu, who was unable to control his skills, he knew that he was not a shrewd person. Ye Qiu was betting on one move. A move that has not been used before, but can burst out with full strength. Asterisk. See, how do you feel about MT lady's record? Ye Qiu, who came out of the crowd, sorted out the clothes that had many holes. Clothes? It's really troublesome? Now he knows why Ace is not wearing clothes on his upper body. Where can he wear the ability to burn fruit, and he can burn it all? The guy who hid in the corner and took notes excitedly took a lot of time to find Izuka Green Valley near Kento Dojo. It's just that there was no one there when I went to the Kento Dojo, so Lugu followed the excitement and happened to hear what Ye Qiu said just now. Green Valley stopped writing, and looked timidly at Ye Qiu, whose hair turned white and seemed more indifferent. That. Mr. Ye Qiu, I think, MT lady should not be fighting alone, she must have a hero who has the ability to fire. ES, helped. Her ability is huge, and it can't be used in a small space. In terms of destructive power, according to the size of the body that can be huge, MT, it should exceed a circle with a radius of 1 meter. Continue. Ye Qiu felt that he was right about the boy Green Valley. Because of his obsession with Hero ES love, he began to record the characteristics of various Hero ES since he was a child, which gave him strong insight and reasoning ability. This is a precious talent visible to the naked eye. The strongest Hero ES never relies on the strongest quirks. There is no strongest quirks, only the strongest people. For the group of Kento Taruma, even if they don't have quirks, they are enough to play against most of the Hero ES in this world without losing. My judgment stems from the much hotter air than usual, as well as the scorched marks of the gravel on the ground. Other than the power of fire, this situation cannot be explained at all. Green Valley is very sure of his own judgment. Ye Qiu nodded. No problem, you can follow me to the dojo. Your task today is to help me record my moves and analyze the shortcomings of my moves. Suffer? Me. Lugu was caught off guard. Then, that, Mr. Ye Qiu, I can't do it. Shut up. Let me hear such a cowardly way of talking again, and I'll beat you up like Bakugo. Ye Qiu was not polite to Lugu at all. After being contacted by MT Lady, the police quickly arrived at the scene and arrested the half-dead muscular man and Stonehead. By the way, there was another one who fell down in the alley. He was so scared that he wet his pants and fainted. Little BD in the garbage heap. As for MT Lady, I went to the Quantang dojo on purpose, nothing else, just left a number and address for Ye Qiu, so that he must contact him. Connect. Just kidding, a black-bellied woman with that look in every possible way to talk privately about damage to the street. Does it have anything to do with me? The man was caught by MT Lady, a child who can't use quirks. How can he deal with the vicious muscular man? Yes, this has nothing to do with him at all. Ye Qiu, who was left behind by others and didn't even have a penny of his own property, deeply praised his idea. Hey, Ye Qiu, all your friends are here, should you pay the tuition fee and sparring fee? Kento Tiger Bear urged impatiently. Originally, he was embarrassed to be. Ye Qiu talent made him excited, but now the thought, a little good his beloved, is likely to be the opposite of that dem brats to Guaipeo. How could he not be sad? Do not be sad, do not point the interest boxing a good vine has promised me, do not charge any fees up. Ye Qiu cold the face, directly stretched to continue with. Tiger Fist Vine bears one of indifference, boxing Vine Dojo is my property, and a good has nothing to do, I cannot promise to give you free, your kid will not be too much. Ye Qiu a good look to punch Vine, by his own uncle shameless to the Vine a good fist, this time can only blush turned and try to avoid Ye Qiu eyes. Well, sorry Green Valley, you are the last generation angel, this life is a little angel, my next life must be the little angel. The good life of peace. Green Valley, and quickly give you the money now. Ye Qiu plate body sit straight, watching the front looked straight ahead, an expert in the outer appearance of the world. What? Green Valley look of puzzled. Stupid? I let you come Fist Vine Temple, want to give you a chance to become strong? I tell you, in fact, in this world, regardless of whether they're quirks, as long as the method properly, can become a powerful person, to become a hero, yes. Does that mean that in order to become hero, yes, you are not willing to pay even a little tuition it? Stunned? Boxing and boxing Rattan Cane Tiger Bear a good, did not think people Ye Qiu this guy looks just would order so that tuition, not a flicker of quirks. No quirks, will become a hero, yes? You can become strong? Or, maybe, with boxing Rattan Tiger Bear this Aikido master, do not feel weak in Green Valley askew small body, it can burst into how great the power to. Maybe, I want to learn about Ye Qiu? Tiger Fist Vine Bears cannot help cropped up this idea too, if he had Ye Qiu's acting so serious, why should I worry Fist Vine Temple to make money? Really, you can become strong? Green Valley asked cautiously. Ye Qiu turned his head, suddenly exposed dirty look, Green Valley teenager, you do not believe me. No, I believe you. Green Valley anxious sweating profusely. Speaking yesterday, blasting a small victory, did not allow Ye Qiu bin too heavy injury, he still has a heart just doubt that together and MT Lady arrest wanted criminals who will not be Ye Qiu. People are not afraid of fire, most likely to have Quirks the fire department. If this is the case Ye Qiu, Green Valley feel that they do not violate each other's words or better, the Hyuxia saying goes, is called bankruptcy misfortunes. Green Valley tears in the eyes of 3 people watching, will own the remaining distressed little pocket money, all donated out. Still is a little consciousness? Want to become strong, then spend this money is a must. Ye Qiu nodded. When will I teach you the basics, from static stance to the horse, you began to practice today, when the practice, by the way observe my moves. Asterisk. What is pile gong? What is a horse step? Soon the poor little angel of Green Valley was about to cry, and there was another person just like him, Kazuka Kento. Revenge? Chikuakuo's revenge? Kento Kazuka didn't believe it. Ye Qiu asked them to do this to teach them to practice, and it was clearly to avenge himself for not speaking for them just now. As for Kento Tiger Bear, he didn't stop him. As the successor of Kento Dojo, he still heard the elders mention the basis for Huaxia martial arts practice. It's always useless to do it again and again, just like Ye Qiu said, only when the bottom is stable can you lay a solid foundation for taijutsu. After arranging the two, Ye Qiu paid some attention to them. However, Kento Tiger Bear was once again full of firepower, directly fighting with Ye Qiu. What surprised Kento Tiger Bear was that Ye Qiu had only been out for a while, and he had 2 more moves, and the power of the moves was more than before. Shouldn't people who practice martial arts gradually improve step by step? Ye Qiu is still not a normal person. He has only known each other for 2 days, how can his strength increase dozens of times faster than others? The bigger he was, the more frightened he was. What annoyed Kento Taruma the most was that Ye Qiu still had some spare time in the process of fighting against him, and used the absolute speed of catching wine to correct the posture of the little angel of Green Valley and Kento Ichika. Problem. After 100 rounds, both of them stood still panting again, but the Quantang Dojo looked like a mess. Green Valley, ask all the questions you see, Ye Qiu said panting. Lugu's voice trembled a little, his legs were about to stop, but without Ye Qiu's permission, he didn't dare to stop at all. I've been watching carefully. Mr. Ye Qiu, your moves seem to have only 5 repetitions, but each move can have different changes. Compared with Kento Farmer's Aikido, the changes are more important, much more complicated. Then what? Ye Qiu frowned, I didn't let you see this. Obviously, this is not a satisfactory answer to Ye Qiu. Juyang divine art can be quickly cultivated by burning the pure yang body transformed from the fruit, but the Fengshen leg can't be fully cultivated in a day or two. For example, if Naifeng came, he could beat the muscular man with the Fengshen legs alone, but he had to use the Fengshen legs, Juyang Shengong, and the power of burning the fruit to use his full strength to injure the muscular man who underestimated the enemy. Lu Gu shivered a bit, adjusted his thoughts, and then continued to say, in the 10th move, it was obvious that the left leg did more damage to the owner of Kento, so you used the right leg. In the 17th move, the speed of the legs has slowed down, and the whole move is not completed. The 29th move, the use of force is too large, it is too late to use the speed to open the distance again. The more I listen, the more shocked. Kento Tiger Bear really thought that Green Valley Izuku, the mediocre boy, was the one who was pulled over by Ye Qiu to pay for it. Looking at it now, everything Ye Qiu does will bring huge surprises to people. Those eyes are simply a peerless treasure in the world of physique. Standing next to Green Valley Izuku, Kento Kazuka looked like a hell of a face. Just now, Ye Qiu's every move was very strong, right? Are there so many problems? Ye Qiu fell into contemplation under Green Valley Izuku's uneasy gaze. Because of habit, the left and right legs are just like the left and right hands. It is not an overnight thing to practice to the extent that they are balanced, but if they cannot be practiced to be balanced on both sides, they will inevitably reveal flaws when making moves. What's more, some of the attacks are 3-point force, but he can use 5-point force, or even 8-point force, which results in unnecessary waste of power, and moves cannot be smoothly connected. The eyes of this guy Lugu are really good. If he let him think about those small problems, he would definitely not be able to recall them. It's like, the opponent standing in front of you is yourself. When people always have a blind eye, yet you can't find the shortcomings, in the eyes of Green Valley, they are quickly discovered. Efficiency? This guy, Green Valley, has the talent to be a teacher. Compared with the current hero, ES, his talent is even more prominent. Well, thank you. After Ye Qiu figured out his own flaws, he also found a way to improve. First, he had to balance himself left and right, and then he had to precisely control his strength. Okay. Lugo wondered if his ears had heard it wrong, but he still replied tremblingly, no, you're welcome. After cultivating for a while, Ye Qiu deliberately controlled his power, but it appeared to be more flawed. In desperation, after another 100 rounds of confrontation, Ye Qiu did not choose to practice today. He felt that the level of strengthening today was enough, and sometimes it was too much. Let's go, you have to come here every day from now on. For some powerful hero, ES, with quirks, physical skills are nothing at all, but for people like you who don't have quirks, even if there is a trace in the future, you may become a hero, ES, but you must also practice your physical skills. Before Ye Qiu left, he patted the little Green Valley angel whose legs were already swaying. Ye Qiu, how can I become stronger? Kento Kazuka bit his lip and asked Ye Qiu's back. Ye Qiu was stunned for a moment, and after turning his head, a stiff smile appeared on his face. Give me the money. I'll tell you if I give you the tuition. Your uncle took my money. When I teach you, I will definitely charge for it. These are fair trades. There is no gratuitous charity in this world. I am not a hero, ES. Ye Qiu waved his hand. Money? Kento Kazuka will definitely give it. Even if Kento Tiger Bear teaches it, Kento Kazuka's ability to become stronger is limited. After all, her quirks are not bursts of chi and blood. Before going home, Ye Qiu deliberately used his quirks to create a few new clothes, just like when he went out in the morning. With a worried look in his eyes, he was really a little scared. Hey, Ye Qiu, why is your hair white? When I went out, I thought that white hair might be more refreshing, so I dyed it. Don't worry, I will definitely dye it back before I go to high school. Ye Qiu, who was discovered as soon as he entered the door, casually said a word and ran back to his room as if he had escaped. Danger? Hundreds are too dangerous. Asterisk. This guy has a secret? Bai stared at Ye Qiu's door, thinking about it and finally didn't knock on the door. She felt that Ye Qiu kept saying that after the college entrance examination, let him know that the power of creating quirks should be secretly becoming stronger. In that case, don't break the man's little secret, leave him a little private space. In fact, I am also looking forward to having a powerful hero, ES, standing in front of me and blocking all dangers for me. Come on, Ye Qiu. In the next month, Ye Qiu, who exchanged the second level of Juyang divine art, relying on the body of pure yang and various medicinal materials, directly pushed his cultivation to the realm of the second level of minor achievement. This month, aside from Ye Qiu, whether it was Green Valley or the one who was unwilling to pay tuition fees, Yujia, who was learning horse stance and stance, all gained a lot. Ye Qiu, the college entrance examination is still a few months away. What are your plans? The little angel of Green Valley is no longer as afraid of Ye Qiu as he used to be. Ye Qiu held his chin and thought for a while. The college entrance examination is a very boring thing. Do you think that with my current strength, I still need to be a high school student? Of course, I will still take the test. Okay, indeed it is not necessary. According to Green Valley's observation of Ye Qiu this month, the man's strength and speed are constantly improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. Green Valley judged that the current Ye Qiu already has a high level to compete with professional hero, ES. The most terrifying point is that even if it is Kento Taruma who has used the power of quirks, it is difficult to seek benefits in front of Ye Qiu who has not fully displayed his abilities. Fire, terrifying flames, and even the ability to elementalize. As an eyewitness, Kento Kazuka still gave Green Valley a small boost because of the relationship between standing and squatting together. Indeed, I don't need it anymore. Is this a genius? Green Valley looked a little down. Whoosh. Ye Qiu didn't answer, just kicked Lugu's head with one foot. Be careful. Everything happened so suddenly that Kazuka Kento didn't have time to react. Kento Tiger Bear drank tea leisurely after exercising, and drinking tea after exercising was simply a great enjoyment in life. As for the affairs of the little devils, he was too lazy to care. The potential is definitely there, and Kento Tiger Bear also affirmed Green Valley's performance this month. There are no quirks, but when I practice the stance to polish my body, even if my body starts to tremble to the extreme, there is no sign of giving up. How many times did you break the limit? Maybe that Green Valley teenager didn't even realize that Ye Qiu's improvement speed was fast, but in terms of the number of times he broke the limit, Green Valley had more. Of course, this is also because the starting point is relatively low. It's really a pity. If this young man has physical quirks, Kento Tiger Bear will definitely accept him as a direct disciple and let him inherit his dojo. Green Goo was startled, and subconsciously stretched out his arm and blocked it beside his head. Ye Qiu's leg kicked on his arm, but there wasn't any rakido. He touched it lightly and put it down again. You said it yourself, there are still a few months left, then give me a little more confidence. Don't you feel that you are getting stronger? Bakugo, can you stop this kick from me? Ye Qiu scolded Bakugo bluntly. Let's just say it, in all the hero, yes, you know, my physique is the strongest, you have memorized all my physique routines, and you can even block instinctively. Reaction. As long as you keep cultivating, you won't necessarily be worse than those from Hero, ES, in the future, at least passing the so-called Hero, ES, school entrance exam, it's not a big problem. Really? Green Valley Advantage doubted what Ye Qiu said. Quirkless is quirkless. From the appearance of Quirks to now, there has not been a quirkless person who can break the shackles of being a human and become a real hero, ES. Oh, from the looks of you, it seems that you don't believe my words at all. Forget it, let you see my quirks today. Anyway, they are all my own. It doesn't matter if I show the quirks. Ye Qiu's quirks? When they heard that Ye Qiu was going to show quirks, all the three people in the dojo became interested. Is it fire? Is it fire? Is it still fire? Boy, use it carefully, don't burn my dojo. Ye Qiu rolled his eyes, joking. He didn't say that he was going to use the Vulcan style, nor did he intend to use the power to burn the fruit. It's the quirks? Quirks do not understand. Under the expectant gazes of the three, Ye Qiu ruthlessly pulled out 3 hairs from his head with a reluctant expression. Okay, create. Ye Qiu took out a piece of hair and directly displayed his quirks. Create. The 3 of Green Valley exclaimed in unison. They didn't understand why Ye Qiu's quirks was a creation. A DVD? A burst of light suddenly appeared in Ye Qiu's hands, and after the light had dissipated, there was actually a DVD with a good packaging, on which was the master of the first generation, Ye Wen, whose tall and straight posture seemed to make people feel the urge to practice martial arts. Well, if you look at the cover, you know it's a good thing. Kento Tiger Bear nodded in agreement, and felt that Ye Qiu, who was able to create such a good thing, is definitely a real man, quite the style he used to be. Ye Qiu, are you going to give this to me? Kento Hyukshinti rolled his eyes, and his fingers couldn't help moving, as if he was ready to take it at any time. He was also very interested in the new martial arts, and wanted to know how strong the Grand Master was. Ye Qiu, how can you do this kind of thing with quirks? After Kento Kazuka saw the content on the cover, the whole person was a little speechless. The blue veins on his forehead were constantly bulging. If he hadn't been able to beat Ye Qiu, he would definitely have shot him. Sorry? For Kento Tiger Bear, what can only be learned from history is really a great regret in life. Ye Qiu said solemnly, I'm going to give it to Lugu. It's a gift to him. In the next period of time, he will suffer more than you think. His eyes were dazed, his nosebleeds had begun to flow unconsciously, and Lugu, who was shaking in I don't want it. Lugu blushed and pushed Ye Qiu's hand back. Silly boy, you don't want me to ask for it. How could such a good thing be given to a teenager? Only my age knows how good it is. Kento Tiger Bear's eyes glowed. Bump. Kento Kazuka's big fist landed on Kento Tiger Bear's head unceremoniously, beating him to the ground. Uncle pervert? That's why you don't have a girlfriend. No girlfriend? No girlfriend? No girlfriend? Resentment? Kento Tiger Bear, who had never been in love since he was born, drew circles in the corner of the wall with grievances, his face full of depression, but his eyes still glanced at the things in Ye Qiu's hands from time to time. Violence? This woman is horrible. Ye Qiu thinks that these women are all so scary. Ye Qiu, I warn you, Green Goo is different from you. He is a good man, don't show him such a mess. Ye Qiu was a little disdainful. What kind of mess is this? It has always been legal in your neon, okay? I did this to help him know something in advance, so as to prevent him from doing harm to society. This is doing good deeds. What do you women know? That is. Kento Tiger Bear gave a small echo. Okay. Kento Kazuka turned around and gave Kento Tiger Bear a fierce look. He could only return to the corner to draw circles again, full of resentment. Endanger society? For someone like Lugu who has no guts and thinks about other people in everything he does, it is impossible for him to do that kind of thing, but Ye Qiu himself is more likely. Kento Kazuka really didn't expect that a guy with an indifferent face like Ye Qiu would be such a person. Men are the same? Actually, Kento Kazuka didn't know that Ye Qiu was still deeply influenced by Zhenhong Miazheng's monogamy. In addition to his mental age, it is much older than his current physical age. Little girl movie? Cut. Sister Yu is Saijao, okay. The guy at MT Lady looks good, but unfortunately, there is something wrong with the way he dresses up, and his taste is hard to figure out. By the way, Ye Qiu, why is your Quirks a creation, isn't it fire? Midori asked shyly. Ye Qiu did not hesitate to put the thing in his hand into his, and then slowly explained, fire? Really not. Ichika Kento should have seen the whole process, I just ate one. Only things have the ability to fire, they are not Quirks at all. Squatting on the ground to draw circles of boxing rattan tiger bear, suddenly looking serious flash to the side of Ye Qiu, a good, as well as juvenile Green Valley, today heard anything about Ye Qiu Quirks, and you the best all rot in the stomach inside, do not tell anyone, otherwise Ye Qiu will face extinction. Green Valley and a good fist vine after a long time to respond, created a thing, and then after eating, to have non-Quirks of the fire department of energy? This is not to say that, whether it is a good fist vine, or Green Valley look to Ye Qiu eyes, they have become hot again. Rest assured, this unearned power, I will not give you. Also to say, I created something to eat, itself belongs to my own strength, only myself to eat, to have nothing different from ordinary people's power for you, it is just an ordinary food, because you simply do not understand what that thing in the end. Ye Qiu said does not matter. As for boxing rattan tiger bear a warning, he was very grateful, but he did not bring the matter to heart. Quirks be known then what? Indeed, everyone rapped AFO, including, I am afraid will be very interested in him, but yet you have absolute confidence in a short time become the world #1 title of Hero, ES. That being the case, then there is nothing to worry about. Strong, never afraid of challenges, in the face of absolute power, but any machinations of power is nothing more futile. This Green Valley down the color of his face. If so, he really wanted in the case no matter what price to pay, and yet you has the same ability. Do not be so disappointed. I was the only understanding of matter, of course, only I can eat, only I can use. But what about the practice area? I was able to create out, as long as you can persevere practice, a thorough understanding of the nature of the power law, it is entirely possible to practice the power of their own? The nature of the exercise is easy to understand, after all, are the essence of detailed records, devil fruits. Hehe, inside the sea demon? This kind of thing, only he who has enough understanding of the world, we can really believe that, but the world will accept another world. Besides, manufacturing devil fruit, then, I believe it will be dead. Think of the time in the face of muscular he created a bold xiao fruit, yet you have a little scared, almost to life will take into account the create. Yet you hands, and soon more out of the two Huxia fam. A finger Changong and Shaolin Gong? Shaolin 70 skills are 2 exercises, look at this guy after Green Valley, very much like using a finger as OFA attack patterns, yet you gave him a power law, look to strengthen ahead of their fingers. As for the boy power, absolutely can let his physique, would be enhanced in the short term, after all, a decent home in the cultivation practice. Yet you, this is a Huxia I do not understand. Green Valley exposed look of despair. Yet you is cross at him, are you an idiot? Cannot read it, do not go home to look up it? Self-study Huxia, cannot learn, you do not understand these 2 power law, and is definitely not may practice a success. Also remind you one, in which a Shaolin Gong to abstinence? If you say before practice to the culmination, unable to control your own words, the skill will be lost, directly into an ordinary person, that's why I gave you the teacher's work, advance practice your control. Woman, tiger horrible man, Dachin, ghost know that what Shaolin Gong in the end what year what month will be the culmination of the poor Green Valley Izuku, silence is your future. Boxing Vine had a good bit of envy, jealousy, and hatred, and this time it is extremely sympathetic to Green Valley. Asterisk. Green Valley Izuku is 14 now, no, in a few months, he should be 15. A 15-year-old boy who wants to become a qualified hero, ES, should have 4 or 5 years. Speaking of which, the age at which Neon got married recently is almost the same age. It's just, with the level of Green Valley, can you really succeed in cultivating the secret manual given by Ye Qiu so quickly? You must know that they are all written in Huxia. Before learning, you must learn Huxia. On the Green Valley side, he didn't feel anything. Anyway, he wasn't interested in matters between men and women. It's just that he didn't fall in love before Dachin. As long as he can cultivate and become a hero, ES, he can pay any price. Thank you, Ye Qiu. I will definitely live up to your expectations and become an excellent hero, ES. Lugu bowed solemnly to Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu saw that he agreed so readily, and for a moment wondered if he had given the wrong secret, he should still be able to create a quick secret. If you want to practice this skill, you must first go to the palace. If you do it from the palace, you may not succeed. Such a feat, it is worth having. Hurry up, you only need to spend a small price to practice the peerless magic. Yet you can't guarantee that this practice is stronger than the Juyang magic, but after practicing it, he will definitely be a top-level hero, ES. Lugu suddenly found out that Ye Qiu looked at him strangely, which made him squeeze the hand of the secret book and clench it a little more. Ye Qiu, do you have anything else to do? If nothing else, I will go back today. I will do my best for cultivation. Green Gu looked at Ye Qiu with some worry. Ye Qiu waved his hand and his expression returned to normal. Go, the college entrance examination will be taken in a few months. You can cultivate by yourself in the future. Anyway, you have already seen the moves of Uncle Tiger Bear and I. Almost there is no need to stay in the dojo anymore. By the way, Miss Ichika Kento, don't look at me like this, I won't teach you the exercises. Also, can you learn from me, and skip class every day? I'll never forget this kind of thing. Do you have the ability? Ye Qiu raised his chin directly and spoke rudely. UBD. Even though Kento Kezuka had a carefree personality, he was so angry with Ye Qiu's rude and poisonous tongue that he ran out of the dojo. Thank you, Ye Qiu. I'm gone. Next time I see you, I will be stronger. I will definitely be admitted to Hero No.1 high school. Green Gu's eyes were almost dripping with tears. He bowed deeply to Ye Qiu and left the dojo as if he were running away. Ye Qiu, UBD, aren't you going too far? Even that kid in Lugu gave him 2 training exercises. Why can't we have 1? Kento Tiger Bear was so angry that he rolled up his sleeves and was about to fight Ye Qiu for another 300 rounds. Ye Qiu glanced at him. Because of her heart, she is not as strong as Lugu? Do you think Lugu is really cowardly? Is Kento Kezuka's heart really strong? It's just a teenage fart. Just kid. Kento Tiger Bear fell into silence, and after a while, he spoke again. Let's go. It seems that no one will come to the dojo for middle-aged men like me. Don't you have the contact information of Green Valley? When he translates the 2 secret books, if you don't want to find a wife for the time being, you can also practice Tongzigong. Ye Qiu said nothing. Really? Kento Tiger Bear's eyes lit up. For Ye Qiu's moves, it is absolutely impossible not to be jealous. He really wants to learn. The most important thing is that what Ye Qiu can do seems to be the legend of Zonghuaxia's Niajia Gongfa, which is the most enviable. As the inheritor of Kento Dojo, Kento Tiger Bear has always believed that the ultimate in martial arts will never be weaker than any Quirks owner. It's just that All Might or a Hero No.1, like Endeavor, he really has no chance of winning. Even with Quirks fully open, Kento Tiger Bear doesn't think his odds of winning will be 1 in 10,000. The difference is too big. If there is an internal practice method, the situation will be completely different. According to legend, the longer the practice time of Huaxia's internal practice method, the stronger the person will be. If you cannot surpass those Hero No.1 within 5 years, then practice 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. Relatively speaking, for the Hero No.1 in the British world, in fact, Quirks will weaken with age, and the internal exercises are the opposite of Quirks, which can maintain a person's physical state to a certain extent. Can you really learn? Kento Tiger Bear is still a little unconvinced. Then can I teach Yujia? Teach you a big-headed ghost. Everyone said it's a boy's gong. Yujia is a girl. Do you want her to cultivate into a boy? Ye Qiu criticized rudely. By the way, I'm going to get some money tomorrow. If possible, I'll start a side business at the Quantang Dojo in the future. If you live so tightly, no woman will marry you even if you don't practice boizong. What? No woman? This BD, doesn't he know that a man has 41 flowers? He is such a handsome man. Don't be too popular, and talk to that eldest sister who is about 50 years old, but she often gives him vegetables? Go on. It's easy to talk about making money. I know you kid definitely wants a piece of the pie, but you have to promise me one thing, that is, you must give me a few more of the things you gave to the Green Valley kid before. I also learned from the teacher. The hot air from Kento Tiger Bear's nose almost sprayed onto Ye Qiu's face. Boring. Ye Qiu is too lazy to pay attention to this guy who is in heat. He is practicing Tongzigong in this state. Isn't this guy afraid of going crazy? Early the next day, Ye Qiu did not go to the Kento Dojo as usual, but came to the front desk of a Hero No.1 office. Excuse me, sir, what business do you need to do? The lady at the front desk politely handed out an application form. Ye Qiu didn't fill it in, and said straight to the point, I'm here to find someone, MT lady. I know her. I'm sorry, little brother. There are already many people who want to see Miss MT lady for this reason. My sister advises you to be rational when chasing stars. I can send you a few posters of MT lady. Don't? I'm not a fan of that woman, she's the kind of quirks that only get bigger. I don't know why a bunch of otaku like her. Ye Qiu complained bluntly. Asterisk. Haha, so in your eyes, my sister and my quirks are so useless? Don't you remember who you were able to survive because of them? Behind Ye Qiu, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Getting used to the behavior of MT lady who is so black-hearted that she pits her teammates, the young lady at the front desk hurriedly lowered her head and pretended to be dealing with documents. She didn't want to be implicated. Black-bellied people are terrible. Black-bellied Hero No.1 is even more terrible. Ye Qiu turned around and pushed MT lady's closed face away. Stay away from me. I don't like women with no taste. Also, I have a fiancé, and if that's the case, I can sue me. You harassed. Come here, let's talk in the office. MT lady had a dark face, she could already feel it. The guys in the office who were bullied by her on weekdays were already holding back their laughter. Bump. Hearing the sound of the door closing from MT lady's office, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. So funny, saying that seriously, I don't like MT Lady at all, and let MT Lady, who I think is invincible, shriveled, this kind of thing is really heartwarming? What about an office with fast sound insulation? MT Lady tapped the table with her fingers constantly ticking with an impatient look on her face. Stinky brat, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to pay for so many street repairs. Also, didn't I leave you with a number? Can't you come to me in an open and honest way? You have to use this method and let me embarrassed at the office. Shame? Since becoming Hero, MT Lady felt that this was her most humiliating day, and it was all thanks to Ye Qiu, a stinky brat. Your number? I must have lost that kind of thing. I don't have a mobile phone, why don't you sponsor one? Ye Qiu said nothing. Things like mobile phones are still quite expensive, even more expensive than medicinal herbs. Ye Qiu didn't want to be a moth in Ye Qiu. MT Lady wanted to get angry, but thinking of Ye Qiu's unscrupulous actions, she still managed to hold back her anger. If this guy accidentally burns the entire office, then she won't be scolded to death by that serious guy in the jungle Shinwei. Go, just don't get mad at me. I hope now that the moment you become Hero, don't choose to come to my office. MT Lady rolled her eyes. I really don't know what bad luck I've had, and I accidentally rescued you, a little white-eyed wolf. I hope that blind guy in the jungle Shinwei will not look at your talent in the future, you damn stinky brat. You didn't share the bounty with me, didn't you sponsor a single mobile phone? Ye Qiu was a little speechless, what a ruthless woman. Since you don't even sponsor a mobile phone, then I don't think I need to talk to you about the next business. After all, Ye Qiu planned to open the door and leave. Wait, business? What business? As you who didn't become a hero, is there any way to make money? MT Lady's dark complexion changed instantly. If she has money, she can buy a lot of cosmetics for maintenance and a bunch of clothes she likes. Nonsense. If I hadn't only known you as a hero, I wouldn't have cooperated with you. Ye Qiu rudely complained. Say this kind of thing earlier, I still have a good impression of you, and you will definitely become a powerful hero, in the future. A little cooperation in advance will be of great benefit to both of you and me. MT Lady instantly put on an amiable smile. Please sit, please sit. Ye Qiu sat down with satisfaction, drank the coffee brewed by MT Lady, and said faintly, you know something like medicinal herbs, right? I know, what's wrong? MT Lady was stunned. Not all those things are useless now, and there are so many people who have medical quirks. And it turns out that the human body is resistant to drugs. Compared with quirks, drugs are simply tasteless. Ye Qiu nodded, agreeing with MT Lady's words. What you said is quite good. Medicine is such a thing. In this era, it is really tasteless to the extreme. No matter what problems you have, you only need to have the doctors at Medical Quirks will treat you well and you'll be back. But what? Can you finish everything in one go? MT Lady's eyes were fixed on Ye Qiu, wishing she would grow bigger and swallow this stinky BD in one bite. You can't even take a sip of tea? If you talk about business like this, I don't think we need to talk anymore. Ye Qiu said easily. Don't. I'm sorry, I was wrong, please hurry up and stop making me curious. MT Lady looked at Ye Qiu pitifully, took off her mask, put her hands together in front of her chest, and put on a cute pose. What I just said was medicinal herbs, not medicines. For us Huaxia, medicinal herbs can strengthen the body, such as medicinal baths. Take a bath and you can become stronger. How about it? Heartbroken. Can you get stronger by taking a shower? MT Lady looked dumbfounded. You're kidding me. No need, just your IQ. I will never play with you, because it has no meaning at all. If you don't believe it, give me some money now, and I will go to your house at night to let you experience the medicinal bath. The effect. If you are satisfied, you must endorse all the products I produce in the future. Ye Qiu directly stated his purpose. The star effect. MT Lady, who has a lot of otaku fans, is definitely a good spokesperson choice. Medicated baths have little effect on Ye Qiu. After all, ordinary medicinal materials are not enough to support the second level of Juyang divine art and the rapid growth of physique. But although the medicinal materials are much cheaper, the real 100-year level, or even the decades level, is still sky high. There is no way. There are also medical quirks in Daxia, but everyone still buys some old-fashioned medicinal materials and uses those things to maintain health. After all, everyone likes things like prolonging life. In order to achieve the second level of Juyang divine art as soon as possible, Ye Qiu needs enough years of medicinal materials, but this money must not let Ye Qiu's family go out. In that case, he has to find a way to make money. Asterisk. Tell me, don't you have any other intentions? MT Lady stared at Ye Qiu with a strange expression, returning the medicine bath? Are you trying to peek at my bath? Be so indifferent. Have you watched too many TV shows? Ye Qiu covered his forehead. To be honest, he was really interested in what MT Lady said, but how could he be a vulgar person? Only a perverted uncle like Kento Tiger Bear would do such a thing. Ye Qiu really just wanted MT Lady to experience the effect of the medicinal bath. Believe it or not, I'll go to other hero, for taking a shower anyway, so just be a hero, and sell your peripherals. Ye Qiu had a dark face, got up and was about to leave. MT Lady quickly hugged Ye Qiu's arm, and the soft feeling from the arm made Ye Qiu's body froze. Try it, just try it. Am I a dignified MT lady? I'm still afraid of you, you stinky BD. I can give you the money, but don't run away with the money. Every penny I earn is not easy. It's really pathetic. When it comes to money, MT lady instantly becomes a little woman. Ye Qiu shook off MT lady with a chill. Don't worry, I don't want to be bothered by you. See you at your house tonight. That's it, see you at my house. I'll write you the address. MT lady took out a note and quickly wrote her address. 1 million yen? MT lady is really generous. Although the yen is not worth much, Ye Qiu bought a mobile phone first, and then used the remaining money to buy a lot of medicinal herbs. Hehe, it's not easy to make money, just take out some money. It's 1 million yen, women are really scary. Ye Qiu, who had sold out the herbs, was about to go to MT lady's house, but it was a bit of a coincidence that he saw a familiar figure. A little down, little angel of Green Valley, is it because the pocket money is not enough? As a man who spent a month at the Kento dojo on the pocket money of Green Valley, Ye Qiu was a little sorry. Touching the few hundred coins left on his body, Ye Qiu walked towards Green Valley, intending to hand over such a large amount of wealth to Green Valley as his mental damage fee. Okay, murderous look. What Ye Qiu didn't expect was that when Green Valley walked into an underground passage, he felt a cold murderous aura hidden in the dark. Is the plot coming? Ye Qiu's heart froze, and he didn't show up immediately. He already felt the same. There was an aura that was much stronger than him, and was rushing in this direction at a very fast speed. Interesting. Are you finally going to meet the #1 man on the Hero ES chart? Let me see how strong you are. Ye Qiu used Zhuyang divine art to restrain all his aura and hid in the shadows. If there was a fatal danger in Green Valley, he would choose to take action. Strange. I clearly felt it just now. There are other people here, why is there no one? After rushing out from the ground and transforming into All Might, that hairstyle is indeed unique enough. Ye Qiu was incapable of understanding this hairstyle, and a man's hairstyle is still the most natural when he wakes up every morning. It's all right, boy. All Might smiled confidently. This was the first encounter between Green Valley and All Might, and from such a close-up perspective, Ye Qiu also felt a touch of novelty. Don't be in a hurry to help. Punch out. The punch with the perfect combination of strength and speed, and the incomparably powerful wind pressure, instantly solved the Green Valley from the body of the mud monster. Ofa is really amazing. Even if Ye Qiu thinks that he is safe in this world, he is completely unsure at this moment. Against All Might at this moment, he is really too strong. The only difference is that after exercising with Ye Qiu for a while, the physique of this guy, Lugu, has improved a lot, and he did not experience fainting. But after seeing the person who saved him, All Might, his whole body still changed. Become a headless fly, the whole image of a brainless fan. When All Might flew into the sky in an instant, Green Valley, a cerebellum fan, directly hugged All Might's thigh. Let's take a look. All Might's injury seems to have reached a very serious level. If you can save it, save it. Many friends who are still #1 for the time being are always worth it. Although Ye Qiu was using his Fengshen legs and planned to keep up with All Might and Green Valley, All Might was flying very fast. When he arrived at the rooftop where the two were, All Might actually returned to his original appearance. This, a bit exaggerated? Being skinny is not enough to describe All Might at this time. Ye Qiu felt that this guy was nothing but bones and skin. What a powerful will it is to continue to live in this state. Cough, cough. All Might stared at Ye Qiu vigilantly. I felt right just now. Who are you? All Might, Ye Qiu is my friend. I can assure you that he will never reveal it to anyone. The little angel of Green Valley didn't know why Ye Qiu appeared here, but he hurriedly explained for Ye Qiu. Your friend. All Might's tense body loosened and sat back on the ground. So uncomfortable? Using too much strength is more painful than the previous extreme training. The most terrible thing is the feeling of powerlessness that gradually loses strength. Ye Qiu, why are you here? Green Gu looked at Ye Qiu in confusion. Going to buy something. I happened to see you, but if Hero ES, who is #1 in the Hero ES rankings, saves you, I won't do anything. Ye Qiu didn't hide what he didn't do. Your injury is really serious. What if you can't be a Hero ES without quirks? Don't tell that kid, because he already firmly believes that he can become a Hero ES. If you don't mind, can I see your injury? Do you have a medical type of quirks? Just take a look, but I advise you not to have any thoughts about treating me. My injuries are not just any quirks, they can be cured. The world is extremely powerful. The owner of medical quirks almost saw it for me. All Might said calmly. Asterisk. Ye Qiu walked in front of All Might, and he could feel that All Might was still vigilant about him. After all, a person who has been hiding beside him from the beginning, and is hiding quietly, so that he, a very keen #1, can't even notice it, and he almost thinks that he feels wrong. It will never be something simple. Medical quirks. If it wasn't for Ye Qiu's young age, All Might would never allow him to check his body just in case. Ye Qiu wasn't too rash, just put one hand on the meridian of All Might's left hand. The pulse is extremely chaotic, the heartbeat is not even as strong as that of Lugu, and the blood supply is seriously insufficient. The #1 man, mixed into the current situation, really makes people feel desolate. Mr. All Might, if you don't mind, I can temporarily suppress your injury. Also, if you want to gradually recover from your injury, it's best to use less quirks, and then use the medicine that our Kento dojo is about to promote. I promise that in 10 years, you will be back to normal. Ye Qiu said seriously. Huh? Kid, are you kidding me? All Might looked up. Ye Qiu didn't continue to explain, he just put his palm on All Might's back, and a steady stream of 9 Yang true Qi was transmitted from his palm to All Might's inner body. In terms of healing effect, Juyang Genkai is definitely the top concentration. Although it is the ultimate Yang attribute exercise, because of the Buddha nature contained in it, Juyang Genkai is incomparably gentle. He is strong by him, and the breeze blows the hills. He is weak by his weakness, the bright moon shines on the river. This is the most inclusive feature of Juyang True Qi, such a powerful and gentle inclusiveness, which is why it is possible to learn other exercises in an extremely fast time. So comfortable? When Juyang's true energy entered All Might's body, his body, which was close to being exhausted, suddenly glowed with amazing vitality again. Pft, pft, pft. The heart is beating vigorously. I have survived. In the past 5 years, I have never been in such a better state. Unfortunately, this state only lasted 10 minutes. There is no other way. Your body has been damaged to a certain extent. Even I can't cure it completely in an instant. But don't worry, as long as you live and do as I say, there will always be a day of recovery. Ye Qiu said lightly. It was better than he had imagined. The second level 9 Yang True Qi could restore All Might's dilapidated body to a shred of vitality. This was something he never expected. If you cooperate with the treatment of the medicated bath in the future, I am afraid that it will not be needed for 10 years, and All Might will be able to return to its prosperous state. All Might was silent for a while, and he didn't think that doing a good thing unintentionally today would get him such amazing news. Thank you, but I can't follow your doctor's orders. The world still needs me. Let me be silent in 10 years. Those guys will definitely come in. Ye Qiu shrugged. Some people just like to put burdens on themselves. I don't think Endeavor is weak, nor do I think that in these 10 years, there will be no new logo. Forget it, anyway. You will figure it out yourself, and let me inform you that before I take away the title of number 1, please keep it. People in the same age group as Ye Qiu all regard themselves as idols, and no one has ever wanted him to declare war so bluntly. Interesting? Today's youth is really interesting? Okay, I'm waiting for the day you get number 1. Maybe at that time, I can live the life I really want to live. All Might smiled weakly. No one is born a hero, yes, sometimes after being a hero, yes, for a long time, no matter how strong you are, you will get tired, and everyone's expectations will become the heaviest burden on your shoulders. Tired? All Might has long been tired, and he has long wanted to throw away the burden on him completely and live the life he wanted to live, but he can't. Whether it is the AFO or the other criminals, they are like maggots in the Tarsus, making him have to survive from weakness again and again, have his own powerful fists, and punch that bloody fist one after another. If one day, there really is a young blood that can completely take the number 1 position in the hero, ES, rankings, he will be happier than anyone, etc. Bottle, where did the bottle on me go? All Might took a step away early, but what he didn't expect at all was that the bottle he put on his body and used to hold the quirks and the slush-like monster disappeared. After the idol All Might left, Green Valley said hello to Ye Qiu and left. He had to step up the time to become stronger. Boom. Not far from the urban area where All Might just passed by, there was a lot of movement, and the sky-high flames directly attracted Ye Qiu's attention. One by one, they are all guys who like to be brave, hero, yes, they are indeed weaker than Quirks. Shaking his head, Ye Qiu jumped straight down from the upstairs, and rushed towards the commercial street at the fastest speed. Sure enough, when he arrived at the place, there were already a bunch of people surrounded by 3 floors and 3 floors. Don't be brave? Leave it to me. The rash guy Green Goo had already rushed out, but when All Might was about to rush out, Ye Qiu pressed him on his shoulder. Don't be so impulsive, such a weak guy, leave it to me. Ye Qiu's voice interrupted the impulsive All Might. Can you really do it? If you don't hurry up, all those 2 teenagers will die. All Might looked at Ye Qiu in disbelief. Ye Qiu moved his neck. I was too lazy to do it. This kind of guy is too weak. Please, if I use quirks, you should help me hide it. Can. All Might said without hesitation. Green Goo's actions kept irritating him all the time, and he was about to take it no longer. Allowing Ye Qiu to use quirks was no big deal. Well, I'm going, and I still have to hide my identity. Boom. After Ye Qiu finished speaking, his whole face was covered with a layer of rising flames. Before the voice completely fell, he rushed out of the crowd. Asterisk. Is that kid's quirks related to fire? No, when he treated my injury just now, that magical power was clearly the quirks related to medical treatment. All Might felt a huge sense of doubt in his heart. Doubt? But the only thing that reassured All Might was that the quirks of this kid Ye Qiu were more powerful than he imagined. The guy who didn't seem to be slipping should be most afraid of quirks like Ye Qiu. Boy, hurry up and get on the number 1 position. The flame figure that suddenly flashed out made all the hero, ES, who were still appeasing the crowd, staring at the impulsive Green Valley boy, stunned for a moment. Is it Endeavor? With such a powerful flame quirks, the only thing they can think of is the man ranked number 2 on the hero, ES, rankings Endeavor. That body is definitely not Endeavor. Endeavor's body is not so slender. Why does this body feel like a child who hasn't grown up yet? Still waiting for the other hero, ES, to come over, the Red Fist of Death looked horrified. The jungle gods and the fire nemesis in their same office also have deep doubts in their hearts. When did another flame quirks appear in the world? Such a powerful person is really strange. From what they knew about Endeavor, the man who rushed out was definitely not him. Ye Qiu. As he was about to cry, he attacked the Green Valley Izuku who left you alone, and shouted with a trembling voice, calling out Ye Qiu's name. Ye Qiu made a silent gesture to him. Green Valley, don't reveal my identity, otherwise I will never save Bakugo Katsuki. Go away? Who wants you to save me? I'm Bakugo Katsuki, and I will never let this ugly monster get trapped. Bakugo Katsuki roared violently, and the power of quirks in the whole body was stimulated to the extreme, and the terrifying flames suddenly rose into the sky. Can you be quiet? Someone like you who is more than 10 times stronger than others in the rebellious period, don't cause trouble to the people who save you. Ye Qiu frowned sharply. Boom! In front of the burning fruit power blessed by Juyang divine art, the power of any flame is nothing but a little. Ye Qiu just flew up, and instantly kicked the sky-filled flames into the sky. Damn it! Even flames can be kicked. How strong is the flame quirks of this guy? Isn't there a strong man on the Hero ES rankings for a long time? The red fist of death couldn't help but let out a foul language. Even Bakugo Katsuki didn't think that the bursting quirks he was proud of would have no effect in front of the man opposite. Wait, he seems to have heard the name Ye Qiu somewhere? That's right, the man who defeated him a month ago, who he always remembered in his heart, and who moved forward as the driving force of hatred. Why? Go away? Anyone can save me, even that guy from Smelly can save me, but you can't. I don't allow you to save me. I thought I could devour this bad-tempered stinky brat. I was lucky, but now it seems that a stronger guy has come. If that's the case, I'll be rude to you. Swallow them together. Don't think your flames can hurt me. I can't be hurt by flames. The slime monster laughed oozingly. Devouring one can barely swallow two and become stronger. Why not do this kind of thing for him? Maybe if he devoured these two powerful Quirks boys together, the flame power he got is not just as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. At that time, he will be able to surpass Endeavor, even surpass All Might, and become the strongest in this world. Big man. Can you shut up, idiot? Ye Qiu said impatiently. He's shutting up that ugly slime monster, and he's shutting up Bakugo Katsuki, the rebellious nasty guy. Are you annoying? One is about to die, but he still refuses the rescue of others arrogantly, and he can't even live. What revenge is there to talk about? Another one. He looks so ugly and comes out to be scary. If he has to say such disgusting words, what else can he do? Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Because he wanted to devour Ye Qiu together, the slimy monster didn't rush to digest the thorn-headed boy Bakugo Katsuki right away. Instead, it extended countless tentacles and attacked Ye Qiu. It is this way that Bakugo Katsuki's safety has been guaranteed. His breathing has become smoother, and his resistance has become stronger, but this also makes Ye Qiu's shoulders heavier, not only to thinking about rescuing this guy, and thinking about shooting his flames into the sky without damaging other buildings in the commercial street. Don't use this kind of trick in front of me. Anyway, you only have one fate, and struggling in vain is just a waste of everyone's time. Ye Qiu made a direct attack with his legs, and he didn't even bother to use the power to burn fruit. Against this kind of guy, the power of flames doesn't have much effect, otherwise it's not easy to level up. This stinky boy has long since gotten rid of this guy's control. A good way is a strong wind power. The fifth style of Fengshen's legs, Fengjinlu. A powerful risky force erupted between Ye Qiu's legs, and all of a sudden, the countless tentacles that rushed towards him were blown away in the air, and even the mud wrapped around Bakugo Katsuki's body was all blown away. Come on. The power of wind. Isn't this guy's quirks fire? When will quirks such a strong fire element burst out, such a terrifying wind element? Who is he? Why can we master so many different powers? Not just the hero, ES, of those onlookers? Even All Might had deep doubts in his heart about Ye Qiu, the kid who appeared out of nowhere. This kind of ability made him think of one person, that is AFO, Ye Qiu, who suddenly appeared, has shown abilities that are not in line with his actual age at this age. Could it be that he is a new generation of AFO trained by that man? Asterisk. Even the Fengshen legs can't be compared to the wind pressure caused by All Might's punch. That man has already broken the limits of the human body, and has cultivated his strength to the point where he can crush everything. However, Ye Qiu was very satisfied with the effect of this move. That slime monster looked so powerful that all Hero ES could not defeat it, just because his quirks were special. Substantial physical attacks can't cause any damage to him, and even elemental attacks can't hurt its body, but Green Valley still gave him a little inspiration just now. That is, this guy the quirks can never be so powerful, because he must guarantee part of the human characteristics. If this guy doesn't even have any human characteristics, then he is close to invincible, unless it is Ye Qiu, who has the ability of ice, or armed color, Haki, otherwise he can't do anything to this guy at all. Damage. But his weakness was clearly exposed under Green Valley's attack. It's just that none of the Hero ES could bypass his attack and inflict heavy damage on that weakness. That's why he doesn't practice taijutsu, thinking about what to do every day, strengthening the drawbacks brought by quirks. Even if there are countless Hero ES in the Hero ES office teaming up, cannot guarantee that their quirks will not be completely restrained. Eyes are eyes. The human characteristics that the slime monster still maintains are his eyes. No matter how slimy the body is, his eyes cannot be slimy, and a direct attack on his eyes can cause his body to show signs of collapse. Catch the wind? The speed of Zhuyang infuriating energy in Ye Qiu's body was running to the extreme, and the whole person rushed towards the mud monster at a terrifying speed. Recover? Hehe. Before the speed of Fengshen's legs, the body that was scattered wanted to recover so easily, and there was no door. So fast? Everyone felt that there was only an afterimage in their eyes. Ye Qiu broke through all the tentacles of the mud monster that were still recovering, and rushed to the guy's eyes in an instant. It's useless. It's useless. It's just self-defeating. The sludge monster didn't know that Ye Qiu had pinpointed his weakness. Instead, he was going to take advantage of Ye Qiu's closeness and directly use his abilities to devour Ye Qiu and Bakugo Katsuki together. Facing the overwhelming mud, Ye Qiu just frowned. This kind of thing made him feel sick. Vulcan-style resolute? The terrifying leg technique, under the swept of wind and fire, with an incomparable bursting speed, smashed towards the eyes of the slime monster fiercely. At the same time, this fierce move was deeply imprinted in Bakugo Katsuki's eyes. In the world, how could there be such a powerful move? Of course, Ye Qiu's move, because of the peculiarities of the slime monster's body, was only seen by himself and Bakugo Katsuki, and did not reveal too much strength in front of others. Damn stinky BD, and use quirks casually. I have to pay a little more for this collaboration, or I'll expose him. Others don't know, because the body is trapped. MT Lady, who is late, knows who the person who rushed in is. Apart from Ye Qiu, she really couldn't think of anyone who could turn her body into flames and use such a gorgeous body technique. Looking for my endorsement? MT Lady even felt that it was very easy for this guy Ye Qiu to qualify as a hero, yes. After he became a hero, yes, himself, it was even better than her. But it's different now. Although I don't know why that kid is reluctant to show his face when he doesn't have great strength, but he has the handle of this kid Ye Qiu. If you don't give more money, hehe. As for the outcome of the battle, MT Lady is not worried at all. The strength of that little monster is much stronger than when he fought before. Even that tyrannical muscular man has no way to deal with him. How could he not be able to deal with that disgusting man? Monster. Bump. Sure enough, as expected by MT Lady, Ye Qiu seemed to be enveloped by the muddy sky, but in just a few seconds, a huge explosion occurred. Unfortunately, Hero, ES, who was standing a little closer, was all drenched in that disgusting sludge. The flames were still rising, and the huge monster in the field was only the size of a palm left, and he fainted. It's a pity that Ye Qiu's foot was not light at all, because the only features of his body were his eyes. He is not a hero, ES, there is no need to follow certain rules too much. His eyes are directly blown out, and that slush-like disgusting thing should be useless in the future. Let's go. Ye Qiu greeted Lugu. You should know what to say and what not to say. I know, thank you. Green Goo shivered and said seriously. Peers? Ye Qiu is obviously the same age as him, but he is already so powerful, and Lugu is even more determined to practice the boy's art. However, Huxia is really hard to learn. Green Goo scratched his hair in distress. Ye Qiu quickly disappeared from everyone's sight with the shouts of a group of hero, ES. Xiao Sheng, is it okay for you? Do you need the hero, ES, to help you find a doctor? Green Valley helped Bakugo up worriedly. Snapped. Bakugo Katsuki slapped Green Valley Izuku away with one hand, wiping the blood that was splattered from the corner of his mouth. Go away. I don't need your help. I didn't need it just now, I don't need it now, and I won't need it in the future. Put away your disgusting expression. Green Goo looked embarrassed, opened his mouth and did not continue to speak, but still looked at Bakugo with worried eyes. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with him. All Might murmured softly. Guys like AFO who are already insane, will never find someone to lurk, and quirks like Ye Qiu who go their own way are not going to be undercover. Could it be that the quirks in Daxia are completely different from ours? All Might's brows furrowed a little, and he held his chin and began to ponder. He glanced at the Green Valley boy over there, and he also made a decision in his heart. Power should begin to be inherited. Sometimes, I believe that young people will make the world a better place. Asterisk. Hey, don't rush to go. Didn't you say go shopping? Why didn't I see any medicinal herbs? So I was so empty-handed and spent 1,000,000 yen. When Ye Qiu was about to leave, MT Lady's attention was completely on Ye Qiu. Why are you everywhere? Ye Qiu looked helpless. What are you talking about? I also want to say why you are everywhere. Look at your style, it's getting worse every time. Can you really wear hero, ES, clothes with that kind of ability in the future? MT Lady couldn't bear Ye Qiu's ripped outfit. Ye Qiu was even more speechless. What kind of special hero, ES, dress? I really don't want to wear it at all. I really don't know why you dress up differently from ordinary people. There is absolutely no need for it. Of course, I know this isn't everyone's quirks are related, but do you think just a few more hero, ES, can solve the situation just now? Quirks are single, and the methods developed are also very single, so I can convince your imagination. Cut kid, you are such a strong quirks, don't say such words. How can you become an excellent hero, ES, if you don't study quirks to the extreme? It's okay, I'm talking so much nonsense with you. What are you doing? Come home with me. MT Lady grabbed Ye Qiu's hand involuntarily. Shinwei and Death Chiquan arranged for Bakugo and Green Valley to go to the police station, and suddenly saw MT Lady who was late, pulling a half-year-old child, saying that they wanted to go home with her. Yu Shanyu, you are committing a crime, he is still a child. Jungle Shinwei said bluntly. The red fist of death held back the emotional jungle Shinwei. In fact, it's not impossible to love freely. Although it is a bit suspicious of old cows eating young grass, as long as they don't do excessive things, we should not see them. To be honest, the aesthetics of MT Lady are still a bit special in the eyes of the two of them. The young man who kills Matt looks, although his face is not bad. But in this day and age, it's all about looking at quirks. What's the use of having a good-looking face? I can't tell you that, kid, there are no special quirks at all. MT Lady is a little dark-bellied, but it is still a flower in the office. Such an eye-catching flower is stuck on a handful of cow dung, which really made them tangled for a long time. Criminal? What are you two talking about? MT Lady looked bewildered, completely unaware of what the two office colleagues with a bad mind were talking about. Ye Qiu realized that, as a man, how could he not know what they were thinking about in their hearts, but also Hero, each of these thoughts is more evil than the other? Hey, can you two not slander my aesthetics? How could I like this old woman? Being yelled at by Ye Qiu, MT Lady immediately understood what the two guys with wretched expressions were thinking, and her complexion darkened instantly. You two idiots, what's in your head? I'm about to take him home, you're not convinced? You know how to be a hero, on weekdays. Who cares about the mood of a beauty like me? MT Lady spoke quickly and rudely. And you stinky BD, old woman? I think you're tired of living. You forgot who gave you 1 million yen. You don't sell your body? You think beautiful? Hurry home with me. If you dare to leave my house today, I will let you know what the anger of an old woman is. Gudu. Terrible? All women are like wolves in their 30s and like tigers in their 40s. Is this MT Lady because of the huge quirks? The demand in that area is also relatively large. Jungle Shinwei and Death Fist could only give Ye Qiu a solemn look at this time, but they acted as if they had never seen the two of them, and turned around and hugged each other intimately. Today's incident, I think we must be vigilant, the firm should develop new blood. Yes, that Bakugo kid Quirks was very powerful just now. Unfortunately, this temper is a bit big, and I'm afraid that any office will not be able to train him in the future. Did they see anything just now? No, absolutely not. Did they hear something just now? No, absolutely not. Well, in the future, about MT Lady's emotional matters, I can never see or hear it. This is the consensus reached in a short period of time by the two hero, the two beloved hero, which are popular among young people. You're not serious, are you? Ye Qiu looked at MT Lady strangely. After the impulse, MT Lady's pretty face was still a little red, but being stared at by a stinky kid, especially a stinky kid who said he was an old woman, how could she bear it? Little devil, I said, you can't leave today. Don't you understand? Okay, I get it now. Ye Qiu calmly took out his newly bought mobile phone and dialed the number that Bai asked him to write down. Bai, tonight I'm staying at a friend's house for one night, and I won't come back. You don't have to prepare dinner for me. Don't be too tired. Rest early. Beep. After chatting for a while, Ye Qiu hung up the phone decisively. That's it. MT Lady is beginning to doubt life. Shouldn't this kid who says he is an old woman resist? That's it. What else? I'm not a casual person, but if you want me to be casual, I don't have to. To be honest, apart from your aesthetics, personality, and age, I think you are a woman. Hero, looks better in it. Ye Qiu looked at MT Lady casually, his eyes seemed to be very casual, but he seemed to have a bit of domineering aggression. Now I'll go back and try your medicinal bath. I want to see how you are not human. Some people have said similar things to me before, but they are not in prison now. After spending your life, you will never be able to be a man again. I hope you don't regret it. MT Lady stubbornly pulled Ye Qiu up and walked towards her home. Office? Not going back. It's time to get off work. Those messy things can be handled by those two idiots full of blood in the jungle. She won't have to deal with so many things during the off hours, and there will be a lot of troubles. Increased? Asterisk. The apartment where MT Lady is located is not too luxurious. It can be seen that in this era, it is also an era where every inch of land is expensive, and the housing prices in the urban center of any place are terrifyingly expensive. Career hero, is indeed a lucrative career. If you were an ordinary person, it would be impossible to buy such a house in the city center at the age of Yu Shanyu. Ye Qiu stood in front of the door and threw the medicated bath package that he had prepared long ago to Yu Shanyu. This is the product I have developed. Believe what I said before, this is definitely an excellent product for hero, if you want to improve your strength, just try it out in the face of others. I accepted this endorsement. The words were sincere, and Yu Shanyu took the package directly from Ye Qiu's hand. Okay, big sister accepts it. Let's talk about it first. If it doesn't have any effect on improving strength, big sister will not accept the endorsement. Speaking of which, this is the first time this young lady has heard of it, apart from training herself hard. In addition to quirks, it is indeed a bit miraculous to rely on the power of foreign objects to enhance hero, own strength. If it can be done, I believe that your medicinal bath package can quickly occupy the entire market. After Ye Qiu came to him and explained the effect of this product, Yu Shanyu was really looking forward to the effect of this so-called medicinal bath package. Well, even though she's a girl, she wants to be a hero, like Mr. All Might. Little brother, I hope your product is as useful as you said, otherwise my sister will definitely let your little brother know how much the cost of fooling professional hero, is. Yu Shanyu glanced at Ye Qiu with a threatening look in his eyes, and then returned to the room. We'll give you a big surprise. The repeated use of quirks can bring a lot of improvement to quirks, but sometimes it still seems to be a bit of a waste of money, not improving one's own physical fitness, and just trying to rely on quirks with a single method. In Ye Qiu's view, it is obviously not a very good choice. Ye Qiu thought for a while, then found a quiet place on the roof to continue his practice of Juyang Divine Art. Recently, the practice of Juyang Divine Art has become a lot faster because of the medicinal bath package. Thinking about it, it won't take long before you can enter the next level. Well, MT Lady took a very comfortable bath, and when he greeted Ye Qiu again, he could clearly feel that this man's physique has improved a lot, and his strength has also improved a bit. How about it, Miss Hero? Yes, MT Lady, I'm not wrong. Our medicinal bath package can improve your strength. Ye Qiu showed a rare professional smile. Yu Shanyu rolled his eyes cutely. The effect is really good, I can clearly feel the improvement in strength. But if you start with your product, you are still inferior to the product. Okay, Occupation Hero, is amazing. Ye Qiu has never been accustomed to such arrogant girls. If he wants to find something, he will first be convinced. After he is convinced, he will talk about the endorsement of the medicinal bath package. He is not a soft persimmon. It is only he who bullies others. Then, the battle was there, but a little accident happened, a lot of unexpected things happened, asterisk. Don't worry, you will call me yourself. Ye Qiu took out a dozen beers from the refrigerator and gave Yu Shanyu a self-seeking look. Sure enough, having a dozen cold beers while taking a bath is the greatest enjoyment in life. Yu Shan leaned on the side of the bathtub beautifully and gulps down a can of beer. Snort? Smelly brat, you still want to lie to me, what danger is there in this medicinal bath? Even if it doesn't have any effect on improving your strength, there should be many girls who are willing to spend money. When he thought of the beginning, Yu Shanyu's eyes were full of small money. Divide? This kind of business must be split with Ye Qiu. An endorsement fee is not profitable at all. That kid should pay a little price when he sees so many good things that he shouldn't see. Why is it getting hotter and hotter? What is going on with my body? Yu Shanyu, who was a little drunk from beer, blushed pretty face, wrapped a white towel on his head, and lay skinless on the edge of the bathtub. Yeah, Ye Qiu. Yu Shanyu shouted weakly twice. Poisoned? What happened to yourself? A little beer shouldn't make you so drunk. The body is so heavy. What energy is hitting the body frantically? Little BD. Yu Shanyu took a rest and shouted with the last of his strength. Ye Qiu, who had been guarding outside the door, had long thought of this happening, so he pushed the door helplessly and entered. So sad. Yu Shanyu's eyes watered with tears. She had never felt that uncomfortable feeling in her life, and the weakness she had accumulated in her heart suddenly burst out. Ye Qiu walked directly to her side and stared at her seriously. Turn your body around. I'll help you to recuperate your body. I've told you that you must have my help. Such expensive medicinal materials can be used by you. The body absorbs it completely. Just turned over. Wouldn't that be seen again? Hurry up, what's there to think about? I won't have seen it. What's so shy? Is life more important? Or is the face more important? Ye Qiu reprimanded with a stern face. Face. Yu Shan replied weakly. A woman? Ye Qiu is also speechless. He now knows what a terrifying creature a woman is. How old is it that she doesn't even want her life? Forget it, anyway, they have lost the strength to resist. Ye Qiu didn't take any risk-avoiding actions. Yu Shanyu, who was completely powerless because of the excess of medicine, didn't have the strength to scold him at this time, so he could only let Ye Qiu straighten her body. Fortunately, Ye Qiu didn't do anything excessive, just fished her two tender white arms out of the water. Of course, during this process, it was inevitable to see some places that shouldn't be seen. Inevitable. Alas, what the hell am I doing? I have to get to know this kid. I can barely make enough money as a hero, Will I be able to get married in the future? Yu Shanyu's heart wailed, but he couldn't make any real resistance, he could only accept his fate. Under Ye Qiu's control, the palms of the two were soon pressed together. You get what you pay for. The terrifying medicinal power in Yu Shanyu's body was something Ye Qiu had never imagined. It was almost 10 times the sum of the medicinal power he had absorbed before. How strong is your body's absorption ability? How can it be so terrifying to absorb the power of medicine? Ye Qiu complained helplessly. The situation is worse than he imagined? What Ye Qiu doesn't know is that because Yu Shanyu's quirks are huge, her body can hold no less medicinal power than Ye Qiu, a practitioner of Juyang Shengong. This may be the golden finger of everyone in the British world. Well, it's just that they don't have many ways to make Goldfinger more powerful. Am I going to die? I blame you. Woohoo! I've never talked about a boyfriend. With Ye Qiu's help in channeling the power of the medicine, Yu Shanyu started to cry, and all his grievances erupted. A black belly is a black belly, and as a hero, she does have certain strength, and even a very reliable existence in the eyes of the public, but at certain times, she is just Yu Shanyu, a girl, not MT Lady. What are you thinking? You'd better not speak to affect me now. I didn't even know that you could cause such a big thing. I'm a bit lacking right now. Ye Qiu's expression was extremely serious. What he can do now is to form a huge cycle between himself and Yu Shanyu, allowing some of the medicinal power to enter his body. Unfortunately, Juyang Divine Art is not a method of double cultivation after all, and the conversion efficiency is very low, and most of the medicinal power will still be trapped in Yu Shanyu's body. Yu Shanyu was a little tired. She wanted to close her eyes and do nothing, but the crazy medicinal power in her body made her feel more and more hot. Painful, so painful. Little BD, leave me alone, I'm so uncomfortable. Will I die? If so, don't torture me anymore, let me die a little easier. Yu Shanyu began to give up on himself. What's the matter? How could you die with me here? Ye Qiu frowned. He didn't like others refuting his words. How could the person he said he wanted to save die in front of him? It's impossible for the hot-blooded idiot of All Might, not to mention Yu Shanyu, a woman who has been looked down upon by him. Whoa. Ye Qiu didn't care whether he was wearing clothes or not. He just dodged and entered the bathtub. You, what are you going to? Yu Shanyu asked weakly. Forget it, I'm going to die anyway, whatever you do, but I'll remember you, you're a BD. Be patient, it's a bit excessive, but it's all for your own good. Yu Shanyu's body couldn't bear that kind of medicinal power, entirely because the body's potential was huge, but the strength couldn't keep up. The medicinal power is deposited in the meridians, what else can I do? Break up? Ye Qiu thought about it for a long time, and finally came up with a way, that is, to use his own hands to accumulate the infuriating qi of the 9 yangs, and then go to open up the meridians of Yu Shanyu's body. Of course, the shot can't be too violent, and only massage can be used to solve it. To put it simply, it is necessary to have a full body massage. After the massage, Yu Shanyu will get huge benefits. Only, no matter what, just die. Ye Qiu forcibly endured the tenderness in his heart, and his big hands quickly flipped in the water. You, just say it all together. Empty. Lady's clothes have always covered the whole body. She has grown to 3 meters in size. At most, a muscular man can pinch his calf wearing pants. What is poisonous or not, are the villains all monks? If you get a trick every day, you don't have feelings for beautiful women? Having said all that, if this is a pirate, Nami's anime is constantly bursting with shirts, etc., then the protagonist is mentally clean, go to the pirate world and become a monk. Don't keep persuading authors to change the book. A book is not a book. Chapters published for more than 24 hours cannot be changed. You can find out for yourself. I go home from get off work every day, code at night, and code during my lunch break at work. Please don't give me a headache. Life is hard, and everyone understands each other well. Yu Shanyu felt that she didn't remember anything since Ye Qiu's big hand slapped on her body. Dizzy? When Yu Shanyu struggled to open her eyes the next day, she felt as if she was holding a warm doll, and she didn't know when she bought it, so she subconsciously rubbed it again. Don't go too far. Ye Qiu's voice suddenly sounded in Yu Shanyu's ear, the warm air was exhaled on her earlobe, and the numbness suddenly made her face red. Yu Shanyu was about to push Ye Qiu subconsciously, but when her little hand touched Ye Qiu's solid chest, she instantly shrank back like an electric shock. This is her house, her bed. Yu Shanyu, whose face was stuffed under the quilt, was about to explode into a volcano. He didn't wear anything, he really didn't wear anything? Why is it happening like that? What the hell happened last night? Yu Shanyu, who was trying to remember what happened last night, vaguely remembered that Ye Qiu seemed to jump into the bathtub, and then it seemed that the big hand, bite you? Kill you little BD. Thinking of what the shameless little BD in the end had done to him, Yu Shanyu was not polite at all, and directly bit Ye Qiu fiercely. Ye Qiu's brows were furrowed, and there was already a row of teeth marks on his shoulders. Hey, woman, are you a puppy? How come you still bite? Who told you to bully me? I just want to kill you. I don't want to live if I kill you. I have no face. Woo woo. Ye Qiu was speechless for a while. I think you have misunderstood something. I am wearing pants, and you are pressing me. Impossible? You just don't want to admit it. Yu Shanyu raised his head and stared at Ye Qiu's close face. Taking a closer look, that little BD is really so good looking, it makes people want to take a second look. Ye Qiu was really about to cry. The details of last night were actually that after he helped this woman, Yu Shanyu, to defuse the medicinal power, he did touch everything that should be touched and should not be touched, but he really didn't plan to be a villain. Blame it on the dozen beers? I don't know how incapable of drinking this woman Yu Shanyu is, but she got drunk so easily. The key is that after this woman absorbed the power of the medicine, her strength increased by unknown number. Ye Qiu was really powerless when she was exhausted. Pushing it away, it can only be used as a pillow and hugged all night. Of course, in order to prevent the wet clothes from getting the sheets dirty, Ye Qiu took off only a small pair of shorts. He was absolutely innocent, and he didn't do anything bad. You can see if you don't let me get out of bed yourself. Ye Qiu looked down. Yu Shanyu recovered from his shyness, and really found that his slender legs were holding Ye Qiu's body tightly for some reason. Stunned for a moment, Yu Shanyu, who was a little embarrassed, began to make trouble unreasonably. This is a woman's prerogative, why should she not use it? I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. It's all your fault, you are a big villain, yesterday it must have been intentional. I did that on purpose. Ye Qiu's expression was a little weird. Juyang Divine Art is not a boy's art, plus the day's plan is in the morning, when Ziki Dongsheng is at its peak. Yu Shanyu, this woman, hugged him without wearing anything, she was obviously provoking him. Woman, I think you are provoking me. As a man, I can only let you know what is intentional. Before Yu Shanyu could react, Ye Qiu hugged her. The sun was rising a little faster, and Yu Shanyu, who had been so noisy half a day ago, was now like a well-behaved kitten, lying comfortably in Ye Qiu's arms. Your phone is ringing, Ye Qiu reminded her. The lazy Yu Shanyu looked at Ye Qiu pitifully. Little BD, I'm running out of strength, can you help me get it? I think, I'm the one who has no strength. Ye Qiu was speechless for a while. A woman who eats the marrow and knows the flavor is really scary? Hey, Yu Shanyu, who took the phone from Ye Qiu, sounded very lazy. You are empty lady. The Shinwei on the other end of the phone was almost startled by the voice. It really sounded like it, but shouldn't the woman answer the phone with a slap in the face? Has it changed? Nonsense. Hurry up if you have something to say, don't disturb my beauty sleep. Empty lady is not polite at all. Gentle? It depends on who it is. That, aren't you coming to the office today? If you really don't come, I will handle it as absenteeism. The jungle god said weakly. After all, he is one of the main leaders of the firm. Although he is a little afraid of empty lady, he still has to do attendance. Empty lady snorted, if you're absent from work, just be absent from work. Anyway, someone will have to support me in the future, so I don't want to be so tired to make money. Okay, that's it. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Ruthless? The Shinwei in the office was about to cry. He really forgot his teammates when he had a man. If it wasn't for his special features, others would have seen his sadness as a single dog. Sometimes, quirks are too strong to find girlfriends. For example, he is a jungle god, although there are so many female fans who admire him, but on the battlefield of love, he has been dumped more than 50 times. It's more than tears. You mean I support you? Ye Qiu, who made breakfast, looked helpless. Yeah, are you going to not support me? After Yu Shanyu finished speaking, she had the urge to transform into a kitten again. If Ye Qiu's answer was not good, she would just scratch it and then bite. Ye Qiu scratched his cherished hair. This is not the meal he made with quirks. In order not to become a strong man like teacher Saitama, Ye Qiu still cherishes his hair. You Yakauba? But I am very poor now, and I have to rely on you to support me for a while. I will support you in the future, Ye Qiu said while feeding Yu Shanyu porridge. Asterisk, how is it? Do you feel that the strength of your whole body has increased a lot? After staying in bed until the afternoon, Ye Qiu finally pulled Yu Shanyu up from the bed. Ye Qiu, look, my skin has improved, and the dark circles under my eyes from staying up late to catch the prisoner 2 days ago have disappeared. Yu Shanyu held the small mirror and held Ye Qiu in surprise. Ye Qiu looked confused. Oh woman? Forget it. Anyway, when you fight, you'll be able to discover the changes the medicated bath has brought to you, Ye Qiu said indifferently. No, I need to know now. You said it yourself. You want to support me. Yu Shanyu pulled Ye Qiu's arm and acted coquettishly, showing a bit of a black belly. I have a fiancé, Ye Qiu said flatly. Yu Shanyu's mood did not change at all. I know, I believe you will be able to become a powerful hero, like Endeavor in the future. Besides, you little BD, do you really want me to be unable to get up for the rest of my life? One more 2 sisters, I'm not so careful. For this matter, Yu Shanyu didn't care at all. Well, Ye Qiu said that he was very helpless. He didn't know that Juyang Shengong could have such good side effects. It was really painful and happy. Alas, if there is a chance, let you and Bai see it, things that cannot be avoided should be resolved as soon as possible. Ye Qiu was not a person who was afraid of things, so naturally he would be entangled in women's affairs for too long. At present, it was more important to make money. Pick me up. I don't mind or I don't mind. When it was time to spur this little BD, Yu Shanyu felt that he still had to spur him. In this life, you can't always be bullied by this little BD. The fist is broken. The whistling sound made Ye Qiu, who was caught off guard, startled. How much strength did this woman use? Bump. With an extremely fast reaction speed, Ye Qiu quickly wrapped Yu's fist with his palm. Dude, I'm a little numb with the shock. Do you feel it? Your physical fitness has been strengthened again. I don't think it will take long for your ranking in the Hero ranking to improve a lot. Looks like Yu Shanyu retracted his fist with a look of surprise. Really become more powerful and tired. How did this stinky boy do it? This kind of thing is too mysterious. This is just the beginning. As long as you follow my method and use the medicated bath all the time, your physical fitness will improve a lot. Ye Qiu shook his hand. You looked really excited at first, but soon she had a bitter face and pouted. No money? Those medicinal materials are very expensive. When will we start selling medicinal baths? I can't wait to make money. 3 days later, I will sell medicated baths at the Kento dojo in the future. During these 3 days, you go to register the brand, and take the advertisement by the way. I believe you can do it. Ye Qiu thought for a while and said. Then what do you do? Me? Of course I'm in charge of cultivation, and by the way, I continue to become stronger. If I can't continue to become stronger, how can I protect the people I love in the future? It's not enough, it's far from enough. Then, tonight. Yu couldn't help but raised his head and fiddled with the corner of his pajamas with his fingers, as if it were the most interesting thing in the world. Ye Qiu thought for a while, I still have to restrain myself. If I have something to do tonight, if I stay overnight, wait until I go to Xiangying. Early tomorrow morning, I have to go to the Kento dojo. In addition to the venue, it also takes a little investment. By the way, that muscular man was rescued by a mysterious force last time. You looked at Ye Qiu worriedly. That guy is very strong. The last time you defeated him was entirely by surprise. Be careful, he will definitely appear again. It doesn't matter, his strength is very strong, but I will also become stronger. You don't have to worry now, even if you don't have the power of the jungle. If you meet that guy again, he won't be able to easily defeat you. I don't want to meet that guy again. It's so disgusting. He pinched his leg last time. He threw away that Hero No.1 costume. It's a lot of money. Thinking about it makes you feel cold. That hand. Ye Qiu said in a low voice. Huh. You looked puzzled. The muscle man's hand. Ye Qiu asked again. You reacted with emotion in his eyes, right hand? I know what you mean, but Ye Qiu, you have to promise me, don't go to him now, and go to him when your strength can defeat him, okay? That guy is too dangerous. Well, I see. Ye Qiu agreed on the surface, but he didn't have this plan in his heart. Muscular guy? He settled on the right hand and took it directly to feed the dog. And the tongue that likes to talk nonsense, it seems that there is no need for it. It seems that he has to go to All Might. With his current strength, it is a bit overwhelming to want to go to League of Villains to do something big. I'm sorry All Might, your injury doesn't seem to be able to heal as you wish. A dangerous light flashed in Ye Qiu's eyes. Some things, as long as he wanted to do it, would be crazier than anyone else. Let's go. Take a good rest today, do things like Hero No.1, to be brave, and leave it to the jungle gods and the others for the time being. After Ye Qiu left, the moonlight gradually fell on the ground, and his hurried figure was walking in a direction opposite to Beijia. Come on, run up boy. Your legs are full of strength, don't waste these strengths on the word give up. When Ye Qiu came to the coast, he saw the figure who was gnashing his teeth and moving forward under the moonlight. The corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. The inheritance of destiny is finally not deviated because of oneself. The little angel of Green Valley will still shine on the road to become Hero No.1. Yo, long time no see. Ye Qiu directly landed on the scrap All Might was sitting on. Because of the extra weight of Ye Qiu, the little angel of Green Valley, who was already struggling, almost fell to the ground. Young Ye Qiu. All Might didn't know why he saw Ye Qiu here. His eyes were full of doubts. I said I was passing by, do you believe it? Ye Qiu took a bottle of drink he bought on the road, threw it to All Might, and drank it himself. All Might took a sip of his drink, and his mood suddenly opened up. The summer night was still very sultry. It seems that we have a good relationship. Speaking of which, after the Green Valley boy learned about my power, since he wanted to recommend you to inherit my power. If it were you, would you like it? I don't need it. Ye Qiu curled his lips. My own strength is the most suitable. I don't think it's any good for me to get your strength. And what I want is to challenge you in an upright manner. Number 1, so don't waste those thoughts and cultivate Green Valley well. His talent in some aspects is unmatched by anyone. Is the talent of the Green Valley teenager? At this time, All Might did not feel that he could see any advantages in him, except that the little angel of Green Valley had the qualities of being a hero No.1. To be honest, it is an excellent lowering power, but I heard that this was taught by Ye Qiu. Tell me, boy Ye Qiu, what's the matter with you? From what All Might knew after seeing Ye Qiu twice, this kid is definitely not the kind of person who would sit down and chat with him. League of Villains, I think it needs to be dealt with. Ye Qiu looked into the distance calmly. How did you know they existed? All Might looked surprised. Oh, the muscle man, the wanted criminal, wasn't actually defeated by you, but I was knocked out. No way. With your current strength, even if you add me, it is impossible to deal with the League of Villains. They are very powerful, and it is not as simple as you think. Since you are familiar with MT Lady, it must be I know about the muscular man being rescued. All Might didn't want so many years of planning, because Ye Qiu's impulse was completely ruined. Still need to continue strength The new generation of Xionying High School is the capital to fight against League of Villains. Yeah, it's because I know that I want to do something. Those guys are too arrogant, and I don't want to put my life in danger. With the power of the League of Villains, it is not difficult to find out his identity. Now that Yu's strength has become much stronger, Ye Qiu will not worry about it, but Bai's side is not that strong. If the Bai family was hurt because of himself, Ye Qiu would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Get rid of evil. Sometimes, the rules can constrain Hero No.1, but Ye Qiu, who has not yet become Hero No.1, can be reckless. Have you made up your mind? All Might looked serious. Even if you don't help, I'll do it myself. You know, at my speed, you won't necessarily be able to stop me. Ye Qiu said it very bluntly. All Might gritted his teeth. Even if I shoot, do you know how to find those bastards in League of Villains? There is a way, don't worry. I'll try it now. Ye Qiu is not shy at all. All Might's biggest secrets are known to him, and his own secrets about quirks are not afraid of All Might knowing. Pulling out a hair, Ye Qiu quickly embodied a ninjutsu scroll. This is the ninjutsu scroll of the 3 generations of telescope techniques in Hokage. It seems that there are not many people in this jutsu, but the effect is very powerful. After using the telescope technique, you can use the crystal ball to monitor the technique of a specific character from a distance, but the premise is to master the character's chakra characteristics. Of course, a muscular man does not have chakra, but Ye Qiu is still clear about his quirk's characteristics. He wants to see if he can find a muscular man with the telescope technique after he fully understands the Quirks' characteristics. Are you doing magic? All Might's eyes widened. He didn't see through how Ye Qiu turned a hair into a scroll anyway. Ye Qiu was stunned for a moment, then chuckled. Yeah, my magic level is not bad. More than good? After All Might believes that he has obtained the power of Ofa, those so-called magic tricks are no longer useful in front of him. Could it be that the eyes also flowered after the injury? Instead of speculating on Quirks, All Might began to doubt life, and Ye Qiu naturally didn't bother to explain anything. Ye Qiu was not disappointed by the scroll of telescope technique. Ye Qiu, who was thinking about whether to exchange for another basic chakra training scroll, found that the most basic chakra refining method was in this scroll. In front of All Might, in the abandoned garbage dump, he found a fairly good low-quality crystal ball, and when Ye Qiu's Juyang Tru Qi was running a little, he extracted a lot of chakra. Seal? Telescope art? Ye Qiu squeezed a few handprints in his hand unskilledly, and a picture gradually emerged in the crystal ball that had nothing at all. Is this also magic? All Might swallowed. Ye Qiu shook his head. If this is magic, wouldn't you have discovered the League of Villains address long ago? What the hell are you Quirks? All Might's degree of doubt about life adds another point. He is really not very good at such brain-consuming things. You guess. Ye Qiu stared at the crystal ball and made fun of All Might. In the picture of the crystal ball, the muscular guy was in a bar, drinking fiercely, with a grim expression on his face, but the scorched flesh and blood on his body had been recovered through Quirks. There is also a gray-haired young man in the picture, who should be the extremely favorable candidate for the future big boss, Deadwood Handle Hank. Gudu. All Might suppressed the excitement in his heart and swallowed the excess saliva secreted. Can you help me track someone down? Ye Qiu is a big request, and he doesn't know who he wants to track. No, only when I fully understand the other party's Quirks abilities can I track someone down, that's all. Asterisk. The ability to easily track the muscular man is purely because the guy's Quirks are too simple. Except for attacking and defending with muscles, there is no change at all. It is very simple to understand this kind of Quirks thoroughly. The person All Might is looking for is nothing more than an AFO, or perhaps the top of the League of Villains. AFO's Quirks? Then Ye Qiu really couldn't understand it thoroughly. It should be said that Ye Qiu didn't fully understand even the Quirks hanging from dead wooden handles. The ghost knows how far these guys with strange abilities have developed Quirks. It's strange to say that the Quirks of the guys in League of Villains are all incomprehensible, none of them are simple. On the contrary, the people from the faction of Xiongying, the Quirks ability is relatively simple. They are all that kind a powerhouse that strengthens single Quirks to the extreme. This may be the easiest way to distinguish good from evil in this world. When are you going to start? All Might asked calmly. If Ye Qiu starts now, he will definitely refuse without hesitation. If he starts with the guys from the League of Villains, he can't fight an unprepared battle. With just the two of them, he won't be able to fight. Victory expanded. Don't worry, I'll give you a month. Anyway, it should take a while to find out the address on the screen. Ye Qiu said flatly. By the way, after 3 days, you can pay attention to the latest products produced by Xiaoquan Tang Dojo, endorsed by MT Lady, a medicinal bath that can improve people's physique and enhance their strength. Real. How could All Might be so unbelievable? Scientists have studied for so many years, and they all show that if you want to make Hero stronger, you have to keep developing your own Quirks. As for those so-called liquids that strengthen the body, 9 out of 10 are deceptive. Yes, the last useful effect won't be much either. Of course, otherwise why do you think my strength is so strong? Ye Qiu hummed. Don't think that we don't have anything that you can't research from Neon. Let me tell you, before the birth of Quirks, our ancestors in Daxia left a lot of precious legacy, and the medicinal bath is one of them. Anyway, now those Hero people, after making money, they don't know how to spend it, and I can be regarded as providing them with a good choice. Never seen such a brazen person. Obviously, he wanted to use the savings in Hero to make a lot of money, but he insisted on saying that he was so tall. All Might had served this boy Ye Qiu, who was about the same age as the boy in Green Valley. If it works well, I'll let people buy in large quantities in advance. But how do you guarantee that these things that are useful to everyone will not fall into the hands of the League of Villains? All Might's expression was solemn. Ye Qiu sneered. I have to remind you, the Hero are rich because they have tasks to do. But the mice in the League of Villains who are hiding in the dark, do you think? There are a few who can afford my medicated baths, even if they buy them in bulk. I'm afraid it's not as good as 1/10 of what you buy. In the end, who will become stronger? You should know better than me. And you don't want to forget it. Only the Kento Dojo sells it, and I don't guarantee delivery services, so you won't find someone to stay and wait for them to be caught in the net. After meeting All Might himself, Ye Qiu was more certain about one thing. Is that the Hero of this world? It seems that he only thinks about using his strength to solve problems, and he does not use his mind at all when doing things. The guys in League of Villains are not robots that don't need to eat, drink, and lax. As long as they are willing to use their brains, there will always be a way to make them show their legs. It's been 5 years. Within 5 years, All Might, #1 on the Hero ranking, a man with countless privileges, has not found any trace of League of Villains. What a terrifying thing. Ah ha ha ha, young Ye Qiu, you are so smart. Omelt laughed to hide his embarrassment. Yes, If they knew that there was such a way, they would have been able to catch a lot of League of Villains people by making some false advertisements over the years. Miscalculation? Why is it that when hero, people always think about improving their quirks, none of them work hard to improve their brains? It seems that the high school curriculum should be more comprehensive in the future. Young Ye Qiu, do you have any plans in the future? All Might asked a question. Ye Qiu thought for a while, make money, and then become a hero, without making me feel troublesome. How can being a hero, be such a hassle? All Might is clearly not happy with this answer. Without freedom, isn't it a troublesome thing? I don't like the rules set by you strong people. Like last time, you may allow me to do it once, but I'm afraid you won't allow me to do the second time. Ye Qiu looked at All Might without any hesitation. Indeed, All Might didn't deny it at all. If it wasn't for the Green Valley boy and Bakugo boy being in danger, and he didn't have the ability to transform again, he would never have let Ye Qiu shoot. Rules are meant to be followed, even if he is number one. But when it comes to League of Villains, he doesn't care if Ye Qiu is a hero, as long as the AFO can be eradicated and his evil ambitions completely destroyed, it will be worth paying a huge price, not to mention just letting Ye Qiu use his terrifying quirk's power without anyone knowing. Young Ye Qiu, it seems that we used to sit and watch the sky. Very few hero, of Huaxia have come to us in recent years. The population of Huaxia is countless times ours, and there must be many stronger than me. I wonder if you are interested in reforming Xiongying with me. All Might looked at Ye Qiu seriously. This was his official invitation to Ye Qiu. You sure? Ye Qiu was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that All Might would invite him, who has not yet entered high school, to reform Xiongying together. There is not much strength left for the new generation. I don't know when I will lose the power to protect the world. If I let them grow step by step, it is too slow. Too slow? Reform is imperative. Asterisk. Just pay the salary. Also, don't give me the identity of a teacher directly. That kind of identity is too troublesome, and it is a false position like a consultant. Ye Qiu thought for a while and said, School, exam? Don't be kidding. After 3 years of college entrance exams and 5 years of simulation, Ye Qiu is too lazy to continue learning the basics of my English world even though he has an almost unforgettable memory. With that time, it would be better to let him spend it all on cultivation. Young man, are you so sure that I can apply for a consultant position for you? You have not yet taken the college entrance examination, and you are not even a hero, All Might nearly stumbled off the junk. It's a matter of human effort. If the number one man in the hero, rankings has the determination to reform, then I believe you will be able to do it. Ye Qiu's tone paused slightly, and there was a hint of confidence in his eyes. Because, apart from me, there is no one in this world who can make the new generation of blood stronger. Just so confident? His quirks can create things outside the rules of the English world. If you want to break the balance of power in one world, the things in the other world are bound to be the most promising, and some things are 1 + 1 greater than 2. After pondering for a while, All Might finally nodded. Okay, I will go to the principal to apply, but I will only give you a 3-month trial period. If you can't satisfy us within 3 months, you must promise me to be a student of Xiongying High School with peace of mind. I promise. Ye Qiu said casually. Not satisfied? Hehe, I'm afraid that group of guys will beg him for more help at that time. Green Valley, who was still moving forward, caused an uproar in his heart. He seemed to have heard something remarkable before he knew it. Young Green Valley, don't tell other people what you heard just now. The matter of my going to Xiongying to become a teacher has not been announced to the public yet. In addition, you'd better forget that League of Villains in your mind. Those villains are not what you should know about right now. A word of warning from All Might. Gone. Ye Qiu waved his hand, but did not stay to say hello to Green Goo, and disappeared from All Might's sight at a very fast speed. 3 days later, MT Lady, who was very popular among the public recently, frequently appeared in advertisements for an unknown little place called Kento Dojo. Brainwashing adverts overwhelming. I don't give gifts this year, so I will give a boxing vine medicinal bath package. Everyone does not understand what the so-called boxing and rattan medicinal bath package is, but it is clearly stated in the advertisement that this medicinal bath package can eliminate the fatigue of a day's practice, and can improve physical fitness if used for a long time. Most people don't believe in such magical things, but due to their idols, buyers have appeared one after another outside the small Kento Dojo. Kento Tiger Bear was wearing an incomparable suit, combing his bald head that was almost polished, and felt nervous for the first time in his life. No way, this time the advertising fee almost included his net worth, as well as MT Lady's net worth. The effect of the medicated bath is good enough? This is the conclusion that Kento Tiger Bear came to after his own experiments. Even he, who felt that he had reached the pinnacle of his body training, could find that his physical fitness had improved visible to the naked eye after taking the medicated bath. Boss, can you get MT Lady's autographed photo by buying a medicinal bath package? The first guest was a crazy-eyed otaku, and his frenzied eyes almost didn't eat Kento Tiger Bear. Kento Tiger Bear gave the boy a stern look. No. What are you thinking? We are selling medicinal bath packages, not a fan club. I love to buy, don't want to buy and go, don't interfere with the queues behind. People. Cut, I don't even have a signed photo, what to buy, it's scattered. Those irritating words made Kento Toroxium almost ripped off his suit and had a good fight with this group of people. Because of the boy's words, the number of guests in the queue at the back suddenly decreased by half. A hole? Why is doing business so irritating? Ye Qiu, the kid, came up with this medicinal bath, whether it made me make money or made me angry, obviously he wanted to make me mad at the old man. As for Ye Qiu himself, he was already staying with All Might in the UA High School office. This is your plan for the entrance test for Hero, ES. In front of the black-bellied principal, Ye Qiu directly threw the plan on the table, as if he was the principal. What, does Ye Qiu think there is something wrong? The principal was not in a hurry to get angry, but instead, under Amalt's embarrassed expression, he drank tea leisurely. Don't you think it's a little too simple? Moreover, although this kind of test is based on the idea of natural selection and survival of the fittest, for some people, it is still too easy. Ye Qiu pointed it out. That's right, I'm talking about a boy like Bakugo. This is the entrance test. There are too few comprehensive quality tests. A guy like Bakugo is extremely destructive. This is the test. Unleash Quirks, a playground where you can play and pass? Tell me your opinion. The principal continued to ask, but he wanted to see if this young man with a reckless attitude really had the same reckless capital as his attitude. The position of special advisor is not something that anyone can give casually, and whether he is eligible to participate in the reform of UA High School, he also needs further investigation. First of all, the simulation of the environment is too bad. I think climate change can be considered in the test. Hero, ES, is not always faced with sunny days. Rainy days, storms, heavy rains, blizzards, thunderstorms, sand dust and the like. You look at the design, don't tell me it can't be done. Technology is not used for decoration. Ye Qiu slowly expressed his first opinion. Something? The headmaster's small eyes flashed with interest. He really hadn't thought about the environment and climate. If you add the weather that can change at any time during the test, it will definitely add more unpredictability. Any other proposals? The principal's little fingers tapped the table continuously. Instructor sneak attack, of course, must wear equipment that restricts ability or restricts quirks. If the sneak attack is successful, points will be deducted directly. If the sneak attack is successfully avoided, points will be added according to the situation. In other words, the unpredictability of robots is too small. Basically, in Ye Qiu's view, the entrance test is a man-machine game. All the actions of robots are actually traceable. The reason why the test can screen out some suitable talents from a certain angle is precisely because of its randomness and uncertainty. Only people can increase uncertainty to the greatest extent. Congratulations, starting from today, you will be a special advisor to our Hero, ES, High School. As for the college entrance examination, I can give you a direct interview and get you the qualifications for the recommendation. The principal didn't let Ye Qiu continue to talk. He always felt that if Ye Qiu continued to give his opinions, according to his standards, there might not be anyone in the Hero, ES, Department of Hero, ES, High School. Pray for the new generation of heroic students. This is the only thought of All Might and Mr. Principal at this time. Ye Qiu, the special advisor, the thought is really terrifying. Ye Qiu, is your idea reliable? Why do I feel like I'm going to lose everything? In the evening, looking at the mountain of medicinal bath packages in the dojo, Kento Tiger Bear almost wanted to cry, but he didn't even sell 100 copies. Don't worry. The launch of new products is bound to accumulate word of mouth. Do you think everyone will flock to see an advertisement? Moreover, our big customers will soon place orders. Ye Qiu was not in a hurry at all. This guy All Might, in order to temporarily stabilize his combat effectiveness after a month, has already started to prepare funds. Hero, ES, at number 1 in the rankings, plus so many years of single experience, All Might has a lot of savings. If this guy doesn't buy a little medicated bath package, Ye Qiu will let him know, as a special consultant, what power does he have? Okay, then wait and see for 2 days. Kento Tiger Bear pouted in dissatisfaction. Do you know why you can't find a wife? Ye Qiu asked abruptly. No hair? No hair? No hair? Boy, Ye Qiu, don't think that you can speak sarcastic words in front of me now that you have thick hair. Just you quirks, sooner or later you will become worse than me. Kento Tiger Bear stared at Ye Qiu viciously. When I was young, there were many male gods that girls admired, but it was a pity that I was obsessed with martial arts at that time. Hehe. Ye Qiu smiled and said, when you are rich, don't you know to have a hair transplant? You don't need quirks for your hair. If you think you can have a girlfriend if you have hair, I can sponsor it. You have a hair transplant. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Kento Tiger Bear looked annoyed. Because of the hair loss, his whole person became unconfident. As long as the hair can come back, it can definitely contribute to the succession of the Kento family. Of course, if you can't find a girlfriend before that girl in UGA graduates, shouldn't you give something? Ye Qiu's eyes narrowed slightly. Kento Tiger Bear was a little unaccustomed to his eyes, so he covered his chest tightly. I even introduced my cutest niece, Yugia, to you. How can you treat me like that? If you have any wrong ideas, I can tell you, just 4 words, I would rather die. Roll. Ye Qiu kicked out directly, and there is no need to reason with AST like Kento Tiger Bear. In this mind, day by day, I don't know what to think. Call me if you have anything. You have seen the effect of this thing. If you really can't sell it, you can buy some yourself and use it for your arrogant niece. Speaking of that girl, Ichika Kento, I haven't seen it for a long time, because I only taught Green Valley exercises, and my heart is extremely unbalanced. In All Might's dormitory, he received the medicinal bath package he bought, and he was still a little suspicious. If you can get stronger by taking a bath, then what else do you need to do with cultivation? However, young Ye Qiu was so sure, if he didn't give it a try, wouldn't he be sorry for the self-esteem of young Ye Qiu? If the effect is not good, you should also call to praise him. Xiangying must leave this useful special advisor. According to the instructions in the package, All Might took a comfortable bath. It's good that he didn't soak. After soaking, the warm feeling that filled his body made him want to go out and find the guys from League of Villains now and have a good fight. What excites All Might the most is that he clearly feels that the strength he has cultivated to the extreme in order to control Ofa has no room for improvement. The familiar sense of power, and it is the surging sense of power that can be perfectly digested into the body? Ye Qiu boy, what an amazing person. It's a pity, people in this era don't know why, they don't use social software very much. Hero, ES, rarely interact with ordinary netizens, otherwise All Might really wants to share this exciting news with the majority of netizens a bit. Hey, is it the Red Fist of Death? Who am I? I'm All Might, ah. Mr. All Might, Jungle Shinwei and I are holding a men's party outside, do you want to come together? The Red Fist of Death seemed a little noisy. Men's party? In normal times, All Might of Justice would never go there, but now, the power has returned, so it is natural to participate in this kind of collective activity. As the #1 hero, ES, on the list, he must be seen by the younger generation, he is the embodiment of strength and beauty. You wait for me for a while, I'll be there soon, I'll recommend a good thing to you later, and I guarantee that all of you will like it. All Might dressed in a hurry, and after receiving the address and coordinates of the Red Fist of Death, the Green Valley teenager who was cultivating alone had already been forgotten by him in the corner. Asterisk. Hey, Green Valley, why did you come to the gym again? Yawning early in the morning, Kento Tiger Bear opened the gate of the dojo with a look of doubt on his face. Uncle Tiger Bear, I have been practicing recently. Do you think my muscles are much stronger? Green Valley knew that Kento Tiger Bear had no airs, and rolled up his sleeves to show him that he was not considered an excellent muscle. Kento Hyuxing tugged at his mustache. It's not bad. Are you thinking of practicing at the dojo again? I can tell you that the dojo is doing business recently, and you are not like that girl Yujia. Do you need to prepare for the college entrance examination? Don't study with that stinky boy Ye Qiu. Lugu blushed a little embarrassedly. Uncle, I actually just want to come to the dojo to practice Zonggong in the morning. It's really inconvenient at home. My mother always thinks that something is wrong with my brain. Now, you want to take me to the hospital to have a look. Green Valley scratched his head a little helplessly. Tickle your hair? BD, stinky boy Lugu, your hair is amazing. When my hair transplant is successful, the world of handsome guys in the future will not be the world of you young people? Kento Tiger Bear glared fiercely at Green Valley, who didn't know what he had done wrong. Okay, it's not impossible for you to cultivate here, but you have to work for me. Before going to school, when guests come, go get the goods for me. Are there guests? Anyway, Green Valley was watching the news yesterday. It is said that the group of MT Lady fans on the internet collectively protested. Without MT Lady's signed poster, they would never buy the medicated bath package. Dismal sales? Yesterday can almost be completely summed up in these 4 words. Uncle Tiger Bear is really a good man. Lugu was very grateful. Uncle Tiger Bear definitely didn't want to have an extra burden in his heart, so he would say such a request that is not a requirement at all. Practice internal skills, practice horse stance and stance skills. Lugu wasn't so interested in medicinal baths for no other reason. There was really no money in his pocket. It's all Ye Qiu's fault? Uncle, can the medicinal bath package in your dojo really make people stronger? There was not much time left for Lugu to settle in, when a rather tall monk-headed boy came hurriedly outside. Kento Hyuxing raised his brows. That's natural? Our medicinal bath package has been appraised by experts. Even if you don't believe in advertisements, you should believe in experts. Look at you, boy. Quirks has used excessive dark wounds. If you don't buy the medicinal bath package now, you will regret it later. Hi, master? You are really amazing. How did you see that? The excited expression on the face of the monk-headed boy. My name is Yellen Ineza, and quirks are wind, because I usually use too many quirks, and my body can't withstand that kind of ultra-fast movement. There have been a lot of dark wounds. Although doctors can treat most of them, I don't think they are full recovery. Quirks are actually wind? No wonder. Quirks like this, which can enter a state beyond human limits at any time, will indeed cause a lot of personal harm to the user. There is a limit to the speed that the body can withstand. One of the characteristics of the wind is that it has a terrifying speed. Obviously, Yalan Inazuo, an inexplicably passionate little fool, used himself too much before his physical strength was fully improved. Quirks. Maybe when he was young, those secret injuries were nothing, but as long as this kind of injury didn't heal, he might not even be able to get out of bed in a few decades. Okay, if you are in this situation, just buy my medicated bath package. Use a month of treatment to see the effect. If the effect is good, you can continue to buy it. I will supply it for a long time. It must be a long-term supply. That guy Ye Qiu didn't know what kind of ecstasy soup he poured into that woman, Yu Shanyu, but he actually asked her to take out the last dowry money, and directly packed a large area of forest for medicinal herbs. Planting. Tisk tisk. Even if Kento Tiger Bear's money is gone, he will feel distressed for a while at most. If MT Lady's money is gone, it will not be a loss. The owner, I want to buy. Yelin Ineza was still thinking about whether he wanted to buy it or not, when a young man rushed out from a distance. He was a little out of breath, and the yen in his hand fluttered in the wind. I remember you seem to have bought a package yesterday. The boss with the grinning mouth of Kento. Returning customer? It seems that there are still people who have a try mentality and discovered the benefits of the medicinal bath package. Isn't word of mouth established step by step? Ye Qiu little BD, from now on, I want to make my own money, and I can pay for the hair transplant myself. Yesterday, this middle-aged uncle was not optimistic about the prospect of medicated bathing. There was such a big change in just one day. If he saw it for Ye Qiu, he would definitely have a good talk with him. I want 10. The young man excitedly slapped the yen on the table. Young Green Valley, start working? Here are 10 packages. Kento Tiger Bear lazily greeted Green Valley. Lugu, who was cultivating, could not have imagined that he would come to business so soon. He could only reluctantly withdraw from the state of meditation, and walked out with 10 jars with the portraits of Kento, Tiger, and Bear. Speaking of the reason for the poor sales yesterday, one of the reasons was because the avatar on the jar was too disgusting for MT Lady fans. They really don't know why MT Lady cooperated with this dojo, but when printing the packaging, they had to print the image of this bald uncle, which simply affected the desire to buy. Negative ratings? Negative review is required? Wow, what a handsome package, with the portrait of an expert printed on it. For this portrait, I also have to buy 10. No, 1, try it. This guy, Yelin Ineza, looks like he has no brains, but he actually has a lot of truth in his heart. The uncle who can see his own injury at a glance must be a great person, but the strength of the other party is different from the products he sells, and it is not that the products advertised by Hero, ES, are not easy to use at all. 1 is enough, anyway, if it's good, just come and buy it again. With his quirks, it's not a matter of minutes to buy something. Asterisk. Clap, clap, clap. Kento Tiger Bear, who couldn't express his happiness in his heart, slapped Yelin Ineza's shoulder 3 times. Boy, you are really nice and very discerning. I think the most successful part of this medicinal bath package is that it uses my image as a trademark. I won't tell anyone else. After using the medicinal bath package, it will definitely let you do and become super strong in 1 click. Doin? What is it? Yelin Inazuo and Lugu thought about it for a long time, but they couldn't come up with a reason. Huh? Why did you come here? Ye Qiu happened to be here after the boy who bought the 10 jars set meal and was satisfied while looking at the logo on the jar in a tangled state left. Ye Qiu, congratulations on your early admission to Xionying High School. Green Goo smiled at Ye Qiu while taking out a jar of set meal for Yelin Ineza. People from Xionying High School? No wonder the attitude is so indifferent, just like that guy Shoto Todoroki. Yelin Inaso, who was smiling silly at first, suddenly turned gloomy. Now he feels that it was a wise decision that he did not enroll in Xionying High School. Snort? If Hero, ES world was filled with characters like Endeavor's father and son, then it wouldn't be the Hero, ES world he envisioned at all. What's there to congratulate on this kind of thing? You should hurry up and cultivate. If you can really be admitted to Xionying High School and take the entrance test of Hero, ES, I will give you a surprise. Ye Qiu said indifferently. Surprise? Is it another one-finger meditation practice, or Shaolin Tongzigong, which can make ordinary people have the same power as Hero, ES? Thank you so much, Ye Qiu. Green Goo hurriedly bowed to Ye Qiu, expressing his sincere gratitude. Thanks? What is there to thank? Could it be that this kid is a shaking M? I was going to personally abuse the OFA that I had personally strengthened during the entrance test. It seems that people who like to be little angels sometimes have novel brain circuits. Finished shopping? Pay. Don't delay our business. Ye Qiu glanced at Yelin Inazuo. Yelin Ineza was very upset at first, but now he is even more upset. Humph? What right do you have to make irresponsible remarks here? This medicinal bath package is the product of an expert uncle? Also, do all heroic people like to put on such a stinky face? If you can't say why, I, Yelin Ineza, are going to challenge you. Are you an idiot? I am the biggest shareholder of the medicinal bath package. Do you think I am qualified? Ye Qiu was not polite at all. You want to trouble me, you are a little kid who didn't go to high school. As for you look down on Xionying, I can understand. The previous hero, ES, is indeed useless, but from now on, there are my hero is different. Xionying, don't be trash. The incomparably overbearing words made Lugu's body tremble, and the previous smile became reluctant. Now he seems to remember the month he spent with Kaiui cultivating together. It can be said to be a purgatory on earth. This guy is not only ruthless towards him and Kento, but Feng Shenquei does not know how many times he greeted them, but he is even more ruthless towards himself, even if he hit the last ounce of strength and broke countless bones, also let Kento Taruma fall with him. Ye Qiu never allowed, during his battle, villain, could still stand. Is it really the right decision to enter Xionying High School? In front of Ye Qiu's fleeting momentum, the little angel of Green Valley began to doubt life. No matter how powerful the villain is, he is not afraid at all, but when confronted with Ye Qiu, he is frightened for some reason. Ye Qiu seems to be a person who does not follow the hero rules at all. Yaoyorozu was also stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Ye Qiu to admit Xiangying's waist, nor did he expect him to say such arrogant words. Hihi, who do you think you are? Even Shoto Todoroki is not qualified to say such words. He is my goal, and I am on the way to become hero, the one to defeat. Yelanin also sneered, and a whirlwind rolled up in his hand, attacking in Ye Qiu's direction. Playing with the wind in front of me? You're the first one so stupid. Ye Qiu sneered. I'm sorry, I don't like being targeted by unqualified people. You only need to remember my title in the future, God of the Wind. One kick. The kick that made Kento Tiger Bear's eyes shrunk. Obviously it was the same move, but Ye Qiu followed Yaen's whirlwind from Ineza Quirks, which enhanced his legs several times. The scattered whirlwind, instead, he was directly kicked into a solid wind blade, instantly slashing a crescent-shaped pothole on the ground behind Yelan Ineza. Blood? Yaoyorozu froze in place, and there was an extra fiery wound on his cheek, and blood flowed out finely along the wound. In the moment just now, he wanted to try his best to win back the control of the wind, but no matter how hard he tried, those winds that were very obedient on weekdays were like wild horses that were running away, and they couldn't control them. Your quirks are the wind, and I am the wind that controls. No matter how strong your wind is, I will always be above you. Ye Qiu's voice was extremely cold. Fang is indeed a very powerful quirks, but Yelan Ineza has no skills in the development of wind. It should be said that Loki's quirks is the most powerful quirks, but number 1 is Opha's All Might. On the one hand, All Might's quirks is indeed powerful, and he is a cultivator. On the other hand, it is also because of other hero, that he has not exerted the true power of quirks at all. Ye Qiu felt that if he were Endeavor, when he was fighting with All Might, he wouldn't give him a chance to get close, and he would directly use the flames to fight from a distance. All Might is fast enough, doesn't that guy Endeavor use the flame burst quirks to develop a faster way? Therefore, the position of number 2, the second in 10,000 years, cannot be taken away, not only because of insufficient strength. The same is true of Yelan Ineza, but the wind is not so playful. Let's go, one finger meditation practice, remember to step up, and don't be too slack when it comes to internal skills. Other people's sleeping time is the best time for you to practice. Ye Qiu waved his hand. It's good to be sure that there are repeat customers. It's better for him to find you. It's really boring to stay with a middle-aged bachelor like Kento Taruma. Master, can you teach me to defeat? After Ye Qiu's back completely disappeared from sight, Yelan Ineza's tightly clenched fist loosened. Kento Tiger Bear looked disdainful. That little BD Ye Qiu likes to bully the weak. Let me tell you, when that kid came to the dojo, he was beaten up by me and vomited blood. Uncle Tiger Bear, the little angel of Green Valley, was about to tell the truth. Perhaps this has happened before, but recently, when Kento Tiger Bear didn't completely break out his own quirks, both of them were not both lost, one was worse than the other, and Uncle Tiger Bear was obviously fooling the monk's head. Cough, 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 Ulgo boy, my dojo is not a shantang, you should go to school too, don't delay the college entrance examination, hurry up and get out of my way. Kento Tiger Bear kicked Green Goose, and he couldn't teach Ye Qiu a lesson. Could it be that he couldn't teach this kid a lesson? It's hard to come across a guy who can fool you. If you don't let him learn his own Aikido, how can he be worthy of such a good quirks? Green Goo was about to say something, but after seeing Kento Tiger Bear's big feet, he could only shrink his neck in fear and trot all the way towards the school. Unlucky? Today is really unlucky. It's just that I didn't improve a bit when I came to the Kento dojo, and I still got kicked in vain. Alas, it's better to be at home and be treated by my mother as a person with a brain problem. Uncle Master, I have a small request, I don't know if you can agree to it. Yelan Ineza held back for a long time, staring at Kento Tiger Bear with a flushed face. Please make me your disciple, I have to defeat that man. Defeat Xiangying High School. After hesitating for a long time, Yelan Ineza finally expressed the wild hope in his heart in front of Kento Tiger Bear. Kento Tiger Bear pretended to be an unpredictable image, and he was not in a hurry to agree to Yelan Ineza. Holding the teacup and taking a sip of water, Kento Tiger Bear squinted at Yelan Ineza. Boy, it seems that you don't know what kind of monster Ye Qiu is. Although I can defeat him, but for you guys, for his peers, he is a monster? Even the hero, on the hero, leaderboard are not his opponents. How is this possible? Isn't hero, supposed to be strong? Yaoyorozu's eyes widened, and he didn't want to admit that Ye Qiu would be such a powerful person. Kento Tiger Bear sneered. Those hero, may be strong, but Ye Qiu is definitely stronger than them. Stronger? Yelan Ineza suddenly felt that the future was dark, and he began to feel hopeless in his heart. Could it be that all the things he has been insisting on are impossible to achieve? The stronger the person, the closer to the Endeavor father and son? But Kento Tiger Bear's conversation changed. Quirks like your kid are definitely 1 in 10, enough to become the most powerful hero, in the world. If there is a famous teacher, it is not difficult to catch up with that kid Ye Qiu. It's just, there is no free lunch in this world. Even someone like me who is comparable in strength to hero, has times of difficulty. Alas, life is not easy. I'll take 10, not 20 medicated bath packages. If you are willing to accept me as a disciple, I promise to stick to the medicated bath package of Kento Dojo. Yelan Inazuo reacted for a while before saying in a firm tone, buy, must buy. He wants to take out all the private money he has saved for a long time. As long as he can worship this powerful master as a teacher, when he becomes a hero, yes, he will definitely earn back several times, dozens of times. Rizai can be taught. Starting today, you are the owner of the Kento Dojo, the eldest disciple of my Kento Tiger Bear. Kento Tiger Bear said slowly. Really? Yelan Ineza looked surprised. Originally, he thought that someone like Kento Tiger Bear would have to work hard 2 or 3 times before he agreed to accept him as a disciple. Master, what's wrong with your hand? If not, I can give you a massage. Looking at Kento Tiger Bear's twitching thumb and index finger, Yelan Ineza immediately sent his apprentice's attention. Go away? Are you an idiot? How did I accept a disciple like you? Give me the money? Give me the money? Do you know how much it costs to buy 20 jars of medicinal bath package? Do you think it is easy to open a dojo if you are a master? Do you? Give me the money now, or I'll teach you to defeat Ye Qiu without talking about it. I give money. Yelan Inazuo tremblingly took out all the pocket money on his body, and there was still 1 month's living expenses. Master, it's me, not my way of apprenticeship. Why is the world so ruthless towards me? Walking beside you, Ye Qiu, who was generously holding his arm, rubbed his nose. He felt that there must be a lot of people talking bad about him behind his back today, otherwise, with his physical fitness, it would be absolutely impossible to sneeze. Ye Qiu, when will our medicated bath package be ready? I sell them to those who are too much in the jungle, but I don't buy any of them, so I have to take on more tasks. Yu pursed his lips in dissatisfaction. Ye Qiu's voice became rare. Don't worry, they will be snapping up soon. All Might called me yesterday. It is said that they went out drinking with those guys to let them experience the majesty of a real man. The guy is envious after seeing it. Men don't have a good thing. You spit hard. Ye Qiu felt as if you had misunderstood something. Those idiots just went out for a drink and did some boring stuff like a real man's power meeting. Forget it, a group of guys who even Teacher Kang doesn't know, are really men's majesty. They are all single dogs, don't think about those guys. Speaking of which, Yu Shanyu's task today is also novel. She is actually going to the high school to mobilize for the college entrance examination. The school over there even wants to invite her to a simulated combat course, so that the students know the difficulty of hero, ES. Regarding Ye Qiu's absence from school all day, just making a name in the school, and the guy who got the qualification of walking, Yu naturally was not polite at all. Asterisk. Ye Qiu, you have to be kinder to the junior high school students of the same age later. Don't be too indifferent. You will be a high-level hero in the future. Yu persuaded Ye Qiu. She felt that Ye Qiu was good in everything, but she didn't have a good face at all except for the people she was close to. Ye Qiu twitched the corners of his mouth. When you treat a group of little kids, you can choose whatever you want. As for Xiangying, I don't think there are a few who are admitted to Xiangying in a school, and you don't even look at Xiangying every year. There are only a few people in the Hero, ES, department. I don't blame Xiangying. Ye Qiu thinks that training Hero, ES, is quite expensive, especially Xiangying's tuition is not expensive. Who made Neon's Hero, ES, colleges not make any money at all? If it is Huaxia, just investing in a school-funded enterprise can ensure that the school is much more profitable, etc. Ye Qiu had a very relaxed expression at first, but when he approached the private middle school called Shonen Nobles, he still felt something unusual. What's wrong? You looked at Ye Qiu strangely. You don't want to go to school with me because you don't want to go to school, right? No, there are 2 groups of people squatting here, although I don't know why, but the hostility between these 2 groups is very strong. Ye Qiu's face was extremely serious. There can be no such great hostility between Hero, ES, but the 2 sides didn't act immediately. Obviously they are worried about something. Do you want me to inform the jungle about them? You worried. Ye Qiu could feel it, but she didn't feel it, indicating that the strength of both sides is very strong. How could a small junior high school get 2 waves of Hero, ES? Obviously there is a big problem. Don't need it for the time being. If you find more Hero, ES, now, you'll only be frightened by the grass. My strength has improved a lot in the past 2 days. If there is any danger, I can handle it. After all, in this world, not all are all might and not all are endeavor. Ye Qiu discovered one thing in the past 2 days, the lonely sun doesn't last long. Because of the Juyang mantra and the burning fruit, the yang energy in his body has reached a peak. If it weren't for the peacefulness in the Juyang mantra, the excess yang qi and the terrifying medicinal power accumulated in the body by the medicinal bath, he would have been long ago. Goes on fire. On the contrary, because of the superiority, the excess yang energy in the body has been resolved. The 2nd level of Juyang divine art is directly a great success, and after the 3rd level is exchanged, the cultivation speed has increased rapidly, and it has reached the realm of small success. The 3rd level of minor achievement is not as simple as the double level of Juyang divine art. Ye Qiu's inner strength has at least the most accumulated savings in 30 years. Coupled with the ability to burn the fruit, Ye Qiu couldn't help but wonder if he was going to carry out the double cultivation to the end. This yin and yang reconciliation is really a great tonic pill. Because of Ye Qiu's pure yang energy, Yu Shanyu's recent strength has also improved very rapidly. The terrifying power of fists and feet, without Ye Qiu teaching her any power-generating skills, can already fight with Death's Red Fist. This Quirks is comparable to the hero, ES, with enhanced arm strength. Ye Qiu wanted to see what kind of people there were in this noble private junior high school, which would make both groups stare at each other tit for tat. Okay, I believe you. Because of his strength, Yu has become a lot gentler. Recently, he has been a little girl. Welcome MT lady, it is our honor to have you come to our school to give a lecture. I am the principal of Shonen Private Noble Junior High School, Hirofuku Koshiyama. Wearing glasses, the headmaster, whose hands were a bit like fish fins, waited early at the school gate. When he saw you, he immediately greeted him. Yu didn't put himself too high, but said indifferently, Headmaster Yueshin doesn't need to be so polite. Being able to come to your school and give a lecture to the students who are about to graduate can be regarded as my reward to the society. What you're saying is that the consciousness of a professional hero, ES, is really not comparable to me mortals. Koshiyama Hirofu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Who is this? Finally, Ye Qiu was mentioned. Yu Shanyu didn't care about the little boys who were pulling at the window and scrambling to look at her. He's the one from our family, but he is much stronger than me. Today, I managed to pull him here, of course for free. Yu Shanyu grabbed Ye Qiu's arm with great joy. Yu Shinhongfu was in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he didn't talk nonsense just now. He almost thought it was Yu Shanyu asking him to help him transfer to another school, his own brother or something. Young and promising. Young and promising. It's our honor to be able to invite two of you from Xiongnan in private. We will get rid of you today. Koshiyama Hirofuku, who was leading the way in front, made a gesture of please. The third-year students have all gathered at the playground. Awesome. MT lady actually has a boyfriend who still looks about their age? All of a sudden, countless shonen private students posted the sad news directly on the internet. Of course, Yu Shanyu doesn't care about this kind of thing at all, and she doesn't want to be a goddess, just because she's more attractive. On Ye Qiu's side, he didn't pay much attention to the topic that Koshiyama Hirofuku brought up to him intentionally or unintentionally. Speaking of which, he was not qualified to be a professional hero, ES, seriously, but on Mr. Principal's side, he handled it for him on the day of the meeting. After going through the entry procedures, with this level of identity, Ye Qiu is not under any pressure at all. And when the two of them came to the playground, Ye Qiu finally understood why there were two opposing groups outside. Genius? True genius? It should be said that, in Ye Qiu's view, the greatest genius in the British world was actually standing in front of him. Half ice, half fire, a man born with two powerful quirks, Shoto Todoroki? With that indifferent attitude, it's no wonder Yelena Ineza hated so deeply. What a cute little kid. Ye Qiu twitched the corners of his mouth. He seemed to have forgotten that with the indifference he showed, it was no worse than Shoto Todoroki, and sometimes it was even more extreme. Hello everyone, I'm MT Lady Takashi Yamayu. First meeting, please take care of me. Asterisk. MT Lady is here. Ah, it's her, it's really her. Who is that boy? Hearing Yu's self-introduction, all the students in the audience began to let go of themselves, and their eyes instantly became hot. This is MT Lady. MT Lady? It's incredible that hero, ES, who only appears in the news on weekdays, actually came to them. The only one who can remain calm is probably Shoto Todoroki with Wanyan's icy face. This guy's brows are still slightly wrinkled, and he doesn't seem to like this kind of scene. In addition to Shoto Todoroki, there is another person who is not very fond of the current hustle and bustle. Quiet. Ye Qiu was lucky to have Zhu Yang's infuriating energy, so he just drank it. The terrifying sound wave directly sent a group of students, their scalps numb, and their eyes shone with gold stars. On Shoto Todoroki's side, because of this violent drink, he couldn't control his quirks, and instantly froze himself up. The group of boys standing beside Shoto Todoroki were shaken by the sound waves and froze by the icy aura. Their eyes turned white, and they tended to fall directly. Kuka, kuka, kuka. In front of Ye Qiu's voice, Shoto Todoroki's self-defending ice cube made a trembling sound at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, Ye Qiu didn't mean to let these little devils fall, and quickly put away the effect of his internal strength. Knock the mountain and shake the tiger? He wanted to see if the two groups outside would take the initiative to leave after his roar. As he thought, although some warnings were issued by voice, none of the two groups of people hiding in the dark had any intention of leaving. Looking at Shoto Todoroki who was staring at him with incomparably angry eyes, Ye Qiu showed a playful expression. He still likes things like abusing geniuses. In particular, Shoto Todoroki, a stubborn guy, is still only using his own ice-type quirks. If he doesn't use fire to extinguish the coldness of this guy, he may not know how slow his growth rate will be after he reaches the hero. This gentleman, it's been a bit. What happened? Ye Qiu turned his head and stared at Koshiyama Hiroshi coldly. Just a bunch of flowers in a greenhouse. The hero, ES, always want to take the responsibility on their shoulders, and have no intention of publicizing the danger at all. Hihi, it is because of this that one generation is inferior to one generation, and there are always so few people in the hero, ES, department. Nothing, please continue, please continue. Koshiyama Hirofu is also a principal. Even if he didn't become hero, ES, his strength and temperament are good, but when he faced Ye Qiu's eyes, the whole person seemed to fall into hell, and it felt like forever. Can't get out of it. With MT Lady here, this young man should. would not do anything to harm the students. Well, it must be so. Look at your appearance. I heard that Xiongnan Private is a famous school, but now it looks like it's just a bunch of trash. Ye Qiu hummed disdainfully. For MT Lady to say this, it is obviously not enough to hit the group of hairy boys, but it will be taken for granted by most of them. But Ye Qiu, who seemed to be of the same age, said such words to them, which immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of countless people. Aristocrats are private? Hehe, in today's society, there are no nobles to speak of, just people who think they are noble. I will tell you one thing today, there are no real nobles, there are only really powerful heroes. Yes. For example, your classmate Shoto Todoroki, is his family really an aristocratic family? No, because his father is Endeavor, number 2 in the hero, rankings? Want to become a human being, venerable master, the only way to become a hero, is to become a hero, strong enough. Enough? Who allowed you to mention that man? Shoto Todoroki looked at Ye Qiu coldly, with hatred in his eyes. No one can compare him to that man in front of him. He is just Shoto Todoroki, just the son of his mother, and has nothing to do with that man. One after another, the ice ridges rushed towards the summit platform where Ye Qiu was located at an extremely fast speed. Shoto Todoroki, don't be impulsive. Koshiyama Hirofuku was shocked. Can I use power? Ye Qiu looked at Yu, who was beside him. You said indifferently, it doesn't matter, I'm here for the hero, mission. You are my assistant, so of course it doesn't matter. We're just teaching the students. Besides, your power isn't a Quirks anyway. You whispered in Ye Qiu's ear. Ye Qiu nodded. Recently he has started wearing sleeveless clothes in order not to damage the clothes. He had also thought about Ace's outfit, but you felt that if he wore too little, there would definitely be some coquettish bee who would stare at his man and ordered Ye Qiu not to wear so little. In desperation, Ye Qiu could only practice the one-finger meditation technique. There is no need to expose too much of the trump card of Fengshen leg. Vulcan-style 10-fold one-finger Zen. Ye Qiu's fingers suddenly turned into flames, becoming more than 10 times larger than usual. Bing Ling wanted to break through to Ye Qiu, but was dissipated by the power of the flame, instantly turning ice into water, and finally evaporating into the air. The power of the flame that burned the fruit, coupled with the power of one-finger meditation, the terrifying flame finger directly penetrated the ice edge that was constantly hitting the face, and the extremely hot finger stopped at Shoto. After half a second in front of Todoroki, he completely disappeared into the invisible fire. It was the fire that made him hate the most? Shoto Todoroki's complexion became more gloomy, but he didn't think about it at all. Ye Qiu just used one move to penetrate the river of ice ridges under his anger, the gap between the two sides. How big is it? The boys and girls who were still shouting and preparing to challenge Ye Qiu had completely silenced at this time and dared not make a sound. Glaciers are gone. The moment the flame finger disappeared, so did the glacier, and Shoto Todoroki seemed to have never used his quirks of ice. Don't be unconvinced, the gap between you and me is a gap like the sky? Do you think that my strength will only be equal to yours? Ye Qiu looked disdainful. It's just one-finger meditation with 10 times the power, and he has not yet used 100 times the power. In terms of breaking the surface, the destructive power alone, the refined one-finger meditation, is not worse than the Fengshen leg in the slightest. Asterisk. Call. Out of anger, or because of the excessive use of power, Shoto Todoroki gasped for breath, his eyes fixed on Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu didn't care, such an expression only reminded him of one person, that kid Bakugo. The same is overpowering, the only difference is that Shoto Todoroki currently has the capital over his own power. As long as he is willing to release all his power, even Ye Qiu can't easily defeat it. Are you still coming? Ye Qiu hooked his finger at Shoto Todoroki. What is your relationship with him? Endeavor. Ye Qiu sneered. You don't think that anyone who can use quirks like fire has something to do with your dad Endeavor? If that's the case, I can only say sorry, because I don't want a brother like you. Anger can make people lose their ability to think normally. Originally, Shoto Todoroki was a person who liked rational thinking, but in front of Ye Qiu's quirks, who was almost exactly the same as Endeavor, he lost his reason for a short time. You are not him, but you may be him. Before I defeat him, I will defeat you and prove to him that I have the qualifications to defeat him. Shoto Todoroki gave Ye Qiu a deep look. Boring kid. Ye Qiu felt a little unhappy in his heart, and he didn't know why, how he became the target of a bunch of people inexplicably. These stinky bastards wouldn't think like that. They would be able to challenge his strength just by working hard. Okay, finally it's completely quiet. Ye Qiu squeezed his hands and acted like a leader. Standing beside him, Shonen Private Principal Hirofuku Koshiyama. His clothes were already soaked. Sorry? He really regretted why he asked Hero, to mobilize the students before graduation. MT Lady didn't do anything, but brought the boy, who made such a terrifying move. Big loss? The money was clearly wasted. Ye Qiu seemed to have heard Koshiyama Hirofuku's heart and said directly, I know, many of you feel that only a genius like Shoto Todoroki can be admitted to the Hero, department of Xiongning High School. But don't you have the idea of becoming Hero, in your heart? Soldiers who don't want to be generals, not good soldiers? Don't think about relying on other people's strength to protect yourself all day long. When you have quirks yourself, no one knows who the next hero, will be. The way the Quirks decides to fight doesn't decide whether you can be a hero. Yes? There are no useless Quirks, only useless people. You have Quirks with such a powerful flame, of course. There was a boy with orange hair that killed Matt, and he couldn't help shouting. Everyone who had already bowed their heads by Ye Qiu's words couldn't help but raise their heads at this time. That's right. A person with powerful Quirks, how can the Quirks not decide if they will become hero? Yes. Hehe, it's just to whitewash his genius status. I like someone to refute my words, because then I can prove with practical actions how stupid you are. Ye Qiu directly hooked his finger at the boy. Don't worry, I won't use the power of flames. If you can walk down from the summit, I will admit that I am a waste. What I said just now is all nonsense. Come on, who's afraid of you? The orange-haired boy had nothing to worry about when he heard that Ye Qiu would not use flame Quirks. He didn't believe that he would lose a genius who did not use Quirks. Even against someone like Shoto Todoroki who suppressed them for 3 years, as long as the opponent doesn't use Quirks, he is confident of defeating Shoto Todoroki. Oh, who is he? The leader of Shonen Private Noble High School. Quirks is a man with strong feet, invincible in speed and kicking power. Although he doesn't think he can be admitted to a famous school like Xiangying, his future goal is to be a hero, subject in an ordinary school. Whoosh. Haishan Zhenping used his Quirks to use his Quirks, and with an incomparable dashing gesture, he landed in front of Ye Qiu, and raised his fist at him demonstratively. Haishan, today is not the time for you to be fooling around, hurry up and get down. Koshiyama Hirofuku scolded. Ye Qiu made a blocking gesture. No, it's good for young people to be motivated. There is no need for the principal to stifle their motivation. I will have a good fight with this classmate in the spirit of learning from each other. But Koshiyama Hirofuku also wanted to maintain the authority of his principal. Speaking of which, as the principal, he was extremely aggrieved. A group of little ancestors in the school, basically every family had a powerful character. As a little principal, he could neither beat nor scold. Shonen's private school spirit is definitely one of the worst around. This is the key to him bringing MT Lady over, not only to let her mobilize the little devils who are about to take the college entrance examination, but also to see if he can change the atmosphere of the school. This principal is too aggrieved. You interrupted Koshiyama Hirofuku's words. Principal, some people are destined to become hero. Yes, it's a good thing to let them feel the taste of failure in advance. Oh well. Koshiyama Hirofuku reluctantly agreed. Of course, in his opinion, you may want to give Ye Qiu a taste of failure. After all, if you can't use Quirks, the odds of winning against someone who can use Quirks will not be so great. Ye Qiu looked at Montenegro Zhenping with a contemptuous face on the opposite side, and couldn't help but sneer. The news of the hero, killer probably hadn't spread yet, which made these little devils think that Quirks is everything? Idiot! If it wasn't for this, how could the hero, killer bring a wave of morbid psychology in the future? Let you do 10 tricks, if you can meet me, even if you win in advance. Ye Qiu said lightly. Underestimate me. Montenegro Zhenping was shocked and angry. Yes. Others might be more polite, but Ye Qiu admitted it politely. Just can't see what's wrong? Strong enough to defeat him? Damn BD, I'll make you pay. Haishan Zhenping exerted a force under his feet, and the terrifying muscle power was immediately transmitted to the whole body, causing him to rush towards the position where Ye Qiu was standing at an extremely fast speed like a bullet. Come on, boss of Montenegro. Boss, you must defeat the guy who embarrassed Shoto Todoroki. The Montenegrin gang is invincible, and the boss of Montenegro, Xiangnan, is the strongest. There are many younger brothers of Montenegro Zhenping, and he spared no effort to shout about the boss's presence. Too slow. Ye Qiu whispered something. Haishan Zhenping, who was rushing towards him, almost thought that his ears were wrong. That guy actually said it was too slow, right? You must have heard it wrong. It was because of that arrogant BD that he made himself auditory hallucinations. This kick must be kicked in his ear to let him know what it is like to have a problem with his ear. One kick? It's the same kick, but compared to the unskilled kick of Montenegro Zhenping, it brings together strength, speed, skill, and even spirit. Bump. It was obvious that Ye Qiu was behind, but Ye Qiu was attacking. That kick was several times faster than the kick from Haishan Zhenping Fei. It aimed directly at his side of the head and kicked him back to the podium. So weak. Ye Qiu stood slowly in front of the podium. It seems to be stating a fact, but the silent words made everyone angry and silent. After eating a mouthful of soil, Haishan Zhenping crawled up again viciously. Come again. With the force under his feet, this guy no longer thought about attacking directly, but wanted to use the absolute speed brought by his legs to run first on the podium to increase his speed to the extreme. This time, I definitely don't have to use my legs. Haishan Zhenping decided to use his speed to avoid Ye Qiu's attack first, but then use his fists to knock that guy down. As the leader of Shonen Private, Haishan Zhenping never thought that his fist would be weaker than that of a little white face like Ye Qiu. Why, disappeared. Haishan Zhenping felt that his eyes just blinked, and Ye Qiu, who was in front of him just now, had completely disappeared. The group of students under the stage clearly captured Ye Qiu's position, and followed Montenegro Zhenping silently. How could it be so fast? Did you use Quirks? Someone turned their attention to Shoto Todoroki, and among all the students present, only Shoto Todoroki could tell whether Ye Qiu used his Quirks to cheat. No, Shoto Todoroki's eyes no longer had the anger at the beginning, but became extremely cautious. He didn't use a little quirks, just used his physical advantages. This person's speed is already so fast, maybe even faster. Is it really possible for the human body to reach the speed of Ye Qiu after training? Maybe Shoto Todoroki used to think that quirks could bring everything, including speed and power, but now he's starting to think. If he didn't know how to use that disgusting power from Endeavor, then what should he do to achieve the speed of Ye Qiu's level? When quirks can't make you stronger, should you consider polishing your body? In fact, in the process of fighting Endeavor, Shoto Todoroki also discovered one thing, that is, Endeavor has always had a dojo at home to polish his physical strength. Perhaps, he was wrong before, thinking that he could defeat the devil with only the quirks his mother left him. Maybe the real powerhouse, the body, is just as important. Okay, what a boring fight. Ye Qiu's voice, like a ghost, sounded in the ears of Haishan Zhenping, making him who had been looking for Ye Qiu horrified. You cheat. Montenegro Zhenping roared with courage. Unfortunately, what greeted him was a huge force from his butt, and Ye Qiu kicked him off the podium again. Have you seen it now? Do you have quirks, and what kind of quirks are they? It's the same for me. Because whether I cast my quirks or not, you're all a bunch of weaklings. Ye Qiu was too lazy to take a look at Haishan Zhenping. Although compared with other ordinary high schools, Shonen Private does have many good seedlings of quirks, but only Shoto Todoroki can really catch the eye. Everyone else is under the protection of Hero, living too comfortable. Where is there? What a strong mind. Forget it, I don't really want to teach you anything about that person's money and disaster relief, but since your principal paid for you to do the Hero, mission, I should still do some work. After Shoto Todoroki and Montenegro MHA made 2 plays, the students under the summit stage didn't dare to continue clamoring no matter what Ye Qiu was saying. In this world, strength always comes first, and the law of the weak is the fundamental survival law of the world. Demon? This guy is an absolute demon. As soon as Ye Qiu's voice fell, he waved his hands and used a terrifyingly hot flame to encompass the entire playground. Mr. Ye Qiu, you are. Koshiyama Hirofuku was about to cry. Ye Qiu said lightly, that is to let them know how difficult it is to become hero. Don't worry, I just created a flame maze. These little devils can escape through their own quirks. In the labyrinth, it should be the last training of the day. Do it yourself? Or do you seriously participate in a teaching? I also feel that I am not so busy and panic, but it is better to directly use the ability of flames and let these boys toss by themselves. Just a reminder to Shoto Todoroki, don't try to put out all the flames with your quirks, or I can guarantee you won't be able to walk out of the school gates today. Ye Qiu reminded Shoto Todoroki a sentence. As soon as this kid made a move, he didn't let everyone pass the level directly. Because of the fiery feeling brought by the high temperature of the flame, the already hot weather made the group of students complain, and the school uniforms they were wearing were already wet with layers of sweat and stuck to their bodies. You wait for me here for a while. I'm going out to do something. Sometimes I don't want to make trouble, but trouble always finds you. Ye Qiu explained to Yu Shanyu, and then flew away towards the school gate. At this moment, Ye Qiu's mood is really very unhappy. It's just that he has to compete with a group of little kids for no reason. The 2 waves of forces hidden in the dark actually have a wave of powerful hostility towards him. In that case, just let him know this wave of villain, and see who dares to attack him. Hostility is easy to generate, but if you want to take it back, it is difficult. Asterisk. Ms. MT Lady, Mr. Yakayak Xiao, it's not a big deal to go out, right? My group of students are still waiting for him to save them. Koshiyama Hirofuku's face filled with anxiety. I don't know what happened, and suddenly disappeared from his sight. The terrifying flames, but they did not disappear, and even kept changing. Some of the students had been suddenly lifted up because they couldn't dodge in time. The flames burned. What's the hurry? Didn't you hear me on this mission? Do you think I'm a hero? And my strength is not as good as that kid Ye Qiu? Don't worry, I'm your student. There will be no danger. Yu directly took out the snacks that he had prepared for a long time, and while eating, he admired the ridiculous appearance of the group of little devils struggling in vain in the flame maze and unable to advance an inch. Because of the medicated bath, now she doesn't need to avoid food at all, and she doesn't need to take into account the excess fat that high-energy foods will bring. The medicated bath can easily solve these troubles. Little devils, looking at the way you are struggling, you know that you didn't take the advertisements I shot to heart. With a heartbeat, you suddenly spoke to the group of little devils who were struggling in vain. Would you like to know why that kid Ye Qiu can have such a fast speed and such a strong power without using quirks? MT Lady, Montenegro Zhenping, are your most loyal fans. If there is any way to make your body as powerful as Ye Qiu, please tell us, in your support club. Among the contributions, I am a loyal fan of the top 50. Shameless? Everyone was very dissatisfied with the orange-haired guy from Black Product Genuine, but they followed him and shouted that they were also fans of MT Lady, trying to figure out from MT Lady's mouth that what made Ye Qiu become so powerful secret. Shoto Todoroki, who has been silent all the time, just condensed his quirks of ice on his body to fight against the high temperature of the flames, also divided some of his attention, and he also hoped to be able to learn from the mouth of Hero, the profession of MT Lady. Hearing a little secret of becoming stronger, only by becoming stronger can he defeat the demon in his heart. Actually, if you want to make yourself stronger through ordinary physical training, the reason is very simple, that is to constantly break the physical limit. You've turned around, of course, even breaking the limit will affect the body. Great damage, I don't advocate doing this. We want to be hero, yes, not a reckless man who leaves dark wounds on our bodies. So at this time, you need the medicated bath produced by Kento Dojo Combo. Cut. Thankfully, I'm still your loyal fan. I didn't expect you to openly advertise in our school for your own endorsement. Montenegro Zhenping spat in disdain. Medicated bath package? The kind of thing that can help push the limits of the human body? Don't be kidding, if there really was such a thing, wouldn't it have been snapped up long ago? Yesterday, it was said on the internet that the sales were bleak or not. MT Lady and Ye Qiu came to their school this time. I am afraid they have already thought about singing together to sell the so-called medicinal bath package. Little devil, do you know that talking nonsense will kill people? You was in a very good mood originally. Ye Qiu might be able to sell a lot of medicinal bath packages when Ye Qiu made such a fuss, but at the moment she was in a bad mood. As the saying goes, a woman's mood is like the rain in June, changeable. You, who was made very angry by this guy, Montenegro MHA, directly displayed his quirks and punched that guy. The incomparably huge fist, wrapped in boundless air waves, instantly rushed in front of Montenegro Zhenping. Under the impact of the fist wind, the flame instantly ignited on the head of Montenegro Zhenping, burning that arrogant orange head to the ground. Ah, it hurts. After reacting, Montenegro Zhenping touched his scalp in pain. He did not expect that MT Lady, who is hero, would directly attack these students. In addition to him, there are several younger brothers around him, who also suffered severe burns due to the influence of the flames. As the principal, Hiroshi Koshiyama was sweating coldly on his head. Although he wanted to suppress those lawless little devils so that they could have more motivation before the college entrance examination, he never thought that the shot would be so serious. This is just a warning, don't think that your strength and identity can make you say such words to your professional hero, You don't want to become stronger, no one is forcing you to become stronger, and you don't cherish this opportunity. Just stop talking nonsense to me, I have no qualifications and no obligation to listen to your nonsense here. You are gentle when facing Ye Qiu. When facing friends, she will be a little black, but if someone makes her feel unhappy, then she will only face her anger, no matter what status. Professional hero, no provocation? Ye Qiu, who was outside the school gate, felt something in his heart, and he couldn't help shaking his head. A bunch of little kids really like to cause trouble. He knows that they have good eyes and weak hands, no strength, no belief, and they also learn from others to resist hero, a group of idiot. This little brother, may I ask you to come out of school at this time, what's the matter? Just when Ye Qiu was about to release his breath completely, a young man wearing glasses, a long plain dress, and a long silver shawl walked out from behind the tree and looked at Ye Qiu with a smiling face. One of the two groups of people is not the one that is hostile to him. Ye Qiu held his chin and thought for a while, you're the older sister of that poker-faced boy Shoto Todoroki, right? The looks are 3 points similar, but the elder sister's appearance is obviously much softer, and she should follow her mother more. Hung Dongmei was stunned for a moment. I haven't seen you in school before. You shouldn't be a classmate of Frozen, right? Even if you are a classmate, you probably don't know each other, right? Ye Qiu was a little helpless. This person might be the one who secretly protected Shoto Todoroki, but he was a little too honest. How could he feel a bit natural and stupid? I'm not his classmate, but sister, can you look in the mirror? Don't you look like that kid Shoto Todoroki? Can't you still pick it up for the phone bill? Charge. Can the charge for the call be picked up? Hung Dongmei was stunned for a while, and began to think carefully about this issue. Those employees in Endeavor's office also had a headache when they saw that their young lady fell into the nature of natural stupidity again. Normally, Hung Dongmei doesn't have any natural stupidity at all, but some inexplicable people, if they are inexplicable, will make her fall into this strange attribute. According to their conjecture, it must be caused by that special family environment. Hung Dongmei completely conformed to her mother's appearance, hair color, and ability. It is not easy to grow into an optimistic and sunny person in the dark Hung family. Naturally, sometimes she will be a little small with normal people's difference. Forget it, I can't communicate with you normally. Ye Qiu looked into the distance with a headache. I have something to deal with the people over there. You'd better not stop me. Oh, I remembered, I came out to stop you. Hung Dongmei's expression instantly became serious. This classmate, your strength may be very strong, but those who are eyeing my brother, every time personal strength is very strong, and they are all vicious people. If you are not a professional hero, there is no way to fight against them. Ye Qiu sneered. Whoever told me I wasn't a hero, couldn't use quirks, and shot at the kind of person who wanted to threaten my life. Hung Dongmei accidentally covered Ye Qiu's mouth. Don't say that again, I heard it, but if it is heard by others, if the recording is sent out, your life will be ruined. Ye Qiu blinked, a little helpless. Is this girl really the arrogant one like Endeavor, or the older sister of Shoto Todoroki? Why didn't you say anything? Hung Dongmei frowned. Although she was a girl with eyes, she still looked very cute. Miss, you covered his mouth. Others who really couldn't stand it, quietly reminded Hung Dongmei. I forgot. Hung Dongmei quickly let go of her little hand. Ye Qiu let out a mouthful of turbid air, and the anger that was simmering in his heart was a little funny when he was so upset. Aren't Endeavor afraid of being snatched by those people, Shoto Todoroki, whom you protected? It doesn't matter, although I'm weak, others are strong. It's just that I'm more familiar with wrong, so he won't resent my existence. Hong Dongmei showed a faint smile. Are you weak? It's not obvious that Logia's Quirks is one of the strongest Quirks, don't underestimate yourself. Endeavor's fire can be ranked second, while other Logia's Quirks can hardly see the ranking before. It wasn't because that guy's strongest point was his Sing Sing. Ye Qiu pouted. Just like the parents of Green Valley, there are definitely powerful Quirks. One is fire breathing, the other is gravity, but no one becomes hero, yes. To put it bluntly, it is still the world of my Ying that there is not much pressure. Not everyone, after having top-level Quirks, they will still think about becoming hero, yes, and taking responsibility for that battle. Okay, I'm not a student. Ye Qiu directly took out his ID card. Shoto Todoroki is the special admission qualification for our hero this year, and I still need to deal with him a little bit of trouble. Ah, Xiangying High School Special Advisor? You are so amazing. Hong Dongmei's small mouth opened slightly. Ye Qiu took the special advisor ID card back with a black line. Can you not say it out loud? My identity is kept secret. I was just going to teach that group of people a lesson, but now I may be silenced. Don't be impulsive. Hong Dongmei grabbed Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu raised the corner of his mouth. Don't underestimate me. Do you really think that the advantage of numbers can pose a threat to the real powerhouse? Her arm trembled slightly, and Hong Dongmei suddenly felt a tingling sensation, which made her release Ye Qiu's arm instantly. Whoosh. Almost as soon as she let go, Ye Qiu's body left an afterimage and flew to the top of a 20-story building at the fastest speed. You are. Ye Qiu's sudden appearance shocked the group of people hiding on the roof. Boy, there is a way to heaven. You don't want to go, you have to bite the bullet and go to hell. The leader is a Tauren, and it looks like it should be a physical Quirks again. Ye Qiu looked at this guy with some sympathy. With such Quirks, life should be very unhappy. Hell, this description is really correct. During this period of time, my strength has improved a lot. When facing the group of little devils, I can't use all my strength. You should see enough information in the telescope. It's really hard not to fight. Ye Qiu moved his neck. Kento Tiger Bear was busy with the medicinal bath package, and worked hard to get his hair transplanted, to reach the pinnacle of his life, and to marry Bai Fume. What kind of dojo inheritance was long forgotten by that wretched uncle? No one did it. It was really uncomfortable for Ye Qiu, whose strength was increasing day by day. Your request, the boss has granted it. Along with a black mist, a guy with a mist-free head came out of it, and beside him, there was an extra huge monster. League of Villains Cotter, Kurogiri, the ability is teleportation. So is it the Nomu who was researched by AFO who was standing beside him? Ye Qiu's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that he had already been targeted by the AFO, and now even if he wanted to escape the battle with the League of Villains, it was completely impossible. Kurogiri's arrival this time is also with the order of the AFO. The AFO wants to get Ye Qiu's Quirks, because the strength shown by this kid is too mysterious. In addition, someone who can even fight against the muscular guy should be able to test this monster that was just created. Oh, I really look down on me. Since that's the case, I can't be too stingy. Let you see the power that makes people move. Ye Qiu directly took off his short sleeves, revealing his incomparably strong muscles. It's a pity that Marine Six Forms and Conqueror's Haki have no secret realm to practice. Otherwise, with the addition of the martial arts department's body training method, Ye Qiu felt that he could blow Nomu directly with his fist. Asterisk. Pure physical strength is not comparable to the fast regeneration ability of the monster Nomu, so what about the flame power with inner strength? Ye Qiu wants to try it? Before Nomu should be perfect, he also wanted to try whether his own power could destroy such a terrifying thing. True Qi was like training, and the white air exhaled from Ye Qiu's mouth condensed for 3 meters and lingered for a long time, making the group of League of Villains scoundrels have no idea what kind of performance they should have after watching it. Lord Kurogiri is here. This kid is obviously not someone they can easily deal with. I hope that the innocent will not be harmed. Especially the Tauren with an extraordinary size. At this time, he has already made his body retreat a lot without a trace, just hoping that Ye Qiu, the powerful Quirks kid, will notice him. Come on Nomu. Although the rescued muscular man had some inexplicable respect for this kid, for him Kurogiri, the opposite was just a kid who didn't even go to high school. Nomu, who was silent, directly pointed at Ye Qiu and blasted his extremely thick arm. Next up, Ye Qiu was directly the Juyang infuriating with the 3rd level of luck. With his arm that seemed to be many times weaker than Nomu's, he directly caught this brutal blow. Boom! The ground on the rooftop under Ye Qiu's feet shattered countless small stones directly along his feet. The incomparably terrifying power, even with the protection of 999 Yang True Qi, still made Ye Qiu's arm go numb. But it's not bad, within the acceptable range. The 999 Yang infuriating body protector can barely resist Nomu's pure physical attack. It seems that when the AFO takes full action, he should be almost invincible. How is this possible? The Tauren's small army of League of Villains saw that Ye Qiu was so relaxed, they blocked Nomu's blow, and everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. Impossible? They once did a test when Nomu first came out. At that time, there was a companion of the physical enhancement Quirks, trying to use his body to fight Nomu head-on. It's good to have a dream, but it's a pity that the companion with a dream, under Nomo's fist, turned into a pool of blood-red flesh. A tragic memory that no one wants to remember again? But Ye Qiu is obviously not a physical Quirk's owner, and his small arms are definitely not thick, so why can he block Nomo's attack? Could it be that Mr. Kurogiri told Nomo to release water? Perhaps there is only one possibility. In order to prevent Nomo from mashing this incomprehensible boy into flesh, Mr. Kurogiri definitely let Nomo release water. The Tauren, these little scumbags, took this idea into account in their hearts. As everyone knows, at this time, Kurogiri's heart is already in an uproar. He was planning to let Nomo keep his hand just now, but Ye Qiu and Nomo were fighting so fast that he didn't have time to react. Release water? Not really. For a moment, Kurogiri was even worried that even if he had the status of a cotter and had the quirks that the boss valued, he would probably be dealt with. If Ye Qiu is killed by Nomu, nothing will be left. Shoto Todoroki, whom the AFO valued, has never been taken down by them, which has already made him very angry. If Ye Qiu is accidentally destroyed, everyone will only have one end, and that is death. It's not bad. This kid's body is so weird that he can actually resist Nomo's attack, but can the flaming quirks really temper his body to the level of Nomo? Kurogiri is very clear that Nomo exists to deal with All Might, who is invincible physically. People with flames like Endeavor's quirks will never confront Nomo head-on. Ye Qiu's behavior is really out of line, and his strength is really weird. Bring back? Must take it back. Not to mention an AFO, even Kurogiri, a cotter who has always been calm, has a strong desire to find out about Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu's idea is also very simple, using Nomo, a monster without IQ, to help him disperse all the medicinal power that cannot be absorbed by the daily medicinal bath into his body. Only this kind of terrifying Rakido can stimulate the Juyang Qi and make the Qi run faster. Fist, foot, fist, foot. The figures of the two sides kept staggering, and the whole building trembled because of their actions. The Aborigines in the building, in horror, thought it was an earthquake, and ran out of the building one by one. Boom! The top floor, after hundreds of rounds of fighting between the two sides, was finally overwhelmed and collapsed. Everyone in the Endeavor office who was watching the battle from a distance could no longer find the words to describe their mood. A skinny humanoid Tyrannosaurus. If you add a powerful flame ability similar to Mr. Endeavor, if Shoto Todoroki shoots just now, there will be only one end. Fiasco? 3 major achievements? Ye Qiu's fists were already starting to tremble a little, but he didn't care at all. Instead, his eyes were filled with excitement. I thought that the further back I went, the more difficult the practice of Juyang Divine Art would be. League of Villains? Hehe, what a bunch of guys who like to give big gifts. The foundation is still a little vain, but Ye Qiu's infuriating purity and quantity seem to have reached the realm of 3 major achievements. The only pity was that even though his legs were far stronger than his fists, he didn't leave any scars on Nomu's body. That guy's body was thicker than steel. As expected of a genius product developed by AFO, only the monster All Might can use pure physical power to beat this monster to the point of almost exploding. The group of little devils in the school, who can get out, should have almost got out, and the trash that hasn't come out can only be trash. The power of fire, I want to take back all of it. AFO, if you dare to hit me before I do it, then I have to give you a big gift. Little devil, I don't think you like to be bound by the word hero. Yes, do you want to go back with me? I can introduce you to the strongest existence in this world that surpasses All Might. That's it, the true god of the world. There was a hint of fanaticism in Kurogiri's reserved tone. Asterisk. God. Ye Qiu showed a disdainful expression while dealing with Noma's attack. That's really embarrassing. The guy who was beaten and almost died is not a god at all in my eyes. If this world is destined to have a god, it can only be me, the god of fire. Domineering, completely inconsistent with his age, Ye Qiu didn't put AFO in his eyes at all. It should be said that he dismissed it. Power is not a mess of a bunch of quirks piled together to become the strongest in the world. Quirks like AFOs are extremely powerful, but people with such quirks, apart from playing a little intrigue, are not a strong fighting talent at all, and they completely waste the quirks. Vulcan? Even Endeavor didn't dare to say that he was Vulcan, a mere kid who dared to look down on his boss. However, the identity of this kid is definitely not that simple. He even knows about the defeat of the boss. Today, it seems that he is taking the initiative to appear in front of them on purpose, and maybe even let him appear on purpose. Could it be that? There was a bit of surprise in Kurogiri's heart. The kid in front of him, who has unparalleled flame quirks and a powerful body, could it be because he got All Might's quirks? Kurogiri, the cotter of the League of Villains, knows something about the AFO and OFA affairs. Most likely, judging from the time Ye Qiu fought with the muscle guy, it wasn't long before he should master this power. The power of OFA, but the boss is separated from his own power. If this power can be taken back, the power of the boss can be infinitely close to invincibility. At that time, all the rules of the whole world will be a part of the boss. Place of words. Nomu attacks with all his strength. Don't worry about breaking the opposite toy. Kurogiri gave a death order. The successor of Ofa's power is so easy to be destroyed, just to test the bottom line of this kid's strength. Nomu in full strength is like a tireless machine. His strength and speed have been greatly improved in an instant. A pair of fists instantly turned into phantoms, and they smashed towards Ye Qiu in a continuous manner. No, that little brother is in danger. Under the obstruction of other Endeavor colleagues, Hung Dongmei did not immediately help Ye Qiu. They were also worried about one thing, and that was today's affairs. Could it be the trick of those mysterious guys? The monsters on the rooftop are really too powerful. Just that one monster can stop them all. If the others go to trouble the young master, they won't be able to come back in time to support them. Miss, you can't go there. I think it's more appropriate to inform other Hero ES to solve it. Yeah, with such a big commotion, there must be other Hero ES coming here at an extremely fast speed. Despite everyone's persuasion, Hung Dongmei still flew towards the building. You stay where you are. If any accident happens, take the younger brother with you as soon as possible. You must not put him in danger. I will go there alone. Hung Dongmei ignored the words of the others. Although in the eyes of the younger brother, his father is like a demon, but Hung Dongmei knows that even if he is a demon who blindly pursues power, he will always stick to the way of Hero ES, and he will take action in this situation. On Ye Qiu's side, when he was under Nomo's attack, a phone call suddenly came, which caught him by surprise. Hello, you, it doesn't matter, you don't have to come here, just be optimistic about those boys, I will handle the villain, here. The bastards of the jungle Shinwei said they would not come to you? Then you remember to ask for more. A little commission? Even professional Hero ES, I really have no responsibility at all, they are all bastards. Ye Qiu held the phone angrily and cursed for a while. This guy, the little minions of League of Villains don't know what words to use to describe Ye Qiu. Obviously this guy put on a desperate stance, but suddenly chose to answer the phone during the battle. The key is to face Nomo's heavy fisting shadows, but he is so calm that he didn't even look at Nomo's attack. When the internal strength is cultivated to a high level, the 5 senses will be strengthened. The wind between the fists is enough to make Ye Qiu make evasive actions. His current speed can be ranked at least in the top 10 in the world of wooing. Be optimistic about those little devils. I should be able to solve the battle in about 10 minutes. No, maybe it won't take 5 minutes now. Hang up first. Out of the corner of Ye Qiu's eyes, he saw Hung Dongmei flying towards him. Ice and fire are not the half-half power of Shoto Todoroki, but he wants to see if the pure physical power, Nomo, which cannot be completely destroyed, will be destroyed by 2 extreme elemental powers. Such a perfect work must be destroyed directly now, AFO will be very sad. Ye Qiu looked at Kurojiri and suddenly revealed an intriguing smile. What does it mean? There was a bad feeling in Kurojiri's heart, since the kid calmly dodged all of Nomo's attacks, his hair went cold with dim sum. Could it be that the power of Ofa is infinitely magnified in Ye Qiu's hands? Little brother, are you not injured? Hung Dongmei, who couldn't see it clearly below, flew to the roof that had collapsed on the first floor, only to realize that she really didn't need to come. Injured? Non-existent? Ye Qiu, who was dodging calmly, had completely turned his hands and feet into flames, and he was about to start fighting the enemy seriously. Why are you here? I'm not your brother. How could I be injured in the face of this level of villain? Ye Qiu's face was speechless. Hung Dongmei patted her plump breasts and said seriously, it's fine if there is nothing wrong. This group of forces who don't know where they are coming from, their strength is not simple. I think it's better for me to help you deal with them together. Strength is not simple? The minions of the Tauren are already crying. Ye Qiu, who can deal with monsters like Nomu, just don't bother them. How dare they intervene in the battle of that level? It's not obvious that they are tired of living people do that. Asterisk. Interesting. Are you Endeavor's daughter? In addition to Shoto Todoroki, AFO is also very interested in Endeavor's other family members, because in addition to adhering to the so-called Hero ES principle, AFO feels that Endeavor's madness in some aspects is somewhat similar to him at the place. Kurojiri could almost conclude that the guy with the hair color and barely any quirks features must be related to Shoto Todoroki. Yes. Hung Dongmei did not deny it at all. I have not seen any of you on the list of professional Hero ES using quirks in the city. I have reason to believe that you will cause great harm to the public. That serious look made Ye Qiu laugh. For these vicious guys, is it really useful to reason like this? Anyway, he felt that instead of reasoning with these guys and telling them that it was wrong to do so, it would be better to take action directly and destroy all these scum with thunder. Sure enough, with this inexplicable serious attitude, the guys from League of Villains, after being stunned for a moment, burst into laughter. So funny, it was the first time they had seen such a Hero ES. Although Ye Qiu is scary, this woman with glasses might become his weakness. Under Kurojiri's signal, the Tauren directly led the group of younger brothers, grinning, clenching their fists and surrounding Hung Dongmei. Looks like you've been underestimated. Ye Qiu also didn't forget to stimulate Hung Dongmei. He also wanted to see if Hung Dongmei's ice-type quirks could reach the level that would satisfy him. Humph. At the critical moment, Hung Dongmei still had a bit of Endeavor's demeanor. Her cute little face showed a hint of indifference, and the temperature around her whole body dropped by 3 points. Call? Something? Ye Qiu breathed a sigh of relief when faced with such extreme cold. As for those League of Villains scoundrels who are not as strong as Quirks, their feet are completely frozen to the ground. Damn woman, don't underestimate us. One of the minions, even frozen, with his hands like machine guns, quickly blasted out countless nails. This is his Quirks. The terrifying nails poured down from the sky, and the ice-type quirks of Hung Dongmei were not so strong or so weak. In desperation, they could only dissipate their previous strength, and recondensed ice cubes, blocking them in front of him. Taking advantage of this small gap, the Tauren hurriedly took a group of younger brothers and quickly attacked Hung Dongmei. If Lokia's quirks were invincible, Endeavor would already be the #1 hero, ES, and there wouldn't be so many other weird quirks hero, ES, on the hero, ES, leaderboard. No, Miss is in danger. The group of hero, ES, from Endeavor office is really very tangled right now. If it wasn't for Ye Qiu, there would be no such thing at all, but in Endeavor's order, they must put Shoto Todoroki's safety first. To support or not to support. In the end, under the thinking of a leader, he decided not to support Hung Dongmei's side. After all, it was an unauthorized action. If Shoto Todoroki was caught by those guys, none of them would have a good end. Don't move for now. With the ability of the young lady, you may not be in danger at the first time, and there is still one person on it. Yes, there is also Ye Qiu, a boy with super strength that doesn't match his age. Trouble? It seems that your quirks are not as strong as I thought, and they haven't even been tempered. I really don't know how you became a hero, ES. It seems that the hero, ES, assessment may be acceptable. Through the back door, Ye Qiu sighed with emotion. I tried my best to get into hero, ES. Hung Dongmei's face was a little red, and she seemed a little caught off guard in the face of the attack of a group of League of Villains. At the same time, she was also a little dissatisfied with Ye Qiu's words. Let me come. Ye Qiu, who gradually contained the temperature of the flame with Zhuyang Truqi, led Noma and his own battlefield step by step to Hung Dongmei. What is that kid going to do? Do you want to put the young lady in danger? Yeah, he and Mrs. Quirks are in conflict with each other at all. There is no possibility for the two to join forces at all. I didn't expect to be such a vicious kid for his own life. Damn it! If it wasn't to save this kid, how could the young lady risk her life without risk? Obviously, in the eyes of the hero, ES, in Endeavor office, Ye Qiu is a wicked villain, a big BD who made their young lady fall into a desperate situation. Unfortunately, scolding is scolding, but in their hearts, Shoto Todoroki is still more important, and no one has the intention to rescue. It seems that the hero, ES, in your family don't care about you. Ye Qiu quickly leaned over to Hung Dongmei's side and said. A look of gloom flashed in Hung Dongmei's eyes. After all, she and her brother were nothing but failures in her father's eyes. Affectionate? Perhaps this kind of thing is the hardest thing to see in the Hung family. Brother is more important. They chose not to help me. It was a correct choice. If it was my position, I would make the same choice. Hung Dongmei said seriously. Ye Qiu pouted. Selfless women are really scary. Okay, remember to care more about yourself in the future. If you don't even care about yourself, who will care about you in the future? Use your quirks first. It is best to who says ice and fire are quirks who are destined to be unable to cooperate. Are you sure? My quirks are not that powerful. If you force them to be used, they are very likely to be exhausted. Hung Dongmei's breasts were slightly ups and downs, and facing so many villains, at one time really made her feel a little tired. Ye Qiu nodded. Trust me, you are nothing but a bunch of turkeys. I'll kill them. It only takes 10 seconds. Use your quirks with all your might, and prove it to me, even if you can't get Endeavor like that. Quirks, also a qualified hero, ES. Through the glasses, Hung Dongmei stared at Ye Qiu's eyes earnestly. There was nothing in those eyes other than clarity. This is a pair of believable eyes? Asterisk. Ice quirks at full force? Between Hung Dongmei's hands, countless icy chi suddenly released, condensed into ice ridges in the air, and instantly wrapped Nomo, who was attracted by Ye Qiu, in ice cubes. On Ye Qiu's side, he instantly used Fengshen's legs to pass by Hung Dongmei, and under the action of catching wind and shadows, within 10 seconds, his body was constantly shuttled among the Tauren's League of Villains. So fast? Kurogiri's eyes were a little bit unable to keep up with Ye Qiu's speed. It seems that the guess may really be verified. This kid is a new generation of Ofa. Vulcan-style torrential rain and wind? The shadows of the legs that fell like raindrops instantly brought a faint smell of meat in the air, but almost all the parts that were kicked by Ye Qiu were cooked directly. Ah, it hurts. The screams continued. Not only was the meat cooked by the flames, but the internal force contained in each of Ye Qiu's feet was even more so. The bones that kicked them were broken and their internal organs were bleeding. Lost? The hero, ES, from the Endeavor office who were watching the match near Shonen Private rubbed their eyes in disbelief. They are used to seeing Endeavor fighting. It can be said that this is a man who has practiced both flame and physical skills to the extreme, because that man has only one goal in his life, which is to defeat All Might. But, why did they have such an illusion after watching Ye Qiu's battle just now that Ye Qiu might even be more powerful than their boss in the combination of fire and taijutsu? Gudu, one of the hero, ES, swallowed. Are all the little devils so powerful now? Could it be that he and those guys were already hooked up, in order to save the beauty with a hero, ES, in front of the young lady? Probably not. That person who is heroic won't do such a thing, but I think it's better to notify the boss as soon as possible about today's matter. After all, the man took out his phone and dialed Endeavor's phone. What's up? Endeavor's arrogant and indifferent voice came from the handset of the phone. Boss, there is something. I think it's better to report it. Is it about Shoto Todoroki? No, it's about Miss Tomi. Then there's no need to report. I'm still on a mission, so don't call me for such insignificant things in the future. Without waiting for that person to say more, Endeavor just hung up the phone, leaving a group of stunt guys behind. I really didn't expect that the young lady would have such a low status in the boss's mind. Everyone couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although he was a member of Endeavor's office and admired Endeavor's personal strength, they all felt that sometimes Endeavor was too much. Miss, come on. Smelly brat, don't let the lady get hurt. At this moment, they can only put their hopes on Ye Qiu, the heroic little devil who appeared inexplicably. Apart from Ye Qiu, Hong Dongmei has nothing to rely on. Hehe, we're going to deal with this big guy next. Ye Qiu didn't know that Endeavor didn't care about Hong Dongmei, but looked at the frozen Momo with interest. Useless boy, do you think All Might's power is strong? Our boss can definitely defeat him. Kurogiri said indifferently. The little BD who fell to the ground and howled, was not in his eyes at all he really cared about was Ye Qiu. As for Nomu, Hong Dongmei's quirks is good, maybe their target shouldn't be on Shoto Todoroki, and directly grabbing Hong Dongmei and Ye Qiu back is equivalent to getting a Shoto Todoroki. Anyway, no matter how many quirks, boss can easily absorb them. Ye Qiu scratched his ears. Is All Might strong? I'm sorry, maybe it used to be strong, but I believe that in a short time, I will become the strongest one. Number 1 will always be the only one, and that person would never be Endeavor, you say. A sudden smile, a sudden question. Facing Ye Qiu's smiling face that was close at hand, Hong Dongmei directly pouted a cute little mouth. Don't talk nonsense. Your strength may be good, but compared with your father and Mr. All Might, there is still a huge gap. Before you become Hero, ES, what you need is offer Hero, ES. Heart of. For her father, Hong Dongmei still admires her. In awe, Ye Qiu's eyes flickered. That's really embarrassing. I have never been in awe of them, because I came here to suppress an era. Ye Qiu, suppress everything. After a pause, Ye Qiu swept towards Kurogiri. As for your boss who likes to hide his head and show his tail, I'm really sorry, he's really not as strong as All Might. He's just a rat in the sewer, and dare to talk about Hero, ES, in the world? His life, I will step on it sooner or later. Born domineering? Ye Qiu had never been comfortable with the rules of this world, and naturally he would not have any reverence for the rules of this era. The Hero, ES, had touched him and made him passionate, but Ye Qiu knew exactly what he wanted. He came to this world in order to become the strongest one, to be the character who suppressed the entire era? Vulcan-style wind scrolls ruined building? This Vulcan move is very similar to Ace's Yandi, but in Ye Qiu's flame, the wind power that splits everything is mixed into it. The scale of the moves is not that big, but it compresses the power to the extreme. Flame, is it such a terrifying power? Everyone in Shonen Private noticed the movement above the high-rise building, but Shoto Todoroki was stunned and muttered to himself. He had never even seen this kind of terrifying flame power in that man. Hong Dongmei, who was in the center of the flame, was always protected by Ye Qiu's power. She only felt the monstrous heat wave around her with her mouth slightly open, but she didn't feel burnt at all. Kurogiri is in a hurry? He is really in a hurry. Ye Qiu's passing domineering just now completely stunned him, so much so that he relaxed his vigilance. That dem brat is going to destroy Nomu. Asterisk. The most terrifying thing happened to Kurogiri. Ye Qiu's move completely wrapped Nomu in it. His ability is good teleportation, but not invincible. Kurogiri wanted to use his teleportation ability to immediately take away Nomu, who was about to come out of the freeze. It's just that his body's instinct gave him a very dangerous signal. It seemed that as long as he entered the flame, he would immediately be melted into dust in the air by the terrifying flame. Inaccessible? Don't dare to gamble. Kurogiri didn't dare to gamble with his own life. Nomu was a successful work for boss, but he didn't want to risk his own life because of a monster with no thoughts. Don't go in, run now. Kurogiri had almost no idea of taking a gamble, and immediately cast out his quirks and disappeared above the tall building, as if it had never appeared before. Becoming Ye Qiu's next prey is not a good choice. Boom! At the moment when the ice block was about to be broken, the fiery whirlwind formed by the flame, like a roaring angry dragon, directly smashed the entire huge ice block into countless pieces the size of palms. Ice is indeed incompatible with fire, but under the action of ice, Nomu's terrifying recovery ability will be weakened accordingly, and it will easily become brittle. Dead. It took a long time for Hong Dongmei to react, and looking at the minced meat in that place, her whole person became bad. As Hero, ES, she has never killed a single criminal. Ye Qiu looked at the piece of meat that was still wriggling. It seems to be alive, but there should be no way to revive it. If it can survive, there is no way in the world to kill this monster. You. Hong Dongmei's tone was extremely angry. Don't you know what you have done? Even if you are Xiongying's special advisor, you can't abuse your quirks to kill. You killed? Do you even know? So. A scorching summer wind blew across his face, and Ye Qiu felt something was wrong. This is embarrassing. Ye Qiu bowed his head a little. His little shorts of dozens of dollars, after all, had not escaped the poisonous hands of burning fruit, and had long since disappeared. That. Sister Hong Dongmei, can you stop watching it? I think if you keep watching it, you might get a needle eye. Before Hong Dongmei was completely angry, Ye Qiu reminded him. You. Hong Dongmei's eyes moved down, and she suddenly saw Ye Qiu's arrogance far beyond her age. Her chest heaved even more, and she almost didn't faint. Humph. What's so beautiful? I learned it in biology class. In the end, the arrogant-eyed girl turned her head away instantly with a blushing face. Fortunately, he took off his clothes before the battle. Ye Qiu put on his clothes in embarrassment, and then took out the hair loss that had fallen out of washing his hair these days, and directly created a new pair of pants. It was hard to say. Ye Qiu found that the hair that fell out naturally could also create something. It's just because the time away from me will be longer, and the contact with me will become less and less. After more than a day, the things that can be embodied are basically only the simplest daily necessities. Of course, Ye Qiu still has to be humiliated, and it's okay to show it to Hung Dongmei. Those people who eat melons in the Endeavor office who are watching downstairs, that is a peerless majesty that they don't even want to see. Are you a magician? For some unknown reason, Hung Dongmei's gaze never evaded. When a pair of pants suddenly appeared in Ye Qiu's hand, she even showed a little admiration in her anger. Well, it is. Ye Qiu said indifferently, that people really like to forcibly divide the unrecognizable things into the things they already know. By the way, the police should come over later. Then you're not leaving now. Don't you know what you've done? Even if you're Xiangying's special advisor, you can't break the law. Hong Dongmei was a little anxious. I'll tell everyone what happened here, that it was done by a hero, who I've never seen before. Hurry up and leave. Huh? You were so angry that you were going to eat me. Why are you urging me to leave now? Could it be that you don't really agree with the so-called hero, law? Ye Qiu sat on the ground unhurriedly and crossed his knees to recover his inner strength. After this battle, he felt that he still needed to learn some kung fu, otherwise his pants would be in danger of running out of life every time he fought. Restore first. After the internal strength has recovered, directly create the strongest external power. Soon the police came, and when they saw the squirming minced meat and Endeavor's daughter, everyone's mood was not so good. Hey, All Might, do you have any acquaintances in the police? I'm having trouble here. In front of the police, Ye Qiu directly called All Might. Huh? What trouble? All Might is in a good mood recently. The medicinal bath package is a big tonic. He feels that his body is recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. According to his current estimation, the daily activity time can be extended from the most basic 3 hours, adding another 30 minutes, which is a remarkable leap. I kill the League of Villains monster, but because its recovery ability is too strong, I can only cooperate with Endeavor's daughter, use the ability of ice and fire, and directly beat it into minced meat. You know, not so shot, kill those guys. Ye Qiu said it very bluntly. Snapped. All Might slapped him directly on the forehead. Did this BD Ye Qiu come here to make trouble for him? Why does he like to challenge the rules so much? I see, I'll tell my friend later. You just don't want to go to the police station, do you? All Might sighed. Well, because there's no need to go. The guy I killed was not a human, just a monster specially designed to deal with you. There was a guy over there who tried to persuade me to join, and it was revealed that the ability is teleportation. You can try to investigate first. Okay, I see. I will help you solve the problem within 5 minutes. All Might hung up the phone, and after thinking about it, he directly dialed the number of his old friend who was fighting against the League of Villains police officer Tsukasa Masayoshi. Asterisk. All Might's work efficiency is still very high, and his friend Tsukake Naruto is in a good position among the police, plus the people inside, more or less know something about the League of Villains, just to make people bring back Nomu's minced meat. Ye Qiu's side will be fine. How is this going? Facing the gang of police officers who suddenly changed their attitudes, Hung Dongmei felt that her head seemed a little bit unable to turn around. What happened today is so strange. I told you that what I killed was a monster, not a human at all, and I didn't touch the limit at all, so you are too worrying about it. Ye Qiu said rudely. Let's go, see you when you're free. He waved at Hung Dongmei, regardless of whether she listened to her words or not. Ye Qiu jumped down from the top of the tall building. Did you just leave? Hung Dongmei's little face turned into a white little bun again. Not cute? Just like his own brother, he is so unlovable. You have something to do with me. Ye Qiu landed on the ground with great ease, but found that Shoto Todoroki, the indifferent boy, was standing under the building early, staring at him. Be my opponent, I will defeat the power of fire. Shoto Todoroki looked at Ye Qiu seriously. Ye Qiu was a little disdainful. Rivals? My opponents are only the people on the Hero leaderboard. You are a little brat. What are you my opponents? Let's talk about it after you suppress the brats of your age first. With your current strength, after entering Heroes, it is impossible to rank first. I must be number 1. Shoto Todoroki's complexion was a little unsightly. As far as the current group of peers, none of them are in his eyes. He feels that he can use the quirks inherited from his mother to become the strongest hero. You can say this when you become the first. I don't like to compete with the kid. Ye Qiu immediately dodged, and at a speed that Shoto Todoroki couldn't react, he directly passed him and walked towards you at the school gate. Are you all right? Uber stepped forward and grabbed Ye Qiu's arm, and at the same time arrogantly looked at Hung Dongmei who was walking towards Shoto Todoroki. It's just a bunch of trash. How could I be in trouble? Go, I'll go back today and study the plan to become stronger again. Ye Qiu didn't look back. I'm still thinking about how to become stronger, but you are still in the rebellious period, thinking about fighting and fighting all day long, but think about it. Why don't you use the power you already have? It's not a bad thing to admit strength. Strength. It's pure, it's always up to the person who harnesses the power to use it. You can use it to be a hero, or you can be a criminal. Don't look down on the purest power. Ye Qiu didn't seem to want to talk to Shoto Todoroki at all, but before leaving, he gave Shoto Todoroki the most direct advice. Why not let these little devils become stronger before they enter the hero? Too weak, tormented, meaningless. After Shoto Todoroki heard Ye Qiu's words, he began to think repeatedly in his heart. Obsession is very difficult to break, but once broken, the instantaneous increase in strength will be extremely terrifying. Hung Dongmei sighed, frozen, he's right. Ultimately, the power depends on the person who uses him. I believe you will become a hero, that your mother will be proud of. When you have time, go see your mother. I will think about it. Shoto Todoroki left an inexplicably cool back, and left in silence without looking back. Of course, Ye Qiu still left an indelible shadow in his heart, especially the words to suppress an era. Hero, has never existed for invincibility, only the person he hates will think about the first thing. But today, Shoto Todoroki is also asking himself if he cares about the position of number 1, and the answer is absolutely incomparable. He really wants number 1. I didn't think so, but everyone didn't say it, and I didn't feel that I could beat All Might and take the first place. The only constant challenger was endeavor. Ye Qiu dared to say it, and said it without hesitation. This alone gave him a great shock. Ye Qiu, you made it clear to me. Why did you go out today? The style of your pants has changed. Back at Yu's house, Ye Qiu was completely unlucky. After he exchanged the 18 dragon subduing palms, known as the number 1 external skill in the gold system, his chi and blood were a bit depleted. Naturally, his strength dropped sharply temporarily. When he found an opportunity, he directly educated him. Ye Qiu smiled wryly. I don't want to either, but in this world, there are almost no clothing materials that can withstand my flames. I'm not like Endeavor, I'm just fire-type quirks, my whole body can become fire. If the material of steel really affected his image, Ye Qiu would have to consider making a pair of steel shorts. In that case, as long as the battle is not fierce, the pants can still be kept. Well, before the school starts at Xiangying, create a little rare material and see if you can make a pair of arson pants. Every time I am seen, the beautiful young lady is not at a disadvantage. If I am seen by men in the future, it will really be a big loss. Ye Qiu, the wretched uncle of Kento Tiger Bear, seems to have accepted an apprentice today, and it started to operate. The performance is amazing. It is said that these guys in the jungle have personally ordered 100 cans. Yu looked at the message sent by Kento Tiger Bear, and his mood suddenly improved. It's all small money? It's all her little money, and she can buy cosmetics, bags, and sweets in the future. So happy? Ye Qiu rolled his eyes helplessly. Hee, woman. After opening the secret book of the 18 dragon subduing palms, he realized why this type of exercise was better than the first external exercise called the golden element. This is a method that can increase physical strength infinitely, starting from the spine and practicing strength to the palms. As long as your physical potential is sufficient, the power of the 18 dragon subduing palms can be continuously improved. This kind of development is not the development of tempering the physical body like the King Kong indestructible technique. It is all the potential, all condensed into the body. Cruel? For Ye Qiu, this kind of potential can almost be continuously increased. He will create countless items that can break the potential. Subduing the dragon in his hand, for him, has already laid the foundation for suppressing this era? I'm angry? Even the hero, who bought the medicated bath package did not deliberately promote it. Those who bought the medicated bath package with suspicion because of MT Lady all became repeat customers. Use it to know the effect. Perfect? Half a month later, when Ye Qiu and All Might met again on the coast, All Might seemed much more energetic even if he didn't use his quirks, and he didn't have the skinny feeling he had before. Ready for action. Ye Qiu looked at the green valley that was still working hard to improve himself in the distance, and asked faintly. All Might's eyes were firm. Young Ye Qiu, there is a reason why I am looking for you to meet this time. I am afraid that this operation will be cancelled. Now we can't do anything with the League of Villains. Why? Ye Qiu narrowed his eyes and looked at All Might with a very bad expression. All Might smiled bitterly. I know that your strength is very strong, and even the improvement every day is very rapid, and you have entered a sprint period of rapid strength improvement. But for us, facing the villain's alliance that guys, the most important thing is not to catch one of them, but to catch the AFO at the back. If you can't catch him at one time, in your Huaxia's words, it is very likely to startle the snake. The so-called his subordinates are just pawns to him. No matter how many wives he has, he can create them, but once he finds out that we are taking the lead, he will definitely hide them again. That's why you gave up. Ye Qiu worked hard for a moment before calming down his emotions. Yes, this is the unanimous and feasible plan that all of us have come up with after discussion. I'm sorry, Ye Qiu boy, I promised you at the beginning, but I couldn't fulfill my promise. It's my fault. All Might said sincerely. Ye Qiu sneered. It's good that you know, but this is the end. I don't want to say anything more. I don't have to deal with League of Villains, but this idiot muscle man, I will definitely catch it with my own hands. I use your own power to smash the trash of that store alliance directly and send it to the police station. Can you guarantee that he will not escape again? Young Ye Qiu, don't be impulsive. All Might tried to dissuade Ye Qiu again. Ye Qiu was unmoved. This is what you owe me. If I can't meet this little request, I promise to go to the League of Villains in person and make a mess. As for the existence behind him, follow me. There is no relationship at all. I only know who wants to deal with me, and I will never let go. You only know how to fight grass and startle snakes, but you don't know that we have another word, that is to eliminate evil and be hero. Yes, don't be too hypocritical, or the Quirks strong guys like muscle guys will escape from your prison again sooner or later. There is no torture in a troubled world. For those scumbags, it is too comfortable. Ye Qiu doesn't think this is a good thing. Since the hero, can't be ruthless, he, who has not yet become a hero, should teach those guys a lesson first. Are you sure you won't do anything to anyone else? All Might was silent for a moment, and finally spoke helplessly. Principle? Young Ye Qiu had made him break the principle several times, but sometimes All Might wondered whether his insistence was wrong or Ye Qiu's insistence was right. Sometimes, in the face of those who do evil, some of their methods are indeed too gentle, but sometimes when facing good people, the rules will put them in a helpless situation. No, unless the AFO comes out, or someone who makes me more interested appears, I won't make too many shots. Ye Qiu walked directly to the coast. Kong Long has regrets? Ye Qiu, who was silent, was standing directly on the shore. His left leg was slightly bent, his right arm was bent inward, his right palm made a circle, and with a snort, he pushed it out. Hold head high. With a terrifying coercion, a red gold fire dragon roared out of his palm and charged directly to the nearby sea. Boom, boom, boom. When the fire dragon and the sea collided together, a boundless ocean wave was suddenly set off, and the wave head brought by the blasted ocean wave was 10 meters high. This is my ancient martial arts in Daxia. There are 18 palms in total. This is just the first move. Do you think that when I have finished all 18 palms, who else in the world will be except you in the heyday? Can you continue? Ye Qiu turned around and looked at All Might calmly. On the other side, Lugo, who was still working hard to become stronger, fell forward on the beach after seeing Ye Qiu's move, and took a bite of the sand without realizing it. After a long time, the silent All Might said, compared to you, Endeavor is much worse. In terms of moves and the intensity of the flames, in All Might's opinion, Ye Qiu has completely surpassed Endeavor, but it seems that the duration of Ye Qiu's battle is not as long as Endeavor, but as far as this simple explosive power is concerned, it only takes an instant. That's enough to solve most battles. Go, remember your promise. Ye Qiu didn't stop there. The posture is good, and the effect is completely out, but using the burning fruit to compress it to an extremely rich flame, consuming a lot of Juyang Tru Qi, that terrifying palm, almost all the internal force in his body, completely hollowed out. Fortunately, for him, as long as he has enough time to accumulate this kind of thing, he can continue to become stronger. Now he may only be able to attack with one palm, but in the future, when the 18 palms are continuous, Endeavor is really not that. What an opponent. Ye Qiu is so strong. How can he be so strong? Lu Gu stared blankly at Ye Qiu's back. All Might stood behind him at the right time. Young man of Green Valley, don't be discouraged. Ye Qiu just said that, when I am in my prime, I can totally catch his moves. You have to remember, boy, you are the successor that I cultivated from All Might, and you must be the same as Ye Qiu in the future, and let the whole world see your most dazzling power. All Might, I will work hard. Ye Qiu taught me how to become stronger. I will work hard to become as strong as him, and I will never let you down. Green Valley took a deep breath, quickly ran to the giant garbage dump, and started to work again. Effort? Effort? Work hard? If you don't work hard, I'm afraid you won't even be able to see Ye Qiu's back. Asterisk. Hundreds of homes. Ye Qiu, what have you been busy with recently? It's almost time for the college entrance examination. Bai took the teacup with some worry and poured a cup of tea for Ye Qiu himself. Ye Qiu thought about it for a while, and it's true that a lot of things have happened in the past few months. Whoosh. After Ye Qiu thought about it for a while, a flame erupted from his fingers. Ah, what's going on here? Bai's little hand covered his mouth, looking at the small flame in Ye Qiu's hand. His whole person was a little surprised. Would you believe it if I said it was my power from Quirks? Ye Qiu looked at Bai calmly. Although it was a little hard to accept, Bai nodded, with a soft look in his eyes. I trust you, you won't lie to me. In terms of the college entrance examination, don't worry, I have the qualifications to be recommended. If you take the test, you don't have to take it. It's a bit of a waste of Aunt Kaiu Hui's tuition. Ye Qiu took out the ID card of Xiangying's special advisor with a little regret. If the previous flames only brought a little shock to Bai, then at this moment, Bai's mind is completely blank, and he doesn't know what to think about. Wait, Ye Qiu, there doesn't seem to be a special counselor position at Xiangying High School. You don't want to go to school and you bought a fake ID card on purpose, just to reassure me. Bai looked at Ye Qiu with extreme vigilance. Recently, this kid has been a little too mysterious, so mysterious that she wondered if Ye Qiu had been fooled by someone and joined an organization he shouldn't have joined. Ye Qiu took Bai's little hand seriously. When his own little hand was pulled by the warm big hand, Bai's little face suddenly turned red, but when she wanted to pull her hand, Ye Qiu was extremely domineering. Without giving her a chance, firmly clasped her little hand in the palm of his hand. 100, isn't there a MT Lady commercial on TV recently? You should be aware of the medicinal bath. Some time ago, I didn't get rid of the uncle butler to help me buy it. This medicinal bath package is for me, MT Lady and more. The Kento Dojo cooperated together. It seemed that there was such a thing. She was still thinking about this when she was watching the advertisement. It seemed that before the advertisement appeared, she had only seen Ye Qiu taking a bath in the form of a medicinal bath. This is my bank card. The password is XXXXXX. You can check the balance in it now. It's all my share since this time. With the card number and password, Bai quickly found the amount in Ye Qiu's brand new bank card. 20 million yen? It has only been a long time since the medicinal bath package came out. This is still the result of everyone sharing it together. If things go on like this, how much should Ye Qiu share in a year? Money, I'll keep it. Bai, who believed Ye Qiu's words a little, immediately hid his bank card behind his back, looking like a little housekeeper. Ye Qiu said helplessly, okay, it's up to you. I'm all yours anyway, so I don't care about the money. Bah, what nonsense. Glancing at this shameless guy, Ye Qiu hesitated for a while. Is there anything else? Ye Qiu scratched his face with his fingers uncomfortably. Actually, don't you think it's a strange thing for an already famous hero, like MT Lady to cooperate with me? It's a little strange. So what's the reason? Bai Zhang regarded Ye Qiu as her future husband, so she felt that there were some things that Ye Qiu would tell her, so she would naturally tell her, and that she would never force Ye Qiu to speak. Actually, MT Lady and I should have the same relationship as you. Ye Qiu thought about it for a long time and didn't know how to explain it, so he could only use vague words to blur it. Then will you marry me in the future? Bai stared at Ye Qiu seriously. Meeting. This word, Ye Qiu said very firmly. Bai's tense expression was relieved after hearing this word. It's okay, there will always be many people who are strong, I just need to know that I am the most important one. Bai, I will never fail you in my life. Ye Qiu looked at Bai seriously. He thought that he would encounter a lot of emotions when he explained it, but Bai's reaction completely exceeded his expectations. That kind of understanding, that kind of giving, that kind of sacrifice made him have to keep this girl in the bottom of his heart for the rest of his life. 100? How did I become Xiangying's special advisor? Let's talk about this later. Now, are you willing to do something with me? Ye Qiu asked directly. What? Bai's little face burned badly. Ye Qiu, some things can only be done after marriage. I don't want to progress so fast. We are still young, can we do it in 2 years? After speaking, Bai's voice was almost inaudible, that is, Ye Qiu's ears, because he had cultivated his internal skills, he had become much more sensitive, so he could hear clearly. How could I be that kind of person? Ye Qiu said a little against his will, I just have something to do. By the way, before your college entrance examination, I will help you improve your strength. After all, I am Xiangying's current special advisor. Basically, I will participate in the design of all the things to be learned and assessed in the future. This year's heroes will be far different from what you imagine. Are the quirks that created that great? Bai always felt that with his own creation of quirks, he might not be able to become a top hero, but Ye Qiu's side has changed from an ordinary person to Xiangying High School within a few months. Special advisor. Okay, I'll go out with you. The main reason for agreeing to Ye Qiu is because Bai has always been a good girl, and she is also the best in school. Although she occasionally has some rebellious thoughts, a good tutor still makes her suppress herself. Rebellious impulse. It would be different if Ye Qiu was there now. For Bai, rebelling with her future husband was not an unacceptable thing. At night, after everyone in the family fell asleep, Bai quietly changed his clothes and came to Ye Qiu's room. Ye Qiu, we can go. There was a little bit of excitement in Bai's voice. Ye Qiu put his arms around Bai's slender waist and landed outside the room from the second floor. Impressive. Bai's beautiful big eyes stared at Ye Qiu without blinking. Ye Qiu was stared at by her for a while. If you want to learn, I will teach you later. This is not the ability that Quirks brought. Can I really learn? A little insecure. Of course, I will give you everything you can learn without reservation. If you want to become a strong hero, I will help you become a hero, leader. If you don't want to become too strong, I will stand in front of you and help you block all dangers. Ye Qiu's words were domineering with tenderness. Asterisk. Bai finally gave her promise. Ye Qiu's domineering made her feel warm, but she still wanted to become stronger. Hero, after all, is synonymous with this world, whether male or female, the moment they become hero, is when they are honored. Okay, starting today, I, the advisor of Xiangying High School, will personally train you. Ye Qiu showed a soft smile. Green Valley? When you become stronger, you will find that you have so many stronger opponents, and you will find that your opponents have become more and more. It is possible to inherit the power of All Might, but it is absolutely impossible to inherit his #1 position on the hero, ranking. As for Shoto Todoroki, want to suppress a lot of peers? It should be an interesting challenge. Ye Qiu, where are we going? Are you on Xiangying's side? Do you have any special tasks to do? Bai asked curiously. Ye Qiu explained, this matter was originally a top secret, but I don't think there should be any secrets between us. I'm going to hunt down a member of a villain organization called League of Villains. That guy, once lost in my hands, but I was rescued by someone some time ago. Even if that incident was the police's mistake, Ye Qiu couldn't tolerate it. Escape? Quirks, a muscular man, can recover in a short period of time even if he is seriously injured, and then waits for the rescue of his companions. Ye Qiu wasn't strong enough before to cause permanent damage to his body. Muscles can be regenerated, so can bones be regenerated? Without the support of bones, Ye Qiu didn't believe that the muscles that the muscle man simply regenerated could support his body. If so, even the AFO guy, after the battle with All Might in the early years, is a ghost? Ye Qiu, is that villain strong? If it's strong, I'd better not go, I might hold you back. Bai is a little unconfident. It doesn't matter, the villain we are going to face is nothing special. In my opinion, he is not strong at all. Ye Qiu flew forward calmly, and at the same time did not forget to smile at Bai easily. My 100, but very strong. My 100, but very strong? Bai Zhang kept these words firmly in her heart. She wanted everyone to agree with Ye Qiu's words. I am strong. I will definitely become strong. Gentle as 100, there is also a strong will to become stronger in my heart, not because of the dream of becoming a hero, but only because of the person who holds her. As Ye Qiu flew by, he was using the telescope technique to find the figure of the muscular man, and soon he found the exact location. It is a very famous red light district. In League of Villains, there are not many female members to watch. An arrogant guy like a muscle man is too lazy to heed Kurogiri's warning. He is very confident in his own strength. Have fun in the red light district. And this guy, proved by facts that he is not an ordinary person, directly found a dark alley, didn't even bother to talk about the price, and directly used his own violence to force those women who used their bodies to support their lives to lie on the wall. This man is so disgusting. Through the telescope technique, looking at the muscular man inside, his face flushed red, revealing deep disgust. I was originally a disgusting guy. I didn't expect you to come out with me, but I saw such an unsightly picture. It turns out that this kind of scum should be eliminated by means of thunder. A cold light flashed in Ye Qiu's eyes. What do you need me to do? Baixiang Ye Qiu asked. Ye Qiu said to Bai seriously, Bai, you used to always like to create some conventional things. Of course, you also like to create dangerous items like grenades. But have you never thought about it? Sometimes many quirks are not powerful. For criminals, guns are the best weapon. Grenades can be dodged, bullets are not so easy to dodge. But the power of bullets is not as powerful as grenades, and many people with powerful quirks are not afraid of bullets or the destructive power of grenades. Bai said solemnly. Guns, even Hero, can't be prepared casually. They belong to the police and the military. Let Hero, deal with various problems in society, in order to avoid large-scale destruction caused by firearms, and to solve problems in a peaceful way. Ye Qiu said with a smile, the gun you created was not made by them. You are just using your own quirks, not using firearms illegally. Don't limit your thoughts to death. I think in some actions, if you create a Barrett, it will work better than anything. Use a heavy sniper at long distances and a shotgun at close range. Unless it's the kind of person whose quirks are really strong to a certain extent, with this combination, Ye Qiu really doesn't think Bai's quirks will be weak. Imagination is the root of the decision to create the upper limit of quirks. I understand the structure of Barrett. Bai finally listened to Ye Qiu's words. She was using quirks. This method can make her stronger. That's enough. After checking the structure of Barrett with his mobile phone, Bai quickly used his quirks to directly create a real Barrett. Through the magnifying glass above Barrett, the muscular man's head is clearly visible. It's less than 500 meters away, within the effective range. It's just my first time using a firearm, and I don't know if I can do it. Ye Qiu, why don't you come? Bai looked at Ye Qiu hesitantly. Ye Qiu said with a smile, it's okay, that guy can't run away. After he's done, you can shoot with confidence. Just aim at his head. If you kill him, it's mine. If you don't kill me, I'll make up for it. I'm a little scared. Hundred's hand holding Barrett trembled slightly. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Ye Qiu stood on the edge of the rooftop, staring at the muscular man in the distance. Soon, the guy who seemed to be full of muscles had finished venting his animal desires, which surprised Ye Qiu a little. Waste? Ye Qiu, who was despised in his heart, directly motioned Bai to shoot. Bump! The incomparably loud voice, like thunder on the ground, immediately attracted the attention of a group of people. Fortunately, no one thinks that in the current city, there will still be a heavy sniper like Barrett, and it should be a thunderbolt on the ground. The muscular man with a relaxed face over there is not so good at this time. No professional training, because Barrett has a lot of recoil and was not able to aim. The bullet directly rubbed the muscular man's shoulder and hit the wall heavily. Crazy? How did those guys find out about me, and why would they use this band thing against me? The muscular man's face was full of surprise, and now he has an idea, that is to run away immediately? Asterisk. Want to run? Do I agree? Ye Qiu comforted Bai and asked her to continue to target the muscular man. He jumped down from the rooftop, and his Fengshen legs flew between the tall buildings. Compared with those so-called parkour teenagers, he didn't know how many times more dashing. So handsome? Through the magnifying glass, Bai General Ye Qiu's posture was completely in his eyes. Ye Qiu asked Bai to create Barrett's purpose, not entirely because she wanted her to kill the muscle man, one of which was to make it easier for Bai to watch his performance. That's right. The show has just begun, and the mere muscular man is destined to be a supporting role in this show. Hihi, it seems that you've had a good time recently, and you're in the mood to come out and hunt for beauty. Your boss really won't learn your lesson. Ye Qiu's sneering voice made the muscular man running up the street stiffen in place. He remembers this voice. No, it should be said that this is a voice that he will never forget. If it weren't for the owner of this voice, he wouldn't have been caught so miserably by the police, nor would he have been subjected to maddening torture after returning to the organization. Boy, do you want to die? How dare you appear in front of the uncle? The muscular man turned his head with a grin. But this time, he didn't have the slightest idea of a rival in love. He directly exploded his terrifying muscles in an instant. In the 100 times magnification, this guy has become a 2 meter, nearly 3 meter high man. The monster is covered with blood-colored muscles that are incomparably knotted. Remember the name of the uncle? The one who killed you is called Mascula. Accompanied by an angry roar, Mascula's punch almost wrapped all the strength of his body into it. No longer underestimate the enemy. The explosion of the fist that nearly ripped the air made Bai, who was 500 meters away. Feel the tremor? Bai wanted to help. She didn't know if Ye Qiu could face such a villain, but she put her finger on the trigger several times, but she couldn't shoot. Barrett's destructive power is too great, and Bai can be said to have no confidence in his marksmanship. If that shot had hurt Ye Qiu, Bai would definitely regret it. It's just, is Ye Qiu really that monster's opponent? Holding the mobile phone, ready to call the police at any time, in a few seconds, a lot of sweat was already seeping from the palm of his hand. This was the first time she had faced such a brutal battle. For Bai, this type of battle only existed in books. Will Ye Qiu be hit by this punch from Mascula? Obviously, this kind of thing has never happened, it won't happen now, and it won't happen in the future. Ye Qiu caught the wind and caught the shadows under his feet, and instantly avoided this explosive punch, and the backhand was a dragon swinging tail. The scarlet flame oriental dragon, accompanied by the terrifying rakido on his arm, Mascula's chest was directly penetrated by the flames, revealing a ferocious irregular flesh hole. Fire? Comparable to the fire of Lord Endeavor? He knew exactly what Ye Qiu Quirks was, and when he was shocked by Ye Qiu's powerful strength, he felt even more uneasy in his heart. What exactly is Ye Qiu's ability? Obviously they are the creative type of Quirks, why can they have such a powerful flame ability? However, the Oriental Dragon with a reckless atmosphere looks really handsome. Even the #1 All Might, in the attack mode, is not as comfortable as Ye Qiu's moves. Bai, who doesn't chase stars on weekdays, is really going to become Ye Qiu's little fanboy at this time. With such a fiancé, she really wants to hug the doll on the bed, put her face in the doll's arms and laugh. Field. So handsome? You, why are you so strong? The muscles in Mascula's chest were constantly squirming, and soon the big hole in the mouth of the bowl disappeared. However, the bones in the chest cavity were broken by Ye Qiu's direct attack by the dragon swinging its tail, and the invisible internal bleeding was even more serious. Such a terrifying palm. But when the two of them fought a few months ago, Ye Qiu's greatest strength was obviously the terrifying flame leg technique. What the hell did this ancient Oriental dragon need to be able to summon Quirks? In Mascula's mind, there is no idea of any form of move. First, there are too few Quirks in the elements system, but no one will waste control on the shape of power. So according to Mascula's own guess, Ye Qiu's 18 palms for subduing the dragon may be special Quirks, just like the flame tornado kicked out by those legs. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Your strength is good, but in the past few months, your strength is not bad, it's just stagnant, but I am fast. Upgrade? Even if you don't make the mistake of a rival now, you won't be my opponent. Ye Qiu seemed to be standing in the sky looking down at the god's mansion. In his eyes, Mascula was an ant-like existence, suppressing the prelude of this era. Little devil, don't be too complacent. Your attack may be strong, but my defense is stronger. Today, I will plan your bones, one by one, to slowly drain your blood. Mascula forcibly endured the discomfort inside her body and bullied her up again, trying to use her terrifying power to crush Ye Qiu to death in one go. A man with kidney deficiency dares to compete with me. Ye Qiu disdainfully dodged the fist that was continuous and incomparably thick like a machine gun. I'm going to kill you. Mascula's only remaining eye was extremely red. This kind of thing has always been a pain in his heart. Ye Qiu dared to fiddle with his most sensitive nerves. The anger in his heart was hard to quench long ago. Perhaps you don't know yet, the monster in your organization with similar abilities to you, called Nomu by that guy in Kurojiri, has been beaten to pieces by me. Your fate will definitely be not much better than that thing. Ye Qiu reminded Mascula that the 9 yang true qi in his body was rapidly mobilizing. Humph. Nomu's kind of rubbish, how can it be compared with this uncle? You can kill Nomu, it doesn't mean you can kill me. Mascula didn't seem to be shocked by the news at all, but a huge wave was set off in his heart, and he was already thinking about whether to escape first. One strike? Must be fatal. He didn't have the time to continue spending time with Mascula, and he had to make a quick decision. If it was too late, it would affect the beauty of Beishui, and that cunning guy might be scared. Dragons fight in the wild? Among the 18 palms of the dragon subduing palm, this move can be said to be the pinnacle skill of combining virtuality and reality. A guy like Mascula who only takes advantage of his body to attack without a brain has never seen peak skills supported by his terrifying body. In his opinion, as long as he blocks Ye Qiu's flaming move, he can block that terrifying move. Flame Golden Dragon. Bump. Blocked. A look of joy flashed in Mascula's eyes, and his strong arms blocked Ye Qiu's attack. Asterisk. Blocked. Mascula felt that he was in the way and had a perfect chance to escape. Tear. Ye Qiu's right palm was indeed blocked. At that time, there was not much rakido in this palm. All the great terror was hidden in the left palm full of false tricks. However, when Ye Qiu was about to pierce Mascula's body in the end, he let the golden fire dragon wrapped in boundless anger directly change it into biting his arm, and ripped off his entire right arm. The flesh and blood were attached to the bones, all of which were torn off by Ye Qiu at once, and the terrifying blood dripped on the ground continuously. Your muscles regenerate. Can you regenerate bones? Ye Qiu had a playful look on his face. After one move, Mascula tightly grabbed her wound and stared at Ye Qiu with hatred in her eyes. His arm is wrapped in countless solid muscles, and it will not be torn off by ordinary strength at all, but the boy on the opposite side, who grows at an extremely terrifying speed, completely ignored his defense and directly tore off the entire arm. Where the hell did this little monster come from? At the same time as the resentment in Mascula's heart is incomparable, there is more frustration and fear. If he continues to stay, with that kid's way of doing things that doesn't resemble Hero, at all, it is very likely that he will be killed directly. You can't kill me? You won't kill me. Mascula still maintained his ruthlessness, but his eyes began to shrink, and his legs retreated unconsciously. Kill you? I'm sorry, that kind of thing is kind of boring. Instead of letting you die like this, I prefer to let you watch me grow stronger step by step, and watch yourself become a waste. The indifferent voice pierced into the bone marrow, making Mascula shudder. Scary man? Cold-blooded guy? Shouldn't this kind of guy be more suitable in League of Villains? It's unbelievable why you are on Hero S side. I can tell you everything I know. Haven't you been looking for League of Villains? Mascula covered her wounds and roared in a low voice. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in that kind of thing at all. What I dare to be interested in is how to make you more uncomfortable. Ye Qiu forced Mascula to the corner of the wall step by step. Weakness is the original sin? Now I'm stronger than you, so you should just accept your destiny obediently, and stop struggling in vain. Then you may be able to go to prison faster and seek the shelter you need. Weak? I'm weak, eh? The bloody sins that the uncle committed outside, which can't prove my strength. This kid is too deceiving. Why didn't anyone notice the sound of the sniper gun just now? What about the police? The group of police officers who are usually seen everywhere, why can't they see a single one at this time? Fight? Even death cannot let that BD's conspiracy succeed. The hearts of desperados like Mascula are so hostile. When they are in a desperate situation, they will work harder than anyone else, and they will be more ruthless than anyone. The muscles in Mascula's right shoulder moved quickly, sealing the huge wound, and the bleeding would not affect him too much for the time being. His right arm is gone. He still has a left arm? Yes, you can definitely kill that kid. The ruthlessness in Mascula's eyes was even more fierce. The muscle fibers on his left hand were instantly wrapped dozens of times. It looked like a huge gun barrel. Once the gunpowder shell hits the target, it will explode with terrifying power. Ye Qiu obviously didn't want to kill him. Since he had already lost an arm, then the opening of the middle door would not be a flaw, so let him use his incomparably strong left arm to completely beat that arrogant boy into a fleshy pulp. Mascula not only strengthened his left arm with his quirks, but at this time his thick thighs became like legs, but his muscles were like springs full of resilience. Facing a huge crisis between life and death, instead it gave him a new level of mastery over his quirks. The spring-like legs directly shattered the ground, bringing terrifying speed to Mascula. Bye-bye, who was observing the battle with a magnifying mirror, was almost unable to capture Mascula's movements. At that moment, that step was too ferocious, too fast. It's like the brutal bear king who is brewing a fatal blow. Time to ride the 6 dragons? Interesting. Ye Qiu did not solve the battle quickly, but instead used the defensive move in the 18 dragon subduing pumps to ride 6 dragons, 6 golden fire dragons, and instantly produce meat in front of him. Boom! Mascula's fist slammed heavily on the defense surrounded by the 6 dragons, but the punch that looked so fierce was not even an inch. Instead, it was bitten by the 6 dragons. Horrible bones revealed? It is a defensive move. It is better to say that it can be attacked and defended, in order to form an effective terrorist counterattack after the villain makes an attack. It hurts? When Mascula saw the fire dragon, he was already prepared to be injured, but he did not expect that even if he prepared to exchange injuries for injuries, he would not be able to break the fire dragon that seemed to be just formed by flames. And even there is no way to penetrate the defense of the fire dragon. Is this still fire? Mascula didn't understand why he failed, and he couldn't imagine what would happen to him, but the feeling of being bitten by the flame dragon really made him extremely painful, and the whole person's expression became extremely hideous. Burn the bones? It's not that Ye Qiu has no sympathy, it's just that he feels that he doesn't need any mercy at all for those who are extremely vicious. The terrifying fire dragon was directly used by Ye Qiu to penetrate Mascula's body. Mascula roared in an instant, his body struggled constantly, and the fire dragon in his body was burning his bones. Muscles can be regenerated, but he cannot regenerate his own bones. Ye Qiu, the devil, intends to burn most of his bones in this way. You are the devil. Mascula's expression is extremely distorted, his lips are already bleeding from the teeth, and the inhuman pain makes people feel as if they are in hell. It's over? Still too weak? In melee combat, I'm almost invincible? One more person, All Might must leave me a fight before your power is completely gone? Asterisk. When Mascula fell to the ground like a puddle of mud and kept spitting up blood, Ye Qiu called All Might as soon as possible and asked him to deal with the matter. The person who came over was now Mazazuchi, and when he saw Mascula's miserable appearance, and Ye Qiu's unstained appearance, as if he had never fought a battle, he suddenly felt that the hero, world might be in trouble again. A great person is about to appear. In the next few decades, the name Ye Qiu will definitely be remembered by countless people and will become the idol of countless young people. If you have anything in the future, you can contact me directly. This is my contact information, please take care of me. When he was leaving, Sukai Kanejang handed over his contact information to Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu also nodded and accepted it. It seems more convenient to communicate with this policeman than to communicate with All Might. How's it going? After watching today's battle, do you think I'm bound to stand at no one? When Ye Qiu returned to Bai, he was still looking forward to Bai's evaluation of him. Bai said arrogantly, it's a little bit, well, you're only a little handsome, but you can't be too proud. It's just a little bit handsome, and you have to keep working hard to become the #1 in my heart. Also, your ability to float far away in one fell swoop, I want to learn it. Bai, as a girl, especially likes the ability of Feng Shen's legs to be free and easy, but as for the tyrannical ability of 18 palms of dragon subduing, he doesn't feel much. Okay, no problem. You will study with me from today, just to improve your physical fitness, otherwise the recoil of Barrett's heavy sniper will still be quite harmful to the body. Ye Qiu nodded dotingly. Mascula was tortured to the death, and the League of Villains group of guys who were collecting gangsters outside gradually became more restrained. In the months before the college entrance examination, there are still many small-scale social events, but they are not so sensational. Even All Might, a busy person, rarely has a lot of rest time. Of course, the happiest person during this period of time was Kento Taruma. Yalandeozo's talent is simply the best he has ever seen except for Ye Qiu, his Aikido, and Dojo. He finally has a successor. But it was the monk-headed boy who was thinking of getting revenge on Ye Qiu, and wanted to return the kickback. Bull temper ah? It was useless to persuade Kento Tiger Bear. How could someone of Ye Qiu's level be easily defeated by this kid? Wind versus fire? It's only half a caddy, but Ye Qiu's strength is not his terrifying flames, but his subtle moves at any time. From the time Ye Qiu no longer appeared in the Kento dojo, Kento Tiger Bear knew that this kid's understanding of moves was far higher than his, and he no longer needed his guidance. Beyond? Talk about how easy it is. I'm afraid it's not easy to see the back of that kid. Compared with the apprentice who was not worrying, but had super talent, Kento Tiger Bear was more satisfied with the sales. The medicated bath package has almost become the favorite product of the Hero, ES, on the Hero, ES, ranking. Almost everyone will ask someone to order it as soon as they are in stock. The order in is already far greater than their products. This is really a happy trouble? Who are you? Are you here to buy a medicinal bath package? I'm sorry, the latest batch has all been sold. If you want to buy it, please pre-order online. We will notify you when it is in stock. To pick up the goods, of course, you must have an ID document to get our products, and our Kento dojo refuses to be replaced by others. The day before the college entrance examination, Yelin Ineza, who was still earnestly practicing Aikido at the Kento dojo, welcomed a beautiful girl customer. Familiarly introduced the rules of the dojo, Yelin Ineza's eyes completely stayed on the girl. Beautiful? He seemed to have a feeling of a spring breeze blowing across his face. During this period of time, Ye Qiu's depressive air that had accumulated in his chest seemed to disappear without a trace in an instant after seeing the appearance of the girl. I'm not here to buy any of your products. I won't buy anything from that guy, the girl said with a hint of anger. That. Excuse me, may I know your name? Yelan Inaso asked with a twist. Cannot. It's Yujia? The college entrance examination is going to take place tomorrow. What are you doing in the dojo? Kento Tiger Bear heard the voice of his niece a long time ago, just because he had just met a beautiful girl who admired him very much on the internet, and he could not come out to see his niece until the chat was over. Kento Yujia raised his brows. Uncle, is that guy here? Also, when you're looking for employees next time, can you pay attention to his appearance? Is this kind of handsome guy too good for us? Shame. Are you talking about me? Is my appearance low? Am I ugly? Yalandeozo fell into confusion in an instant, and his whole person was not good. To be called ugly by the girl he fell in love with at first sight was simply more heartbreaking than being defeated by Ye Qiu. Why did God do this to him? It's not fair. Yalandeozuo fell to the ground weakly, but accidentally knocked over a jar of medicinal bath package on the ground. The sharp-eyed Kento Kezuka immediately saw that there were other things in a corner. Uncle, I think you can explain. What is that? Kento Kezuka clenched her fists and looked very bad. If Kento Tiger Bear couldn't give her a reasonable explanation, she would make sure to let her unreliable uncle know that a fisting is not so enjoyable. Teacher Kang CD? What a giveaway is written. Damn it, didn't that BD just give Lugu alone? Why does this kind of thing appear in the products of the dojo? Misunderstanding? Yujia? You know, uncle is a righteous person. These CDs are all copies of Ye Qiu that BD asked me to make multiple copies to buy the hearts of customers. This is not a recent gift, if you don't like it. If so, I'll put it away immediately. Kento Tiger Bear said solemnly. Asterisk. Humph. Kento Yujia snorted coldly. What kind of virtue does her uncle have? Doesn't she still know how rough it is? I have proof. This is my new disciple, Yalandeozuo. He is very talented. If Yujia has time, he can get closer to him. Kento Tiger Bear licked his face and smiled. No time to. Kento Kezuka's tone was not good. Click. Yelin Ineza's newly healed little heart seemed to shatter again in an instant, as if it was difficult to heal. How miserable? Although he is a good apprentice, but without the handsome face of the master, in the eyes of girls, he will not have a good impression. Well, why is my apprentice so ugly? Kento Tiger Bear's heart couldn't help but let out such an emotion. If Yelin Ineza heard the emotion in Kento Tiger Bear's heart, he would probably betray his master directly, or even his own master. Unacceptable? What does this master look like? Doesn't he have a B number in his heart? It's too embarrassing to despise him for being ugly. Of course, Yelin Ineza, whose heart was on the verge of collapse, couldn't hear Kento Tiger Bear's wicked voice. Apprentice, hurry up and prove to my niece that these filthy things are all made by that BD Ye Qiu. Kento Tiger Bear winked at Yelin Ineza. Yeah, it's Ye Qiu. If it wasn't for him, how could such a thing exist in such an upright place of our Quantang dojo? Yelin Daozuo said immediately as if he was fighting chicken blood. It seemed that he had forgotten one thing. Among the countless copies of Kento Tiger Bear, he secretly regarded one of them as his own collection. He would lock the door every night and read it quietly. Perfect? Simply perfect? Before joining Kento Dojo, Yelin Ineza never knew that there would still be such a beautiful thing in the world. As for the person who came up with this kind of thing, of course it was Ye Qiu. The sweetheart he fell in love with at first sight actually met that BD Ye Qiu, and if he had the opportunity to throw dirty water on Ye Qiu, Yelin Ineazuo would never refuse. Is it me? Just when Kento Tiger Bear nodded frantically, Ye Qiu's familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ear. You, how come back? Kento Taruma turned his neck stiffly. When Yelan Daozo saw Ye Qiu, his originally depressed mood suddenly turned into anger. Ye Qiu, how dare you show up again? I want to duel with you. I want to duel with you. Having obtained the true biography of Master, I will never lose to you again this time. Yelin Ineza was like a bull in heat at this time. With Kento Kazuka around, he has to prove himself and prove that he is a stronger man than Ye Qiu. Who are you? Ye Qiu glanced at him indifferently. Uncle Kento, in the future, it's better not to find such non-trivial employees in the dojo. Our sales volume is beginning to move closer to big companies. Now, you have to pay attention to the image of the brand. People like this will definitely affect the mood of customers. Ye Qiu said very seriously. You are too bullying. Yelan Inaso was blushing with anger by these guys. How could he be such a masculine man that he could arouse the resentment of customers? Speaking of which, there are a lot of women in these days who are giving him a wink. If he hadn't been upright, there would have been no bones left that had been eaten by those women. Ye Qiu, why did you think of coming to the dojo today? Speaking of which, I haven't seen you for a few months. It is said that you are now with MT Lady every day. Kento Tiger Bear said with a little jealousy. Speaking of which, Ye Qiu has not seen him for such a short period of time, and Ye Qiu no longer has the feeling of domineering and unparalleled before. Ordinary? When he looked at it again, Kento Tiger Bear found that in Ye Qiu, he didn't see the slightest impulse of a young man at all. Instead, he looked like an ordinary person without any special temperament. Could it be that this kid's realm has improved? 9 Yang Divine Art 4 layers? Ye Qiu, whose inner strength had reached a 6-year-old, was introverted in divine light. At this time, he already had the demeanor of a generation of masters. Naturally, there was no way for Kento Tiger Bear to see too many clues about him. Actually, it's nothing, just listen to All Might. You recently made a gift, and gave them those Hero, ES, each of them gave a copy, so that most Hero, ES, don't even think about helping now. Citizens are starting to think about dating. Ye Qiu said with some humor. When he received the call from All Might, he thought that he had heard it wrong. This guy was fidgeting for a long time, but it was because of Kento Tiger Bear's intention. Give gifts to those Hero, ES, in advance to appreciate. Kento Tiger Bear just wants to build a good relationship. No, because of the giveaway, those Hero, ES, have increased their orders. Well, Hero, ES, is always saving face, saying that you can't watch this kind of thing. The gift is not good for your mental health. Your body is still very honest? How could such a thing happen? I don't know anything. It must be a good thing my apprentice has done. Kento Tiger Bear began to shirk responsibility again. The shameful thing was that Ye Qiu was recruited by All Might. How could he carry the blame on himself? Uncle. Kento Kazuka's aura has reached a terrifying level. Fortunately, she was still a little convinced just now. Was it really a good thing that Ye Qiu did? Unexpectedly, I haven't come here for a while, and my uncle's shameless temper seems to have become more powerful. It seems that it is time to use the family method of the Kento family. It's not me. It has nothing to do with me. Yelin Ineza was about to cry. Even All Might knows things. If you know that you are also involved in it, will you not even be eligible to become a hero? ES, in the future, your master is really a big hole. What's not you? Kento Tiger Bear immediately became anxious. Boy, we watched it together at the time. Your saliva was all over the floor at that time. How can you be so embarrassed to say that it has nothing to do with you, when that group of Hero, ES, come to trouble me, and you can't run away? Don't worry, I'm not here to trouble you. In fact, as long as your country allows this kind of thing as a gift for adults, it's not a shameful thing. Depending on your attitude, I originally brought it. It seems that the works of other teachers should not be given to you. Ye Qiu took out a paper bag with a little sadness, and was about to throw it into the trash can. Asterisk. Don't. How can such a good thing be thrown away? Ye Qiu, you kid is just throwing things away. Kento Tiger Bear was still begging for mercy just now, and he blew his beard and stared at him in an instant. The few remaining hairs were messed up in the wind, and he grabbed the paper bag in Ye Qiu's hand back into his hand. As for his niece's cannibalistic eyes, it was directly ignored by Kento Tiger Bear. Can't see? Can't see? Compared with the good things that Ye Qiu brought over, the family method of the Kento family can't shake Kento Tiger Bear's determination at all. Give me. With a gloomy expression, Kento Kazuka stretched out his hand to Kento Tiger Bear. Yellen Ineza in the corner, although he didn't speak, his eyes were full of fiery light, and he firmly supported his master. I can't give it. I can't give it. For the happiness of all men in the world, master, you must stick to your principles and never give in to women. Kento Tiger Bear looked tangled. Yujiya, you are still young, and you don't understand some things. Think about it, if I could make more money because of these gifts, the economic situation of our Kento family. No, it can be improved. You should also want to buy a lot of beautiful clothes, like other ordinary girls, have a big house of your own. I'm going to be a hero, yes, I can earn it myself. Kento Kazuka said rudely. But, look at you now, you haven't taken the college entrance examination yet, and your parents still have to work so hard. When you go to high school and become a hero, yes, there is still a long way to go. During this period of time, you still have a long way to go. Wouldn't it be good for my uncle to make a little more money to supplement the household? Pretty? That's it, master. Yellen Ineza applauded Kento Tiger Bear's performance, just to use her weak sympathy to win a chance for them? Unnecessary. Kento Kazuka's attitude is still extremely resolute. Kento Tiger Bear's pitiful, crying expression did not make Kento Kazuka feel the slightest bit of sympathy. Okay, alright. Yujiya, I decided this matter, mainly because the effect was really good. I didn't expect that the group of hero, ES, would be so boring. Ye Qiu rarely showed a smile. That's how things are decided. Maybe the gift of our medicinal bath package can reduce the chance of crime. After all, it's not so easy to see so many good-looking teachers now. Yeah? Kento Tiger Bear nodded quickly. Because of quirks, humans have evolved more and more characteristics. Yujiya, you know uncle, I have always wanted to find a woman who doesn't have that kind of speciality. Get married. The blood of our Kento family, Zone can't be in the uncle's line, it will become strange. Because of this persistence, I will not find a girlfriend for so many years. Master, you are so great. No wonder you once said that even if you don't see Teacher Kang in this life, even hero, ES, is in vain? I want to learn from you, and in the future, I must find someone who is as beautiful as Teacher Kang. Girl. Yellen Ineza was excited, and kept glancing at Kento Kazuka with his small eyes. Go away, look at your teacher. If you dare to look at me with that kind of eyes, you will poke your eyes out. Kento Kazuka didn't show any courtesy to Yellen Ineza, and directly used his quirks to smash this guy who was as wretched as his uncle and flew out. It seems that today is the wrong time, it is better not to come, it will affect the mood of the exam. Hey, Ye Qiu, don't call me Yujiya in the future. Kento Kazuka looked at Ye Qiu rudely. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for this guy, his wretched uncle, he would never have fallen so fast. Ye Qiu looked at her with a smile. Okay, Yujiya. Are you fake Ye Qiu? Did you take the wrong medicine? Could you please stop smiling at me, I'm really scared. Kento Kazuka shivered uncomfortably. Ye Qiu rolled his eyes. Okay, if you have nothing else to do, you should go back early to prepare for tomorrow's college entrance examination. If you can't get into Xiongning, I will be very disappointed. You have a conscience. Kento Kazuka didn't hear the deep meaning of Ye Qiu's words, but still gave his uncle a vicious look. 1 month? Give you the last month. If you can't find a girlfriend again, you will be removed from the family tree of the Kento family. It's a shame. I promise? Within a month, the first love of my life will definitely end. Being frightened, Kento Taruma immediately straightened his back, and the whole person became extremely serious. What? Master, you are almost 40 years old, and your first love is still there? You must be too miserable. Yellen Ineza immediately gloated over the misfortune when he heard Kento Tiger Bear's words. Huh? You are so ugly, you must not have a girlfriend? What a laugh, I curse you to find a woman like Teacher Kang's man. Kento Tiger Bear bluntly cursed his apprentice. Yellen Daozuo looked disdainful. When I was in kindergarten, I held hands with Sayahua at the next table. She was my first love, and she said that she would marry me when she grew up? Much better than you. What? You actually took the girl's little hand, it's too much. Kento Tiger Bear pounced on Yellen Ineza, and pressed the ugly apprentice to the ground. I want to expel you from the teacher's door? Get out of the teacher's door? I haven't been in love yet for my teacher, and you've already taken the girl's little hand. It's too much. I'm not convinced. You're so ugly, I say so, what's wrong with the world? So unfair? You must be using money to impress Sayahua. I want to make money. I want hair transplants. I am the most handsome. I am the most expensive. Kento Yujiya shook his head. It seems that the Kento dojo will be very lively in the future. I hope that my uncle can really find an aunt as soon as possible, otherwise she is really worried that this idiot uncle will be single until he grows old. Hey, you must be admitted to heroes. At that time, I will definitely become stronger than you and defeat you. Before leaving, Kento Kazuka waved his fist at Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu looked at her with a funny look. Okay, I see. As long as you are admitted to Xiongning, you will find that there is a huge surprise waiting for you. You can rest assured that your uncle is here. I will take care of it for you. If he can't find a girlfriend, I'll take him as a target. Hiss. After opening the paper bag and seeing the prosperous beauty of Mr. Azawa, Mr. Yoshizawa, and Mr. Jingxiang in the eyes of Kento Tiger Bear, he shivered for no reason, and his blood was inexplicably cooled down. Forget it, these fine products, let's show you guys first, I'm going to find a girlfriend. With a strong sense of reluctance, Kento Tiger Bear shoved all those treasures into Yelin Ineza's hands, his face full of heartache. When Lugu stood in front of the gate of Xiangying High School, the emotion in his heart was indescribable. After working hard for such a long time, the dream finally reached the level that he could touch, and he also met here. For him, the fetters girl with a lifetime, Yurika Okako? Of course, with him, there are many companions for the next 3 years, and there is also a Bakugo Katsuki who has always hated him. Everyone who should take the test, welcome to my live broadcast venue. I would have been the most dazzling star in this test, but today I have to solemnly introduce someone to you. Xiangying High School only started to appear this year. Position, Special Advisor above all teachers Mr. Ye Qiu. Everyone is ready to listen to Mr. Present Mix explanation. I really did not expect that there will be such a 60-90 special people today, which is even more surprising than All Might's presence in Heroes. Because this name is called Ye Qiu, they have never heard of it at all. It should be said that the Hero, ES, data that have been entered so far, there is absolutely no Hero, ES, name called Ye Qiu, and it is rare in Neon. To the Hero, ES, of Huaxia. Hello everyone. Ye Qiu greeted everyone calmly. Originally, he had no interest in this kind of thing, but at the suggestion of the principal, Ye Qiu, the examiner of this exam, even had to enter the venue in person, met with everyone. In addition, the identity of the special advisor also needs to be known to all the students, lest this group of boys inexplicably offend Ye Qiu in the future, and this special advisor who is not very good at quirks will not be able to take care of himself. Mr. Principal got to know Ye Qiu from All Might. Although this kid didn't have many battle records, he was extremely terrifying every time. Anyway, as his villain, he didn't have a good end. Xiangying High School wants to let the students experience the hellish teaching mode, but it is too violent and not very good. It is their cutest student. It is still necessary to let everyone realize the gap between the two sides first. Reduce some students who do not have long eyes. Green Valley and Bakugo Katsuki, who already knew Ye Qiu, were shocked when they saw the spotlight on Ye Qiu. They never thought that this Ye Qiu was the Ye Qiu they knew. It's him? It's actually him? Bakugo Katsuki clenched his fists tightly, wishing he could rush to the stage, using his quirks who had improved a lot, beat Ye Qiu hard. The humiliation he experienced made him feel sicker than that slimy monster. The point is, the man who made him angry seems to be in a good relationship with Shiaju. Unable to attack Ye Qiu immediately, Bakugo Katsuki immediately turned his angry eyes on the Green Valley teenager, making Green Valley hairy for a while. I actually don't know what's going on, Xiaoshang. Green Valley said unwillingly. Who made the matter between Ye Qiu and All Might? Everything is a secret existence, not even a little bit of information can be disclosed. Kento Kazuka's mood is also very bad. She originally thought that Ye Qiu was going to give her some kind of surprise, but she didn't expect it to be such a shock. That kid unexpectedly unknowingly, his identity is completely overridden above her. How can you bully this BD in the school in the future? Not only the group of them who knew Ye Qiu, but the students who didn't dare to speak, all started to discuss at this moment. Ye Qiu seems to be about the same age as them. Why can he become a special advisor of Xiangying High School, and the identity is still above all teachers, which is a bit too childish. Mike smiled secretly. He wanted this effect. 2 days ago, a teacher was dissatisfied with the principal's decision and wanted to test Ye Qiu's strength. At that time, almost all of them shot, but every time it can be said that an inch of hair is lifeless on a person who shoots. Speaking of which, as a teacher at Xiangying High School, he has the best hair quality and the most handsome hairstyle. Today, he has a sticky beard and his hair is also a wig. Thinking about it, he feels extremely aggrieved. The teacher is so embarrassed, it is obviously impossible for the new students to escape this disaster. Can he not allow such a thing to happen? Just let those boys experience the fear of being dominated by the big devil. After briefly explaining the rules of the examination room allocation, as well as the monsters that will appear in the examination, Mike finally emphasized one sentence because of the test. Students, I think among you, maybe all of you think that consultant Ye Qiu should not be in such a high position, maybe he should join the exam as a candidate like you. But, in fact, among all the exam rooms, consultant Ye Qiu can walk freely, and he is also a part of the exam. If any of you encounter consultant Ye Qiu, let his feet fall on the ground. Of course, tall buildings are not counted, you can get 100 extra points. If you can beat the Ye Qiu consultant, the principal said that the 3-year tuition fee will be free, and the highest scholarship in the country will be given, and the school will also give out other prizes. Break? Almost instantly, the eyes of all the students began to turn green. Scholarships or something. For some people there is a great temptation, for some people there is no temptation, but the school's reward is different, and there are 100 extra points. The class is arbitrarily selected, it is simply the ultimate perk. That is to say, all those who want to become Hero, ES, even if they can't defeat the robots in the exam room, can still achieve Hero, ES, by defeating Ye Qiu in 2.8. It's boring? Ye Qiu was too lazy to join the exam. He felt that after adding environmental factors to the exam room, he could completely make these little devils suffer. Abuse this group of ignorant little devils. Darker than the heart, Mr. Principal is not bad at all. Kazuka Kento is already thinking about a strategy, a scholarship. We must let the guy Ye Qiu land obediently. The uncle's share is not much, and this guy doesn't know where he spends his money recently, so he didn't turn it over at all. Fortunately, he said so well that day, be sure to get a scholarship from the school. Come on, Yujia, you can do it. Ye Qiu, who was standing on the podium, had now become the biggest source of points in the eyes of everyone. Almost everyone wanted to meet him in the test, except for Lugu, who knew his strength very well. Peers, what is there to be afraid of? Xiangying students are just starting out, no one is afraid of fighting, everyone just wants to show their best side in battle. With different moods, sitting in the bus arranged by the school, everyone came to the gate of the examination room. Looking at the towering gate, everyone's eyes turned slightly cold, because the person standing at the top of the gate was the special advisor who seemed a little inexplicable. Ye Qiu, if you don't agree, you'd better find me quickly, the exam time won't wait for you. After all, as the door opened, Ye Qiu fell directly towards the door, and when the door opened a gap, everyone's line of sight could no longer capture his figure. Where did it go? Everyone was looking for Ye Qiu's 12 figure, but it was obviously not that easy to find someone in the huge examination room. Ye Qiu, who was standing on top of the tall building, looked at the group of little ghosts who were like ants, constantly pouring into the examination room, and waved at the surveillance camera. On the other side of the camera, Mike, who was in charge of monitoring the overall situation, pinched the mustache that he had glued on. Rack, rack, rack. Little guy, now it's finally your turn to experience the perverted hobby of the big devil, you must enjoy it. Pressing the button in his hand, on those different split screens, terrifying pictures have begun to appear. Snow began to fall in the area where Green Valley was located, and there were even some hailstones that hit people very painfully. On the other side of Bakugo Katsuki, it started to rain heavily. Quirks, Bakugo, who had already done a good job in scoring points, won the first place, and finished tormenting that guy for a long time, was really depressed at this time. In rainy conditions, his quirks will definitely drop a lot. Damn it, that BD Ye Qiu must be targeting him? No, what if he is targeted? He Bakugo Katsuki is destined to become the strongest hero. Yes, how could he give up the goal of crushing everything because of such a small target? Waste. Looking at the robots that were blown up in an instant, Ye Qiu couldn't help frowning and shook his head helplessly. Mr. Principal really doesn't know how to save money? Instead of taking out this kind of toy, why not let the teachers do it directly? These are all educational investments, and in Ye Qiu's view, they are wasted educational investments. If the investment is spent on ordering their medicated bath package, then there is no value in wasting the investment. Leaf hanging, autumn activities hanging, look, neck, hide. It didn't make any sense. He didn't think it was such a fulfilling thing for him to hide and let the group of little hairs look for him like headless flies. Show up directly. Ye Qiu, who was currently in Green Valley's examination room, landed directly on the street lamps. As long as it is not parked on the ground, there will be no problem. Sorry consultant, that 100 is mine now. Aitsa caught Ye Qiu's figure almost immediately, then turned on the engine on his legs to the maximum, and rushed towards the street light. He has self-confidence, his speed is definitely the fastest among everyone present, so the first 100% will naturally be won by him. Ming, this meal is destined to be served. Just as Aitsa was sprinting, it also swept Ye Qiu's Aoyama Yuga. The launch from the navel was extremely fast, surpassing Aitsa in an instant at a faster speed, and slammed towards Ye Qiu for the first time. After the attack, Aoyama Yuga only thought of one thing: if he attacked with such a powerful force, would he directly kill the consultant? If that's the case, wouldn't he be a hero? Yes? Shouldn't be that weak. Regret is useless, and Aoyama Yuga can only pray to Ye Qiu at this time to be able to take his own attack. Can you take it? Be careful, advisor. Aitsa, who had a sense of justice in his heart, directly reminded Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu naturally also felt the danger of that laser, but unfortunately this level of attack could not cause him any damage at all. Vulcan double one finger Zen. His fingers turned into flames. Ye Qiu, who was standing on the top of the street lamp, just stretched out a flaming finger and pushed it towards the front in a dull and incomparable manner. The seemingly terrifying laser light was dissipated into nothingness. One finger? Aoyama Yuga couldn't believe his eyes. To know that his naval ray just instantly killed an exam robot. Could it be said that one of Ye Qiu's fingers is comparable to those robots in terms of hardness? Wrong? Seems like it was a flaming finger? Are Quirks flame fingers? As expected of a consultant, he is clearly a Quirks who doesn't look strong, but he can actually block my naval ray. It's just Yuga's shot, it can't be blocked every time. Aoyama Yuga quickly regained his self-confidence and made a shooting motion with both hands towards Ye Qiu. The naval ray attacked again. This time, the power was much stronger than the first time, but he risked having diarrhea. Risk, only made a powerful attack. If you can't get 100% of 787 words, it will be a big loss. Aitsa's side also ran under the street lamp almost immediately, and the pair of strong long legs swept towards the not-firm street lamp. Looking at the green valley of Ururika Okako from a distance, he naturally noticed the battle here, but he and others knew Ye Qiu better. Ye Qiu was definitely not serious when he pointed to the magic power just now. Only after really practicing one-finger meditation did Green Valley know the power of external and internal skills. Even if he did not accept the inheritance of All Might DFA, Green Valley is confident that he will become a qualified practitioner within 10 years through his hard work. Hero, ES? One finger magic is just the beginning. The 100% that Ye Qiu carries is not so easy to take. Too slow. After Aiza got close, just after hearing Ye Qiu say such a sentence, he realized that Ye Qiu, who should have existed on the street lamp, stepped on the wall of the building with both feet before he made the attack, almost in a state of being parallel to the ground, and quickly flew over another street lamp. Damn, is it because of the snow that affects my speed? Aiza felt that his engine and body were already a little sluggish, and after adjusting his glasses, he also had the determination to kill with one hit. Consultant Ye Qiu, it's not that simple. Perhaps, if these people look at the performance of Green Valley, they will know how difficult Ye Qiu is. With Ye Qiu's professor, I have seen countless fights between him and Kento Torino. Although the little angel of Green Valley only learned one finger magic and Zhang Zigong from his hands, the moves are not too complicated. But the little angel of Green Valley has already kept Ye Qiu and Ken Fujitora's evasion when they can fight, and the opportunity to make a move, firmly remembered in his heart. Although he has not been trained in actual combat, he has already avoided those robots. Is more than enough. Good. Out of the corner of Ye Qiu's eyes, he swept to the picture of the little angel of Green Valley, directly piercing the robot's chest with a finger. Destructive power? And because of the usual practice of internal strength, the little angel of Green Valley has already achieved a certain level of power control. Although he has just obtained the power of Ofa, he can still disperse part of the power to attack, so that the terrifying destructive power is not enough to directly injure the body. After Yurika Okako finished solving a robot, he couldn't help but admire Green Valley's performance. Ye Qiu's pointing at the laser, in her opinion, is not as powerful as the Green Valley smashing robot. After all, the laser is so thin and the robot looks so strong. Lugu, since you've seen it all, aren't you ready to take action? Don't you even have the heart to rob me of 100%? There were only two boys who came up with their own ideas, and Ye Qiu was obviously not satisfied with the result. Green Valley's strength is good now, but he wants to test it out a little. After his own strengthening, this upgraded version of Green Valley's strength has reached to what extent? The little angel of Green Valley hesitated. If you are very powerful, it turns out that you even know the consultant. How cunning. Aiza felt that Green Valley was a bit mysterious before, but now that he and Ye Qiu knew each other, he suddenly became vigilant and regarded Green Valley as his biggest opponent. Ye Qiu shook his head helplessly. Since you don't shoot, I'll shoot it myself. Just to remind you, there is one thing Mr. Mike didn't tell you, but anyone who is defeated by me can't move for 15 minutes. Half annoyed. How is this possible? In this case, if you can't move for 15 minutes, you will not be killed by the hail, and there is a danger of turning into a snowman. Do you want to run away? Originally planning to attack Ye Qiu again, Aiza, who felt that this consultant would not fight back during the exam, immediately retreated. No idea? His current grades are enough to enter the Hero, ES, department. If he is frozen, anything can happen. Go? Aiza reacted immediately, using the engines on his legs to move quickly in the opposite direction to Ye Qiu. They say you're too slow? Do I allow you to go? Kid. Ye Qiu's voice should have been far away from Aiza, but Aiza, who was running, found that the voice he didn't want to hear appeared directly in his ear. What happened? The speed of my regressing engine, not to mention the fastest, among the heroes, there should be few people who can catch up, right? When Aiza turned her head stiffly in the direction of Ye Qiu's voice, she found that she was about the same age as them, and the consultant teacher who liked to call people a kid was still walking on the wall at an inexplicable speed and an incomparable angle. The point is, shouldn't that angle violate the law of gravity? Quirks of advisors, aren't they flaming fingers? Aoyama Yuga was a little dumbfounded. Flame fingers? Mike, who was behind the monitor, tapped Erlang's leg. These boys were afraid that they would not be able to see Ye Qiu's true understanding of flames. Soon again? Green Goo's eyes were fixed on Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu's speed at this time was more difficult to capture than when he saw it a few months ago. To go up or not to go up? Green Goo clenched his fist tightly. Although he was very grateful to Ye Qiu, he really wanted to prove his strength in front of Ye Qiu and tell him that he had really become stronger during this time. No, we must fight. Green Valley knows exactly what he wants. It doesn't mean that he will curl up in the corner after he gets the power, but he wants to be like the person he wants to be, and try his best to prove that he has done it. Hey? Under Yurika Okako's surprised gaze, Green Valley gritted his teeth and rushed in Ye Qiu's direction. Ye Qiu and Aiza Ida were both too fast, and he had to exert all his strength to barely catch up with them. Aoyama Yuga over there also understands one thing very well, that is, if Aiza Ida is really defeated by Ye Qiu, then he will definitely be next. The naval laser was fired continuously, a terrifying laser, instantly blasting the surrounding ash and smoke. I'm here to help you too. Advisor Ye Qiu, I don't know how many points each of us can get if we let it fall to your ground in a coordinated battle. In the distance, a teenager who looked like Quirks shouted to Ye Qiu. You are all too weak. If you can really let me fall to the ground through teamwork, 100 points for everyone. Ye Qiu responded without any hesitation. Okay, then you can look at it. We've got the 100 points. The kid who was talking suddenly shot out countless tapes from his elbows, trying to slow down Ye Qiu's speed through the tapes, or even trap him directly in the tapes. It's funny, I remember you? Zero Hanta, Quirks are tape, aren't they? I didn't expect that. Teacher advisor, you actually know something about a nobody like me. If that's the case, I can't be sorry for your concern. Zero Hanta is a little smug. On Ida's side, because there were 3 people involved in the battle, they stopped at a blind spot when they came, and it was Zhao Qianzhao, who stood in front of Ye Qiu. Teacher advisor, I'm sorry, in order to be the best student, I must beat you to paper at this time. The engines on his legs flickered, and Ida was ready to take out his ultimate speed, ready to kick Ye, who was about to be trapped by tape, to the autumn ground. Don't take it lightly, Consultant Ye Qiu's ability is not a flame finger, his whole body can be turned into flame. Green Valley anxiously shouted to the crowd. Lugu, it's a little disrespectful of you to reveal my details like this. I think it's better to deal with the boy you are the most familiar with first. Ye Qiu's voice had a hint of playfulness. On Zero Hanta's side, he already felt something wrong. In order to completely trap Ye Qiu, he shot the maximum amount of tape that could be produced at one time. Damn it! If the whole body can be turned into flames, it will be beaten by heaven. Green Valley's reminder is coming soon. Before Ye Qiu launched the flame attack, Aoyama Yuga was already enduring abdominal pain and began to suppress frantically. As for Ida, he has also increased his speed to the extreme. He must completely defeat Ye Qiu in a very short period of time and win that 100%. My 100 points are settled. Ida was full of confidence, because his legs, which had boosted his speed to the extreme, had already begun to sweep towards Ye Qiu. Simple attack? The speed is not fast enough? The students recruited by Xianying are indeed inferior to the kid from Shija High School. Ye Qiu sneered. At least from the current point of view, the strength of these guys is much weaker than that of the bald boy Yelin in Aza, Shija High School, destined to be a stumbling block for heroes. Now, we must let these boys see clearly how weak they are. Before the bandages that covered the sky came, Ye Qiu seemed to have an eye on his back, and instantly turned around and slapped the wind god's leg. He didn't even use the power of fire, he just kicked the bandages into pieces. The toughness is good. If you consider the versatility of your attack, your quirks will be more useful, but now it seems that for a powerhouse like me, 787 is useless? Ye Qiu made a rude comment. As for Ida, that fierce and violent kick directly hit Ye Qiu on the high-rise building that he had just noticed. It only kicked the high-rise building into countless rubble, and did not hurt Ye Qiu at all. At this time, Ye Qiu had already deceived Zero Hanta at a very fast speed. Impossible? You can't have speed-type quirks at all, and you haven't cast flames to make yourself faster. Why do normal people have such a speed against this guy? Ida couldn't believe why Ye Qiu, who seemed to be the whole body in the urn, escaped from his attack so easily. Hateful? How could you be allowed to escape so easily? Ye Qiu's strength made Ida's heart arouse a stubbornness that did not admit defeat. It seemed that he had already reached the ultimate speed, but he improved again. My stomach hurts, I won't let you succeed. Even though his stomach hurts a bit, Aoyama Yuga still blocks in front of Zero Hanta. As long as Ye Qiu has an attacking action, he will use his quirks to attack Ye Qiu directly. As for Green Valley, he had already stepped in front of Ye Qiu and formed a front and back attacking situation with Ida. Ye Qiu, I will prove to you that my hard work in the past few months has not been in vain. One finger magic? Lugu stared at Ye Qiu with incomparably firm eyes. Ofa's ability combined with Tongzigong's ability, his fingers that did not change in any way actually contained a terrifying formidable power. In Ye Qiu's eyes, there was a look of approval. These boys still have some comprehension ability, and they all showed good characteristics in the desperate situation. It's just that they don't seem to feel that the changes in the environment have become more and more unfavorable to them. A thick layer of snow appeared under my feet, and Ida's speed would soon be out of play. Sometimes standing in place is not a good choice. Vulcan-style 5x 1 finger meditation? Abandon one of your fingers first, your cultivation is far from enough, you dare to challenge me now, I will receive the interest. Ye Qiu is very satisfied with Lugu's courage. If Lugu does not come to challenge him, I am afraid the end will be even worse. 1 finger magic versus 1 finger zen? It's just that when Ye Qiu uses the 1 finger meditation technique, he uses his own internal strength, plus the power to burn the fruit, while the little angel of Green Valley uses the ability of Ofa. Who is stronger and who is weaker? Ye Qiu also wanted to experience the power of Ofa for himself before the battle with All Might. The two people's attack methods are all fingers, and they seem to use the same move, a fierce fight that is triggered at the touch of a button. Ida also used the terrifying power brought by the speed to jump up and swept towards Ye Qiu's back center. Can you stop Green Valley's attack? Can you stop Ida's attack? Including Zero Hanta and Aoyama Yuga, except for Green Valley's solemn look, the others have already revealed a hint of joy. Boom! Ye Qiu's flaming finger, which had grown a lot bigger, almost instantly turned Green Goo's finger, which had been polished for several months, into a charred black color. What? Even if he was ready, Lugu couldn't help but scream. Folded, and the epidermis suffered a near-fatal injury. I said you were too slow. Ye Qiu took advantage of the speed of catching the wind and the shadow, and instantly dodged and kicked down, and his right leg wrapped in a terrifying wind directly whipped Ida's leg. Crack. Folded. It's not polite at all. Ye Qiu just kicked and broke Ida's strong calf that had been trained for countless years. It's so cruel. Aoyama and Sirohanta, who thought they had got 100%, suddenly turned pale, and their bodies trembled involuntarily. It's all said, your speed is too fast. What's the matter with the engine on your legs? When attacking, you don't know how to use the engine to accelerate. It's really a dead brain. Don't you think it's better to increase your absolute speed than to increase your own speed? Strengthen your physical skills. When you use the leg technique in close combat, you can directly use the engine to accelerate. Who can stop your attack? The speed is so fast, what's the use? I really think there are so many villains in this world. Need you to compare speed? Excess speed, totally useless? Although the world's martial arts is only fast, but Ida obviously used the talent of speed in the wrong place. Aside from running away, this guy's attack has no sense of beauty. Rough? There are no rules. It's just hot eyes. Anyway, Xionying's treatment level is very high, so it would be good for these guys to learn a lesson. Under the stimulation of pain, Ida's thoughts became extremely clear, and he began to think about Ye Qiu's words. Perhaps, he should really think about the melee combat. His engine speeding up can completely make him more than double the speed of others when attacking with his legs. It's just, why is Consultant Ye Qiu's leg technique so fast? Faster than him? Ye Qiu has no engine on his leg. Consultant Gu, didn't you say that it would only immobilize us for 15 minutes? Aoyama's face was pale, and he was already suffering from stomach pain. Seeing Ye Qiu's cruelty, he almost fell directly to the ground. Fighting, there will always be accidents. You should be glad that you can't fight in close quarters. 15 minutes, just wait. If you dare to move, you will be eliminated. After saying that, Ye Qiu turned his speed to full speed and swept towards the other candidates. The game has just begun? Move? Dare not? Absolutely not. If you make a move, you will be directly beaten like Ida. Do you still need to take the test? If it wasn't for the fact that Ida had won a lot of points before, if he suffered a fracture, he would have been eliminated directly. Those candidates who were watching this battle looked at Ye Qiu as if they were looking at a demon. 100% of walking? Don't be kidding, this is clearly a flying demon? The yellow-haired teacher Mike was a scumbag before. He said that the reward of 100% was so good, it was clear that he had dug a hole and made them jump in it on purpose. This kind of non-human, 4 people cooperate, everyone's quirks are just right, but they can't even touch the corners of their clothes? Too much? This classmate, although you look a bit unpleasant, do you know Consultant Ye Qiu before? Ida asked Midori while resisting the pain. Green Gu's fingers were also in severe pain, 10 fingers connected to the heart. Ye Qiu had never used such a deadly hand when he fought with Kento Tiger Bear before. Did you offend him when? Lugu couldn't help but start thinking about this kind of thing. He always felt that Ye Qiu shouldn't be so cruel for no reason. It's very strong. It's very strong. It should be said that Ye Qiu is the same age as us, but he has become a special advisor to Xionying, which is enough to show his strength. And Green Valley didn't know what to think, and his voice became particularly low. And what? Ida asked a question. Green Gu didn't know if it was time to speak out and attack them. I'll tell the truth, you shouldn't have too much psychological pressure. In fact, in the battle just now, Ye Qiu probably didn't even use 1/10 of his strength. Otherwise, based on what I know about him, we will all fall down within 10 seconds at most. Is it so scary? 10 seconds? What can 10 seconds do? For the battle between Hero, 10 seconds can't do anything at all. The fact that this guy Green Valley said is really terrifying. In the proctoring room, some teachers frowned after seeing Ye Qiu's fierce attack. Is this too much? After all, it is the future of heroes and the future of the entire society. They shouldn't use such means to let their hearts suffer. Yes, as long as you win, there is no need to kill. Is it a blow? I don't think that the sacrifice rate of Hero, has increased due to various events in recent years. Although the number is still not high, I think we should wake up. Hero, are not the flowers in the greenhouse. If they feel goodness in school, when they become Hero, in the future, they will still be lambs to be slaughtered. Mike squeezed his fake beard and said, isn't that how we came here? We are still qualified Hero, now. Some continued to object. Too slow. Without waiting for Mike to speak again, All Might spoke directly. He is currently ranked number 1, it is time to stand on Ye Qiu's side, although he can't bear it after seeing Ye Qiu's resolute methods. Green Valley boy, you have grown up. In front of young Ye Qiu, you dared to do it willfully and recklessly, although it did not conform to your usual fighting style, but like me, you proved your courage and your responsibility. We don't have much time to wait for the growth of teenagers. In today's society, there are too many people who want to be Hero, and those who switch to the opposite of Hero, are far more than you can imagine. The number of Hero, subjects is limited every year. There are only a few people in each high school. Among them, those who can become qualified Hero, will be a lot less. You can think about it, if you continue to teach so gently, when our generation of Hero, is old and immobile, will the world be what we imagined it to be? All Might is a conservative in Hero, preferring to put all the responsibility on his shoulders. But under the influence of Ye Qiu's decisive temper, he has been thinking about one thing recently, and that is whether his previous methods were too gentle to make those guys unscrupulous. What if you got caught? Anyway, as long as you gather enough people, you will be rescued. To change? A complete overhaul is required? All Might can't make all schools reform, Ye Qiu has only one. What they can do now is to start from the hero, let the seeds of this wave grow faster and stronger. Number 1 has spoken, and the others naturally have no objection. Of course, they still agree with All Might's words. For flowers. Indeed it is. Recently, due to various incidents, the number of sacrifices in Hero, ES, has begun to increase year by year, but ordinary people cannot pay attention to it. After all, not all Hero, ES, have powerful quirks. When they put the realization back on the monitor, everyone was speechless and found that Ye Qiu didn't mean to hide at all. He just turned on the cleaning mode. Anyone who saw him on the road would be kicked out. As for whether the kid who was kicked was injured or fainted, Ye Qiu didn't care. Kicked all the way, Ye Qiu still saw an acquaintance. In the hot summer mode examination room, Kento Kazuka was already sweating. At this time, most of the students in this examination room had no intention of taking the exam. Too hot? They only want to drink water now. Who can have the heart to fight in this ghost weather? Ming, did you stand still, or did I kick you down? Ye Qiu looked at Kento Kazuka with a smile. In the exam room, there was someone who was knocked out by Ye Qiu before, but after waking up, his face was disheveled, and he no longer wanted to mention 100 things. Ye Qiu. Kento Kazuka changed her usual eldest appearance, and her voice became extremely gentle. Stop. A layer of goosebumps oozes out of Ye Qiu's body. If you have something to say, don't talk to me in this state. Kento Yuji rolled his eyes at him, without pretending to be squeamish. Ye Qiu, you know, let me take 100%. If you don't give me 100%, I'll give you and my uncle's point. You can directly publish it on the internet, so that everyone can see what kind of image your future number 1 will be. You thought I would care. Ye Qiu stood on the low building with a look of indifference. A real man never cares about these things, let alone in neon. It is too late for the masses to thank him. How could they possibly boycott him? At most it is just a casual pretense of a Taoist priest. That. Kento Kazuka hesitated for a long time. She really wanted a scholarship. She could only look at Ye Qiu pitifully with big watery eyes. I beg you, how are you, Ye Qiu little? Humph? How could it be possible for Consultant Ye Qiu to change his firm stance? Guess what kind of method will Consultant Ye Qiu use to deal with this girl this time? While eating snacks, Mike cocked his legs leisurely. The current monitoring room has become a place for everyone to revel. Originally, they were a little bit distressed when they saw the students, but when they recalled the horrible things Ye Qiu had done to them, everyone felt a lot better. Samantos of Quirks Cement also echoed, Consultant Ye Qiu is so principled, it is absolutely impossible because it is a girl who pours water. I remember the girls I met on the road before, it seems that none of them can stand brutal people, even girls are not spared, which is really very good. All Might glanced at Kento Kazuka's name, and his belief that was as firm as everyone else's, 787 was shaken. Perhaps, Ye Qiu will really give up the principle. Boxing. This name is so familiar, I bet the 10-pot medicine bath package, Ye Qiu will give up the principle. All Might said with great pride. Gamble or not. Recently, the word of mouth among Hero, ES, has gradually spread. What's a bit troublesome is that there seems to be a shortage of goods on the supply side, and they can't even buy it, and the police don't know what's going on, and this kind of product is not allowed in the black market. Squirt squirt, 10 jars of medicinal bath package is definitely more exciting than cash. I bet you won't. Mike said confidently. I bet neither. Everyone except All Might felt that Ye Qiu would not give up the principle in this situation. How could a dignified devil advisor change his deep-rooted devil nature just because of a word from a little girl? This kind of person has absolutely no normal sensibility. You must know that when I was sparring with them that day, this kid kept staring at Mr. Midnight's chest and beating, and he didn't show any mercy. Mr. Midnight wanted to cry when he beat him, and the feeling that he was about to be beaten was not good at all. What? Moreover, it is said that this demon advisor has a complicated relationship with MT Lady, and Mr. Midnight is MT Lady's girlfriend? Horrible. Demon advisor Ye Qiu is definitely a straight man of steel. This time, it was obvious that All Might was sending something to bribe their future colleagues. Ahem, in fact, sometimes, even a straight man of steel will defect under certain circumstances. No way, that would be when you really didn't want to punch Midnight's chest, but that side seemed less likely to get hurt, and Midnight's Hero, ES, outfit gave him a headache. At this moment, Ye Qiu, who saw Kento Ichika coquettish for the first time, obviously felt a high degree of discomfort, and a layer of goosebumps appeared on his arm. But if you look closely, those big eyes are still pretty good looking. Never mind. Anyway, I'm in charge of the exam myself, and I don't give 100% to anyone. Except Kento Kazuka, don't expect anyone else to get another 100%. Ye Qiu jumped down from the low building under the disbelief in the eyes of everyone, and whispered to Kento Yujiya. You hit me. Good. I have been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Kento Kazuka's heart was full of black belly. If she knew that she would act like a spoiled child, she would get huge benefits, and she would have acted like a spoiled brat with Ye Qiu. Bump. Kento Kazuka's fist, which had grown bigger early on, hit Ye Qiu's head unceremoniously. Pain? Even with the inner strength to protect the body, Ye Qiu glared at the girl Kento Kazuka. He really doubted whether the coquettish behavior just now had no other purpose. Ye Qiu glared at Tang Yujiya, but his feet did land on the ground. Congratulations to the student Kento Ichika, the first to defeat the special counselor Ye Qiu, will receive the school's reward and 100 credits. The principal who was watching the lively over there didn't think it was a big deal at all, because at this time, the teachers in the monitoring room were all dumbfounded. Ye Qiu has landed? Did it take the initiative to land like this? Shameful? As a heroic faculty member, how could he give up his principles just because of mere beauty? Except for All Might, everyone else who made a big bet looked at All Might with a pitiful expression. Conspiracy? This must be a blatant conspiracy, otherwise, with the devil's temperament, how could he deliberately give water to a little girl? Ha 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 ha, Ye Qiu did not disappoint me. All Might laughed smugly. Didn't you find out? That girl is called Kento Yujiya, and the medicinal bath package is actually a cooperation project between Ye Qiu and Kento Dojo. Didn't he sell it to you before? Kento Kezuka? Kento Dojo? The teachers who reacted in an instant immediately wailed. They seldom go to the front line to do tasks. How can the income of teachers be on a par with that of professional hero, ES? Big loss? This time it's really a big loss? And Ye Qiu, the initiator of all this, walked towards Kento Kezuka with bad intentions. Have you had enough fun? Of course, I've wanted to hit you for a long time. Kento Kezuka waved his small fist excitedly. In such a hot weather, there is a thing similar to an artificial sun on the top of the head, which is constantly roasting them, but the shadow of half a bottle of water in the examination room cannot be seen. Getting this percentage will not only give you countless rewards. You can successfully enter the Hero, ES, subject without continuing to take the exam. Kezuka Kento, you are so smart. Just when Kento Kezuka secretly applauded for himself, Ye Qiu, the devil, had no intention of letting go of this girl who made him lose his image in front of everyone. Gotta get revenge? What are you going to do? Looking at Ye Qiu who was approaching him step by step, Kento Kezuka's eyes suddenly became vigilant. What am I going to do? You'll find out soon. Don't try to resist, none of those who resisted before have a very optimistic ending, Ye Qiu said with narrowed eyes. Dangerous? Damn it, I knew I wasn't greedy for a moment. I forgot that this guy is a small-eyed and cheapskate. What should I do? Kento Kezuka's little face turned pale. She was really worried about Ye Qiu, the devil, and kicked her just as badly as the other candidates. Ye Qiu, I beg you, please spare me this time. Next time I won't dare, I really won't. Kento Kezuka hurriedly begged for mercy. He has already been called a devil by so many people. Ye Qiu feels that if he doesn't maintain the image of a devil, he will be sorry for everyone's love. Sorry, I refuse, it's too late. What the hell do you want to do? Hero is not a place for you to do whatever you want. Kento Kezuka was a little panicked, his voice began to tremble slightly, his hands were unconsciously protecting his chest, and the whole person even forgot to resist. What do you want me to do? Ye Qiu's face was almost the same as Kento Kezuka's frightened face, less than a palm of his hand. The scorching breath made Kento Kezuka frightened, and there was a hint of ruddy in the pale little face. It's very simple. I want you to know the consequences of offending me. Get started? Everyone felt the terrifying aura emanating from the demon in an instant, but when they were ready to see what unfortunate consequences Kento Kezuka would have, the result was completely beyond their imagination. Ye Qiu's hands were directly placed on Kento Ichika's small face. With the constant movement of his hands, Kento Ichika's small face was pinched into various shapes by him. Ha 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 ha, Xiao Yujiya, your face is really full of collagen. I've wanted to do this for a long time, and make you look at me with a pouting face all day long. This is the end. Ye Qiu laughed wildly. Comfort 12, really comfortable? It turns out that it is such a fun thing to ravage the little face of Kento Ichika. In the future, this kind of activity that is beneficial to physical and mental health must be done more. Yeah, Qiu, I hate you, you will regret it. In front of the monitor and countless candidates, Kento Kezuka had no power to resist while her face was smashed, which made her feel extremely aggrieved, and at the same time she could only stare at Ye Qiu with great difficulty. He spoke harsh words inarticulately. The monitoring room was also quiet. These adult uncles, for a moment, thought that a restricted level picture would appear, but now it seems that they are worried too much. Is this still the way the devil should behave? It seems that the devil is the devil. No matter when or where he is, his thoughts are different from ordinary people. This kind of person is the most dangerous. You never know what he will do next. Goodbye, I believe the gift I gave you. You should like it very much, accept it with confidence. The gift is not so easy to return to you. I will definitely take good care of you in the heroic. Ye Qiu waved at Kento Kezuka, who was holding his blushing face with both hands, his face full of vigilance, and directly jumped up the low building again. Consultant Ye Qiu, we really want to get 100%. Can you help us once? Act like a spoiled child, act cute, warm the bed, we can sing about everything. As long as you can land on both feet and let me do anything, isn't my body better than Kento Kezuka? Well, all the people who said these words were girls. Ye Qiu's face turned black and he found that among the crowd, there were also a few boys with much thicker muscles than him. It seems that he was too good at talking just now, and these stinky bastards are starting to lose sight of the sky and the earth. As for the group of coquettish bee, they naturally want to blow up all of them. The principal made Mr. Ye Qiu the special advisor of Xiangying High School. It's a very correct decision. This year's exam is more interesting than any previous years, and it's even more enjoyable than watching a movie. Mike danced with excitement. The money he lost to All Might just now had been forgotten by him, and he thought it was just spending money to watch a big movie of the century. The other teachers also agree with this point. They have long lost the idea of sympathizing with the students at this time. Instead, they are facing the picture, smashing the broken bones of the boys, and blowing up the internal materials of the girls who have been fine-tuned. Ye Qiu of Ye Qiu complimented it. It even started to discuss how many bones will be broken in the next boy who is beaten. Has the girl's body been slightly adjusted? Is this still the teacher of Xiangying High School? If those students who were directly knocked over by Ye Qiu saw these pictures in the monitoring room, they would definitely begin to doubt their life, and might even have the idea of quitting Xiangying. Where is this teacher? It is clearly a group of hooligans and villains. If I go to school for a few years under the guidance of these people, I am afraid that when they graduate, it is unlikely that they will become hero, es. With full of anger, Ye Qiu swept one examination room all the way, then swept the second, the third, and the fourth examination room in succession. Those injured little devils are not at all uncomfortable. Whether it is in the ice and snow environment, or in the scorching hot summer, or even on the shaking ground, if they cannot move for 15 minutes, their injuries will be aggravated. Experience a feeling of near hopelessness. And this feeling of despair is what Ye Qiu wants to give them. The world will never be so beautiful. If you want to become a hero, es, and enter the hero, es, department, you must learn to experience despair before others. Ye Qiu, I finally see you again. Under the heavy rain, Bakugo stared at Ye Qiu with those tyrannical eyes. For nearly a year, Ye Qiu's figure seemed to be his nightmare, lingering for a long time, more annoying than smelly Jew. Now, this nightmare seems to have grown even bigger, but Bakugo understands that he must use his own fists to smash this nightmare, and then embark on the road to become the strongest hero, es, again. I remember you, a nasty little brat. Ye Qiu 787 frowned into the word Chuan. He felt that he really had to think about how badly he would beat this stinky brat, Bakugo, before he could count B. Pretending to be struck by lightning, not everyone has his strength. Bakugo, the kid, is considered strong among students. After all, quirks are born strong and have already decided some things. It's just that if such a kid is allowed to enter Xiangying High School, it is impossible for someone like him who can't accept everything to improve his strength quickly. It's a good thing to be arrogant, but Bakugo Katsuki's arrogance and Shoto Todoroki's arrogance are definitely two completely different directions. Bakugo Katsuki, Shoto Todoroki can accept failure, but he is determined to defeat himself as the target's father. And Bakugo Katsuki's self-esteem is close to the level of distortion. Ye Qiu feels that since he has become a special advisor of Eagle High School, he must completely set things right before this kid's accident. You are the second person to get 100%, because I think it is necessary to let you know how big the gap is between us. It's not easy to shoot in the air, so this 100% is given to you. Yes, but you can also refuse. Sure enough, after Ye Qiu landed, Xiangying responded quickly and informed Bakugo Katsuki that he had obtained this percentage. Who is Bakugo Katsuki? All of a sudden, such a strange idea popped into everyone's heart. Bakugo Katsuki was not so famous when he was in junior high school. Although his strength was strong, it was only limited to his junior high school. In order to protect these children who had not grown up, the hero, es, would not let the powerful teenagers of Quirks be released in public. If you really push them to the public before they grow up, then it's not just Shoto Todoroki, who will be targeted by the League of Villains, there will be countless boys and girls hidden in the dark by those the mouse to stare at. So, as the second person to get 100%, and also a boy, everyone began to doubt whether this boy named Bakugo Katsuki is the strongest among his peers, the strongest quirks. Consultant Ye Qiu with such a strong strength, it's impossible to pour water on boys, right? Green Valley, you said that Kento Kezuka knew Consultant Ye Qiu, so does this Bakugo Katsuki also know Consultant Ye Qiu? Why did he pour water on everyone else, but he didn't pour water on you, and the relationship between the two of you is not very good? Aitsa, who had barely recovered his action, looked at Green Valley with a puzzled expression. To say that among the students around, the only person who knows about Ye Qiu's advisor is the Green Valley boy in front of him. Whether it's Ida or Aoyama Yuga, they all want to know more about Ye Qiu. Matter. The strong will always make people look forward to it. Of course they defeated them. They were not like Ye Qiu. They were defeated in the hands of others for some inexplicable reason. Does that mean that there are still people of the same age who can crush them? When I think about it like this, my heart is too unbalanced. Green Goo smiled bitterly. Ye Qiu does know Xiaosheng, but the relationship between the two of them is not as good as you think. If Xiaosheng sees Ye Qiu, he will definitely shoot without hesitation. But I think it is impossible for Xiaosheng to get 100%. Maybe something happened to Qiu. After all, he is very casual in doing things, completely different from the mighty hero, es. Can you get points even if you have a bad relationship? Is it really because Ye Qiu does things casually? Regardless of whether Ida believes it or not, at least in the hearts of other students, Bakugo Katsuki is definitely a formidable competitor, and may even have a place in the hero, es, world in the future. Get a 100% man? Monitor indoors. Everyone was not surprised that Bakugo Katsuki scored 100 points, but felt that the drama was about to begin. This kid fell miserably. I really wanted to play a piece of music to cheer up the fun. I didn't expect that Consultant Ye Qiu would have such a leisurely and elegant way to land himself. It is really too much to want to use all his strength to abuse a student. It's so miserable, I can't bear to look directly at it. Mike stuffed a handful of potato chips into his mouth, chewing and staring straight at the screen. There was nothing he could not bear to look at. All Might also rubbed his chin, took out a handful of potato chips from Mick's hand, and ate it himself. The character of that Bakugo boy is really not very good. Ye Qiu's strength is much stronger than her, and the strength of the two is relatively similar. I hope this battle can let him learn something from his failure. A person who is destined to become hero, if he cannot learn from his failures, his hero, road will be infinitely bumpy. Under the rainstorm, the battle of fire and fire? However, for Ye Qiu, this battle was actually much harsher than Bakugo Katsuki. He possessed the ability to burn fruit and naturally inherited the curse of the sea. Although the rain could not make him completely lose the ability to burn fruit, it also had a certain impact on his ability. However, because Juyang Truchi has reached the 4th level of Ye Qiu's ability to see inwardly, and his own spiritual power has been enhanced, he found that Devil Fruit's curse, which is tired of the sea, is a lump hidden in the body. There is a spiritual power in a corner. That power can dominate your body and affect your will. In addition to possessing the power of Devil Fruit, most of the people among the pirates are the speed-up spirit of cultivation. This kind of power is mysterious, and people in the world of pirates are naturally unable to overcome the curse effect brought by Devil Fruit. This curse, when it comes into contact with water, will start to emit power, and when it comes into contact with sea water in a large area, the power that erupts will be extremely terrifying. However, this kind of terrifying curse might not be accessible in the pirate world, but for Ye Qiu, it was not too serious. Ye Qiu's body is not just Devil Fruit's ability. Currently, his 4th level 9 Yang True Qi is enough to suppress the slightest discomfort. When Juyang cultivates to a high level, he will try to completely eliminate that curse, and there is such a hidden danger buried in the body, which really makes people feel uncomfortable. Hey, even in 2 days, Ye Qiu's limbs were bursting with blazing flames, and even the pouring rain couldn't extinguish those flames. Fire? Isn't it wind? Bakugo Katsuki's self-confidence was shaky under the light of the fire. Previously, he thought that when he first met, his ability completely hurt Ye Qiu, and Ye Qiu's ability was biased towards physique. If it is fire, will the fire element quirks be afraid of his quirks? Obviously, basically, his threat to Ye Qiu has dropped from 100% to 20%, or even lower. In terms of physical skills, he is not Ye Qiu's opponent at all. Doesn't it mean that in this battle, he has no chance at all? What to do? I have already got 100%. Do you want to withdraw for the time being? In that instant, Bakugo, whose expression was hesitant, was washed away by the rain, and Zhaoqi Enjiao showed a ruthless look. I'm going to kill you? A hole. Bakugo roared angrily, and his hands were directly filled with terrifying explosions, rushing towards Ye Qiu very quickly. If you can kill, come and kill. Ye Qiu flatly stretched out his flaming hands and firmly grasped Bakugo Katsuki's hands in his hands. Boom, boom. 2 terrifying explosions made the flames in Ye Qiu's hands sway slightly, but they did not cause any damage at all. The elemental hands directly absorbed the powerful explosion. It's boring, as weak as before. Invalid. Why won't it work? Why would anyone have quirks like this? Bakugo Katsuki, who was wrapped in Ye Qiu's palms, felt stinging pain in his hands. All of them were flames, and there was no human hand in the flames. Impossible? Quirks are not visible in normal times, but they can instantly turn their bodies into flames at will. How could such a thing happen? Why? How can such quirks appear in the world? Bakugo Katsuki stared at Ye Qiu unwillingly. He has absolute confidence that he will become the #1 existence on the hero, ranking in the future with the terrifying quirks. But now that Ye Qiu appeared, the ability Ye Qiu displayed was his nemesis at all. Bakugo didn't know how to use his ability to attack Ye Qiu. This guy could obviously use the flame to directly offset the explosion. To defeat Ye Qiu, the only way is to sneak attack. But this guy's physical skills are very abnormal, and it is very difficult to attack him successfully. No solution? Completely clueless? Before the real battle began, Ye Qiu's ability had already made him feel hopeless. Hey, Consultant Ye Qiu, he really is the mentality destroyer of those young people. After this exam, how many people can still maintain enough confidence in their own strength? Mike sighed. Bakugo is definitely a talent, but in front of Ye Qiu, the devil, whether he is a talent or a genius, he is destined to be destroyed. This is just the beginning? Roll. Ye Qiu's flame waved 787 with both hands, and Bakugo was thrown away, and he fell heavily into the muddy rain. Damn, the damn rain. Because of the rain, the sweat from Bakugo's palms has become a little scarce. The blow just now has been accumulated for a long time. If he attacks again now, Bakugo doesn't think that an explosion of that level will really hurt Ye Qiu. You are very lucky. That time only took me a leg. Today I will let you fully understand what is the real leg technique. Stand up, don't let me look down on you. A hole. Bakugo wiped the muddy water on his face, but Ye Qiu looked down on him, which made him very unhappy, so he got up from the ground and rushed towards him with his fists raised. Without quirks, Bakugo can now rely on his own fists. Vulcan-style grass in the wind? Bakugo, who rushed to the autumn in front of Ye, his confidant was pumped upside down again by the violent Vulcan style, and there was an extra dark wound on his chest that was visible to the naked eye. It's too awful. That is to say, Bakugo was too arrogant before, there were hardly any students around him, and only the teachers saw his tragic situation in their eyes. Gdi. This is just the first move. They still had some experience with Ye Qiu's leg technique. This was really just the beginning. Ye Qiu's full effort was obviously to finish the whole leg technique. Vulcan style catching the wind? Originally, Ye Qiu had a terrifying speed, but with the Vulcan style bonus, he turned into a bolide. Bakugo's eyes didn't even have time to drop, and he was kicked into the air again. The Vulcan style evolved from the remaining 4 Fengshen legs was directly connected to Bakugo without any hesitation. The potato chips in Mick's hand fell to the ground. Yes, you read that right. When young Ye Qiu was discussing with you, he should have kept his hand. If you use all the leg techniques, none of you should be able to follow. All Might said unceremoniously. Such a blow? Obviously they are the professional hero, ES, who have been practicing for many years. Is it okay, saying that Huaxia's hero, ES, body skills are very good? Speaking of which, before the birth of Quirks, Huaxia was in existence with countless powerful legends, and Ye Qiu was bound to be related to the legends. I'm jealous? Some hero, ES, can do things like taijutsu, but compared to Ye Qiu's taijutsu, it's not worth seeing at all. Bump. When Bakugo, who had been kicked countless times in a row, landed, his eyes began to become a little slack. Lost? A complete failure? There's not even room for a reason? Raising his weak palm, Bakugo tried hard to touch the sky above his head, but he found that no matter how hard he tried, the cloudy sky was not something he could touch. Ye Qiu's strength, like the sky, can be seen, but cannot be touched. When Ye Qiu attacked Bakugo, Rakido controlled it very well. Don't look at this guy looking like he was going to die. In fact, the injuries were not serious, just some injuries on the body surface. It's a little bit more bruised on the body. Let's show you the real power. Ye Qiu stood beside Bakugo, looking up at the sky. Really, power, what is it? Bakugo's head was blank, and he felt that the pride of more than 10 years was completely shattered in these few minutes. Vulcan-style Konglong has regrets? This time, Ye Qiu, in order to create the greatest effect and let all the students understand what true strength is, did not solidify the flame at all. After accumulating power in the right palm, he directly blasted out an extremely terrifying flame golden dragon. Hold head high. The flaming dragon soaring into the sky was at least 20 meters long, and the dragon roar generated by internal force and palm technique made the terrifying eastern flaming dragon seem to be alive. Everyone has seen it, no matter which area the candidates are, they have seen the terrifying golden fire dragon, but no one except Green Valley knows what is going on. The rain clouds in the area of Bakugo, under the roar of the dragon, were directly washed away, revealing the clear sky. That's the real strength, and I'm far from the pinnacle. There was a hint of regret in Ye Qiu's tone. As long as you have the strength, you can break all the haze blocking your head. No matter how much Bakugo Katsuki could understand, Ye left the exam room without looking back. The exam was over. He should also go to Mr. Principal and have a good discussion about how to make these boys better. Stronger again? In another exam room, Green Valley did not hesitate to rescue Yurika Okako from the ice and snow, but his arm was still scrapped. Who has become stronger again? Green Valley classmate. Do you know how the terrifying fire dragon just now came from? Aitsa asked with interest. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, Lugu didn't hide it. That's the move of consultant Ye Qiu, I've seen it before. Break? No wonder this guy just said that when Ye Qiu was fighting against them, he didn't even show 1/10 of his strength. Are Quirks fire? What kind of power can that terrifying fire dragon be able to inspire? It's terrifying? Aitsa and the others made up their minds that in the future, among the heroes, they would never provoke Ye Qiu's advisor, even if they were all about the same age. Will die? Really will die. In Mr. Principal's office. After statistics, the students enrolled in the Hero, ES, department of Xiangying High School were completely indistinguishable from what Ye Qiu knew. Ye Qiu, what do you think? Mr. Principal asked while drinking tea. This time, there was not much movement. After the exam, the candidates of Xiangying High School were sent to the hospital on a large scale, and some of the poorer ones could not even get out of bed for half a month. That's it, it's not easy to have so many qualified people. Ye Qiu said indifferently. There are a lot of parental complaints. Mr. Principal left no trace. Glancing at Ye Qiu picked up another cup of tea on the table, took a sip of hot air. We are Xiangying High School. The high school that cultivates Hero, ES, naturally has its own philosophy. If you are not satisfied with the school, you can choose to drop out. Those who can be admitted to Xiangying, other high schools will not refuse. How to choose is their business. Xiangying never needs to make a choice. They are already famous schools among famous schools. If Xiangying doesn't even have this hacky, then Ye Qiu can only say that he is too disappointed with Mr. Principal the Principal. That's what I meant to. After a moment of silence, Mr. Principal said with satisfaction. The only thing he is dissatisfied with is All Might. He wants Xiangying to become a vibrant school. Now Ye Qiu's strong participation may make many students understand that it is necessary to become stronger, but it always makes him feel that today's hero is a bit like the former military academy. Can you be gentle? A little gentleness, this is too harsh for those teenagers. All Might persuaded. Ye Qiu looked at him, not being polite at all. If I hadn't let Kento Tiger Bear give you the priority for the order of the medicinal bath package, how much time do you think you have left? All Might? This name, maybe not. It weakens in a few days. If it doesn't get stronger, who will stand up the sky you held up before? The sharp question directly caused All Might's expression to stagnate. He seems to be still a child, but when thinking about problems, his thinking is much more radical than his. Sometimes, All Might felt that although he was the #1 hero, when talking to Ye Qiu, he still felt a little scared in his heart, as if he was facing the original master. You have the final say. All Might murmured a little helplessly. So, Advisor Ye Qiu, do you think there is anything else we need to reform in our daily study? Mr. Principal asked. Not to mention anything else, just one entrance exam has already allowed him to see Ye Qiu's ability. In an extreme environment, if he can really stand up and survive, he will be baptized spiritually. Ye Qiu thought about it, and directly threw a huge bomb. Actually, all schools in the past had credits. I think we should also throw out the credit system, and the scores obtained in the assessment will be directly converted into credits. Credits can be used to exchange for the resources provided by the school. Only those who earn credits can exchange for combat uniforms, combat equipment, and even treatment from the school. Heroes are not charities, and they should be rewarded if they pay. As an individual, I am willing to donate 1,000 medicinal bath packages voluntarily. Hiss, 1,000 copies? Just now, I was going to say whether this credit system is meaningless. All Might. After hearing Ye Qiu's words at this time, my saliva is about to flow down. But Ye Qiu changed the conversation. I can sponsor so many medicated bath packages. After all, I am also Xiangying's special advisor and one of the teachers, but I hope the principal can hold a press conference to help let me advertise the medicinal bath package. When the cultivation base on Yu's side continues to send the medicinal materials, plus the purchase orders from all over the world, the output of their medicinal bath package will definitely double, and it is definitely not enough to rely on a few hero orders. Xiangying is definitely a good place to advertise. The students who go out here will definitely become an extremely important existence in a certain firm in the future, and they must make good use of these resources now. 1,000 copies of the medicinal bath package was equivalent to the endorsement fee paid by Ye Qiu, and it didn't feel bad at all. Yes, there is absolutely nothing wrong with this matter. It's just a medicated bath package, as well as equipment and hero clothing, or if it is a medical condition, the establishment of the credit system is still a bit insufficient. Ask for flowers. Mr. Principal was very satisfied with Ye Qiu's donation, but he was still skeptical about the credits. Ye Qiu thought for a while, and finally decided to take out his trump card. I can provide some martial arts skills, such as Muay Thai, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and the like, which were once spread in this world and are now almost disappearing. You can come up with video teaching. These video teachings can be used as credit rewards. As long as the credits are enough, you can exchange for the qualification to watch video teaching from heroic heroes. I think that the principal should also realize that after passing this exam, the physical how important is art to the current hero. The reason why All Might is the first is not only because of his strongest strength and unparalleled speed, but also because of the physical skills he practiced when he was young, under the beatings of heroes every day. Even so, All Might's taijutsu is very flawed, not systematic at all. If no one knows taijutsu, who will beat whom? Ye Qiu, do you know what you are talking about? Mr. Principal's hand was unstable, and he almost dropped the teacup on the ground. Gymnastics? If Ye Qiu's terrifying physical skills can be obtained through credit exchange, doesn't it mean that students who graduate from Xiangying in the future will inevitably form a dominant position on the hero rankings? Those classes were all heroic students. At that time, even if Mr. Principal did nothing, he would leave a great legacy in the history of education. A black belly is a black belly. Mr. Principal still really wants to make Xiangying better, and he also wants to become a successful principal. Now it seems that with Ye Qiu, both can be achieved at the same time. Young Ye Qiu, I have to remind you that your martial arts are too dangerous, so it is best not to spread them out. If the martial arts spread to other heroes, it is very likely to create more villains for me. All Might was a little worried. Ye Qiu didn't care. Do you think I practiced those physical skills? Don't worry, I won't take out something with such a destructive power. It's just some basic fighting skills, and it exists in the world. Go, it's just that you have abandoned all those ancient genres. Xiao, those ancient martial arts schools, I did listen to my teacher, but Ye Qiu boy, are you too stingy? You have practiced countless powerful too. The martial arts schools left behind by our heroes should not be as powerful as yours. Bar. All Might pouted. Ye Qiu said disdainfully, do you think the martial arts school I practice is so easy to cultivate? Ordinary people may not be able to cultivate to my current state in 40 or 50 years. You know Lugo, you can see him cultivating. After a few months, has there been such a terrifying improvement? The cultivation style I gave him is not so inconspicuous. He has cultivated for so long. At most, it is to improve a part of his physical fitness. If he wants to become a top-level powerhouse, it will take at least 5 to 10 years. In this way, there is no way to blame Ye Qiu for being a hero, stingy. If it takes decades to grow up, then he has missed the chance to become a hero, golden age. On the contrary, it is better to practice some quick martial arts genres, which is more helpful for those children to grasp the advantage in battle. It is obviously a bit whimsical to want everyone to be like Ye Qiu, and All Might didn't seem to realize one thing at all. Ye Qiu's willingness to come up with the martial arts school was already a big sacrifice. To ask him to make concessions and come up with more things was clearly extortion. Principal, Mr. Principal can't stand it anymore. Advisor Ye Qiu, as the principal of Xiangying High School, I would like to thank you on behalf of all the teachers and students. If it wasn't for you, we Xiangying would never have seen the reform. Chance. Mr. Principal's words immediately made Ye Qiu feel a lot more comfortable. Principal, you are welcome to say this. After all, I am a special advisor of Xiangying High School and a member of Xiangying. Naturally, I want Xiangying High School to become more powerful. Please rest assured that although there are some things I will not take out, I will definitely make this group of heroic students stronger during my tenure. Pleasant to work with. Principal, Mr. Principal stretched out and held Ye Qiu's hand heavily. Cooperation happy? There are 18 students in one class, and the students admitted to the Hero (ES) subject are divided into 2 classes. As a special consultant, Ye Qiu's responsibility is not limited to the 2 classes of the Hero (ES) subject. He feels that in the general subject, there are also many gifted quirks out there. The students who entered the school for registration learned that the scores they had obtained in the assessment were all drawn as credits, and after the credits could be exchanged for stronger things in the school, they were extremely excited. Especially those students in general subjects. The scores they get in the assessment are not necessarily lower than those of Hero (ES) subjects, but the way everyone is assessed is different. In the Hero (ES) class of Xiangying High School, because of the strength of the teachers, we only chose to open 2 classes. Otherwise, many people would be able to successfully enter the Hero (ES) class. Once again, I think everyone's mood is not so happy. The first class of Class A, to be precise, the first test, will be recorded and completed by me and teacher Aizawa Shouta. On the first day of school, when Aizawa Shouta brought the Hero (ES) class members to the playground, Ye Qiu was already there early. Although after a few days of adjustment, everyone's impression of this great devil has been slightly forgotten, but when they met again, they were still shocked by the domineering momentum in the peacefulness. Why? This demon lord is obviously only a special advisor of Xiangying High School. Why does he come over during class? If he says that, it means that his future high school career will be spent in darkness. There is no day to come? Except for Bakugo Katsuki, who was staring at Ye Qiu with a hint of anger, everyone else's eyes were filled with a hint of fear. Of course, special admissions are excluded. Shoto Todoroki's eyes are full of the meaning of wanting to challenge Yakin Kinkai's terrifying strength and demonic behavioral rules that he showed during the assessment. He just heard in the small talk of the group of guys that he didn't want to pay attention to. Unexpectedly, we meet again. And it's unbelievable that the 2 sides still meet in this capacity. Shoto Todoroki knows very well that he should not be Ye Qiu's opponent at the moment, but he will learn everything that can become stronger from Ye Qiu, and after becoming stronger, he will completely defeat this devil-like existence. Bai looked at Ye Qiu with adoring eyes. Ye Qiu also gave her a look in response, but he didn't communicate too much with Bai. In this test, let these guys see how powerful his Bai is. From the time of entering the class of UEA, the people with the highest strength, not only Shoto Todoroki and Bakugo Katsuki. Originally, Aizawa Shouta's first test was a 50-meter run. He wanted to test everyone's absolute speed, but Ye Qiu added an item. Absolute speed is very important, endurance is also very important. If you say that you are in danger, you can't escape the danger just by relying on the speed of the outbreak. You must have a strong physical strength as a support to escape the danger. However, in the initial 50-meter test, other people's test results were considered normal. Ye Qiu paid more attention to Lugu and Bailey. You don't seem to be very optimistic about Green Valley? Ye Qiu stood beside Aizawa Shouta. Aizawa Shouta looks too lazy to open his eyes. He is not ready to become Hero (ES), maybe a little strong, too weak in temperament. I like your reform plan. As a hawk of Xiangying High School, Aizawa Shouta's principle has always been natural selection and survival of the fittest. This is a cruel society. If you don't learn to make your heart strong, it is impossible to become a qualified Hero (ES). Green Valley has determination, but compared to All Might's fancy, this determination is simply not enough. Green 3.8 Valley was standing on the runway, with Bakugo Katsuki with a low expression beside him. Without the slightest desire to express, at the moment when the starting gun sounded, Bakugo Katsuki burst into a terrifying explosion, advancing at a deadly speed. As for Lugu, the internal force circulated to the whole body. Even if he had not practiced the lightweight exercises, his legs felt unusually relaxed. Compared with the way others ran with Quirks, his light posture looked much more pleasing to the eye. 5 seconds 36. A score of less than 6 seconds is definitely much better than the Olympic champion among Quirkless. Lugu seemed very excited. In the past, when he was in junior high school, it took at least 8 seconds to finish the 50 meters. This result was unimaginable before. All thanks to Ye Qiu. If it wasn't for Ye Qiu's help, he would never have achieved this level of achievement. It seems that that kid, not just All Might's disciple, seems to have returned the shadow of Ye Qiu's advisor in him. Aizawa Shouta said with a bit of dissatisfaction. The person he wants to eliminate can see All Might's shadow and Ye Qiu's shadow on his body, which really makes him a little unhappy. The point is, those 2 guys, he has never beaten one of them. Of course, as a teacher, you also enjoy the credit system. According to the quality of teaching, you will get corresponding credits. Aizawa Shouta, who has already checked his credits, exchanged his viewing qualifications for Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Jeet Kune Do, Muay Thai, etc. long before the class. After studying for a morning, Aizawa Shouta, who is mainly based on quirks and supplemented by physical skills, can be said to be very rewarding. It was because of such a huge gain that he understood one more thing, that is, the gap between them and Ye Qiu is too great. This is really frustrating. The most important thing is that he has to endure this kind of unhappiness. Whoever asked Ye Qiu to provide Xiangying with everything made him want to applaud. The next group, Yaoyorozu Momo, Shoto Todoroki. As special recruits, Shoto Todoroki and Bai were left to the end by Aizawa Shouta. For the strength of the two of them, the rest of Class A are still full of curiosity. How strong is a genius who can be specially recruited? Moved? When everyone was guessing what the characteristics of the two were, Shoto Todoroki's terrifying ice edge all the way almost broke the key line in the blink of an eye. Comparable? Just when everyone's eyes were completely attracted by Shoto Todoroki, after the finish line, Bio was already standing there. Judging from the final results reported by the machine, the two were almost on a par. What the heck are Yaoyorozu Momo's quirks? Because of Shoto Todoroki's ice ridges, no one has ever seen how Bai crossed the finish line. Teacher, how did she get there? Ida asked impatiently. Run over, useless quirks. Aizawa Shouta said in a gloomy tone. It should be said that Bai's running style is a bit similar to Lvga, but the footwork under his feet is many times higher and deeper than Lvga. It looks a little similar to Ye Qiu's footwork. Don't think too much about it, it must be Ye Qiu. Qiu taught it. What a nasty BD? Obviously, he is not a formal teacher, and he has to teach students something privately. In this case, what is the fairness of the credits? If Ye Qiu knew what Aizawa Shouta thought, he would definitely express disdain. The disparity between the rich and the poor, and the family environment have all been part of one's own strength since ancient times. Ye Qiu is the kind of person who needs to fight for her life, but knowing her is her life. Credit? Stop joking, he passed on things to those close to him, and they were all his own, how could he break the rules? As for the other students who were not strong enough and were left behind by Baiwen, they had nothing to do with him, that was their own incompetence? Ye Qiu, how did I play? While everyone was resting, Bai took the initiative to walk to Ye Qiu's side and handed Ye Qiu the water cup he had drank. What is the relationship between these two? Damn it! The devil is so scary, why did the goddess take the initiative to get close to him? It's too much, how can the world be so unfair? Minoru Mineta and Kaminari Denki, the two girls who were very obsessive, stared at Ye Qiu full of resentment. Ye Qiu glanced at these two guys, and he was really brave to look at him like that. In that case, he bluntly remembered these two guys. Come out to mix, always have to pay back. A stinky brat who is only in his teens, how dare he think of a girl in an upright manner? It's time to educate. I was going to chat with Ye Qiu a few words, and asked him how he was playing Green Valley. He felt the malice radiating from Ye Qiu's body, and stopped immediately. Can't go past? Absolutely can't go there. If this time passes, maybe he will also be implicated by the inexplicably angry Ye Qiu. Bai, did you save your strength just now? When you're running for a long time later, you shouldn't have many competitors, but you have to pay attention later, there will be special rules. Ye Qiu reminded. Advisor Ye Qiu. Aizawa Shouta stood behind Ye Qiu displeased. Ye Qiu glared at him dissatisfied. Don't worry, I won't reveal any news to Bai, that kind of thing doesn't make any sense if you don't say it in advance. Aizawa Shouta didn't say much, the truth is this truth, but he still does not allow anyone to point fingers within his assessment. The 10,000-meter assessment, within the 100-meter range designated by consultant Ye Qiu and me, will not prohibit quirks from attacking. At other times, it is not allowed to use any quirks to attack. Break? You can use the quirks attack during the test. Does it mean that even running a step is dangerous, and it must be used with two minds? Minoru Mineta and Kaminari Denki, these two people need to be educated. 100. Use the tactics we discussed before and don't hurt too much. Ye Qiu whispered in her ear when Bei passed by. Of course, apart from Aizawa Shouta, no one else heard it. Aizawa Shouta did not object at all to this kind of targeting, but felt that it would be better to have more conflict. It is very likely that these guys have just entered the school, and they have already become classmates who have chatted for a few words. They start to miss the friendship with their classmates, and they may not be too wolf. In that case, how can the original intention of the test be revealed? 18 people, all standing on the runway, Bakugo Katsuki stared at Green Valley with unhappy eyes. Green Valley seems to feel the malice of the whole world, why are people looking at him everywhere? This world is too dangerous? As for Bai, it was intentional or unintentional at Minoru Mineta and Kaminari Denki. Shoto Todoroki, who is currently far stronger than others, has only one person in his eyes, and that is Ye Qiu standing beside Aizawa Shouta. Get ready, start. Aizawa Shouta gave an order, everyone showed their strengths, and those who could play quirks on running almost rushed out at once. But they haven't thought of one thing yet, that is, if the speed is too fast, that 100 meters that randomly appears, unless it is deliberately slowing down, it is difficult to make multiple attacks. Therefore, it is actually a choice to make others run slower or to run faster. No choice will be made now, and in the future in mobile combat, it will be more difficult to make a choice. The ones rushing to the front are, as expected, Bakugo Katsuki, Shoto Todoroki, Bai, and Ida. In terms of pure speed, the explosive power of others is not so fast at all. I've always wondered why Bai can be as fast as Shoto Todoroki, or even better, and at this time, she finally discovered her secret. The running figure looks very different from ordinary running. The stride between each step is almost twice that of a normal person, and it is even possible to triple. The point is, that kind of running is not normal at all, it goes against the laws of physics. Have you noticed that the running posture of classmate Bai is somewhat similar to that of advisor Ye Qiu? Yurika Okako observed carefully and asked everyone. That being said, it does seem to be so similar. Can someone who has something to do with a demon advisor be powerful? Everyone shivered. Anyway, in their eyes, Bai is already changing towards the little devil. Almost everyone has made up their minds. Within the range of 100 meters that can be attacked, they must concentrate their firepower, and at least make Bai feel uncomfortable. Aizawa-sensei, you can stand wherever you want, and I'll watch it move. The person in front was almost 500 meters long, Ye Qiu said casually to Aizawa-shouta. Aizawa-shouta glanced at Ye Qiu. Not only the students were competing, he also wanted to see how powerful Ye Qiu was in this test. Aizawa-shouta almost moved to the direction of the strongest group at the same time. There was wind under Ye Qiu's feet, and he instantly activated. Avoiding the group of people who had already run past, Ye Qiu felt that he should give some opportunities to the people behind him, so he ran directly behind Aizawa-shouta, and those students who were lagging behind entered the attacking range instead. Because running is a circle, the person who is behind or ahead is actually within the attack range of many people. As for Green Valley, forget it, the guy who can only fight in close combat is destined to fight for physical strength. Ban? Dying? Vegetables? This test is the home of my lord Minoru Mineta. Today I must stop all the girls. Use my hands, no, use my fists to teach them a long time. The short Minoru Mineta showed a sinister smile. Kaminari Denki, who has quickly become his good friend since he met, can't help but get close to Minoru Mineta. If there is something good, don't forget me. Don't worry, how can I be that kind of person? Didn't you just tell me that your quirks are discharged? And the control is not good? I tell you, wait for them to be glued to the runway by the sticky ball I put on the runway up. You just hold it up. Your quirks, aren't they supposed to be used like this? Minoru Mineta gave a you-know smile. Genius? Brother, you really are a genius. It's the luckiest thing I have been able to know since Kaminari Denki went to high school. The saliva from the corner of Kaminari Denki's mouth could not be controlled. Of course, the conversation between the two was heard only by Ye Qiu, a person with deep inner strength, and also by Luga, who was still close to them. How can a classmate have such a person? In fact, after appreciating Mr. Kang's works, Luga still hopes that he can get to know more girls, but because he has practiced Tongzigong again, there is a hint of despair in Luga's hope. The boy has done a great job. Even if he spends money to buy a medicated bath package to promote the achievement of Tongzigong, it will take many years. If I had known it earlier, I would have known it earlier, and I would not have practiced Tongzigong. Guys who are in heat like Minoru Mineta and Kaminari Denki must be kept away. How can people who practice Tongzigong be influenced by such people? Hurry up and run away from these two bad-headed guys. Compared to the others, Green Valley's physical strength was much better. While the four were ahead, he accelerated and ran out in an instant, catching up with Ajuitsuyu and Ajiro Masharao, who were still in the second group for the time being. Student Green Valley, your running speed is comparable to that of a normal Olympic champion, amazing. Ajiro Masharao praised. He and Ajuitsuyu rushed out to form the second group, but he didn't really want to attack the guitar man within that 100-meter range. Green Valley scratched the hair on the back of his head embarrassedly. I can't compete with Ajiro classmates and little Tsuyu. I just have better physical strength, or you guys are better. No, Green Valley is really powerful, except for those four people, everyone is not as fast as you. Ajuitsuyu also praised Midori. Except for the three of them, the last group, everyone has already started to cast quirks. After Minoru Mineta and Kaminari Denki looked at each other, Minoru Mineta quickly picked sticky fruits from his head, and threw them one by one on the track. Sure enough, when everyone didn't know each other's quirks very well, someone was recruited very quickly. The only pity was that the girl felt a little disgusted when she saw that kind of thing, so she subconsciously avoided it. The recruits are Kirishima Eijiro. The only guy who didn't get hit was Aoyama Yuga, because he also thought that kind of thing was kind of disgusting. Damn, you guys, can't you use quirks? Hit the girls over. What are you doing by stepping on them? Minoru Mineta was jumping with rage, and his quirks couldn't be used frequently. He threw so many sticky balls on the ground at one time that he needed a long rest. What should we do? Kaminari Denki was a little dumbfounded. He doesn't want to hug boys? Run. There will definitely be more opportunities in the following test. Let's guarantee our ranking first. If we are dropped out of school, we will not be able to see the beautiful girls of Xionying. Minoru Mineta's head was still very clear at this time. That's right. You're really smart. Kaminari Denki, who reacted, couldn't help but praised his good friend. BD, how could you two murderers let you run away first? Siro Hanta shot the tape directly, trapping the two guys tightly together. Yet you can't stop. There is not much problem in tying these two guys. The movement and hiding, Zhao Qianzhao, ability of these two goods are really bad. Pfft. Minoru Mineta and Kaminari Denki, who hadn't run out a few steps, both fell to the ground, and they fell to the ground face to face, like two mummies who could only look at each other's faces. Mushrooms, blue and thin? This is to steal the chicken without losing the rice. Just as they were tossing around for a while, Aizawa Shouta's position moved again, and Ye Qiu's position also moved. The first 4 people directly entered the attackable range of 100 meters. Before the test, Ye Qiu had mentioned to Bai that you should pay attention to the 2 guys Kaminari Denki and Minoru Mineta. Bai naturally would not forget it. The speed is slowed down, and a eldest son is created directly. Don't do it, it's long. In long distance and ultra-close combat, yes, suggestion is to use hot weapons, but in medium distance combat, a bow with higher flexibility is undoubtedly a good weapon. This woman is so scary. Everyone who was already struggling in the same place, after seeing Bai Chuang's bow and arrow, all fell to chill, and it began to emerge from the tail vertebra. To kill? To kill? It's just a test. Do you want to attack so seriously? Bai Kei didn't have a trace of pity in their hearts when they showed their frightened expressions. Her gentleness and tranquility belonged to Ye Qiu only. However, compared to the longbow, the arrow of the bow and arrow is not very sharp, just the arrow of wood. The right hand draws the bow, the bowstring is full. In the past few months, I have learned from Ye Qiu, but there are 2 exercises, each of which has a great accumulation of inner strength and the body. Coupled with the effect of the medicated bath, the pure strength at this time was almost higher than most of the men present. Not to mention those classmates looked terrifying, even Aizawa Shouta felt his eyelids jumped unconsciously. Too dangerous? If such a woman grows into a hero, yes, she will definitely be a terrifying existence? Well, for example Midnight, female hero, yes, anyway, everyone makes people tremble, and Aizawa Shouta feels that he should stay away from this kind of person. Therefore, Xiangying's teachers are all older single young people? Speaking of which, the gifts in the medicated bath package have also been circulated among Xiangying's teachers. Everyone is still curious about this kind of good thing when they have not started a family or a business. Cough, cough. Aizawa Shouta felt that he must have been single for too long, and because of Quirks and his eyes, these random thoughts appeared. On the runway, 3 bows and arrows appeared on the bowstrings in an instant, and her first target was not those who had been imprisoned and were still struggling in place, but had already rushed to him at the moment when she slowed down. The 3 in front. Ida, Shoto Todoroki, Bakugo Katsuki, these 3 talents are Hundred's first targets? Ye Qiu taught her a lot of great things. As a recommended student, he couldn't show his abilities in the entrance test. Now he must fully show his strengths and let Ye Qiu see her promise. We'll get stronger. I'm already on the road to becoming stronger. Ye Qiu, you must be watching me. 3 arrows. At the moment of shooting, the arrows were unstable, and a terrifying cold air appeared. How is this going? Aizawa Shouta's eyes with no divine light shrank suddenly. Ye Qiu Momo, Quirks are created. That's right, the information in his hand can't be wrong at all. Ye Qiu Momo did use his own quirks to directly create longbow and bow and arrow, but what happened to the cold arrow? It can't be Logia quirks, and it is absolutely impossible for the same person to produce 2 completely different quirks. Unless, like Shoto Todoroki, it's just that creating quirks can really coexist in a person's body with the power that exudes a chill. Quirks? Of course not, there is only 1 quirks in the 100, and that is creation. The reason why there is a lot of chill on the arrow, and even the part of the arrow is wrapped in a chill, is entirely because of the Skyfrost fist created by Ye Qiu. That's right. In the past few months, Ye Qiu not only let Bai go to practice the Fengshan legs, but also taught Bai to the Tianshuang boxing, which is in the same line. Bai, who uses bows and arrows as a medium-distance attack method, plus the inner breath cultivated by Frost Fist, can completely add a layer of deceleration to bows and arrows, or even freeze them. A tribute attack? Invisibly, Bai's combat power will increase a lot. The most important thing is that Bai's quirks are created, and simple bows and arrows can be created almost unlimitedly. Gun form battle, unlimited bullets. Bow and arrow form battle, unlimited arrows. In the case of melee combat, there are Tianshuang fist and Fengshan legs. Under the training of Ye Qiu in the past few months, Bai has become a terrifying existence. In Ye Qiu's words, Bai Xiu is definitely the king of long distances, and can successfully enter the hero, ES, rankings. The only quirks that need to be strengthened, only by upgrading and strengthening the quirks, can infinite bullets and infinite arrows become a reality. But even if Bai couldn't achieve the infinite bullets and infinite arrows, the 3 arrows that she shot out of her hands immediately attacked the 3 of Itza and Ida. In fact, for Shoto Todoroki and Bakugo Katsuki, they don't bother to attack other people at all, but they never thought that they would be actively attacked. Annoying woman. Bakugo Katsuki growled in displeasure. On Shoto Todoroki's side, he directly used his quirks to form an ice wall on his back, and the speed slowed down, but he didn't care about Bai's attack on him during this time. Ida is even simpler. The speed comes from the engine in his eyes. He feels that as long as he continues to accelerate and dodge, he is not like Bakugo and Shoto Todoroki. Too many dodging moves. Unlike the 2 of them, Bakugo was a lot more direct, turned around directly, and blasted the frost arrow flying in the air with his left hand. Boom! When the ice and the fire touched, a more terrifying explosion was issued, and Bakugo took advantage of that wave to quickly retreat, surpassing Ida and Shoto Todoroki in an instant. Ida doesn't care. The distance of 10,000 meters, Bakugo and Shoto Todoroki. It is absolutely impossible to sprint with Quirks all the time, and the final first must be prepared for him. However, even Ida did not expect that the arrows on the other side, like a rain of arrows in the sky, fell like raindrops in an instant, and those hands seemed to become extremely fast machines. Horrible! The three of Luga, who were about to catch up, looked at Bai with a little fear. This is to be slaughtered. In the face of the overwhelming arrows, and still with attribute power, Shoto Todoroki's ice shield is no longer enough to resist. He can only stop and defend in an all-round way. Although Ida's speed is very fast, he still lacks skill when dodging. Sometimes the speed is not enough for him to shave off all the horns, and his flexibility is not as strong as speed. Damn it! The body part that was hit by the frost arrow almost immediately condensed a layer of frost. The most terrifying thing is that the power of this frost is not only aimed at the surface of the body, but even the blood and meridians inside the body seem to be frozen in an instant. Move? No, the body is even more uncomfortable than suffering from frostbite. After 10 seconds, it will automatically recover. Don't move, or you will be seriously injured, and you will need to spend credits for treatment. Breathing out a breath of foul breath, Haki pointed the arrow in the direction of Minoru Mineta and Kaminari Denki again. As for Bakugo and Shoto Todoroki, under the rain of arrows, how can he guarantee that he will not be injured at all? Even if Shoto Todoroki has half of the attributes of ice, he is also injured by the internal force of Tianshuankan. Quirks can't counteract the damage caused by inner chi. To a certain extent, the attribute inner chi is even more terrifying than the direct natural attribute rightward arrow. When the subduing dragon encounters the burning fruit, and when the Fengshen leg meets the burning fruit, it becomes something extremely terrifying. What are you going to do? We can't move, you can't do this. Minoru Mineta felt the message in Bai's eyes and was so scared that she was about to cry. The arrows are gone, but after the class started, the fierce people who everyone agreed with were all injured by the arrow rain. Logically speaking, a strong person like Bai should be disdainful of taking action against a weak person like them. No, don't make a move. Really kill people? The tightly bound bodies of Minoru Mineta and Kaminari Denki were already shaking violently. Over there, Shiro Hanta, who had managed to break free from the sticky and comfortable, could not help but want to untie them first when he saw the tears of the two of them were about to flow out. Dare to let them go, I can still attack, but you will also be my target. Bai's words entered his ears after Shiro Hanta's action. Don't move, don't move, I just want to run 10,000 meters. Shiro Hanta was clearly taken aback by Bai's determination. The three people in front, even Shoto Todoroki, who displayed the ice attribute, were severely injured. He is a small person, how dare he offend 100 people? Run! After breaking free from the shackles of stickiness, there are still such terrifying existences. How can everyone care about the two pioneers who want to benefit their male compatriots, and they run towards the front at the fastest speed? According to the target that Bai is currently looking for, maybe they do not have an advantage in long-distance running, but they may come from behind, leaving those geniuses far behind. Another storm of arrows. No, the arrow rain this time is not as many as before. After all, both Minoru Mineta and Kaminari Denki have lost their ability to move. In Bai's opinion, all her arrows are effective attacks. Naturally, there is no need to use so many arrows. Rain came to deal with the two helpless, and even some waste guys. Undoubtedly, all the arrows with a hint of frost fist all fell on Minoru Mineta and Kaminari Denki. The physical quality of these two people is not as good as the previous three, so when Bai is doing it, he also keeps a lot of hands. Compared to the three guys who were not attacked much, these two tightly formed a white layer of frost on the surface of the body, but the inside of the body hardly suffered any damage. Gone. Aizawa Shouta saw what he wanted to see and started to move again. Ye Qiu also nodded towards Bai, expressing his approval, and started to move again. New area, Shoto Todoroki is in it? Shoto Todoroki, who was injured in the meridian of his leg, was overtaken by Bai almost instantly, but because he had to stay for a while, he directly faced Bai and blasted out endless ice ridges. Catch the shadows? Hundred's choice. It was a bit similar to Ida before, but she didn't even want to turn around. In Shoto Todoroki's attack, every time she tried to attack her back, it was as if she had eyes on her back. It is to use his footwork to instantly speed up and stagger a position. Shoto Todoroki kept adjusting the direction of the ice edge, but he finally gave up. If he continues to waste quirks, it is very likely that he will use pure physical strength to run 10,000 meters, which is a big challenge for him. Because even Shoto Todoroki doesn't know how many times he will be attacked by hundreds or others in the next two teachers' changes, he must leave a little power behind. On Bai's side, she was also trying to recover her inner strength when she was using Catch the Wind. Even though it was a little dangerous, with her heart, she still allowed her to complete Ye Qiu's various almost severe training before entering Xiangying. Soon, the 100th of the first lap accelerated again and entered the special 100m where Ye Qiu and Aizawa Shouta were. Attack? This time, there is no purpose. All targets within the visible range, except for girls, are her attack targets. For flowers. As a boy, it is natural to think that in actual combat, they must be stronger, and in the hero, ES, rankings, the male hero, ES, will always be in the front, and there are very few female hero, ES, ranked in the male front of hero, ES. Not reconciled? Whether it's Bakugo, Shoto Todoroki, or others, or even Green Valley, they are all very dissatisfied with their performance in this special long-distance run. Get started? For a time, the battle became extremely chaotic, and the originally complete runway became messy in an instant, as if it had gone through countless fierce battles. Aizawa Shouta's eyelids twitched. He seemed to have imagined that the Mr. Principal would lecture him for a while because of the cost of renovation. Bunch of little bastards. But let's be a little more noisy, and now spend a little more credits, and then you will know how much your loss is. Aizawa Shouta also became a little dark in his heart because of Ye Qiu. If you don't have a black belly, if there are several existences that surpass the teacher during the student's time at school, how can the teacher convince the public at that time? Hey, heroic resources, we have to make these dedicated teachers stronger first. As expected, after entering the 10th lap, the incomparably messy track has all kinds of evil obstacles. When she reached the back, she was too lazy to attack those who couldn't avoid her attack at all, so she simply created countless obstacles directly. Combined with the icicles left by Shoto Todoroki when he attacked others, the potholes Bakugo blasted, Shiro Hanta's tape, and Minoru Mineta's sticky balls, the entire runway can be said to be full of danger. Everyone has tested their anger, and naturally they will not hold back. Yes, your results can already be compared to Hero, ES, who are generally weak in physical strength. When Bai was the first to cross the finish line, even as indifferent as Aizawa Shouta, he couldn't help but praise. Without Bai, the big devil, everyone reached the end one after another while flickering and attacking. Among them, the worst and slowest were Minoru Mineta and Kaminari Denki, who were bruised and bruised. Small. Well, brother, why are we so unlucky? Kaminari Denki let out a whimper, rubbing the purplish-blue bag on his face. After being frozen, Shiro Hanta, it took a long time to think of the two of them. Pity the two of them, who were extremely weak. In the attack of the mob, they were constantly affected, and they were not remembered until the last few laps. Minoru Mineta cried until her eyes were a little red. It was hell on earth. Didn't he just want to get closer to the girls? How could he be targeted by such a monster-level existence? We must be so handsome, those guys are jealous of us. Minoru Mineta said with a weeping voice. Kaminari Denki lamented, it seems that their scores in this test should be very low, and now he hopes that in the subsequent tests, they can perform a little better. If he was eliminated on the first day of school, he would be embarrassed, and he would not be able to continue to high school. The third test is very simple, is to test the grip strength. Smelly Jew, this time I must crush you. Bakugo has always believed that if one person hadn't crushed all of them just now, he would definitely be able to crush Green Valley completely. This guy Lugu actually avoided his attacks many times, and even made his performance into the top 10, which is much better than the 50-meter score. Was it crushed? The grip strength test was very fast. What everyone did not expect was that strong men such as Sato, Kirishima, and Ajiro showed unexpected strength, and Green Valley's strength was even terrifying. First, directly let everyone grow up their mouths. Green Valley just used one finger to perform the grip strength test, and it actually reached a terrifying kilogram. Ulvgu, he must be a fellow. Minoru Mineta nodded knowingly. Kaminari Denki obviously didn't understand so well why good friends would say that Green Valley, who looks like a student of 3 good students, would be their fellow. You don't understand. Only a person in this way can make a finger generate such a powerful force. I can be sure that Lugo must be a veteran? I must know from his mouth what it is to contact a girl. Feel. Minoru Mineta clenched her fists tightly, and her nose was almost emitting a breath that was visible to the naked eye. Excited, excited. In his opinion, Lugo's fingers represent the fact that he is an old driver. As a theoretical school, how can he not learn from the practical school of Lugu? Peerless magic must be learned. In the next few tests, Minoru Mineta pulled Kaminari Denki and explained why the old driver had such powerful fingers. After Kaminari Denki listened to it, he even had a nosebleed. Hateful? It is also the age of 14 and about 15 years old. Why is Green Valley so good that it can make girls fall in love? Isn't that the only treatment for campus stars? There must be something special about this guy. Excuse me, why do you keep staring at me? At the end of the test, Green Valley Merit shyly came over and said hello to the two guys who kept their distance from each other. He is not afraid of Beihi, because he knows that Ye Qiu will not teach him a lesson casually. Every time he makes a move, there will be a reason, and he has not offended Beihi Ye Qiu. Well, no one else should know that Bai is actually Ye Qiu's fiancé. Minoru Mineta grabbed Green Valley's hand and said, Master, please teach me how to make my fingers stronger. I also want to become a practitioner. No matter how invincible the theory is, it's useless, the practice is the real one. Man. Aizawa Shouta announced that the dismissal was a joke, and after the two guys were no longer worried, their faces returned to normal again. Are you talking about how to make your fingers stronger? That's very simple, I'll show it to you. Although you don't have the corresponding exercises, you won't be able to reach my level in a short period of time, but as long as you support Yaihen's practice going down, there will still be a little effect. After all, Green Valley directly displayed his terrifying skills, and instantly stood up. It was only when the stunned Minoru Mineta and Kaminari Denki carefully observed that they realized that Green Valley, this terrifying guy, was actually doing a handstand with one finger, and he was still using his fingers to continuously lift his body to exercise. That's it, as long as you insist, the power of your fingers can also become stronger, Green Valley said with a relaxed handstand. Does it get stronger? Not like it. For the first time, Minoru Mineta felt that she must have lost her brain, thinking that this kind of boring guy would be the favorite type of girls. Go, let's go. Minoru Mineta turned his head stiffly and ran to the classroom, directly pulling Kaminari Denki, Shoto Todoroki and Bakugo Katsuki standing below the scoreboard, all staring at one name, that is Yaoyorozu Momo. Except for the first place in the 50-meter and 10,000-meter, all the events after the 100 meters were all second places. To say that her overall strength is not as strong as she has shown, it is obviously impossible, because the gap between her performance and the first place is almost always within a millimeter. If this is the first and the second, it is normal, but if it is all the second, it is obviously not normal. Hidden power? The two of them figured out one thing almost instantly: those second ones were taken down on purpose, otherwise, with her strength, all the first ones could be taken down. Of course, this guess is almost close to the truth, but there is still a little gap between what they imagined. Ye Qiu, I let you down. Beiwei stood beside Ye Qiu unwillingly. Ye Qiu laughed and said, that guy in the Green Valley has been following me for a long time to refine his chi and blood, plus his own quirks, as well as his inner strength. He is stronger than you in pure strength, it's normal. The matter is over. My 100 has become very strong, and can be on its own. Because in the grip strength test, Baishi really did not compare to Green Valley, so he chose 3.8 to give up in the later test, and only got the second result. Of course, even so, the 100 results are still the first among all. The second word is Shoto Todoroki. Because he cares too much about Green Valley's performance, Bakugo just won the 4th place, and the third is Green Valley, who is improving every day. One Finger Magic and Shaolin Boy are too suitable for Lugo to practice. With his tenacity, he has already cultivated these two exercises to the realm of small success. The only regret is that Lugo did not have pocket money to buy a medicinal bath package before he was admitted to Xiangying. Otherwise, his strength could go further. The poor and the rich? Therefore, the powerful hero, ES, can make more money, and the hero, ES, with more money can have more capital? Standing below the list for a long time, Bakugo, who left before Class B came to class, clenched his fist tightly and never let go. Yaoyorozu Momo, I remember you? Shoto Todoroki, genius, I will definitely step on you. And Xiaoju, you wait for me, a waste without quirks, I will never allow you to run wild on my head. Bakugo finally kicked the stone under his feet fiercely and left the playground unwillingly. When Guanshijiro brought the 18 students from Class B to the playground, all of them were startled when they saw the terrifying and messy runway. Are the people in class so violent? Hello, Advisor Ye Qiu, please take care of me when we meet you for the first time. I'm Guanshijiro, the head teacher of Class B of Xiangying's 1st grade. You can also call my hero, ES, Brad King. Guanshijiro politely greeted Ye Qiu. Well, I'll just call you AKA's hero. You look much cuter than Aizawa Shouta. Ye Qiu nodded. Cute? What is the relationship between the homeroom teacher and cuteness? Is the head teacher of Class A ugly? The students in Class 12B couldn't help but have such guesses. In fact, for them, they are a little unwilling to be classified into Class B, because in the eyes of others, the heroic Class A is the best class, and although they are also students of the Hero, ES, department, but it will be considered that the potential is not as good as the B class. Your class is pretty good. I think Quirks is definitely better than Class A in terms of special features. I just don't know why many people get so bad in the entrance test. Ye Qiu glanced at the roster in the hands of Akujiro. A is basically a group of aggregates that are inclined to violent output, while the changes in the quirks of Class B are almost completely different. In terms of team tasks, it is definitely the people from Class B who will have the advantage. The students of Class B are in a lot of pain. If it weren't for the demon in front of them, when they wanted to exert their strength, they directly suffered serious trauma and internal injuries. How could their grades be poor? Of course, this kind of resentment hidden deep in their hearts, they can only complain in their hearts. If they really say it in front of Ye Qiu, I am afraid they will be hated by this devil. The end of the entrance exam is 10 times, 100 times worse. By the way, when you come to the playground, don't you also have to take a test? I think if it is not renovated, this playground should be difficult to withstand another test. The teaching methods of Xiangying teachers are really nothing new, Ye Qiu complained. Guanshijiro shook his head quickly. Advisor Ye Qiu thinks too much. I'm not as strict with the students as Aizawa. I just brought them to get acquainted with the quirks, the companions in the same class. During school, it is destined to complete a lot of cooperation, and if everyone can't be quirks with each other, there is no way to become a reliable partner, and it will not be a good thing for the future hero, ES, activities. Well, Aizawa Shouta, the guy who thinks every day is to make students stronger, but Akijiro's method is very scientific. Reasonable use of the advantages of each quirks, so as to maximize the team. It's just, perhaps because of this teaching method, and Quirk's descent, that the people who will make the most of the sports festivals in the future are all the brats of Class A. Mr. Jiro is right, but I also have to perform the following duties as my own consultant. Hero, yes, if you want to become stronger, you have to fight for some things. Teamwork is important, but if you don't think about it in your heart to become the strongest, you can never become strong fast. Ye Qiu swept over every student in Class B seriously. Spirit, and Trinity can make people strong, and obviously including the acquaintance of Kento Kazuka. I am afraid that the only person in Class B who has the idea of competitiveness, and he can barely let him see it, Tai Jetetsud. This Quirks is a boy of steel. Sharp, young and not frivolous. What a young man. It just so happened that the items tested and the results of the test in Class A were all recorded on the announcement on the side, so let the group of guys see how big the gap between the two classes is. Don't always think that you have been assigned to Class B, just because of the prejudice and mistakes of some people when assigning classes, the gap still exists. Even that idiot, Minoru Mineta, knew how to make good use of his quirks before entering school. Kento Kazuka still knows Ye Qiu very well. This guy is a bit of a jerk, but he never speaks loudly or says foolish words. Originally, she was very dissatisfied with her entry into Class B, but at this time, when she saw her announcement, after seeing the results of the monsters in Class A, she couldn't help being silent. So terrifying? Ye Yaoyorozu Momo? If I remember correctly, this should be the fiancé Ye Qiu mentioned when he was in the dojo. However, for this fiancé, Kento Kazuka didn't know why, and he had a little taste for this fiancé. Ye Qiu's fiancé, in the monster-infested Class A, came first in all the tests. What kind of quirks is she? Shoto Todoroki? It seems that he has heard of it, and he is a genius who is already well known. Green Valley? The most surprising thing about Kento Kazuka is probably all the data of Izuku Green Valley. The third place in the entire A class is much worse than the others except in the 50-meter event, but in any other test among them, they are among the best. It can be said that Shoto Todoroki would not have been in second place if not for the 5787M. Who is that? That's Green Valley Izuku. Back then, that room was extremely weak, there was no Quirks in the same dojo with him, and Ye Qiu was the guy who forced him to practice Zhuanggong and horse stance. How weak was Green Valley a few months ago? If the grip strength of 1000 jins is used as an example, I can be sure that the grip strength of Kento can be about 30 jins. Maybe, given that guy's small arms and calves, it's even less than 30 pounds. No matter how he looks at his physical state, he is much weaker than boys of the same age. How long has it been? Elevate to avoid being too scary? Kento Ichika has never practiced Professor Ye Qiu's horse stance and column skills since he left the Kento dojo. Now thinking about it, he feels inexplicably regretful. Ye Qiu, you are responsible. After Kento Kazuka finished speaking, he bit his thin lip and stared at Ye Qiu with big eyes. Big news? The eldest sister is actually responsible for that demon. It seems that there must be some secrets between them. If I can find out today, is it because I have the handle of the big devil, and I don't need to be bullied in the future? The students who were still thinking about the gap between them and Class A suddenly pricked up their ears and began to look forward to the next development. Ye Qiu looked at Kento Kazuka with a funny look. You got all the 100% bonus points in the exam. What else do I have to be responsible for? If you want to become stronger, can't you exchange your credits for things yourself? I do not. At this moment, Kento Kazuka seemed like a kitten with claws and claws. If Ye Qiu didn't follow his heart, he would dare to scratch him directly. Humph. After all, I have known each other for so long, my uncle is still his partner, and even Lugo has obtained great power. Why is she only 100%? What can 100 credits do? 1 medicated bath package. 5 video learning opportunities for martial arts? Any functions? Kento Kazuka has already contacted his uncle, and the uncle who wants a medicinal bath package promises to supply it with an internal share. As for combat? Look at the Aikido of their Kento family. The things that can be exchanged for credits may be tempting to others, but for Kento Kazuka, it is useless at all. Useless? I heard that the credit system was created by Ye Qiu, a special consultant, and he sponsored most of the things. Kento Yujiya suddenly felt a deep malice. 100% was given to himself, and Ye Qiu clearly did not give her anything. Facing those aggressive eyes, Ye Qiu was really a little embarrassed. When he was at the Kento dojo, he could directly knock Kento Kazuka down and teach her little butt a lesson. But, with so many people looking at it, it's always worth giving some face. Guan Akajiro saw Kento Kazuka in front of the demon advisor, and he could speak with such a straight back, and he immediately recorded this little girl in the little book in his heart. This is definitely an existence that cannot be offended. Be careful if you offend, I'm afraid you will be hated by the devil advisor. Ye Qiu pinched his brows, and being watched by so many people at once, he was really a little uncomfortable. Tell me, what compensation do you want? If it's too much, I can't give it to a girl. I want to practice the exercises. Kento Kazuka is not polite at all. Also, you have to instruct yourself. Your uncle is the owner of the Kento dojo. His insights and cultivation in martial arts are lower than mine at all. Ye Qiu looked helpless. Recently, he has started to teach MT Lady to practice, plus there are guides, it is really a bit lacking. As for the exercises, it is indeed possible to give Kento a good one. Just like Bai, it's good to practice Skyfrost Fist, and it's a bit like Luffy's Quirks when combined with Big Fist, but it's a lot worse, and it's barely a good match. I don't Don't think I don't know, you have been guiding MT Lady to practice, my quirks are similar to hers, can't we be together? Kento Kazuka's small mouth was directly surrounded. Wow, this is great news. The demon advisor is so powerful that even the hero, ES, on the hero, ES, leaderboard needs him to guide his cultivation. And, is that a female hero, ES, or someone who has recently topped the boys' popularity chart? Damn it, why is that devil already so strong and so popular with women? This world is full of malice. Too much? Ye Qiu felt that looking for an opportunity, he must give a good lesson to the somewhat rebellious girl Kento Kazuka. When he and you are together, they can enjoy the two-person world. Bai is still relatively traditional. At present, it is the level of pulling a small hand, and Yu's side has directly become Ye Qiu's permanent residence. There's an extra girl named Kento Ichika, what kind of thing is this? Hehe, I think your idea is good. You can practice with you and stay by my side, Ye Qiu said without a smile. Excellent. Not to mention other people, even Kento Kazuka, who knew Ye Qiu and MT Lady very well, was extremely surprised. If she remembered correctly, the first time the two met was when they met a muscular man outside the dojo. This guy Ye Qiu has only been around for a few months. How dare he call him MT Lady like that? Guo, on Chijiro's side, he had already looked at Ye Qiu with a look of admiration. Shinwei in the jungle is his good friend, and he usually complains when he is working. Although MT Lady is a beautiful female colleague, the degree of black belly is terrifying. There is not a single male hero, ES, in the office. Anyone who dares to chase her will be killed by a black-bellied heroine who dares to chase her. A role model among men. Wait, why do I think you have a conspiracy? Kento Kazuka looked at Ye Qiu with extreme vigilance, always feeling that this guy was looking at him with malicious eyes. He must have no intentions? What conspiracy can I have? You say that you are not gentle at all compared to Bai, and your figure is not comparable to you. What conspiracy can I have against you? Ye Qiu said unceremoniously. Break? 100? Could it be Yaoyorozu Momo from Class A? Real man? As expected of a devil, the devil advisor is indeed a real man among men. More. Kento Kazuka blushed with anger. Ye Qiu, this BD, is simply too much, to actually speak of her in front of so many people. Would you like to practice with me? You have to figure it out for yourself. I will never force you. You will be happier if you don't follow me. Ye Qiu spread his hands indifferently. Yes, I want to practice with you. Kento Kazuka almost gritted his teeth and said, when my strength surpasses yours, I will press you to the ground and beat you hard. No, I want to pick you up 3 times a day. One after breakfast, one after lunch, and another after dinner. So brutal? A violent woman indeed. Ye Qiu looked at her speechlessly, but he always felt that 3 meals a day made him feel a little evil no matter what. Exercise after meals? Don't want to think too much, can't think too much, paper. Zhao Qianzhao, okay, since I said that, I welcome you to hit me. After school every day, remember to come to me over there, and the address will be sent to you later. Please work hard to earn credits when you are in school. Don't let your uncle be a little more greedy for our medicinal bath package. Ye Qiu waved his hand. Class B is not ready to take the test, just getting acquainted with Quirks, his classmate, he feels that he does not need to stay any longer. Get off work early and go home early. Kenta-san, are you familiar with the demon advisor? Toma Ningran leaned over to Kento Kazuka's side and asked. Go away? Who is familiar with that bad-hearted guy? Also, I'm not very familiar with you either. If we come over, I'll beat you up. Bump. Although he felt that he should give a warning before doing it, looking at the annoying smiling face of Ningran Toma, Kazuka Kento couldn't help but use his big fist to hit him hard on the head. Why did you come back so early today? You looked a little surprised at Ye Qiu who opened the door and came in. It's boring? Those little devils are too weak, and not all of Xiangying's teachers are teaching with full malice like Aizawa Shouta. My special consultant is different from the teacher. I don't have to go to get off work according to the time. It's up to my own will. Ye Qiu lay down directly on the sofa. After the meeting, I will practice Tianshuankan with you. It's good to be a salted fish first. Etc. Why is there a different perfume smell? Could it be that you recently changed the perfume again? Ye Qiu's nose was a little itchy, and the smell in the air seemed to be a little different today. You, what do you think of my pajamas? Well, you had already covered her face with her hands at this time. How could she have forgotten that there is still a bad friend here, and a bad friend with bad habits? Xiang Shan sleeps. Isn't this the heroic midnight teacher? Ye Qiu was frightened by the black lazy pajamas. Even you didn't wear such sexy pajamas. 787 in front of him. Gudu. As a man, Ye Qiu swallowed his saliva respectfully. In terms of body and temptation, Xiangshan sleeping was definitely better than Bai, but Bai's temperament was not comparable to Xiangshan sleeping. How to say? At this time, if Bai was standing beside Xiangshan and sleeping, the picture might feel perfect. Beauty is something that will be more obvious only if someone competes. If it was another girl, seeing Ye Qiu suddenly appeared on the sofa, she would have screamed in shock. Midnight, who was barely visible, was looking at Ye Qiu with great interest. Consultant Ye Qiu, look for yourself. The bruise on my left chest has been gone for so many days, and it still hasn't gone away. Do you think you should give me some compensation? Xiangshan slept directly on the sofa. The distance between the two was not enough. Ye Qiu could naturally smell the unique fragrance, and his nose moved unconsciously. Not bad. It is indeed a good perfume smell. Xiang Shan Sleep's taste in perfume is obviously not as bad as her taste in clothing. Gdi. Compensation? If you hadn't provoked me, how could I have shot so hard? Besides, Xiangying's teacher is so powerful, I will definitely do my best. Ye Qiu didn't mean to back down at all. Xiang Shan immediately became unhappy. Although she knew that the relationship between you and this demon was definitely not easy, she still had to remind you, this guy is a BD who even beats girls. You, why do you look at men so badly? You said that this kid, if he has strength, doesn't go to the Hero ES assessment, and he doesn't want to stay on the Hero ES rankings. Where can a guy like this be? A bit of a man's responsibility? Besides, his character is still very bad, and he actually beats women. Among us heroes, they are called demons, and that's the kind of guy. Where are you worthy of? Xiang Shan Sleep said angrily. I know. You gave Ye Qiu a helpless look. Ye Qiu is indeed a bit harsh when it comes to others, but this is the most real thing. In fact, Hero ES is not as bright as others think. We will insist on our own justice, but there are times when we are tired. There are times when I want to give up everything. When I am tired, Ye Qiu will stay by my side. I think he is the best existence for me. Helpless, with a little sweetness. For you, being able to meet Ye Qiu in this life is her greatest luck, and she enjoys every second with Ye Qiu very much. Xiang Shan Sleep? You woman, this is my house, okay? Ye Qiu is my boyfriend? Don't try to distract me, get in and change my clothes. Don't think you can seduce me by dressing like this. Boyfriend. You hugged Ye Qiu's arm and looked at his honey with extreme vigilance. Fireproof, anti-theft, and anti-smell honey? In particular, such a honey who likes to dress sexy, is the object of the first embankment. Cut. You, let me tell you, men don't have a good thing. I think we should eat and drink every day, and buy beautiful clothes and cosmetics. This is the best way to live. This kind of devil should be thrown away early. I think he has no resistance to women at all. After saying that, Xiang Shanshui lay on Ye Qiu's body and rubbed his fingers under his nose. Look, nosebleeds are coming out. How can such a man be trusted? Ye Qiu, you patted Ye Qiu's arm in dissatisfaction. Ye Qiu's expression is very innocent. It can't be blamed on him at all. Originally, when he cultivated Zhu Yang, he had a little excess of yang energy. The woman who slept in Xiangshan was dressed like that, and Yu Buledin was also holding his arm. Hug left and right? Although it didn't seem to be the case, there were stunning sexy beauties on both sides. Even if Ye Qiu had a good concentration, he couldn't stand it. It's not everyone like Xiaohui. How can he really sit still and not be in a mess? He must be a hypocrite to say such a thing. Hey, Xiangshan Sleeps, I warn you not to go too far. If you are really going too far, I don't mind doing the far rectification here on the spot. Ye Qiu stared fiercely at Xiangshan Sleep, who was pinned to him. I have to say, this woman is really a demon, a person who can be loved and hated at the same time. Forget it. Ye Qiu felt a little unable to control himself just by looking at it a few times. The current Ye Qiu just wanted to drive this woman away quickly, so as not to let him disturb the two-person world between him and you. Wow, how old are our consultants, and even dare to say such things? I'm here today. If you dare to touch me, I'll see if you will turn against you. Xiangshan sleeps like an orchid, attached to Ye Qiu's ears, breathing lightly. No, Ye Qiu, don't worry. Teach this little demon girl a lesson. If you need help, I will cooperate. You said with an expressionless face. Xiangshan sleeping, this damn little demon girl, actually dares to hook up with her boyfriend in front of her. She really likes to die? In this case, Ye Qiu can only be cheap. When he thinks of the little demon girl who is rubbing his body every day, he will marry another man in the future, and Yu's heart is not very comfortable. Humph. Cheap this little witch. Wait, you, are you serious? The corners of Xiangshan's sleeping mouth twitched. She felt as if you were not joking. If that's the case, wouldn't she be in bad luck? Can't resist? Ye Qiu's force is really terrifying? Sure enough, when Xiangshan was sleeping, his expression changed from seductive to worried, and his body shrank to the edge of the sofa unconsciously. Regret now? Don't you think it's too late? Ye Qiu wiped the blood from his nose unconsciously, and his big hand directly grabbed Midnight's arm. Originally a Demon King level existence, how could Ye Qiu's power be something Midnight could resist? And Ye Qiu grabbed him almost instantly. Well, everyone is beautiful, likes to wear different perfumes, and tastes rarely appear similar. With the smell of his nose, Ye Qiu felt that his nosebleed had a tendency to bleed outwards again. A little fairy indeed. You, save me. Xiangshan sleeps pitifully and grabs Yu's arm. Late? Yu directly turned his head, obviously not planning to save his sweetheart. Snapped. Ye Qiu's big hand, unceremoniously at all, landed on Xiangshan's buttocks. Well, if you make a mistake, you will be beaten. Isn't spanking the best way to punish parents? Ye Qiu felt that he was upholding justice, and his method was so gentle. He was simply a good person. He never realized that he was such a good talker before. You really fight. Xiangshan Shui turned his head and looked at Ye Qiu with watery eyes. Pain. Ye Qiu said with a stern face that he was a demon king, so he naturally wanted to keep his appearance as a demon king. It's good to know that it hurts. If I don't teach you a lesson, just like your heroic style, it won't be time to bring our family down sooner or later. The gift is broken. Broken? Xiangshan felt that Ye Qiu must have misunderstood the woman in his family. She just has a problem with her clothing taste, and in terms of her bad character, no matter how you look at it, Yu Shanyu's woman is even more terrifying. Sure enough, when Ye Qiu couldn't see it, Yu, who had a straight face, turned around and made a grimace at Xiang Shanshui. How can you bully people like this? Xiang Shan sleeping instantly became like a little girl, and was almost made to cry by this shameless pair of men and women. There is no such thing as bullying people, okay? Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Ye Qiu's slap was still falling. To be honest, the feel is really good, and it makes people feel a little reluctant to stop. Who? Yu suspiciously glanced at Ye Qiu. The address of her home should only be known by Ye Qiu and the woman Xiangshan sleeping, and the little goblin Xiangshan sleeping. She did not know how much she had in her stomach. Could it be that Ye Qiu's fiancé came to the door? Ye Qiu thought for a while. I remembered, in class today, there was a girl who insisted to follow me to practice with you. It was the little girl from the Kento family when the muscular man was arrested. Look. This over-the-top guy is not only bullying me in your house, but even hooking up with the little girl in the school. It's simply inhuman. Xiang Shanshui took advantage of Ye Qiu not to beat himself, and quickly smeared Ye Qiu, trying to win an ally. Cut. My boyfriend is not someone who can hook up with me. I remember that girl. She is really good looking. But Ye Qiu, this is only one time. Next time you are not allowed to bring it to my house. You should buy one too. It's a big house. There are too many people to live in. You said with a bit of annoyance. Isn't this style wrong? Shouldn't you be jealous at this time, and then stand on a united front with himself to fight against the demon Ye Qiu? Xiang Shan sleeps. I think you really don't know how to repent. It's already this time. Do you still want to destroy the relationship between me and you? It seems that I did it. It's really not cruel enough. You said that I like hitting women. Then I'll fight a little harder today. Ye Qiu showed a grim smile. Xiang Shan took a look and picked up the pillow on the sofa. She promised that she would never dare to offend Ye Qiu again. Scared? The boyfriend that the woman found by you is indeed very deceitful, just as bad as you. It's not that the family does not enter the house, they really hate it. Snapped. Ye Qiu didn't break his promise. When you went to open the door, he slapped heavily on Xiang Shen's sleeping. What? Even if he asked his head in the pillow, the pain from his little butt almost made Xiangshan's eyes burst into tears. On the other side, Yu, who opened the door and welcomed Kento Kazuka in, also enjoyed the attack of a soprano. What? Seeing that this guy Ye Qiu actually put the teacher Midnight in sexy pajamas on his thigh, Kento Yuka suddenly screamed, and his little face became extremely red. Ye Qiu, you really are ABD. What did you want to do when you called me over today? For flowers. Kento Kazuka questioned Ye Qiu with a flushed face. Ye Qiu was speechless. What do you think? This little goblin is like you. He always likes to provoke me. I'm just doing my duty as a special advisor to heroes. I'm trying to set things right. What? How could anyone do such a duty? Mr. Principal is Xiangying's principal, okay, and he would never do such shameful things as spanking. Of course, Xiang Shan sleeping, who was beaten to the point where her started to feel faint, really didn't dare to refute at this time. Afraid? Xiang Shan Shui is really afraid that Ye Qiu, the Mad King, can't help but continue to abuse his little a. If you are alone, it's fine. At most, she will be teased by this bad friend circle in the future, but if she is seen by Xiangying's students, what kind of teacher will she be in the future? It will be shameful and thrown home. You are talking nonsense. If you don't let go of Mr. Midnight, I will definitely report your behavior to the school. Kazuka Kento shouted with a blushing face. Hee, little girl, you seem to have forgotten where you are. Your behavior is simply worse than the woman Xiangshan sleeping. I really thought I sympathized with Kento Tiger Bear, a middle-aged single who was about to go bald, and dared to treat you. Start. Ye Qiu patted Xiangshan sleeping directly, indicating that she could not accept punishment for the time being. What are you up to? The blushing Kento Kazuka stared at Ye Qiu with extreme vigilance, for fear that this vile guy would do something to him. Don't you know what I'm going to do? What kind of punishment Xiangshan Shui accepted just now, and what kind of punishment will you accept? As for telling the school, stop kidding, you won't have this chance. And Mr. Neither Principal nor All Might can control me. On Midnight's side, he just slumped on the sofa, rubbing his aching little a, staring at Ye Qiu with an incomparable resentment. Demon King? She was lying on top of him dressed like this, and he actually hit her so hard? As expected of the man who stared at her chest when they were sparring. Bump? Kento Kazuka still shot, using his quirks, directly slammed the enlarged fist at Ye Qiu, trying to knock him out instantly. Small. Thinking too much, with your level of attack, you can't do any damage to me at all. One finger? Ye Qiu just used one finger to easily block Kento Ichika's enlarged fist. Kento Kazuka was exerting force. During the assessment, she didn't even touch Ye Qiu, she just heard what Ye Qiu was talking about, how terrifying it was and how much she looked like a devil. But in Kento Kazuka's heart, Ye Qiu's strength was the level of rivaling his uncle and barely fighting a muscular man. As for stronger? Anyway, Kento Kazuka can't think of it. Even if he looks at the paper data of Green Valley, he can feel that Green Valley has become so strong in such a short period of time. Gu's powerful feeling, it is certainly not much feeling. The same is true of Ye Qiu. Quantang 803 Yijia doesn't believe that no matter how hard he tries, he can't repel the finger that is blocking his fist. If this can't be done, what career hero, will be discussed in the future. I do not believe. Kento Kazuka's face was full of stubbornness, she just didn't believe it. She would have no way to take Ye Qiu. Yu shook his head and recovered a lot of Xiangshan's sleep, but also had a look of fear on his face. The courage of the young man is very big, and he has to provoke the Demon King from the front, which is something he does not dare to do. Only, it is good to have courage, but without strength, there is no use for courage. After a stalemate for about 30 seconds, Ye Qiu's expression did not change, but he was already tired of this kind of child's game. Okay, you have to follow me to learn, in the end, how to become stronger. Don't you understand the strength gap between us? Humph? You're just a little stronger than me. There is nothing to be proud of. Sooner or later I will surpass and become the strongest existence. Kento Kazuka blushed and said unconvinced. What's more, people like you who waste all your time and energy on matters of men and women, the physical improvement will never be the same as before, and I will only be brave and diligent, and the people of the Kento family will never admit defeat. Boring? The Kento family's beliefs are so firm, how can they cultivate a guy who is not firm-willed like Kento Tiger Bear? Young age and complex thinking, women are scary. Ye Qiu shook his head helplessly, and moved to the back of Kento Kazuka in a chasing move, following the trend under his feet. Kento Kazuka fell into his arms with a sigh. Don't do anything, I warn you, I'll tell my uncle. Kento Kazuka wanted to resist, but felt the fiery breath coming from Ye Qiu's chest, and the body that was full of strength just now seemed to be completely unable to use it. Look, this guy is just like that, he's so flirtatious. Xiangshan Sleep couldn't help but complain again. Ye Qiu's face is full of black lines. Can the watery poplar flower be used to describe a man? If you are not good at Huxia culture, don't talk nonsense. Midnight, this woman, it seems that the lesson is not enough. You didn't mind, he ate the fruit on his own. You don't know how powerful Ye Qiu is. One person can't handle it, and two people can't handle it. This guy is a devil, and sometimes I really want someone to share the burden. A bit. Are you crazy? Xiangshan Sui felt that he was crazy, and it seemed that he was broken. What you are saying now, how can you be bigger than me? Okay, Xiangshan Sleeps, I warn you, if you continue to talk nonsense and try to sow discord, I guarantee that your treatment will be 100 times worse than before. Ye Qiu glared at Xiangshan sleeping, and sure enough, the little demon girl just shut up and turned her eyes away with a look of fear. Snapped. On the contrary, it was Kento Kazuka. The situation at this time was not much better than Xiangshan's sleep just now. The little butt suffered directly, and the power of that palm was not light at all. When my strength becomes stronger, I will definitely come back with revenge. The humiliated Kento Kazuka had tears in his eyes. So aggrieved? My body has grown so big that no man has ever touched it. Ye Qiu, this damn BD, it was okay to ravage her little face during the exam before, but now he promised to teach her strength, but to bully her like this is simply too much. Ye Qiu, you've made people cry, don't go too far this time, and not everyone has the ability to withstand the witch. Xiangshan sleeping. You gave Ye Qiu a blank look. Ye Qiu didn't even think about it. What is this? Why did he cry inexplicably? And he cried too fast. Xiangshan was crying because he was beaten so badly. Kento Kazuka is going too far. In his class just now, he didn't use much power at all. Forget it. Kento Kazuka, you can keep it in my mind this time, there will never be another time. Otherwise, the punishment will be much more severe than now. There is also excellent, don't say it next time. In that case, they have nothing to do with me. Ye Qiu said a little seriously. However, Xiangshan Shui was very dissatisfied. Ye Qiu, what do you mean? You want to be irresponsible after hitting it? Ming, then you want me to be responsible. Ye looked directly at Qiu sleeping on Xiangshan. His eyes were domineering and fiery, which directly made Xiangshan, known as the 18 Forbidden Hero, feel overwhelmed. No way, the theoretical faction is never the opponent of the practical faction? Me. Xiangshan Shui didn't dare to look Ye Qiu's eyes directly, and after a long time he didn't know what to say. Okay, sleep. You don't even want to change your clothes, and you said you don't want to rob me of a man. I'll be the master of Ye Qiu, and let him improve your strength as well. You said calmly, just like a hostess. How to improve strength? Xiangshan Sleep asked with a little interest. You glanced at it, and Yujia, who was still in the mood, didn't come out, and whispered a few words in Xiangshan's sleeping ear. Ye Qiu's ears are very sharp, and naturally he heard Yu's words, but those words did not seem to be the car to the kindergarten. You 3.8, what are you talking about? Xiangshan's face was flushed from sleep, and he bounced off like a rabbit, looking at her as if he never knew you. That's the truth. Don't you notice that my hero, ranking has improved a lot recently, and occasionally I don't even need to use quirks when I'm on a mission, all thanks to Ye Qiu? This guy is like it's an energy field that can get stronger every day if you want. You didn't hide Ye Qiu's intentions at all. There really is such a person. Xiangshan Sleep is still a little unbelievable. You raised his chin proudly. Ye Qiu is the only man in the world, it's my luck to meet him. I sometimes wonder if this guy has some dirty hidden quirks. Ye Qiu, I want you to help me become stronger in the same way, or I will never let you go. Kento Kazuka stared at Ye Qiu. Xiangshan Sui was frightened. Is Kento Kazuka so sturdy? If she knew what method Ye Qiu used to become stronger, would she still have such an idea? Terrible. However, Xiangshan sleeping is almost certain that if what you said is revealed, Ye Qiu will definitely be targeted by some female hero, as Ye Qiu's current special advisor to Xiangying. Cough, cough, I think this method is better if you want me. Ye Qiu coughed twice, feeling a little embarrassed. 3 women in one play, he really can't bear the current scene. It's your love? I'm willing to use the method MT lady said to improve my strength. Didn't you promise me before that you want to help me improve my strength? Is it possible that you want to go back on it now? Kento Kazuka's eyes were red with grievances. Sure enough, compared with the beautiful MT lady, the seductive teacher Midnight, and the fiancé who was surrounded by a show, Ye Qiu, this BD, only knew how to bully her and was unwilling to help her become stronger. Do you want to learn 12 internal skills with you? Ye Qiu's face was speechless. Inner strength? The way to become stronger? Yes, I just want to learn inner strength from you, you must agree. This girl is so sturdy. Xiangshan Shui secretly praised Kento Kazuka in his heart. She didn't dare to say such things casually. Sure enough, it was a young man who was a little more daring, with unclear strength, and he had to cultivate without even thinking about it. Well, it seems that this girl has absolutely no idea about what double cultivation is, and she can't understand it too implicitly at her age. Forget it, let's improve their strength first. When you understand what double cultivation is in the future, then think about this method of becoming stronger. Before that, I will take you to a place that is 100 times more dangerous than you think. Of course, the hero, there are countless existences beyond the hero, leaderboard. Impossible? Unless you're talking about the world hero, rankings, and even in the world's hero, rankings, there won't be so many hero, who are stronger than me. You said confidently. After all, the colleague of her firm is currently the 7th man on the hero, ranking, the jungle god. MT lady still has some idea of how strong the 7th is. You'll know when I go. Of course, I have to make sure of one thing, and that is whether I can go there with my current strength. Ye Qiu frowned. Change your clothes first and prepare your hands. If you can go to a suitable place to practice, you must be prepared to bleed. If you can't go, I will be your sparring partner and do some basic training first. Where is it? Ye Qiu looks so serious. This is the first time I have seen you. Ye Qiu should not joke with them, but in the world, the power of hero, is much stronger than the hero, who are working. You want to break his head, but also completely think of a possible place. Huaxia? Shouldn't be possible. Ye Qiu still has a job in Xiangying, and the little girl Kento Yujia has to go to school tomorrow, so it is impossible to take them to places too far. I'm going to cast my quirks now, and none of you make a sound, because today's process may be a little dangerous. Ye Qiu said very seriously. Cast quirks at this time? Could it be that Ye Qiu was going to set Yu Qiu's house on fire and let them experience the feeling of escaping from the fire? Xiangshan Sleeping's heart was full of doubts, but under Yu's suggestion, she did not ask this question at the first time. Both Yu and Kento Kazuka understood that Ye Qiu's quirks were actually creations, which he called the 72 transformations. As long as it is in his mind, anything with specific impressions and specific functions and abilities can be created. However, what is the purpose of using quirks at this time? Could it be that Ye Qiu intends to create a small private jet that is faster than that and fly away with them? Looking at the space in the home, it seems a little unlikely. Ye Qiu pulled out a hair directly from his head. With the use of quirks, the power of qi and blood in his body continued to decrease at a speed visible to the naked eye. Medicine? Ye Qiu shouted at Bai. Recently, Ye discovered a method. Although the medicinal materials with high age can be directly absorbed, the medicinal power that can be transformed is a bit low, but as long as the quality is high enough, those medicinal powers that cannot be absorbed instantly will be depleted due to the lack of qi and blood when using quirks. Let the body continue to plunder those medicinal powers. Of course, this method was entirely because his 9-yang divine art had reached the 4th level, and he already possessed an internal strength of more than a year old. Under Ye Qiu's reminder, you took out a 100-year-old ginseng. Ye Qiu didn't think much about it. He just shoved the ginseng into his mouth and began to chew frantically. What the hell is this devil's quirks? Xiangshan Shui looked at it directly. She didn't understand at all what Ye Qiu's quirks were. With the continuous loss of qi and blood, there was an incomparably ordinary door by Ye Qiu's hand that gradually appeared. Door? Quirks are doors. No, definitely not the quirks door. If only the door, this kind of quirks can't have the power of fire. While Xiangshan was still speculating wildly, Ye Qiu finally created an ordinary door out of breath. Fortunately, I have become stronger during this time, thanks to Yu's help. Ye Qiu glanced at Yu very gently. Yu blushed a little when he saw it. Just know it in your heart, you must treat me better in the future. Don't worry, I will definitely make you one of the happiest people in the world. Ye Qiu's tone was very determined. Kento Kazuka heard that the two were throwing dog food, and she was directly shown goosebumps. She had not been educated enough, and she obviously forgot how Ye Qiu dealt with her before. Hey. Ye Qiu, didn't you say that you want us to go to a place where we can become stronger, even a lot stronger than Hero, on the Hero, leaderboard? What do you mean by creating a door? The most important thing is that after Ye Qiu seems to have created a door, it seems that all the strength in his body is gone. What the hell is going on? I'll open the door and go in first, and I can't guarantee that the back of the door is a place I know. Ye Qiu shrugged. After all, this was his attempt. Ye Qiu didn't know whether it would be successful or not. However, according to the information transmitted by this door, it seems to be possible, but it will not be exactly the same as my own thoughts. Any door? What Ye Qiu created this time is one of the props that Doraemon used to use. Any door? But according to Ye Qiu's understanding, in my world, any door should be able to lead to any place you want to reach. And when he created any door, the place he wanted to reach was also a Hero No.1 world? Yes, it is a world. From the world of my Ying, leave to reach another world of Hero No.1 One Punch world? In the world of One Punch Man, the Hero No.1 have suffered much more than the Hero No.1 of the British world, which is a world full of monsters and cruelty. Not to mention the S-rank Hero No.1, most of the A ranks can become the existence on the Hero No.1 rankings in our world. As for weirdos, that is more than a horror. Only in that kind of world can Hero No.1 increase his strength at a faster rate. But Ye Qiu didn't know if he could break the world barrier and go from one world to another. When he created the arbitrary door, he had a strong and incomparable obsession, that is, to reach the world of One Punch Man by opening the arbitrary door. And after the door appeared, it also conveyed a message to him that this arbitrary door could only reach the world of One Punch Man, and could not reach other worlds. Ye Qiu also understood some things from the sixth sense from this Quirks. He can create any door against the sky. After all, Ye Qiu himself, originally a person who has crossed the barriers of the world, created something that crosses other worlds again, but did not break the direct balance of the world too much. Of course, if you want to go to other worlds, you need to spend more energy and blood to create a one-way arbitrary door. Any door can only be arbitrarily within a world, and every time it is created, the blood that needs to be consumed increases exponentially. With a hint of excitement, Ye Qiu grabbed the handle of any door and opened it directly. When he made a move, the three girls all came to Ye Qiu's side with incomparably curious eyes. Wow, you, what the hell is going on? Is there something wrong with my eyes? After the door opened, it wasn't your house, but a strange apartment. After changing his clothes, Xiangshan slept, and his mouth exclaimed directly. Knowing Ye Qiu, Quirks Yu and Ye Qiu for a long time, their expressions at this time are not necessarily much calmer than Xiangshan's sleep. A door to other places? Ye Qiu's ability is too unbelievable? Where is this Quirks? It is clearly comparable to the godlike existence in the legend. Right now, you felt that what she said earlier that meeting Ye Qiu was the luckiest thing in her life was no joke at all. Taking a deep breath, Ye Qiu directly stepped through any door. Air. Compared to my Ying's world, it seems to be a little different. The effect of cultivating inner strength in this world is much better. When Ye Qiu stood on the corridor, the internal force in his body flowed faster. In a place where weirdos can be born, the energy contained in the space that is beneficial to the human body is really amazing. Hi, hello, new neighbor. Ye Qiu greeted the indifferent man with 3 scars on his face. King, S-rank Hero No.1 is the 7th ranked character. The world of One Punch is much more dangerous than the world of my British. Even if Ye Qiu wants to bring his 3 daughters and come to settle here in his spare time every day, he has to consider where he lives. Where does Saitama live? Pass. That guy's protagonist's halo was born to cause trouble, and the eccentrics in that area were still relatively strong. Ye Qiu thought about it, and finally decided to settle down next to the king's house. No way. Although he is an ordinary otaku, this guy is able to deter even weirdos with his good luck. The most important thing is that if ordinary people are neighbors, they don't have to worry about the situation that this guy will blow up the house with one punch when they are resting at night. To sum up, the king's neighbor is definitely the best choice. Anyway, in the world of One Punch, there are empty houses everywhere. At that time, it was already impossible for you to live. The rent collectors basically went to relatively safe places. The place where King lives is quite dangerous. You, hello. King was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting that in his empty building, a new neighbor would appear inexplicably. The otaku character who was not very good at communicating with people made him seem a little dumb. Introduce myself, my name is Ye Qiu, and I will be your neighbor from now on. Ye Qiu said with a smile. The 3 at the back are. King asked casually. Ye Qiu turned his head and found that the 3 women didn't listen to him at all, and while he was not paying attention, they passed through any door and stood behind her. Hello, my name is Yu Shanyu, this is Xiangshan sleeping, the youngest is Kento Ichika, we are both Ye Qiu's wife Hungry. You also introduced yourself generously. Wife. Xiangshan was a little slumbered, and Kento Kazuka's face was flushed, but the people here probably didn't know her, and if she met an acquaintance, she would have to deny it. Of course, at this moment, the 3 girls didn't know that they didn't come to Neon or another corner of the world, but to a new world. Wife? Or 3? Winner in life. Is this person strong? Otherwise, in a world full of weirdos, how could someone have 3 wives? It is simply incredible. As a loyal player who often plays love games, King admires Ye Qiu as much as he is jealous of Ye Qiu. A little devil, but has 3 wives, each with its own strengths. It is simply too much. Nice to meet you, my name is King, and I will be a neighbor in the future. If you have anything, you can come to me. The money is good. King touched his pocket and took out the key in his hand. I'm going home first. Okay, we are the one who disturbed you. We will definitely find you when something happens. Ye Qiu said politely. Bump. As the door of the king's room closed, Ye Qiu looked at the three girls with a serious expression. Who asked you to come here without authorization? Do you know where this place is? Isn't it some corner of the world? Kento Kazuka muttered in dissatisfaction. I didn't even deny that she was Ye Qiu's wife just now. She already gave him a lot of face. Why is she so fierce? Quirks is amazing. Ye Qiu smiled bitterly. Forget it. It looks like you don't know anything. The houses here are all empty. No one will come to collect the rent, and no one will want to buy it. You can live there if you have the strength. It's an eye-catching place, and when we have time in the future, we will often come here to live. It was indeed a very empty building, and it was even a little scary to be quiet. You and the others discussed for a long time, but they couldn't come up with an answer. Why is there no one living in a building like this? And no rent, no need to buy, just too much? Ye Qiu, can you tell us now, where the hell is this? After the three women worked together to tidy up a room that could be seen, you stared at Ye Qiu with a burning gaze. As for any door leading to this world, they were also moved in. Another world? Ye Qiu didn't hide it, he said it straight to the point. Ye Qiu, now is not the time for jokes. How could it be another world? This aspect is in the territory of Neon. Don't talk nonsense. If there are other worlds, the architectural style can't be the same. Kazuka Kento said as a matter of course. Ye Qiu thought for a while. Let's put it this way, the parallel Earth theory. You should have heard of it. Maybe this is a neon, but it is not the neon of our Earth. How to prove? Even Xiangshan sleeping looked at Ye Qiu 803 seriously. I'll take you out for a spin later, and you'll know why. The level of danger in this world is higher than you think. Ye Qiu's expression was extremely serious. To be honest, he doesn't know how strong his own strength is in the world of One Punch. Regarding the current strength of the three girls, Ye Qiu felt that in addition to MT Lady being able to face monsters above the tiger level, Xiangshan sleeping and Kento Yujia, who met some wolf-level monsters, were estimated to be at the level of half a catty. When humans, or other things become weirdos, physical fitness will achieve a qualitative leap in a short period of time. Most of the Hero, ES, in my British world use Quirks as the battle mode, and their physical fitness is really bad. Let me explain to you first that this world not only has Hero, ES, but also a creature called monsters. According to the strength of these monsters, they are clearly divided into gods, dragons, rabbits, tigers, and wolves. There are 5 levels. As for whether there are more powerful monsters on these 5-level certificates, I don't know. Now I will give you a general overview of how the strength of these 5 levels of monsters will affect human beings. God, a crisis that could lead to the demise of mankind. Dragon, a crisis that could lead to the destruction of several towns. Ghost, a crisis that may cause a town to be paralyzed or even destroyed. Tiger, a crisis that may cause casualties. Wolf, there are risk factors present. Whack. This is the first time the 3 women have heard of this new term. Until now, they are still skeptical about Ye Qiu's words, and even think that this guy is not using some special ability to play pranks with them? Parallel world? Too exaggerated? There is also that magical weirdo that can cause the demise of mankind. Even Ye Qiu, the devil, or All Might, the man who maintains the #1 position on the Hero, ES, rankings, can't do it. Bar. I think it's better to see some things. Since everyone doesn't believe that such powerful creatures exist in this world, why don't you take us out to see and see? Don't worry about us being in danger, no matter what. The 2 sisters are both a very powerful hero, ES. Kento Kazuka didn't. He didn't believe Ye Qiu's words at all. After all, there were too many unbelievable things about this man. Maybe it was just as he said. It's just that no matter what the facts are, they must witness the world with their own eyes. Boom. Ye Qiu is actually not very clear. What is the timeline of the One Punch Man world he arrived at? But at least seeing King, it should be within the plot timeline he is familiar with. The big movement of D immediately attracted everyone's attention, and everyone ran towards the outside of the house. As an old resident here, King stood on the corridor early and looked into the distance calmly. This kind of things just get used to. There will be Hero, ES, to solve it. It should not be a catastrophe. Don't worry so much. Hero, ES? Sure enough, there is also a Hero, ES, in this place, but the scene in the distance still shocked the 3 girls. It was a terrifying giant who turned countless buildings into ashes with one palm, and everyone was fleeing, screaming, crying, screaming in pain. Such a cruel scene, even for Hero, ES, Xiangshan Sleep and Yu Shanyu. This is the first time I have seen it. You, after you cast Quirks, can you make your body reach that big? Xiangshan Sleep's expression is not very good. Yu shook his head decisively. Impossible? If I can make my body huge to that extent, I am afraid that at this time, I would already be the #1 hero, ES. So horrible? Such a cruel scene was really unacceptable for Kazuka Kento, who was still a student. Compared with the muscular man she and Ye Qiu had met before, the monster at this moment is beyond the level of how much? Is this a dragon-level monster? Kento Kazuka said in astonishment. While drinking a beer, King said calmly, dragon-level geeks are indeed powerful, but Hero, ES, are not vegetarians. Such geeks will soon be dealt with. Since I live in Sins here, nothing too dangerous has happened here, so don't worry. Compared with the feelings of the 3 women, Ye Qiu confirmed one thing, that is, the timeline they are in now should be the place where the main line of One Punch Man started soon. Saitama? A man whose hair has no strength but has become stronger. Don't worry, I will never let my hair disappear, but such a good opportunity. If I don't test the limit of my strength, I'm really not reconciled, but with you around, I should be able to make a move with confidence. A glint of divine light flashed in Ye Qiu's eyes. The quadruple-level Juyang divine art, coupled with the power of burning the fruit, combined with the upper Fengshen legs and the 18 palms of subduing the dragon, in the world of Woying, Ye Qiu has only one goal, and that is to challenge All Might. It's just that Ye Qiu, who hasn't been able to make a good shot recently, also felt a little bored. He finally fulfilled his vision and came to the more dangerous world of One Punch Man. How could he not fight to his heart's content? You all stay by Mr. King's side, don't go anywhere, I'll take a look at this dragon-level disaster maker first. I haven't felt this kind of blood boiling for a long time, and sure enough, the more dangerous the place, the more exciting it is. Ye Qiu, don't be impulsive, it's better to leave this level of care to a more powerful hero. Yes, your strength is indeed good, but compared to that kind of terrifying giant, there should still be some difference. Kento Kazuka grabbed Ye Qiu's arm. Although she hated this a little bit and always bullied her BD, she still didn't want Ye Qiu to die at this critical moment. It was a very complicated state of mind, and she couldn't even explain why she hated Ye Qiu and was deeply worried about his safety at the same time. Don't worry, I won't do that kind of unsure thing. That guy's power is indeed terrifying. I will definitely not be his opponent in a round from the front, but for me, that kind of terrifying figure, it's impossible to attack me. After possessing absolute strength and body, the incomparably huge guy lost a lot of speed to a certain extent. Not only the movement speed, but also the attack speed will slow down accordingly. Whoosh! Just when Kento Kazuka was about to say something, Ye Qiu jumped down from the tall building. Catch the shadows? With the full power of the Fengshen legs, Ye Qiu's figure was like a breeze, swiftly passing over countless tall buildings, and rushing towards the terrifying giant. Hiss! Looking at Ye Qiu's speed that far surpassed normal human beings, even a king who was used to seeing strong winds and waves, was a little scared at this time. His new neighbor seemed to be a remarkable person. That's not bad, I'm a guy who has become an S-class hero, for no reason, and it's a lot safer to live here and have a powerful neighbor. Trust him, Ye Qiu never disappoints. He believes that we will become stronger, and we also believe that he will survive and become the strongest hero. Yu's eyes were full of worry, but she didn't do anything to stop Ye Qiu. Instead she comforted Xiangshan Shui and Kento Kazuka. Every man has a dream of being the strongest in his heart. For Ye Qiu, it is indeed giving her a feeling of happiness all the time, but the desire to become stronger has never weakened. That demon is so powerful, and when he was sparring with other teachers in Xiangying High School, he didn't let him unleash his full strength. I believe that even in the face of such a powerful monster, he should be able to handle it with ease, although not to the point of being able to victory, but there shouldn't be any danger. Xiangshan's sleep is also self-comforting said. As the king of the audience, he does not agree with these women's statements. He has seen S-level hero, countless times. After all, he is an S-level hero, himself, and he needs to participate in the regular meetings of hero, often. Discuss something more important. Employment is currently reflected in the strength in his eyes, even if it is not as good as those S-level hero, I am afraid it is almost the same as A-level hero, Although dragon-level disasters are terrifying, for S-level heroes, everyone has a corresponding way to save their lives. With that terrifying speed, Ye Qiu would never have his life in danger. Indeed, that terrifying giant did not bring much sense of crisis to Ye Qiu. But when he moved to the shoulder of the giant at an extremely fast speed, the bald man standing opposite still made him feel a sense of danger from his soul. As expected of Mr. Saitama, Ye Qiu's forehead had unknowingly seeped a layer of fine sweat, and the palms of both hands became wet. You are strong, really strong? Ye Qiu's body was very tense at this time, but his eyes still did not shy away, staring at Qiu's pair of eyes, as if he had completely lost all emotion. You're strong too, are you a hero? Are you going to deal with this big guy? Saitama tilted his head to look at Ye Qiu. Ye Qiu nodded. If possible, I would like to ask you not to shoot first. Let me try this guy's strength first. If I say that my strength is not strong enough to deal with him, how about asking you to shoot? Okay, it doesn't matter to me. If you want to make a move, then just make it. If you encounter any danger, I will help you. Saitama was obviously also a little interested in Ye Qiu. It seems that since he became a hero, few people thought he was strong before he shot, and those who really thought he was strong after he shot, all turned into ashes. For flowers. First look, Ye Qiu could see his strength just by first glance, and in Saitama's eyes, this is definitely an amazing character. Hey, are you two tiny ants looking at me? I want to avenge my brother. If it wasn't for you hero, who think you can save a lot of people, my brother will never die. Obviously he slapped his brother to death with a slap. This muscular giant with a bad head now directly blamed Ye Qiu and teacher Sayo for the culprit. Although come on, I've been thinking about this trick, and I haven't used it. You are the first person to see this trick of mine. I hope you can die well. 0. In Ye Qiu's eyes, a ferocious light flashed, and before the muscular giant Margly shot, he fell back to the ground. Vulcan-style Dharma phase whirled. After landing, Just as Marguerite made his move, Ye Qiu's body suddenly burst into countless violent flames, causing Marguerite to take a few steps back due to the heat. And not far from Ye Qiu's figure, a huge flame giant appeared. Although there is still more than 10 times the gap with Marguerite's figure, this giant has almost caught up with the excellent giant problem type. This move is a move created by Ye Qiu based on the combination of Susanna, who wrote the kaleidoscope, and the Dharma image world in ancient Huxia legends and the incarnation outside the body. The ability to burn the fruit is flame, and he can control the power of all flames. If so, it is better to let this terrifying flame turn into an external avatar and fight against these monsters with huge stature and terrifying power. Even Saitama's pair of eyes, which did not have many emotional fluctuations, showed an extremely surprised expression after seeing Ye Qiu's move. King, who was watching the battle from a distance, had already set off a huge wave in his heart. Originally, he thought that he had estimated Ye Qiu very high. Maybe Ye Qiu's strength has reached the level of A-level hero, ES, at most. Now it is almost certain that his new neighbor should have an S-class combat effectiveness. Small. Just relying on a terrifying and monstrous flame is enough to make Ye Qiu among the S-rank hero, ES. Although Ye Qiu's flame giant couldn't be compared to Marguerite in size, if that layer of flame giant was dispatched with all his strength, it would not be impossible to destroy a town, and it had completely reached the strength that a dragon-level disaster should have. You little ant, do you think you have a little ability to be on a par with me? Today I will let you die. It is because of you self-righteous hero, ES, that I feel so powerless and let my brother study. It is precisely because of your brother that you have produced such a powerful potion. Marg's incomparably huge fist fell towards Ye Qiu's body at a very fast speed. The terrifying wind and waves caused by the fist wind seemed to blow 8-0 directly to the law that evolved from the Vulcan style. 3. Destroy. The power of the wind is indeed strong enough, and the power of the fist is like a meteor falling from the sky, full of destructiveness, but Marguerite could not have imagined that Ye Qiu had the ability to burn the fruit, but also the control of the leg of the wind god. Has also reached the realm of entering the room. It is impossible for the wind to hurt him. Vulcan style 100 times 1 finger Zen. The Vulcan evolved from Fa Xiangtiandi, along with the movements of Ye Qiu's fingers, also stretched out that huge flame finger with the internal power of the quadruple Juyang divine art as fuel, and ferociously directed towards him that was bigger than himself. I don't know how many times the fists greeted him. Ye Qiu, is it that strong? Kento Kazuka's small mouth opened slightly. Obviously he didn't expect that Ye Qiu, the vile guy who vomited blood and was beaten by his uncle a few months ago, would become so strong in just a few months. At least she can be sure that the momentary power displayed by the flame giant is definitely not something that her uncle can resist at this moment. On Yu's little face, with incomparable pride, the wild ball has always been strong and will continue to become stronger. Now he can challenge the number 1 position at any time if he wants. It's just that he is still waiting for All Might in his prime, only then can he rise again in battle. You, how did you know such a monster? You always feel that with the devil's temperament, you shouldn't be easily convinced by women. Xiang Shan sleeps looking at you with a strange expression. At this moment, they are not worried at all, and they will be injured by that giant. At least from the current point of view, Ye Qiu's power is bottomless. Thinking of the first picture, Yu's little face turned a little red. It was an accident, but you can understand it this way. It was Xiaogato who found me personally, which means that in terms of charm, I am still a little bit higher than the two of you. Black belly? If Ye Qiu heard Yu's words, he would definitely praise his girlfriend silently. At the beginning, I clearly wanted to discuss cooperation with him, but by accident, the firewood met the fire. Why does it sound like he is chasing the best? If it is spread out, will it be? Get teased by All Might's unscrupulous singles. On the other side, in the battlefield, the one-finger magic developed by the flaming giant finger, facing the huge fist, did not show any weakness at the moment of contact, but resisted the first wave with incomparable tenacity. Shock. Under the blessing of internal strength, it was originally a one-finger magic skill cast with a broken face, which deeply penetrated the huge fist, and the terrifying flame energy rushed forward madly along the meridian of the right arm. The sprint, just for a moment, is to rush to the position of the heart. What? The Marguerite giant cried out miserably. Heart is burning. The indescribable pain caused his huge body to fall back uncontrollably. Boom. One move? With just one move, he gained the upper hand, but because of the incomparably thick muscle tissue, despite the terrifying power of the 100-fold one-finger magic, there was no way to completely burn out Marguerite's heart. If you have a chance, that's enough. Vulcan-style Kong Long has regrets? Vulcan-style kamikaze howl. Between the palms, the terrifying golden flame dragon gnawed towards the fallen Marguerite. Between the legs, the firestorm caused by the fire was no less terrifying than a natural disaster, and the surrounding air became extremely hot because of this move. Sister sleeping, Sister Yu, do you think Endeavor, who ranks second in the hero, ES, rankings, is so good? Kento Kazuka felt a little dry in his mouth. It's not that she hasn't seen the picture of Antoya fighting, and the fellow fire-type Quirks Ye Qiu seems to have brought fire to the extreme. No, it should be said that this guy's Quirks has nothing to do with fire, that is, he can surpass Quirk's Endeavor, who is fire, even if he has no relationship at all. It's too scary. Yuzixin said, if I, who have entered the top 20 of the Hero ES rankings, are compared with Endeavor, I should at least be able to resist Endeavor's attack, but if facing Ye Qiu, 10 moves within, there is no doubt that you will lose. It is precisely because of Ye Qiu's help that she was able to quickly climb to the top 20 of the Hero ES rankings in such a short period of time. You know, if you reach the top 50 and want to advance a position on the Hero ES rankings, it is as difficult as reaching the sky. Well, what you said is good. In terms of the intensity of the flame, Ye Qiu completely surpassed Endeavor. He is not only using the flame, but integrating all the fighting moves into the flame. This is the most terrifying thing. The place. Xiang Shan slept and echoed. The strength of the demon advisor has reached such a terrifying level. This should be something that neither Principal Jin nor 3.8 thought of. Just because of Ye Qiu's terrifying strength, Xiang Shan Shui became more entangled. Does this mean that she has no chance to resist Ye Qiu in the future, and the strength of the two sides is not the same level at all? When she was bullied by Ye Qiu, she didn't use quirks to try to get rid of the predicament with hypnosis, but this guy is clearly not affected by hypnosis. According to you, cultivating inner strength can purify the six senses, like hypnosis. Quirks are useless for Ye Qiu. Alas, it seems that this clutch is not so easy to escape. The golden dragon wrapped in the aura of Juyang divine art has completely surpassed the scope of ordinary flames. The flame attached to Margley's body, with the bite of the dragon, no matter how he moves, there is no way to extinguish it. The most terrifying thing is the power of the 18 dragon subduing palms under the dual blessing of burning fruit and Juyang divine art. This guy Margley's incomparably solid chest, even if the defense with countless muscles was there, he was instantly sunk in the beating. At present, the most miserable situation is not the heavy and unquenchable flames attached to the 18 dragon subduing palms, but the wind god legs that are constantly howling and roaring, and finally the god wind rages. The range of this move is all flaming dragon blood, and he has already experienced the terrifying power of the flame inspired by Ye Qiu. Although this guy is not very smart, he also knows that if he does not rush out of this flame tornado in the end, there will only be one end, and that is to be burned alive. But in this ferocious flame tornado, the hidden kick directly broke his left leg, and the huge left leg was actually kicked by a guy who was more than 10 times smaller than himself. Broken, what a horrible thing this is. Even if Margley's brain is no longer bright, he now realizes one thing, that is, the man standing in front of him is not an existence that he can compete with. Vulcan-style Shenlong swinging tail? 12 Vulcan-style dragon fights in the wild? Vulcan-style sees the dragon in the field? Taking advantage of his illness to kill him, obviously he is not going to give Margot any chance to breathe, nor is he going to let him break free from the flame tornado. 18 strokes and 18 palms are in his hands endlessly. Countless golden flame dragons roared in the air. The incomparably terrifying power, in the huge flame palm of Fa Xiang Tiandi, was fully manifested. In less than a minute, Margley's huge body had already appeared countless depressions. Saitama, who was standing on the sidelines watching the battle, touched his chin and thought for a moment, wow, the strength is really strong. Hearing his comment, Ye Qiu almost didn't come up. So the emotionless exclamation is very scary, isn't it? However, Ye Qiu also found one thing, that is, the S-rank hero, ES. In fact, not everyone can withstand the dragon rank disaster. Mainly, for each dragon level disaster, the direction of power will be a little different. Ye Qiu was able to suppress Margley in an instant, with the help of a new move called Fa Xiang Tiandi. Change to a dragon level disaster that moves a little faster than Margley, and it's not so easy to deal with. For example, the Azura unicorn, whose speed and strength have almost reached the limit, hangs the existence of Genos, and Yazian Kaya has no absolute certainty to deal with him. 1 minute, Margley no longer has the strength to resist, and even the incomparably powerful vitality has become weak. On the incomparably huge body, there are countless sunken palm prints. In addition to the palm print, the rest are scary burn marks, and even in the air, you can smell the smell of burnt meat. I'm not reconciled. He had just acquired an incomparably powerful power, and even Margley felt that he had not fully exerted this power. He met two humans who looked like normal humans. One of them let him kill his brother who gave him great power, and the other is not only a power that can shake him with a small size, but also a natural power that controls the flame. Really unhappy? As long as he is given a period of time, he can still become stronger. At that time, he can be absolutely sure that his fists can break the flaming finger. The first move at the beginning, if it wasn't for a momentary stalemate in strength, that terrifying penetrating power would never have penetrated his fist. Just a little bit? Ye Qiu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and the incomparably terrifying Dharma world in front of him also dissipated into the invisible. After all, it is not the real world of the law, nor is it Susanengu. Ye Qiu's current Faxiang Tiandi is actually only able to do it, to the extent that he controls it on the spot, and once the Faxiang Tiandi attacks, he himself can no longer make any attacks or dodge moves. Almost? Margley felt that he was a little bit stronger, otherwise he would be able to kill Ye Qiu directly. Ye Qiu's life is also on the line, and he almost couldn't stop Margley's attack. If Fa Xiang Tiandi was broken in the first place, and Qiu didn't take action, he would never have practiced any hard skills at all. He, at this time, should have turned into a mud beach. In fact, if Margly was replaced by any dragon-level monster with a more balanced strength, or a dragon-level geek who wasn't so slow, Ye Qiu really couldn't win. Faxiong Tiandi can increase the effect of the attack, and can also avoid the embarrassment of bursting shirts, but for defense, it does not have much effect, and because you need to control yourself, you can't stay away at all. Play will also be limited to the extreme. So, the strength still has to become stronger as soon as possible? Ye Qiu hates this feeling of narrow victory, all he has to do is suppress everything, and now he is starting to feel that he is not strong enough. You are really good, if I have a chance, I want to fight you once. Saitama said seriously. Ye Qiu smiled slightly, don't worry, if there is a chance, I will fight with you, but it is definitely not recently. Now I can feel that there is a huge gap between us, it is not the time. I know, you should still be stronger, your strength is very special. Saitama's perception ability is very strong, and he can clearly find that there are countless potentials lurking in Ye Qiu's attack just now. Leave first, see you next time. I'll leave this big guy to you. Ye Qiu and Saitama greeted each other, and they directly used the wind to catch the shadows, flying towards the distance at an extremely fast speed. Ye Qiu immediately disappeared from Saitama's line of sight. He was really a little afraid that Saitama would give himself a punch because he was too interested in him. It was really bearable. Don't stop. Body training? Ye Qiu felt that relying on internal strength alone would not be able to increase the power of qi and blood so fast, and naturally the speed of wanting to become stronger would not be so fast. If the body is refined, the absorption of medicinal materials will be much faster, and the increase in the power of qi and blood will also be accelerated accordingly. Only a stronger body can carry more vigorous blood. Recently, the cultivation of internal strength has entered a bottleneck period. It will take a long time for Juyang Divine Art to quickly reach the 4 major achievements. It is time to start the plan of body training? Are you all right? You showed great confidence when Ye Qiu was fighting, but after seeing Ye Qiu winning, he started to worry. Ye Qiu gently rubbed Yu's long hair. Don't worry, it's just a dragon-level disaster. Even if I can't defeat him, if I want to run, it won't be a big problem. But this win is really a fluke. If I fight again, I really don't know if I can win or not. A fluke? It was a bit of a fluke to win today, Ye Qiu still felt a layer of cold sweat on his back. The world of one punch is really too dangerous? You should have enjoyed it just now, don't be so impulsive next time. Ye Qiu gave Ye Qiu a white look. Well, Mr. Ye Qiu, could you please disturb me? King took the liberty to interrupt Ye Qiu who was showing affection in front of him. What's the matter, Mr. King? Ye Qiu looked at him curiously. Speaking of which, he had something to do to get rid of King later, but he didn't expect King to speak first. Actually, to tell you the truth, I am the Hero ES Association, currently ranked 7th in the S-Class Hero ES. I would like to invite you to join the Hero ES Association. King said sincerely. King thinks that a person of Ye Qiu's strength will become a Hero ES sooner or later. If he directly becomes an S-level Hero ES through his own introduction, he will at least be remembered as a favor. It's troublesome Ye Qiu, it's better for everyone to talk about it. Is the S-Class Hero ES good? Kazuka Kento asked in confusion. Forward. Looking at the innocent appearance of the girl, it seems that she really does not know the level of Hero ES, maybe they moved from some remote place. King organized the language, the disaster level just now is a dragon, and the S-level Hero ES has the ability to fight against dragon-level disasters. So far, there are 10 such Hero ES in the world. 3. If you are willing to join, I can introduce you to become the 14th long. The dragon-level disaster just now can defeat his existence. Are there still 14 in this world? Is it a bit too much? In MT Lady's view, maybe only the top 10 people in the Hero ES rankings are eligible to be listed in the world's S-Class Hero ES standards, and she can be sure that not everyone has S-level strength. The only thing that is certain is that All Might and Endeavor should have the strength to defeat the huge monster just now, others are not easy to say. The most important thing is that this world not only has Hero ES, but also weird people. Just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. Kento Kazuka and Xiangshan were sleeping over there, but they did not expect that the uncle of the neighbor, who seemed to have no strong sense of strength, would be such a terrifying existence. It seems that the old Huxia saying that people can't look good is not casually said, just like the usual Ye Qiu, who can't see that there is such a violent side. Becoming an S-Class Hero ES? That's a good proposal, but I also have something to do. I want to get rid of Mr. King, can you help me? Ye Qiu thought for a while and asked. King was stunned for a moment, and then said, I will definitely help with things that are within my power. If you want to kill monsters, then forget it. I think your strength is very strong, and you should be on par with me. I will never join forces with people of the same level, I am a lone wolf. Forward. This second line. Ye Qiu felt that if he didn't know the details of the king, he would have been shocked by the sadness in the melancholy. Born actor? Without the slightest bit of strength, he was able to play with ease among a group of S-rank Hero ES for a few years. If King was not an actor, he would not believe it at first. Actually, it's not a big deal. I really want to know Mr. Bangu's contact information and go to his dojo to learn his skills. If possible, please give me his contact information. Ye Qiu said sincerely. In the world of One Punch, in addition to Mr. Saitama, Bangu is a respectable existence, and whether it is strength or temperament, he is the top existence in the S-class hero, ES. The most important thing is that Bangu is definitely a famous teacher. When Ye Qiu was cultivating recently, he discovered that perhaps his talent in cultivation is indeed quite high, but for now, the effect of self-study is not that strong. Bangu is strong enough. Whether it's a move or a breathing method. You must know that this is a terrifying existence capable of fighting 6 dragon-level monsters alone at such an advanced age. Do you still need to learn from a teacher? King looked at Ye Qiu with a bit of incomprehension. During this time, he came into contact with the S-class hero, ES, and he also discovered a little bit of the temperament of the S-class hero, ES. How should I put it? Everyone is arrogant. With the strength of S rank, he will never think about asking others for advice on how to become stronger. Ye Qiu's statement is a bit novel. Need? I'm not strong enough, I just want to be stronger. Mr. Bangu, it's worth my apprenticeship. Ye Qiu said with certainty. Even the 3 daughters were shocked by his appearance. How powerful an existence actually deserves Ye Qiu's apprenticeship. Also, how on earth did this guy know the situation in this world? Okay, there's no problem with this, I'll give you Mr. Bangu's contact information first. Of course, you have to be mentally prepared. Now, Mr. Bangu's dojo is not that popular. King kindly reminded. I didn't intend to be a popular person, and my strength is not enough to pay attention to. Ye Qiu smiled flatly. Thinking of the terrifying strength this guy just showed, King felt that what he said seemed a bit redundant. Good money. Although Ye Qiu wanted to apprentice to Bangu and make himself stronger, in essence, he was already an extremely terrifying existence. In a short time, there was a result on King's side. If it's convenient, Ye Qiu, 3 days later, can you go to the Hero, ES, Association for certification with me, and they want to test your strength. As for Mr. Bangu, he said, after the certification he will also go to the scene when the time comes, so don't contact him for the time being. Thank you. I'll definitely have time in 3 days, but I'd like to schedule it in the afternoon if I can. Ye Qiu had to stay in Xiangying most of the day. No problem. Just remember that 3 days later, as for whether it is morning or afternoon, there is no difference for the group of Hero, ES, Association. Adjust the time for an S-rank Hero, ES, everyone will willing. King said indifferently. Pole. Ye Qiu, now you can talk about why, are you so familiar with this world? It is the rhythm of 3 tribunals again. Looking at the aggressive 3 girls, Ye Qiu directly stated the reason that he had already thought of. Actually, don't believe it, every day when I sleep, I can watch other parallel worlds in my dreams, and all of the things I have done. The things that are created are all owned by those worlds, and I feel like this should be related to my quirks. Aren't your quirks a creation? You looked suspiciously at his little man. Wrong? How many times have I told you that my quirks are not creations, they are called 72 transformations. Is 72 transformations good? Although they have the ability to create, they are still a bit far from pure creation. Ye Qiu corrected it bluntly. Okay, the magical quirks that they have never heard of, it seems that Daxia is so big that there are indeed many things that they cannot understand. Okay, even so, why do you want to worship in that Bangu dojo? You continued to ask. Ye Qiu smiled, because he is strong enough, what he knows is also what we need most now. You're already so strong. Besides, didn't you 803 say you want to teach us personally? Kento Kezuka complained. She always felt that Ye Qiu was looking for the grandmaster named Bangu, whether he was going to use the pot for his teaching task. I will teach you personally? These 2 things are not in conflict. I will teach you and sleep later, and start cultivating internal skills. After 2 days, you can go out and fight with weirdos? You lack a little killing intent and bloody, can never become the top powerhouse. There are too many rules and terms in the British world. It is really not an overnight thing to train a real strong man there. But the world of One Punch is different. If you want to survive, you must kill those weirdos? Really want to kill those monsters? Kento Ka's face turned pale. She is only 14 years old now, and will be 15 years old after a while. Killing is not something she needs to endure at her age. Even those who are to be killed are all monsters that are destroying human beings. Ye Qiu's face suddenly became serious. You must kill. You are already much luckier than others, the sooner you become stronger, the greater the potential. Don't waste your time, if you want to become a strong person, which one there is no blood in their hands. All might and endeavor are not as beautiful as you think, and their hands are definitely stained with blood. I'll try my best. Compared to you and Xiang Shan sleeping calmly, Kento Kazuka bit his lip, trying to adapt himself to the cruelty of Ye Qiu's training. Ye Qiu shook his head and did not continue to speak. This kind of thing requires a process of adaptation. He believed that if Kento Kazuka really wanted to become stronger, he would definitely try to apply it all. Because of the battle just now, Ye Qiu's inner strength was also in a relatively empty state. Frost Fist? After Ye Qiu thought about it, he decided to teach Xiang Shan to sleep with Tianchuang Fist first. As for Feng Shen legs, after seeing Ye Qiu's figure, any woman would be interested in this exercise. But Ye Qiu felt that instead of letting them learn how to dodge first, it would be better for her to learn how to attack first. After all, not everyone is 100 and can adjust their combat style within 3 distances. Skyfrost Fist, with the ability to hypnotize, slow and hypnotic, it's the perfect combination. The ability of Tianchuankan combined with the big punch. This is a bit hard to say. Ye Qiu thinks that the quirks of Yu Kwando, compared with quirkless, don't have much advantage, unless she is allowed to specialize in body training in the future. Maybe the quirks of the big boxing, there is still a little use. If you are excellent, the huge quirks will not have much advantage if they leave my world. Headache? Ye Qiu feels that he has a problem now, except for the top quirks, the other quirks are a little bit despised. The exercises, you have them there, you can just follow her to practice together. That's how you taught people. Kento Kazuka's eyes widened as he looked at Ye Qiu in disbelief. Ye Qiu said speechlessly, there's no way, the boxing techniques you've cultivated, given my current physical condition, can't be cultivated. I want to give you cultivation advice, but I'm completely powerless. Speaking of which, Ye Qiu also wanted to improve his situation. Because of the burning fruit, when he tried to practice Tianchuang fist, he would be melted by the burning fruit's ability almost as soon as he cultivated his inner strength. In the formless, ugh, it seems that when the qi and blood is enough, it must be created to create a third of the qi, and see if this problem can be solved. However, it seems that there is no specific secret recipe for 3 points to return to vitality, and I don't know if it can be created. I can't just create an arbitrary door at that time, go to the world of Fenjayun and beat the tyrants, and then force the 3 points to return to vitality. Thinking of this, Ye Qiu suddenly became interested. It seems that in the world of wind and clouds, there are many good things, that is, the force in that world is too violent. With his current state, if he can defeat a dragon-level geek, if he goes there, it is very likely to make soy sauce. Forget it, it's still a period of wretched development, and I don't need such a fast rate of improvement recently. Ye Qiu had already felt that the speed of his cultivation was a bit too fast, and he needed to refine his body and temperament, and only after the strength had settled down could he be able to perform better. After spending a little blood, Ye Qiu directly exchanged the top 3 levels of the Dragon Elephant Boruo Gong and the top 3 levels of the King Kong Indestructible Magic. A total of 13 level exercises, and a total of 12 level exercises. And the 2 kinds of body training methods are biased towards the Buddhist body training methods, which are considered to be stable and domineering body training methods. Under Yu's guidance, Kento Kazuka and Xiangshan slept, and it took a long time to feel the breath. However, after cultivating the sense of qi, the feeling of refreshment immediately made them unable to stop, and their enthusiasm for cultivating became even higher. On Ye Qiu's side, the body training has already begun. From the breath, the body can be filled with bursts of golden light, and the remaining medicinal power in the body quickly turns into a hammer to polish the body, making the muscles become more and more firmer. What surprised you was that when Ye Qiu was cultivating, he could vaguely hear the roar of the dragon elephant in his body. Sure enough, the cultivation methods of other worlds, simply starting with quirks, would appear to be quite miraculous. The cultivation of inner strength can replace sleep. For the first time, Xiangshan sleeping and Kento Yujia, who entered the state of cultivation, practiced for a whole night. The next morning, when they opened their eyes, Yu had already started to practice. This is the introversion, volume, crazy volume among the female apprentices, them. Kento Kazuka was a little afraid to look at her, but her eyes were unwilling to leave the 2 of them. She also wanted to learn how to cultivate and become stronger. Xiangshan Shui shook his head helplessly. Hey, we really got on a pirate ship, these 2 guys don't know how to avoid it at all. If it was me, at least I would go to another room. This guy, Yu, is clearly showing off that he can advance in advance. Cultivation. Wait, we can also cultivate in the future, and we have to unite with the outside world. What? Kento Kazuka was obviously a little unresponsive. Why is it only one cultivation practice? Why should it be united with the outside world? Yu puffed out a laugh. Xiangshan sleeps, I see you begging for a beating first, and now I can snatch more than you. You dare to say that, believe it or not, I will let you go out to a duel and beat you once. Thinking of the situation of being defeated yesterday, Xiangshan sleeps with a shiver. It was amazing to say, although she and Yujia had just felt a sense of qi, but after a night of practice, the bruises in their bodies had actually healed by more than half. This ability is comparable to the medical quirks. And in the battle, in case of injury, and there is no medical quirks teammates, those with inner strength will definitely have a much higher chance of surviving. Ye Qiu, he really is an amazing person? Xiangshan was horrified to realize that, before she knew it, in less than a day, Ye Qiu's weight in her heart had actually increased to this level. Damn it, why do you think like this? Well, when I go back later, I'll change my hero, costume. Humph? You, don't think I'm afraid of you, the most I can do is not to offend that demon Ye Qiu, it won't take long for my strength to catch up with you. Xiangshan slept like a kitten and waved his little hand. Kento Kazuka's face is covered. How does she feel that the 2 professional hero, are older than herself, but they are more like children than herself, and the future may not be easy? The sound of the 3 girls laughing made Ye Qiu wake up from his sleep. With internal strength, the first level of his Dragon Elephant Boruo Gong is directly successful in rapid cultivation. Speaking of which, this practice method is also very compatible with the 18 dragon subduing palms. It is a pity that it is still a bit difficult to cultivate the King Kong indestructible magic, and it needs to be constantly polished during the battle. It's time to go back, Starting from today, those who should go to work, those who should go to school. When I'm not here, no one is allowed to come into this world. Ye Qiu said in a serious tone. However, Xiang Shinsui and Kento Kazuka didn't care about his serious tone at all. Instead, they stared at Ye Qiu, who was glowing under the sun because of his exercises. It turns out that people really shine? Hey, what kind of eyes do you have? They are people, not light. You looked at the two girls with amusement. You, don't make trouble, Ye Qiu said in a low voice. You glanced at Ye Qiu. It's a family anyway. Ye Qiu, when did you become so awkward? There is nothing shameful about cultivation, and more people become stronger, which is also a big deal for you. Help, don't always think about fighting alone. Kento Kazuka feels that he must have not woken up yet. Could Hero, become stronger through some special training method? The so-called he is strong by him, and the breeze blows the hills. He is horizontal by him, and the bright moon shines on the river? For us, cultivation is to have the foundation to fight against the strong. If we want to grow, the only way to cultivate is to work hard. Ye Qiu was said by you, and he felt that this was the truth, so he would simply teach 2 more apprentices, and just introspect it. To study or not to study. At the thought of her family's martial arts being replaced by a new cultivation method, Kento Kazuka began to hesitate, and she was also thinking about whether to accept new things. I can't do this. I can't do this. Ye Qiu is a bad guy. Ye Qiu is a bad guy who knows how to bully me. How can he comprehend such a powerful cultivation method? Is our Quantang dojo really going to be lonely? Kento Kazuka was like a demonic barrier, thinking about Ye Qiu's shortcomings in his heart, but Ye Qiu's incomparable strength, like a demon, was entangled in her heart. No matter how lingering, it could not go away. Really going crazy? About an hour later, the 3 girls found the key to their cultivation, and they all entered into meditation. There was a nascent internal force in their bodies, which gradually formed a cycle. For flowers, Yu and Xiangshan are both very active, and they didn't expect that as a hero, whose ability is not particularly outstanding, there is still a day when he can break through the limit of strength. It's just that training is too boring. Take a break and go back later. I don't want to go to school anymore. I have to practice for a day today. The years before me have been wasted. I want to become the strongest hero, Sleep has a different mental head. You glanced at Ye Qiu. You are responsible for sending her back to school. She is a teacher and a hero, so there is no reason to ask for leave every day. Okay, I get it. Ye Qiu touched the back of his head a little embarrassedly. 0. I feel like going to school today. I might be laughed at by those guys again. Opening any door, Ye Qiu directly returned to Yu's house. Yujia, who was following Ye Qiu, was looking at Ye Qiu's back, stunned. Remember to take good care of Xiao Yujia. Yu, who was still going to practice for a while, explained before Ye Qiu put on his school uniform and was about to go to Xiangying to go to school. Understood. Ye Qiu responded. You and I. Following Ye Qiu, Kento Kazuka, who was walking on the road, hesitated several times. You've already learned it, so don't worry. It's not your goal to become a powerful hero, Ye Qiu asked casually. I don't want to learn that much either. You are willing to teach me, and I have learned it. I can only say that my talent is relatively high, and it has nothing to do with you. Kento Kazuka said in frustration and annoyance. Until now she has been completely indulged in the joy of cultivation. If it is not necessary, she also wants to continue cultivation and begins to involuntarily. That's easy to handle. You have learned my family's martial arts, and you are always responsible? You will be a member of my Ye family in the future. Remember to change your domineering temperament. I'm the head of the family, you know, Ye Qiu said casually. When did I become a member of your Ye family? If I learn a cultivation method, I want to be your wife? It's too much. Kento Kazuka wanted to refute, but his face blushed randomly, not knowing what he was thinking. Secretly behind Ye Qiu, lowered his head, and pulled Ye Qiu's big hand. Small. What? You want to ask for leave for Xiangshan to sleep? I heard it right. When did the relationship between the two of you become so good? All Might looked at Ye Qiu speechlessly. If he remembered correctly, Ye and Xiangshan slept. It seems that it was the first time they met among the heroes a few days ago. Yeah, what's so strange about this? All Might, you're not too young now. Look at Endeavor, who is about the same age as you. You already have 2 sons and a daughter. Look at you again. Myself, the gap between this man and the man is not that big. Ye Qiu mocked mercilessly. When he thinks of this, All Might feels sad against the current. He has been determined to fight against the League of Villains for all these years, and he also feels that this is the case in his life. He should not be far away from death. Naturally, he will not consider any love for children. Long thing. 803. But now, he has a strong helper like Ye Qiu to deal with the League of Villains, and his body has become better and better with the recent medicated bath package, but just like he is now, he wants to find a woman. Starting a family is easier said than done. Heartache? Apart from watching Wing Chun DVDs every day in the dead of night, and learning the way of a strong man who can beat 10, All Might has no intention of facing the reality. No way, the teachers are so beautiful. All Might now thinks, as if Hero, is pretty. All of them were deceived by Ye Qiu, the goddamn kid. Think about yourself. Think about Aizawa Shouta. Think about Shinwei in the jungle. Think about the Red Fist of Death, such a hero, who is still suffering from being single. He even thought of shooting Ye Qiu to death. By the way, today is the day to choose a battlesuit. Would you also consider customizing a battlesuit for yourself? All Might whispered. I think your usual clothes should be easily burnt by the flames. It would be better to get a set of Hero ES clothes with a characteristic. Anyway, Hero ES paid for it, and it was provided to you at public expense. Corruption? It's public expense? Since All Might said it so clearly, Ye Qiu felt that if he accepted this big gift unwillingly, wouldn't he be very sorry to All Might? Okay, I want a battlesuit, but don't be too responsible, just get some black trousers. Ye Qiu didn't think carefully. Ace's trousers shape is really suitable for burning fruit. When fighting, there is no clothes on the upper body, which is not important at all. Your request is so simple? It's at public expense. All Might looked at Ye Qiu with a bit of hatred. It does cost a lot of money to make Hero ES battle costumes. Hero ES, with such a reputation and good income generally do not consider how many sets of battle costumes to make. After all, it is really too expensive. Now that I finally had the opportunity to make a battle suit for free, Ye Qiu actually only needed a pair of shorts. Must be out of his mind. No. Is this guy earning so much money that he can't spend it all because of the medicinal bath package? Hateful? Why do I know this kind of guy who has both money and S**X? He is still so young. Is he a hero who came here especially to attack an old guy like me? In an instant, countless thoughts appeared in All Might's mind. Too ugly? Ye Qiu's dull voice instantly broke All Might's inner monologue. What? All Might rubbed his ears. He wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. Is Hero ES ugly? Obviously one looks better than the other, and the other is better than the other. There must be something wrong with Ye Qiu's thoughts. All Might looked at Ye Qiu with the eyes of monsters. By the way, I'm going to class later. You follow me. Your battlesuit should not take long to make. It's just a pair of trousers, and it seems that it can be completed in a few minutes. The special materials for making battlesuits are actually done by Quirk's unique Hero ES. What are you going to do in class? You are Hero ES of number 1. I still have confidence in the quality of your class. I think the class is a bit boring. The strength of those boys is too low. Can't I do some activity yourself? After fighting the giant Margly, Ye Qiu's mind was already a little familiar, and he really felt a little too bored to teach children. Hey, Ye Qiu, why did you become so impetuous after not seeing him for a day? Let me remind you that Hero ES is a sacred pronoun, and cultivating Hero ES has far-reaching significance for us heroes. All Might stared at Ye Qiu seriously. He didn't want the extremely powerful Ye Qiu to follow the old path of AFO, and the strong man should have a temperament that matches his strength. Well, I see. Tell me what today's class is. Ye Qiu nodded helplessly. He didn't plan to talk to All Might about the one-punch world. It didn't make any sense at all, and he didn't plan to conquer it. He just simply hoped that the people around him could become stronger. Correct. Almost forgot an important thing? Hundreds are in battle suits? Xiangying, a stingy high school, directly designed Bai's battle suit to be a bit revealing, and it really is not a place to save money. Ye Qiu forgot to continue the discussion with All Might, and immediately disappeared from All Might's sight before All Might spoke. Young people today. All Might opened his mouth and swallowed everything he wanted to say. Discussing his own lesson plan, thankfully he believed it before. Class 1A, the atmosphere today is not bad, but in this warm atmosphere, everyone felt a cold atmosphere. Bai, come out. Is the devil? It's that demon advisor. That familiar high-pitched voice directly sent chills down the backs of the boys who were still discussing the topic of the 18 bands. Shoto Todoroki and Bakugo's eyes fell on Ye Qiu almost instantly. Don't look at me like that. I don't plan to continue to abuse you today. Of course, if necessary, I don't mind letting you hit me a few times. Ye Qiu showed an incomparably weird smile. Bai looked at Ye Qiu a little strangely, and after following him out, his nose moved slightly. Ye Qiu, you have more than one woman's perfume on you. Bai stared at Ye Qiu with burning eyes. In the classroom, under the fear of everyone, Mizo on the neck used the replica wrist to duplicate two ears, which happened to hear Bai's words. What great news? What the hell is that devil talking about? Minoru Mineta stared at Shoji Mizo with bright eyes. Shoji Mizo hesitated a bit. I feel that what I say may hit you. The theory class at All Might was really boring. Ye Qiu almost didn't fall asleep. Choosing to be a special advisor instead of being a student of Xiangying, Ye Qiu felt that he really made an extremely correct choice. In addition, when Class A was in class, he deliberately changed into a dead tyrant outfit and Bai of Xiao, which immediately became the focus of the entire class, and even All Might couldn't help but look at Bai's clothes. Amazing, Ye Qiu, the battle suit you designed, why does it look so pleasing to the eye? How about you? Why don't you consider helping me design a second set of spare battle suits? It's good for my communication with my female fans. Ye Qiu has always felt that All Might's battle uniform is still very similar to the style of Captain America. As for changing the style, just forget it. Just like his hairstyle, if you change the style, I'm afraid this guy won't suit himself. I think your battle suit is quite suitable for you. Your taste is really very good. Ye Qiu gave All Might a thumbs up, of course it was against his will. After being praised by a veteran lover like Ye Qiu, All Might suddenly became excited. Young Ye Qiu, when do you think I can get rid of being single like you? Ye Qiu glanced at him, then glanced at his waist. Your kidneys are not good. I think it is better for you to nourish your kidneys first, otherwise you will find a girlfriend, and you will not be able to benefit from your hero, ES, career. It will have a great impact. Don't tell me you don't have any points. After you passed on your power to that boy in Green Valley, you have already begun to transform into an ordinary person. If your kidneys are not good, what kind of girlfriend are you talking about? And Teacher Kang will accompany you? Bad kidneys. All Might had an air of heartbreak all over him. Right? It's the BD of AFO. After he finds the BD, he must let him know the anger from a real man. My kidneys? All Might roared unwillingly from the bottom of his heart. If it wasn't for the serious injury he suffered a few years ago, he should have been the father of the child by now. If Ye Qiu knew his inner thoughts, he would definitely despise a sentence that thinks too much. Then middle school? For female fans, after being in love for a period of time, they should not hesitate to refuse the idea of living with this uncle in the middle school for a lifetime. All Might, come on. Before leaving, Ye Qiu did not forget to pat All Might on the shoulder with an old-fashioned look, giving him an encouraging look. The second class, a theory class, was held in Class B. During the class, the little girl Kento Kezuka's eyes from time to time almost prevented All Might from crushing the book in his hand. Too much? When Class A was in class, a good student like Bai would occasionally set his eyes on Ye Qiu. But in Class B, I thought that Ye Qiu would not have this kind of treatment, but I didn't expect that. I was mercilessly attacked again. Soon it was time for school. Ye Qiu finally decided that he would not go to the world of Yi Punch to hone his skills today. Sleeping and Yujia also needed to familiarize themselves with internal skills. Although there is a king's buff bonus, the place where they live should not encounter too much danger, but if they are still practicing here, the effect will be better. Today, it's time to go back and stay with Bai. For the next 2 days, Ye Qiu maintained the schedule of going to school with Bai and leaving school every day. Just when he took Yujia and was about to go to the world of One Punch for the assessment, he met someone who was unexpected to him. You're here to pick up your brother? He's so old, he shouldn't need his parents to pick him up, right? Ye Qiu looked at Hung Dongmei strangely. He always thought that this cute girl might be targeting him. No, I'm here to find you. The big eyes behind Hong Dongmei's glasses looked at Ye Qiu seriously. Looking for me? We don't seem to know each other very well. If you want to say that you are familiar, it seems that you have been looked at last time. Alas, it is good to burn the fruit, but it is easy to be looked at. Ye Qiu has a feeling recently that he is a little too careless. In the end, he came to a conclusion. It must be because of burning the fruit. No, it should be the stallion fruit in his mind, and the sudden burst of shirt makes people responsible, and the operation is simply perfect. Actually, it's because of my brother. Hung Dongmei shyly fiddled with the corner of her clothes. But after seeing Ye Qiu beside him, the shyness disappeared instantly. Man, it's all the same? Your brother. Ye Qiu is even more puzzled. There doesn't seem to be any intersection between him and Shoto Todoroki, right? If it's convenient, can we find a quiet place to talk? Hung Dongmei looked at Ye Qiu with a slight pleading look. All of them were students from Xiangying High School. She didn't want to find out about Ye Qiu by her own younger brother. Okay, for the sake of our cooperation, you have 10 minutes. I still have important things to do today. I hope you can finish what you have to say within 10 minutes, otherwise, I can only say sorry. Soon, the three of them found a corner in the shade of a tree. Students passing by would not pay too much attention to what was going on under the shade of a tree. Hung Dongmei hesitated for a moment, then she spoke directly. First, she briefly described their family relationship. When she heard it, everyone felt sympathy for Shoto Todoroki's family relationship, and discussed it endeavor, the hero, ES. Mood. So, I want to ask you, can you guide my brother to become stronger? I think if he can't become stronger and can't untie his knot, he will become like his father sooner or later. I don't want to see that in the family. People. Hong Dongmei looked at Ye Qiu earnestly. The recent Shoto Todoroki has become more and more indifferent to the people around him, all of which are due to, money's good, seeing that the flames shown by Ye Qiu are powerful. Ice and fire are inherently opposites. And what Shoto Todoroki has always wanted to do is to use his ice quirks to defeat the Endeavor, who is considered to be the strongest fire element. Ye Qiu seemed to be a demon king, shattering his beliefs, because he could no longer hold on to his beliefs. Shoto Todoroki was not very good at school, and when he was at home, Hung Dongmei obviously found that his younger brother was autistic again. I don't know the quirks of ice. Ye Qiu's face was speechless. Moreover, if Xiangying wants to become stronger, it is enough to have enough credits. I will not help any Xiangying student become stronger because of personal relationship. This sentence, Ye Qiu said, is definitely incomparable. Today one person asks him to open the back door, and tomorrow there will be a second one. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it is better to reject the first one directly. Pull. Really not. Hung Dongmei showed a very disappointed expression. If you want, I can pay any price, including me. Break? Ye Qiu sucked in a breath of cold air. Yi Jia is not 100, and the familiar two-finger meditation started raging directly around his waist. Is King Kong indestructible magic a fake? Hehe, so that's how you bully women. Yu Jia didn't smile. Ye Qiu felt chills all over looking at that expression. Could it be that women who practice Tianshuang become cold? It seems that other exercises will be considered in the future, and those women should not be allowed to practice Tianshuang. Cough, cough. I think you may have misunderstood. I don't have any other ideas. 10 minutes is almost the same. About your brother, I can only say that everyone has their own fate and wants to become a real one. A strong man should learn to accept. If he can accept the innate fire power that your father brought him, that is when he will truly become powerful. Accept? Is it possible? Hung Dongmei smiled bitterly. She knew better than anyone what Quirks her brother was. Paranoid, stubborn. Perhaps Shoto Todoroki didn't even notice it himself, but in a way, his character was exactly the same as his father's. However, if he can really accept his own body, that part belongs to the power brought by his father. Hong Dongmei also 803 fully believes that at that time, his younger brother's strength will be improved by leaps and bounds. Thank you, although you refused to help me, today's conversation is still very useful to me, so I won't disturb your precious time. Of course, what I said just now is still valid. If you are willing to teach with my brother, I'd do anything. Hung Dongmei bowed to Ye Qiu and left with a slightly disappointed expression. Why don't you help her? Kento Kezuko looked at Ye Qiu incomprehensibly. That is a very beautiful woman, especially her unique temperament. I really envy her. Cut. Girl, I'm a principled person, okay? Why do I feel that you treat me as a hungry ghost, and you can't help but jump up when you see a woman? Ye Qiu rolled his eyes speechlessly. Is not it? Kentoko looked at Ye Qiu slyly. Well, you have already offended me, and I have practiced for a long time. Don't underestimate me. My strength is not weak. Humph? Who is afraid of who? I also have 2 older sisters. All 3 of us are your apprentices. 3 of them beat 1. Even if you are a master, you can beat you. Kento Kezuka waved his small fist angrily. I'm really scared of you. Laughing and playing all the way, Ye Qiu and the 2 soon came to Yu's house. In order to witness the S-rank hero, ES, of the One Punch world, Xia Yu waited at home early, waiting for Ye Qiu to open any door. When you go there, you still have to pay attention. Even if the strength of the few of us is added together, it may not be an opponent that exists over there. Any door can't be taken with you at any time. If it is taken away by someone with a heart, it will bring nightmares to the world here. Ye Qiu reminded very seriously. Speaking of which, he kind of wanted to create something as convenient as storage, but when he tried to create it, the flow of energy and blood almost didn't frighten him to death. A few seconds later, he will die due to the exhaustion of qi and blood. So horrible? For now, cultivation items are definitely not taboo items that he can touch. Got it? Let's hurry up and find Mr. King. I'm really curious now, what kind of existence is the Hero, ES, association in that world, and how strong is the Hero, ES, there? Yu was a little excited to think. Sleeping and Yuji's eyes are also full of expectations. After all, it is Hero, ES, or someone who wants to become Hero, ES, knowing that there are Hero, ES, in other worlds, and maybe even stronger ones. After Hero, ES, their curiosity can no longer be suppressed. Ah, woman. Curiosity killed the cat? Ye Qiu shook his head slightly and didn't say anything more. Anyway, it won't be long before they can see the cruelty of the One Punch world. There are many ordinary people there, but there are not as many Hero, ES, as in our British world. It is precisely because of this that human life is even more worthless in that world. As long as there are slightly more powerful monsters, large-scale bloodshed will inevitably occur. Ordinary people? In the eyes of eccentrics, it is nothing more than killing for pleasure, a ration-like existence. Even if you live in an urban area, you don't know when a weirdo like Margley will appear. With one punch, the entire town will be blasted away without a trace. Surviving is so cruel. That is to say, they crossed any door and arrived in the house that had been placed before. The moment I opened the door, I was waiting at the door early, and it seemed that I had been waiting for a long time. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. King. Ye Qiu said apologetically. King shook his head indifferently. Until the weirdo disappears, things like time have no substantive meaning to everyone. It should be said that the entertainment industry chain in the One Punch world is already close to the brink of collapse, which is why King is addicted to love games and stand-alone games. Almost all other entertainment items have disappeared. Under the leadership of King, the special car of the Hero, ES, association was arranged early in the community. After all, for King, he doesn't really have the strength to become a Hero, ES. Every time he uses his S-Class Hero, ES, status to greet the Hero, ES, association's special car pickup and drop-off, this is not a big deal. It's a small benefit, otherwise, it is really not an easy task to go from one city to another for a meeting with his own footsteps. Wow, is this the Hero, ES, association? It looks amazing. The towering black building surrounded by all the cities immediately aroused the emotion of the 3 women. Compared with the Hero, ES, association here, there is no building that looks so cold on their side. Welcome Mr. King to the Hero, ES, association. Under your recommendation, we will test the recommenders. During the test, there will be S-Class Hero, ES, Silver Fangs, and S-Class Hero, ES, Trembling. Tornadoes conduct side-by-side reviews. Don't we already have 16 S-Class Hero, ES? Why only 2? Can they be sure of the final result? In order to get on Ye Qiu's thigh, King still seemed very serious about his evaluation. You must know that this man is called the strongest man on earth? Feeling a trace of anger on King's body, the person in charge of the Hero Association hurriedly explained, those two are among the S rank, with one of the best strengths. Mr. King, you can rest assured that the association will agree with them. Opinion. It's better, if I can't handle even this trivial matter, I will no longer be able to trust the Hero Association, and I will resign myself as an S-rank Hero King Haki said incomparably. Ye Qiu didn't tell the three girls that King's true strength is actually the same as ordinary people, with a preconceived S-level Hero status, which made them instantly feel that Mr. King is really a very powerful character, and he speaks so confidently. You can rest assured, everything is arranged. A few please. Come with me. The person in charge of the Hero Association is full of sweat. He can't bear the anger of an S-rank Hero if he is known by the superiors, he will let an S-rank Hero renounce himself for his own reasons. As an S-level Hero his life may not be preserved. Following behind the man in the suit, the 5 people quickly came to a venue. The venue was very large, with various test machines and many glass windows in the sky. Ye Qiu could clearly feel it. Behind those opaque-looking glass windows, many people were observing them. Just opposite when they came, an automatic door was opened, and an old man with hair color that had completely turned silver, and a girl with green curly hair came out. Have not seen you for a long time. Very familiar, and said hello to the two. These two are the Shivering Tornado who currently ranks 2nd and 3rd among the S-rank Hero and the Silver Fangs. Great. You and the other 3, because of their internal strength training, their control of breath has become more acute than before. In their perception, except for Mr. King, who seems to be unable to discern the depth, the newly emerged 2 breath machines are very powerful. And that Mr. Silver Fang seems to be the person Ye Qiu wants to apprentice to. There seems to be a sleeping beast lurking in his body. It looks incomparably bright, but it can launch a fatal blow at any time. As for the Trembling Tornado, it is naturally an existence that surprised them even more. How did he become an S-rank Hero at such a young age? In their world, quirks are constantly growing with age. Even the quirks, who are against the sky, cannot become a character on the Hero rankings at such a young age. Everyone relies on with the accumulated practice. He gradually became stronger and stepped into that position. Of course, they didn't know how old Shivering Tornado really was, otherwise they wouldn't be so surprised. After all, Shivering Tornado had come up step by step from weak strength. Ye Qiu, I heard that you want to join my dojo and practice with me. Maybe you don't understand the situation of my dojo, so you have such an idea. Silver Fang put his hands behind his back and sighed, his voice full of helplessness. Ye Qiu smiled and said, of course I know exactly what's going on in your dojo, but what I admire is your strength and character. Besides, do you think a person with level 5 Hero strength can't do anything about it? To deal with that little trouble. It's good to have self-confidence, but the troubles I need to face may not be able to withstand the S-class Hero Since the old man is in charge of the test today, let me say that Mr. King has complete S-class strength in his eyes. How strong are people? Silver Fang nodded, and he stepped aside with the Trembling Tornado who was too lazy to say a word, quietly waiting for the test to begin. Mr. Ye Qiu, the object of this test is the robot provided by Your Excellency Metal Knight. If you can defeat this robot, we will determine that you have A-level strength. If you want to identify an S-level Hero you need to do a lot of testing. If you're sure of the solution, then I'll release that robot now. No problem. Ye Qiu nodded casually. Release the battle robot A324. In the broadcast, the voice sounded again, and on Ye Qiu's left, there was another huge automatic door. Click, click. Yesterday. As the door opened, there was a sound of metal humming behind the door. Hiss. Sleeping was in a bad mood at this time. They, Xiong Yinged, made quite a few robots. During the entrance examination, those robots with great power had already appeared. It's just that the body in front of him is not particularly big, but the whole body exudes deadly killing intent. Compared with the pure black machine, it is obviously many times worse. Ask for flowers. It's all Hero world. Why is there such a big gap? You, as a professional Hero sighed and said, in the past, most of the technological explosions were developed because of war. As a professional Hero we really have to face many battles, most of which are battles. It's not enough to make another leap in power. Really dangerous missions are taken over by beings like All Might and Endeavor, and those dangers don't seem to matter to the world now. A war between humans and monsters? This is the fundamental reason to promote the crazy progress of the scientific and technological strength of the One-Punch world. Let's go ahead first, don't disturb your battle. I believe you will be able to become an S-class Hero come on. 0. King patted Ye Qiu on the shoulder, and he and you 3 retreated to the edge of the testing field. Don't turn on the long-range firepower mode. Let's test your speed and defense as Mr. Ye Qiu with melee combat. The top of the Hero Association made a decision in an instant for the members who controlled the robot's mode change. Hey, even though it was in melee mode, the engine hidden in his body made the incomparably cold big man rush towards Ye Qiu at an extremely fast speed. Good come? In the past 3 days, Ye Qiu's strength is not static. He has successfully cultivated the second level of the Dragon Elephant Boruogong, and the first level of the King Kong Indestructible Magic has also entered the first level. A faint golden light. Without the power of fire? Without any evasion, what exactly is this Ye Qiu trying to do? For Ye Qiu's motionless actions, he had strong suspicions. Could it be said that the battle 3 days ago had caused Ye Qiu to not return to his peak? Yes, shame in front of the numerous staff of the association. Kind of hard to do. Not regaining strength? Non-existent? It's just that I just want to try my first defense of the Diamond Indestructible Magic. Can I withstand the attack of this big man? And if there is no strong blow, the diligence of the Diamond Indestructible Magic will also be very high. Of slowness. Small. Ang? Who? The dragon is singing and the elephant is singing? On Ye Qiu's body, a golden dragon-like phantom soon appeared, and after submerging into the incomparably strong body, it made him look much stronger. This is far from over. It is only the power of the double dragon elephant Boruogong. When the two double dragon elephant Boruogong increases the power of the body, Ye Qiu will use the first layer of the King Kong Indestructible Magic to display. When he came out, there was a faint golden light on his skin. This Mr. Ye Qiu's ability is not a pure physical ability similar to that of the Super Alloy Black Light. In this case, let's see where his physical ability limit is. If the Super Alloy Black Light is not powerful, it is not enough to become S-Class Hero, ES. At present, this kind of super physically capable person has not only the Super Alloy Black Light in the S-level Hero, ES, but also the existence of the Vest 803 Venerable. Strictly speaking, the zombie male also belongs to physically powerful S-Class Hero, ES. Such an S-level Hero, ES, will have a very strong defensive ability, but its attacking ability will not be so prominent, so in the eyes of the Hero, ES, Association managers, its status will not appear so high. Boom! Under everyone's attention, the fist that was so flatly stretched out and finally touched the fist of the robot A324. That is indeed the most primitive way of fighting. Driven by the engine and metal arms, the power of a 324 is extremely terrifying. Ye Qiu's current body training is indeed not enough to resist such terrifying body power. After the fists of the two sides contacted, Ye Qiu's body was deeply pushed out by the terrifying robot A324, nearly 20 meters away. However, because of the inner chi protection of Juyang Genkai, this ferocious impact only caused a slight disturbance to Ye Qiu's breathing, and did not cause any substantial damage to him. Being able to resist a heavy punch from a 324 shows that his physical defense has far exceeded that of normal humans, at least it can be compared to a tiger-level monster. But this is not the S-level Hero, ES, we want. If his strength is only like that, I decided to reject Mr. King's recommendation this time. Well, simply surpassing the limits of the human body, without any skills, can't be compared with Mr. Silver Fang. Such a person is indeed not enough to become an S-level Hero, ES. I think A-level Hero, ES. I'm afraid he's a bit incompetent, and if the test continues like this, it's more or less the result of a B-level Hero, ES. Don't worry, if this person's strength is really not as strong as what he said, give him the strength of level 5, second place, and take care of the feelings of Mr. King and the trembling Miss Tornado. Under the attack and defense of the first round, it seemed that it was Ye Qiu, who was a little down on the wind, but as Ye Qiu's introducer King, and the three daughters who knew Ye Qiu best, they did not show any panic. Tornado curled his lips in disdain. Silver Fangs, no wonder this kid wants to practice with you. It seems that his strength is still not at home, for such a trivial matter to call us to the Hero, ES, Association. Next time I will definitely is not coming. Don't be in such a hurry. This little guy looks like a cultivator of the body refining school, but in my opinion, what he cultivates will definitely not be that simple. And from his easygoing expression, it seems that there is no metal at all. The robot made by the night is in sight. Don't worry, there are still good shows to watch. Banggu is not as impatient as the Tornado. He practiced breathing techniques, and it is almost certain that Ye Qiu's exercises and the breathing techniques he practiced are on a par with each other, but it seems that Ye Qiu's mastery of these two terrifying powers is only an entry level. It should be the reason that he just practiced not long ago. No one would use the power they just cultivated as a trump card, and he didn't think that a person who defeated a dragon and a disaster had only such a little power. There should be no bragging in the king's words. Click, click. Sure enough, there was a crunching sound from Ye Qiu's body, who was beaten to the ground. The body that didn't look too strong at first was almost sturdy for a full circle. Using the power of burning the fruit here, I am afraid that it is a bit overkill. If so, let him use violence to try this robot. Kong Long has regrets? Under the blessing of the dragon elephant Boruogong and Juyang divine art, although the 18 dragon subduing palms does not have the terrifying power of burning the fruit, the terrifying power brought by the palm of Hunyuan Rui seems to be as if to blast all the air. There will be countless popping sounds in the small space. Previously, the group of high-level Hero, ES, Association leaders who were almost ready to assign Ye Qiu to the B-level Hero, ES, level rubbed their ears dumbfoundedly. What kind of beast-like power is this? Can humans make such a fist? Of course, there is such an effect, and it is entirely because of the 9 Yang divine art, the 18 dragon subduing palms, the dragon elephant Boruo art, and the King Kong indestructible divine art. All of these 4 divine arts will increase one's strength. Although Ye Qiu's cultivation level of each of them is not so advanced, the 4-level Juyang Divine Arts, the 2-level Dragon and Elephant Waves, and the 1 successful King Kong do not bad magic, and the 18 Dragon subduing palms that have been practiced for a long time, the effect of 1+1+1+1 is far greater than that of 4. Boom! Kong Long has the additional power of regret, and it has brought the effects of these 4 divine arts into full play. At the first contact, Ye Qiu retreated 10 meters, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Under the second contact, the power of this palm directly made the robot a 324 stiff in place. Hold it, hold it. This guy's level may be the same as the super alloy black light, and there is a huge defensive potential and attackability hidden in the flesh. The higher UPS of the Hero ES Association swallowed, and 3.8 instantly changed their judgment on Ye Qiu. If such an existence cannot become an S-class hero, ES, they don't know who else in this world can become an S-class hero, ES. What Ye Qiu didn't know, those high-level executives had almost decided in their hearts that he was qualified to be an S-level hero, ES. However, the strength of the A324 robot is not bad, but it can help him hone his physical body, and strive to polish the first-level King Kong indestructible magic to the realm of great achievement before he becomes a hero, ES. Ye Qiu seemed to be making a joke with the senior members of the Hero ES Association. That brutal blow only lasted for 1 move, and then A324, who was sluggish for a while, his fist was like a violent storm. It could all fall on Ye Qiu, making him take a few steps back. Since Mr. Bangu, now I understand why this little devil wants to take you as his teacher. He seems to have a bad mind. Tornado looked at Ye Qiu speechlessly. That kid seems to have deliberately sent a 3247 to fight. He can clearly solve this test quickly by fighting, but he wants to let the robot beat himself like a masochist. This is not a brain problem, how else can I explain it? Bangu's face was full of black lines, and he didn't know how to pick up what the dragon roll said. What does it mean to think about defeat if you have a bad brain, and you are self-righteous? It is clearly because my strength is relatively strong, okay. However, for Ye Qiu's actions, Bangu was also unable to figure it out once. It seems that he is polishing his own breathing method, but this kind of strange breathing method that requires the power of others to attack in order to continuously become stronger is really unheard of. Only Bangu could see that the faint golden light on Ye Qiu's body became more and more solid after being beaten countless times by a 324's iron fist, and the more he stepped back. It's getting smaller, and even from the first 10 meters, it's barely able to retreat a few meters away. The first major achievement of King Kong's indestructible magic? The golden light flashed in Ye Qiu's eyes. Except for being caught by Bangu, all the tornadoes with strong psychic power were not caught because he thought there was something wrong with his brain. Got stronger? Bangu is very sure that Ye Qiu's breathing method just now has broken through a limit and has reached a new level. Interesting. The breathing method practiced by this young man seems to be not only comparable to my breathing method, but even some of it may even exceed what I have learned. Bangu's breathing method is very powerful, but Ye Qiu has 4 great powers. Of course, Fengshen Leg and Tianshuang Fist are also considered divine arts, but these 2 exercises cannot increase the strength of the body, and Tianshuang Fist Ye Qiu has no way to use it, which is a bit of a fly in the ointment. Boom! A 324 is another iron fist. Ye Qiu only retreated 3 meters this time, and the whole person is emitting a faint golden light visible to the naked eye. Body training is indeed a violent and refreshing process. Ye Qiu suddenly felt that maybe he liked this violent way of solving the battle. The appetizers are over, the real battle begins. Ye Qiu lowered his head, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and when he raised his head again, he shouted a few words to the person who stripped the back of his head. Turn on the long-range attack mode? If you don't turn on all the attack modes, I have no interest in smashing robots of this level. Lu Zhang, domineering? There is no silence and humility from before. At this time, Ye Qiu seemed to be a different person, which made the Hero ES Association executives, who were a little hesitant about his strength, feel a little more annoyed in their hearts. Is the S-Class Hero ES amazing? You are not yet an S-Class Hero ES, so dare to be so arrogant. If you really become an S-Class Hero ES, wouldn't you have another existence that cannot be restrained? Turn on the remote attack mode of a 324. With an order, the responsible member directly pressed the button of the remote attack mode, and a 324 suddenly made a sound. There are heavy weapons on his shoulders, his hands and feet are all equipped with high-standard mechanical devices, and there are 2 extremely sharp alloy war knives behind him. The robot transformed by the Metal Knight still has strong strength, at least it can be comparable to a dragon-level monster. The tongues of fire were all concentrated on Ye Qiu's body in an instant, pouring down like raindrops. A bit fast? Ye Qiu wanted to try his best to capture the trajectory of the bullet, but at the moment, even though his eyesight has been greatly improved, he still found that his eyes couldn't capture it, and he could only see a little clearer than others. Try the defensive power of King Kong's indestructible magic first? Having cultivated to the highest level of Vajra's indestructible magic, coupled with the increased power of the Dragon Elephant Boruo Gong, Ye Qiu was almost certain that it would be extremely easy to block bullets. But now, Ye Qiu is not so sure. Sure enough, when the bullets like rain fell on Ye Qiu frantically, blood stains appeared on his pale golden skin. It hurts, but those pains are only a momentary thing. After all the bullets broke the defense of the skin, Ye Qiu used the elementalization ability of the burning fruit to let the bullets pass through his body smoothly. No dodge. The higher UPS of the Hero Association were stunned. They were really afraid that that round of strafing would directly cause Ye Qiu to be seriously injured. In that case, wouldn't it mean that a Hero would be lost in vain? They are the Hero Society, whose purpose is to fight against monsters, not to slaughter Hero who belong to the human side. It won't really happen, will it? It should be no, there is Mr. Silver Fang, and he didn't stop it, which means that the boy will be fine. Perhaps so. The reason why Silver Fang was invited was on the one hand because of Ye Qiu's own opinion, on the other hand, it was to avoid accidents. Among the S-level Hero of the entire Hero Association, the Silver Fangs who are the best talker and the least fearless casualty can be said to be the most trusted person by the top of the association. The Silver Fangs, who had a relaxed expression before, also showed a serious expression at this time. Tornado, did you see it? Well, I saw it. The expression on the dragon roll at this time is not easy at all. It turns out that there is still such a person in the world. If it wasn't for his strange aura, I would have taken action. 803. Elementalization? Only the two of them caught it. This ability can almost be said to be immortal, and it is also the elementalization ability of flames. Unless they encounter the power of the water system, or a very powerful water system, no one can threaten Ye Qiu. Physical defense is invincible? No matter whether the physical defense is invincible or not, in a world without armament haki, Ye Qiu is invincible in defense. Unless there is a power of comprehension, fantasy, or mythical level, it is generally difficult for him to die completely even with magic level power. The power from the one-punch world, at present, can completely kill him. Not too many. Vulcan-style Kong Long has regrets. It is also a remorseful dragon, plus the terrifying power of burning the fruit, the golden red dragon, wrapped in the power of the dragon elephant Boruo Gong, instantly made the entire test hall dazzling. Yes, it's S-class. It's the power of fire. The 10-meter-long oriental flame golden dragon was already rushing towards a 324, and the dragon's body roared instantly, and the body of a 234, which was difficult for even a ghost-level geek to penetrate in an instant, directly appeared a huge hole. The body that was still moving was already twitching slowly, and soon it stopped moving. I seem to have a little interest in shooting. Arrogant brats are really not likable. In the indifferent eyes of Tornado, a different kind of light appeared, as if the hunter had discovered the prey. Ha ha ha. Anyway, that kid's test isn't over yet. Miss Tornado, if you're interested, you can try it out. It's been a long time since there was such an interesting character among S-rank Hero don't you? Are you going to see where his limits are? Bangu also said with interest. In his eyes, the disciple with the highest talent in the past was Evil Wolf, but it was a pity that Evil Wolf went astray. Ye Qiu, who was standing in the field at this moment, had the will to worship him as his teacher, and in terms of talent, he was not sure how much higher than the Evil Wolf. Try his potential? Bangu can hardly wait to see how strong Ye Qiu is. As you wish. Tornado responded flatly, and the robot that should have collapsed to the ground suddenly stood up again, and the extremely sharp alloy long knife behind it was also pulled out. What's going on? Isn't the test already over? Who told you to restart a 324? If something goes wrong with Mr. Ye Qiu, we will lose an S-class Hero Are you responsible? Before seeing Ye Qiu's strength, the senior members of the Hero Association were more concerned with his positioning. And just that palm. The power of just one palm will completely overwhelm them. This person must be an S-rank Hero Counting Ye Qiu's record of defeating Margli, it was a dragon-level disaster, and it was already up to the standard of an S-level Hero Sir, I didn't do anything? The palm of my hand just now completely destroyed the control system in the A324 robot. Logically speaking, the A324 should have been scrapped. Unless the Metal Knight came in person, it would be possible to restart it again. Secret door. The man in the suit who was in charge of controlling the A324 was sweating all over his forehead. He was constantly trying to completely shut down a 324. Although Ye Qiu's strength was strong, they couldn't guarantee how much fighting power Ye Qiu had left after the terrifying attack just now. Those are S-class Hero if they are really tested by one of them, and they accidentally lose people, they will be the sinners of the entire human race. S-class Hero if you want to die, you can only die on the battlefield. You can't blame them for not being nervous. That guy from Metal Knight is clearly a lunatic, and his products are basically war machines. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of what happens. Boss, it's not a 324's own problem, it's Miss Tornado. Miss Tornado is controlling a 324 to attack for a long time. Soon, after checking all the possibilities, they finally found the tornado that was half floating in the air. Ye Qiu, who was the party involved, also discovered this long ago. Speaking of which, the psychic power of the royal sister Lolita, Tornado, is more suitable for the arrow rain than 100 moves, but it is a pity that she did not create the Quirks. However, it would be too much to look down on him by randomly manipulating a scrapped robot to test him. If you can attack me, count me as a loser. This S-rank Hero title, don't worry. With your power, you can control such a cumbersome thing, and even touch the corner of my clothes. Do you understand swordsmanship? Do you know the sword technique? Ye looked at the lowly royal sister unceremoniously at all. Young age is not the capital for your ranting? The tornado was obviously p'd off by Ye Qiu's tone, and he didn't expect that this guy would treat the third-ranked Silver Fangs and her in a totally different attitude. If this is the case, it is bound to give this Silver Fang's future apprentice an unforgettable lesson. The A324, which was originally driven by mechanical energy, suddenly became the control of psychic power, and the speed of restoring the alloy sword with both hands suddenly increased or decreased a lot. Ye Qiu smiled politely at the position of the Dragon Roll royal sister lowly, and shook his head regretfully. Catch the shadows? If it wasn't for the purpose of raising the level of King Kong's indestructible magic, how could he have been hit even once by that cumbersome attack? Good posture? Banggu originally thought that Ye Qiu would use a more violent method to smash the already dilapidated robot to the point of direct smashing, but he did not expect that this kid would display such a pleasing body technique. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. The people at the top of the Hero Association originally thought about how to dissuade Miss Tornado in order to stop this infighting between the S-rank Hero but now, they are not worried at all. This new Hero named Ye Qiu is clearly a monster. Physical defense, fire ability, invincible movement. Anyone who has one ability can become an S-rank hero, and he has 3 abilities at once. Especially at his age, the 3 abilities are far from the top level, and there are still some room for improvement. If they couldn't see it now, Ye Qiu's physical defense was improving at a speed visible to the naked eye when he was playing against a 324, and he was afraid that he could really resign from the Hero Association. As expected of the person recommended by the strongest man on Earth at present, this is completely possible to become the strongest of the next generation. I am afraid that Miss Tornado will be angry. Now those guys are not worried that Ye Qiu will be hit by the broken robot, they are a little worried. If the tornado is directly angry, Ye Qiu's current strength, I am afraid there is really no way to continue. Stop fighting, little loach. Long Wan felt that Ye Qiu was still a child, and she didn't bother to care about such a young and frivolous guy. She attacked for 10 minutes, and she couldn't even touch the corner of Ye Qiu's clothes, which was enough to explain the problem. Unless she was using her psychic power with all her strength and directly thinking of killing this guy, in this small space, the money is good. Tornado didn't think she had any other means that could pose a fatal threat to Qiu. If the older hero, provokes her, Tornado can just kill her regardless of whether the opponent is S-rank or not. Against monsters? It would be nice to have her trembling Tornado, but the trash that provokes her and was killed is not enough to protect the entire human race. Humph. Wait for this stinky BD to be suppressed when he is a little older? Compared with the hero, of Tongdi's age, the rebellious teenager in adolescence is really not cute at all. The arrogant royal sister, Lolita Tornado, just flew out of the Hero Association. She will not give her own evaluation, because as long as the Hero Association people are not idiots, they will know whether Ye Qiu should be an S grade. The Silver Tusk Banggu stayed. He wanted to witness the new S-rank hero, with King, and he also gave Ye Qiu one, and at the same time gave himself a chance. Congratulations, Mr. Ye Qiu. From now on, you are a real S-level hero, and you are currently ranked 17th among S-level hero, with your contribution. Before Genos joined the Hero Association, Ye Qiu's record was the last in the S rank. It has nothing to do with strength. As long as you brush more monsters, the ranking will still improve very quickly. Ye Qiu nodded. From today onwards, I will slaughter weirdos as my goal. Killing monsters? This person's idea is totally different from other S-class hero Is it good to engage in Hero activities? Hero activities are not only about destroying monsters, but you seem to be a hero for the purpose of killing monsters? Never mind. The higher UPS of the Hero Association swallowed, obviously not taking Ye Qiu's words to heart, otherwise, those S-rank Hero would have directly exhausted them to death. Ye Qiu, I saw the battle just now. It should be a few top breathing techniques. Almost every one of them can be compared with my rock-shattering fist. Why do you want to join my school? The staff of the Hero Association went very quickly, leaving the 803 miles to a few S-rank Hero Ye Qiu organized the language and said, in terms of moves, my progress is far less than I imagined. Although the breathing method is top-notch, I have never had a top-level teacher. Mr. Banggu is very strong. Can be the #1 powerhouse of the ancient martial arts school. I think joining your dojo can make me better at the realm of breathing techniques and moves. 1 floor up? Also, after the conversation changed, Ye Qiu looked directly at the 3 girls. I'm not a good teacher, but my 3 wives have also learned breathing techniques with me. If it is taught by me, the effect will be sure. There would be no reason for that. 3 wives? Okay. Even after Banggu heard this, his almost unwavering state of mind was shaken a little. In this world, women's resources are becoming less and less. Too much? The little kid who is only a little older has actually found 3 wives, obviously to make these old bachelors who concentrate on martial arts get angry. I'll think it over. Banggu's complexion instantly turned pale, making King, the guy who maintains his aloof image, almost didn't even laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, 3 wives? This dog food is sprinkled, this loving show? Should Deserve it? Ye Qiu was stunned for a moment, as if he did not expect that the anger of these single dogs would be so terrifying. Actually, Mr. Banggu, if you are willing, I am willing to take out a breathing method of my own in exchange for entering the dojo. Ye Qiu didn't hesitate at all. Anyway, he has no sect, and all the exercises he owns are his own. If he wants to decide who to give it to, he has the final say. Moreover, those exercises in the hands of Banggu will only make Hero stronger, and there will be no uncontrollable things. Is what you said true? Banggu looked at Ye Qiu in astonishment. Others didn't know the level of those breathing techniques. How could he not know? As long as he can practice any of Ye Qiu's breathing methods without conflicting with his own breathing methods, let alone dragon-level disasters, he also feels that he can fight against god-level disasters in the future. Force. If you become my teacher, you will definitely be willing to teach it. As a communication in the martial arts, if I cherish my broom, wouldn't I be living up to the position that the ancient martial arts source should have in this world? Gu-woo, it has become a genre that is not valued by others. In the early years of Banggu, he accepted so many disciples, hoping that in his own hands, the ancient martial arts can be carried forward. Unfortunately, because of the evil wolf, all efforts were in vain. The words Ye Qiu said almost touched the deepest string in his heart. Okay, I agree to your request. You can come to my dojo, and your 3 wives can also become my disciples. Banggu finally nodded. Here is my address. From tomorrow, you can go to the dojo to practice flowing water rock shattering fist with me. After Banggu gave Ye Qiu the address, he left the Hero Association leisurely. Under the special car of the association, Ye Qiu and his party also ended the test without too much turbulence, and went home to continue practicing. The next day, still in the afternoon, Ye Qiu finally found the location of his dojo based on the disciples Banggu had provided before. Welcome, our dojo has not had any new disciples for a long time, and the teacher has finally recruited students again. Chalanzi is still very happy to have a new junior brother and junior sister, so maybe Liashui Xianquan can be revived again. His lack of aptitude has always been the most annoying place for him. I'm a senior brother, the others are senior sisters. Ye Qiu emphasized it. What? Holding tea and serving Ye Qiu's Chalanzi, he obviously didn't expect this boy who looked younger than himself. The first sentence would be this. I'm my brother? Chalanzi said dissatisfiedly. Whoosh. 1 class? Ye Qiu directly slapped Chalanzi, and that palm landed in front of him before Chalanzi could react, and the incomparably fierce palm wind made Chalanzi's hair flutter. So fast? In such a situation where people have no power to fight back, Chalanzi feels that in memory, only the wolf can do it alone. Although the other brothers and sisters were strong, they did not make people feel that they were on the verge of despair. The strong is the senior brother. If the strength is not enough, you should work hard to cultivate. It is not enough to mess around. The ancient martial arts school will never give up a single effort. Ye Qiu retracted his palm and drank tea leisurely. Clap, clap, clap. After Ye Qiu said this, Banggu was applauding and walked over from the back of the dojo. That's right, the ancient martial arts school will never abandon a person who works hard. In order to become a real strong person, in addition to enough talent, hard work is also very necessary. If 1 year is not enough, just work hard for 5 years. 5 years, 10 years is not enough. As long as you persistently practice ancient martial arts, even at the age of 70 or 80 years old, you can become a qualified hero. Banggu followed Ye Qiu's words. Chalanzi has a good temperament, and after everyone left the dojo, she was willing to stick to it. But in terms of pure aptitude, Chalanzi is indeed a bit poor, and in terms of cultivation, he is not so focused. Banggu has always been unclear on how to teach Chalanzi this apprentice, but Ye Qiu's words seem to have opened a new door for him. Teacher, you're right, in the practice of the ancient martial arts school, we should persevere in the practice. Ancient martial arts is a kind of tempering of the state of mind. If you can't even believe in yourself, you will never be able to become a true martial artist. The strong. Ye Qiu nodded. Banggu looked at Ye Qiu with satisfaction. It's no wonder that you already have such strength at a young age. Not everyone can possess such a temperament. Chalanzi, let me introduce this little brother Ye Qiu to you. From today onwards, he is your senior brother. In addition, he also has an identity as the 17th S-level hero, in the Hero Association. Break, S-class hero, If the previous words were just to make Chalanzi move, then this level of identity was enough to shock him. Ye Qiu looks younger than her, how could he become an S-rank hero? The cultivation of the ancient martial arts school is completely different from the way other hero gain power. It needs to be accumulated over time. Even the evil wolf known as a genius will definitely not be an S-level hero now. The opponent, and Hungry Wolf is also much older than Ye Qiu. Chalanzi, although I know it's hard for you to believe this matter, but there are still geniuses in this world. In order to understand the ancient martial arts that Ye Qiu practiced before, I will have a little discussion with him later. You must watch carefully when we are discussing, and it is up to you to see how much you can get. Only now did Chalanzi know why her master started bathing and burning incense early in the morning to adjust the mental state of the whole person to the extreme. It turned out to be a match with Ye Qiu, who is also an S-level hero, The discussion between field encouragement. Perhaps when encountering hero, of other schools, one's own master will never be so serious, but those who encounter the ancient martial arts school will become extremely serious. This is respect for other ancient martial arts schools, and also for himself. A type of rock-breaking fist of flowing water, honing. As you wish, I also really want to see how powerful Silver Fang, the third-ranked S-class hero, is. Ye Qiu's fighting spirit was very high. Soon, they came to the place where they learned from each other in the dojo, and Chaolanzi and the three daughters sat on the side. Sisters, do you think this old man can defeat Ye Qiu? Yujia asked curiously. When it comes to ancient martial arts, she is the person who has the most say. After all, the Kento dojo run by her uncle is a genre of ancient martial arts, Aikido. Yujia, what grandfather? Mr. Bang is our teacher now. Ye Qiu is willing to learn from the teacher. On the one hand, he also wants us to see the teacher's powerful strength and have enough confidence in the future cultivation. Excellent explanation. Chaolanzi retorted. The three senior sisters, brother Ye, may be very powerful and can become an S-level hero, at such a young age, but compared with the teacher's decades of ancient martial arts, brother Ye Qiu's accumulation is definitely it's still not enough, so I think that in this competition, the winner will definitely be the teacher. Maybe. Sleeping responded with a sound, and turned his attention back to Ye Qiu and Bangu. Only after cultivating Tianshuang Fist did they discover that the ancient martial arts school of close combat would have such a great charm. Compared with simply improving quirks, practicing internal strength every day and trying to figure out the true meaning of the moves made them more enjoyable, so this battle was more attractive to them than anything else. I hope you will simply use the moves of the ancient martial arts school in the battle later, and don't use other abilities for the time being. My purpose is just to test your ancient martial arts training status and understand the ancient martial arts you are practicing. It's not that you want to test your abilities. In the Hero Association test yesterday, you have proven to everyone how powerful your abilities really are. Bangu spoke before the fight. Ye Qiu responded solemnly, Teacher, don't worry, I had this idea before I sued. Originally, I wanted to learn the combat techniques of the ancient martial arts school with you. Naturally, it is impossible to use other abilities to learn from you. Please rest assured. Chaolanzi naturally has incomparable confidence in her master, but the other party is also an S-level hero, after all. After hearing that Ye Qiu became an S-level hero, he used other abilities in his heart. Hanging that breath was completely relieved. For flowers. Okay, let's start then. Bangu put one hand behind his back and the other palm facing up, making a gesture of invitation to Ye Qiu. Catch the shadows? The first thing Ye Qiu performed was not the 18 dragon subduing palms, but the one-finger divine art. After the one-finger meditation blessed by the inner force and the indestructible dragon and elephant Boru Ogong, the fingers become extremely hard, even because all the forces can intercept the pale golden light emitted by the entire finger on that finger, and even it is more dazzling than the pale golden light radiated by the use of the whole body to cast the Vajra indestructible magic. Good come? Bang is very satisfied with Ye Qiu, not only because he has made such achievements in ancient martial arts at such a young age, but because to a certain extent, Ye Qiu has a part of the ancient martial arts school that is very similar to him. 0. Teething fingers? The fingertips that have been trained can accurately hit the very small key points, and the movements are like flowing water without stagnation. At the same time, they have a huge destructive power that can crush rocks. This is one of the characteristics of Bango boxing. The same is also the fingering. In the face of Ye Qiu's fingering, Bangu did not deliberately attack the key points that his sight could capture, but directly attacked his fingers. He wanted to try Ye Qiu's fingering ability, whether it can be compared with his teeth. One is the fangs that can break the rock, and the other is the one finger's end that can cut gold and break iron. The same is the encouragement. Even Ye Qiu's one-finger meditation has been blessed by the Vajra indestructible magic and dragon elephant Boru Ogong. The Rakido contained in it is extremely terrifying, but compared with Bangu's decades of cultivation underneath, there was a sharp and incomparable pain on the fingertips, and the terrifying ability to break the face directly caused scarlet blood to appear on his fingertips. One finger zen? Ye Qiu did not retreat so easily. After experiencing the failure of one move, he became even more excited because of seeing blood. He was completely different from Lugo, and all 10 fingers practiced one-finger meditation. Just for the sake of in the future, he will be able to practice the 6 meridians divine sword and lay the foundation. If one finger is injured, he still has 9 fingers to continue attacking, and he will not give up so easily. Small. The fingers of the two sides were constantly flying, and each time they were able to accurately match the fingers of the other party, as if they had negotiated. But the 4 key players are very clear that this is definitely not a result that was negotiated in advance, but that the game of one move and one style has entered a very thrilling state. Almost every time he made a shot, more blood would flow out of Ye Qiu's fingers, but he didn't care at all. Instead, the fighting intent in his eyes became more vigorous. Chaolanzi was a little frightened, and at the same time understood one thing. Why Ye Qiu was able to have such a strong strength over the ancient martial arts at such a young age was entirely because of that terrifying fighting spirit. He had only seen this kind of stubbornness towards fighting in Evil Wolf, but Evil Wolf had embarked on a path of 803 that was completely different from Ye Qiu's. Call. I don't know how many times the fingers on both sides attacked each other in an instant, but when Ye Qiu suddenly backed away, his hands started to tremble slightly, and almost all 10 fingers were bloody. As expected of the third hero, in the S-class, the gap between himself and him is still a bit scary. Although the magic is strong, because of the low realm, there are still some things that can't be compensated. But even if Ye Qiu seemed a little wasteful, there was a rare bruise on Banggu's 2 fingers. Come again. Ye Qiu obviously didn't plan to stop at this time. It was only by forcing Banggu to use his teeth and fingers, and he did not even perform the flowing water rock-crushing fist. Obviously, this result could not satisfy Ye Qiu. Show off the incomparably exquisite palm technique you performed yesterday. I think you are not only proficient in palm technique, but also a little bit of other moves. I'll let you see it. The true meaning of flowing water and rock-shattering fist. Banggu's aura suddenly changed. The fierce and domineering of the 18 dragon subduing palms and his flowing water and rock-shattering fist belong to a completely different genre. I have only seen it once, and Banggu is delighted to see it, and wants to have a good comparison with this fierce routine. Okay, at present, one of the moves I have mastered is called 18 palms for subduing dragons, and the other is called Fengshen legs. Teacher, be careful. The power of these 2 moves is not bad. 18 palms to subdue the dragon? Fengshen legs? Wow, what an arrogant name. As a qualified ancient martial arts enthusiast, Chaolanzi can be absolutely certain that among the current ancient martial arts schools, he has never heard of the 2 ancient martial arts methods mentioned by Ye Qiu. Want to see Ye Qiu's moves? The one-finger magic trick just now had already brought a huge shock to Chaolanzi. Although Ye Qiu used all 10 fingers and did not block Banggu's teeth, Ye Qiu finally made Banggu's fingers bruised, and even his own fingers did not show any irreversible terror. Damage. Look forward to. Chaolanzi's arms trembled a little. This was the first time he watched a top-level ancient martial arts confrontation. He didn't expect that training would be such an exciting thing. I really want to become stronger. I really want to become stronger quickly. Ye Qiu didn't expect that the words of himself and Banggu did not bring much motivation to Chaolanzi, but just a battle made Chaolanzi completely excited. Sure enough, the thing that excites men the most is the flesh and blood collision between fists and feet. The dragon swings its tail. Using the wind to catch the shadows, he quickly moved behind Banggu, and it was a violent dragon wagging its tail. After a night of precipitation, the first level of his diamond indestructible divine art has completely stabilized in the realm of Dajin, and he officially started the second level of cultivation. Naturally, his external skills such as the 18 dragon subduing palms have also been improved a little. Flowing water rock fist, flowing water array. If it is said that the teeth are inserted into the fingers, it can only be regarded as a simple application of the flowing water and rock-shattering fist, then the application of the flowing water array can be said to be very high. Banggu seemed to have eyes behind his back, and instantly turned his body slightly to block Ye Qiu's dragon's tail. Kong Long has regrets? Ye Qiu was not annoyed, his expression was extremely serious. He switched to Kong Long with regrets again, and the terrifying palm of the wind continued to charge towards Banggu. Fierce? Domineering? It was only after Banggu personally got in touch with him that he realized how terrifying this technique of Ye Qiu was. According to his estimation, Ye Qiu is not even a small Chengdu now, otherwise, he would not be able to resist the terrifying power in his palm. Dragon subduing 18 palms? Logically speaking, this set of exercises should have 18 strokes, and the changing connection between each stroke will not be so simple. It was just in Banggu's view that Ye Qiu was indeed displaying his sturdy and skilled palm technique. For ordinary people who didn't understand the ancient martial arts, this technique would definitely be able to kill them easily. But for Banggu, the flaws? All are flaws. The connection between moves is very abrupt. It can even be said that Ye Qiu seems to rely on his own mood to make moves at will, and there is no perfect connection between moves. Ugh, what a waste. Banggu, who kept blocking the 18 palms of the falling dragon, couldn't help but sigh. What a talent! What a powerful technique! If Ye Qiu was able to worship in his dojo earlier, and now he is afraid to become the number 1 of the S-rank hero, it is not impossible. It's a pity, if you only have this ability, I'm afraid you can't even break through my defenses. In the future, you should come down and cultivate well. Your current level of ancient martial arts can be said to be completely unqualified. Banggu sighed. He couldn't even force his breathing out. It seemed that he had thought too much of Ye Qiu before. Don't worry, teacher. My strongest skill is not the 18 palms of subduing the dragon, but the Fengshen leg is my first practice. There are only 6 moves in this practice. The corner of Ye Qiu's mouth rose 3.8. Banggu's speed, strength, and combat experience almost crushed him. Originally, Ye Qiu didn't think that it was only because he was relatively rusty, and he could use the burning fruit to play the powerful 18 dragon subduing palms. Can deal any damage to Banggu. The Fengshen leg was Ye Qiu's powerful ultimate move without burning the fruit. The second style of Fengshen legs, strong grass in the wind. Ye Qiu suddenly changed his palm to his leg, and his right leg, with terrifying power, slammed into Banggu at a lightning-fast speed. It's useless. Before the words of Banggu were finished, he was horrified to find that the flowing water array had not blocked this move. Touch, touch, touch. The defense of both hands was smashed by the incomparably huge Rakido, and Bang Gushin's hind legs took 3 steps to relax. The 18 dragon subduing palms have been completely suppressed, and the situation can only be reluctantly opened by using the Fengshen leg. It seems that teacher Bang Gu is really strong. Yu was tense for a long time before completely letting go of the dangling heart. Because if the two sides were evenly matched, with Ye Qiu's temperament, he would definitely fight Bang Gu to the point of losing his strength. Now, Ye Qiu's hard power in ancient martial arts really can't be compared to teacher Bang Gu, so the two sides will definitely reach it. Senior Ye Qiu, you are really amazing. Even an S-rank hero, ES, would be almost impossible to destroy Master's flowing water formation in such a violent way. Chalanzi was completely stunned. That is a flowing water formation? It can almost be said that it is the strongest defense in terms of moves. The original evil wolf was a genius, but in front of the flowing water formation, he was completely powerless to fight back. Ye Qiu, who didn't use the full strength of his S-rank hero, ES, actually beat his master backwards in front of the flowing water formation. What an astonishing ability and move 12. What a fast leg technique. It seems to have the charm of the wind in the leg technique. It has the same effect as my Liashui Rock Crusher. You can practice this leg technique to the point of perfection, and in the future you will practice the water-shattering fist. Rock fist will definitely start at an extremely fast speed. Bang Gu nodded in satisfaction. How is it? Do you want to continue? Of course, I haven't done it yet, and the power of Fengshen's legs has not been fully exerted. If I give up fighting now, my martial arts heart will become unstable. Ye Qiu looked at Bang Gu firmly. Chalanzi, have you seen it? Even if you know that you are not an opponent, you must do your best to develop your martial arts. If you don't have such a will in your daily sparring, you will never be able to become the strongest? Bang Gu shouted. I understand, master. In the future, whether I am practicing or learning from each other, I will be brave and diligent, and I will show my martial arts without fear. Chalanzi said firmly. Bang Gu nodded with great satisfaction, but he didn't tell Chalanzi something in his heart, that is, based on the aptitude and strength of all the disciples in the dojo, Chalanzi should even put his own martial arts into practice. It bloomed without reservation, and it would not be the opponent of any one of them. There is a great possibility that for a long time in the future, it will be spent in hanging. Poor tea orchid? Oh, forget it, forget it. Everyone has their own destiny. Some people are born to be strong, some people are born. Bang Gu briefly sorted out his thoughts, and then looked at Ye Qiu seriously, but he wanted to see how many surprises Ye Qiu's confident legs could bring him. Breath, breath, breath. With that leg just now, Ye Qiu was able to break through the water in an instant, which was enough to prove how domineering and fierce his leg technique was. Bang Gu didn't feel that in normal state, the flowing water formation he displayed would really be able to resist Ye Qiu's legs. Energetic, awesome. Ye Qiu's pupils shrank suddenly. At this moment, Bang Gu didn't seem to have changed at all, but his figure seemed to have grown countless times. That is an invisible momentum oppression. Great. Even Yuan Sleeping, the professional hero, ES, praised them very seriously. In the eyes of the two of them, Bang Gu at this time can definitely fight against All Might at his peak, and they don't know who will win and who will lose. As for Endeavor, definitely not Bang Gu's opponent. Still not attacking, Bang Gu, who was breathing, waved at Ye Qiu seemingly provocatively. The third style of Fengshen legs, heavy rain and strong wind. His legs like raindrops fell madly towards Bang Gu's chest, but Bang Gu, who seemed to have abandoned all his feelings at this time, resisted all the moves with ease. Blocked. Flowing water array, still flowing water array. The terrifying power contained in Ye Qiu's legs can be known from the roaring sound in the air, and the gust of wind brought by the leg technique even made the tea orchid in the distance, the arm felt a slight irritation. Even so terrifying, Bang Gu has blocked it. Fengshen leg fourth form, resolute. The fifth style of Fengshen legs, the wind rolls the ruined building. The light in Ye Qiu's eyes was incomparably cold and stern. With two consecutive moves, his left and right legs carried endless terrifying power, frantically pressing towards Bang Gu's head. Boom, boom, the flowing water formation was still blocked. At that time, at the feet of Bang Gu, there were cracks one after another. Even the flowing water formation, which he claimed to be invincible in defense, couldn't make the two violent leg tricks out of the way. The power is completely removed. Ye Qiu felt that although the battle did not last for a long time, his entire body was more fatigued than any previous battle. It was not physical fatigue, but mental fatigue. Too tired? He has only just taken the first step in the martial arts. Facing a giant who has been on the martial arts for decades, the feeling is really very, very tired. The point is, no matter how much power he used, Bang Gu's side was only on the defensive, and even the attack of the flowing water rock crushing fist was not displayed. Last resort? Originally, Ye Qiu was still hesitating, whether or not he should use the kamikaze roaring move that he has not yet fully mastered. Now, it seems that Bang Gu is definitely capable. Down. Teacher, the last move. Fengshen leg 803 sixth form, kamikaze howling? Ye Qiu's leg completely drove the surrounding wind, and the energy of Fengshen's legs instantly formed a small tornado, attacking Bang Gu. It's a leg technique, but in the leg technique, there is a terrifying power of wind. It's a pity that Ye Qiu can't understand the true meaning of martial arts now, and there is no way to achieve the state of Nifeng's windless state, otherwise the power of this move will be even more terrifying. Good come? The magic of the kamikaze's howl was obviously an eye-opener for Bang Gu. No more defense? Can't stop? Even if he used the breathing technique, Banggu knew very well that his flowing water formation could not completely block this kamikaze howl, and even if he blocked it, it was inevitable to take a few steps back. Flowing water rock fist. Attacked? Banggu at this time, his hands change like running water, ever-changing. Ye Qiu's leg move, in front of his attack, is just a rock that needs to be broken by him. As long as the flaws in the rock are found, the power of water droplets to penetrate the rock will eventually break this move. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ye Qiu didn't know how many times his legs were attacked by the flowing water rock-shattering fist in an instant, but when he and Banggu passed by, it was difficult for his legs to stand up straight, and the kamikaze howled furiously. The power is also dissipated in the invisible. It's all broken up. Losing? Losing so thoroughly. Ye Qiu smiled bitterly. Of course, this result was already expected, but when it was really accepted, there was still a little bit of unwillingness. Speaking of which, he has never completely faced failure since he began to accept a life that requires fighting. It went so well. It smoothly made him think that the 72 quirks were enough to make him instantly become a strong man who despised everything. Facts have proved that he is still a little arrogant. Failure is never a bad thing. How can we increase our strength in the short term? After the failure, Ye Qiu couldn't help but start thinking about this problem. In addition to practicing with Banggu, he also needed to think about what method he should use to completely improve his strength. Don't be so frustrated. Your real strength is not just ancient martial arts, so I believe that in the near future, when your ancient martial arts strength rises, the increase in strength will be extremely terrifying. At that time, an old man like me, I'm afraid that I can really retire and enjoy my old age. After Banggu finished the breathing method, he suddenly turned into a very ordinary-looking old grandfather with a very good spirit. Senior Ye Qiu, you are really amazing. I have never seen anyone who can force the teacher to use breathing techniques to fight in ancient martial arts. Chalanzi was so excited that she completely forgot that she was unhappy about losing her senior brother status. Ye Qiu shook his head, and soon came out of his emotions, smiled at him. You will also become stronger. I will wait for you at the S-rank position. Hero, ES, World, so tired. Brother, don't worry, I will practice hard from today, and when I can hold on to your hands for 10 minutes, I will go to participate in the assessment of the Hero, ES, Association. Chalanzi is full of fighting spirit. Hearing his declaration, Mr. Banggu almost sat on the ground in fright. In Ye Qiu's hands for 10 minutes? Chalanzi is dreaming? While he is getting stronger, Ye Qiu will get stronger at a faster rate. If he wants to hold on for 10 minutes in the hands of this little pervert, I am afraid he will not be able to do it in his life, unless Ye Qiu deliberately fights. Drain the water. Okay, as long as you have this heart, if I come to the dojo, I will definitely find time to fight with you once. Ye Qiu smiled. Thank you, brother. Chalanzi bowed solemnly to Ye Qiu. You're welcome, these are trivial matters. By the way, teacher, these are the 2 top breathing methods that I said, and I hope they can help you too. Ye Qiu took out the Tianshuang fist and the 18 dragon subduing palms that he had prepared for a long time. Tianshuang fist contains the method of inner strength cultivation. He felt that Mr. Banggu was originally a master in boxing. He should be able to get started very soon in this Tianshuang fist. How much effort it takes. The 18 dragon subduing palms are also among the top-level external skills, and they belong to the palm technique. Grandmasters who are proficient in boxing techniques will not have any problems cultivating them. The most important thing is that they can also guide their own cultivation. Ye Qiu is not at all worried that Banggu will pass on these 2 exercises to other disciples. Anyway, no matter how others practice, they will not be as strong as him. The same exercises in the hands of different people will never be as powerful. Same. Ye Qiu, you only need to show me the moves, and I will naturally point out your shortcomings. As for the complete exercises, there is no need to come up with them. I only need to practice the Liashui rock shattering fist. Banggu did not accept the exercises copied by the 2 Ye Qiu books. Teacher, I know how deep your fortunes are in the flowing water and rock crushing fist. But if you don't learn a little bit about these 2 exercises, I'm afraid you won't be able to guide them very well. Besides, things like exercises, this is to learn from each other. Maybe the teacher can find a new path in the flowing water and rock shattering fist. Ye Qiu relentlessly seduced. Real. It is definitely impossible to say that Banggu is not impatient. Although he does not want to practice so much, it is still good to look at other top breathing techniques. Because of weird reasons, many ancient martial arts sources have disappeared in this world. Alas, the path of cultivation is getting more and more lonely. Banggu is not a hypocritical person. After all, he is a master of a generation, and he quickly sorted out his emotions and took over the 2 exercises in Ye Qiu's hands. Senior brother, can I practice your exercises in the future? Chalanzi looked at Ye Qiu with a little expectation. After cultivating the flowing water rock shattering fist for so long, he always felt as if he had no talent. Ye Qiu patted him on the shoulder. After the teacher has finished his research, he has completely started. If you are suitable, you can practice as you like. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Chalanzi quickly thanked. Ye Qiu's actions made Sleep a little dissatisfied as a teacher of Xiangying. Ye Qiu, why don't you provide Xiangying with this level of exercise? How should I put it? They don't have quirks. And this world is far more dangerous than our world. Besides, I trust the teacher, but in our world, I can't guarantee that everyone who can practice the exercises they are all good people. Especially the current crisis is far from resolved. The dangerous guy of AFO, if he has practiced his skills and is matched with a suitable Quirks, Ye Qiu really doesn't know how that guy's strength will increase. Although at that time, Ye Qiu should also have the ability to completely suppress him, but Ye Qiu is now a special advisor to Xiangying. Even if he is not Hero, yes, he cannot risk letting AFO have more destructive power to society. Yu's side also comforted her sleep. Don't think about it so complicated. Our men are not saints. There is no need to do that kind of thing. Our world is too strong, and it will breed a lot of unnecessary things. It is already very good now. In this world, it is because the pursuit of power, good money, of human beings has exceeded that degree, and there will be strange things. People appeared. Power? It's a double-edged sword after all. On Banggu's side, after opening the Tianshuangkan exercises, he frowned slightly when he saw the Huxia characters. Fortunately, he had studied Huxia characters in order to practice breathing techniques. Speaking of ancient breathing techniques, it was almost all originated from the magical civilization of Daxia. Seeing this, Banggu couldn't stop at all. Originally, he thought that the breathing method provided by Ye Qiu was at best the same as his breathing method. Through continuous practice, he could instantly explode in battles that were much higher than usual. The power of. Now this view has been completely broken. This breathing method can actually condense something called internal force in the body. As long as you practice, you can continue to become stronger and stronger. Even a talented kid like Chalanzi will become a qualified hero, after cultivating for decades.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.